professional dancer.
If you want me to get you a coffee, since I'm such a nice guy, I'm magic. If you ask me that,
I will go myself.
you sure?
Thank you.
I
actually know you were. Louis gave me a water yesterday, even though I didn't ask him to.
I'm a nice guy. I actually am a nice guy. Do it to you. What I will do.
He gives you hope for the future, you know, and he will for sure be a part.
I would say he did win his first series, then goes 3-0.
A bit more into the way we used to see it, right? Yeah, I was like, I'm shaking us a player, stick okay, maybe Mr. Yo should approach this match.
Yes, but it's not easy. I'm worried about for Sebastian. I think I'm not the best as well. He just got 200 feet for 368 goals. He's been pushing those support, getting back for that. He's very that good. Yeah, that's
I was completely fine. But
And now you're starting to get nervous, yeah.
like either risk to go heavy fight against, like I did it now in this game against you, to rush you down.
Thank you so much.
No. That's addicted paparazzo. How you always catch me when I'm doing stupid stuff?
Paparazzi.
No, Fodon!
Now this is like.
It was a real height.
Guys, she tried to get me to speak Portuguese today, and I declined because I'm really bad at it. I'm so sorry. Now this summer, so Tara had 3 maps, which was very
He then unfortunately had to face Tara here in the quarterfinals. I think Andy's performance.
live audience, you guys are amazing. Your car, you're getting even better. Tell everybody about it. Please be here.
All right, hello there, everybody, and welcome to the Brazilian Dynasty. This is day 5, last day, big decision day here at the Espaço Center in São Paulo. Leary, Yo, Hera, ACCM are our last 4 remaining players, but at the end of the day, only one of them will have the chance to lift this beautiful trophy here behind me, which I'm sure production is just about to show. Lovely, designed by Chip de Burger and his team of students. At this point, I'd also like to welcome the live audience here at the Espaço Center yet again. You guys were absolutely amazing yesterday, and I really thank you for all the energy and all the electrifying energy you guys showed us. But I certainly hope you guys have something left for today. Can you show me how much left you guys got? Yeah. All right. Guys, I got bad news for you. Jordan's not playing today. I'm sorry. I really apologize for that. But yeah, Jordan is still, got a bunch of fans here. Yeah, but yeah, that energy will do, guys. That energy will do. I'm Josh Welcome, by the way. I'm joined by Jordan, and I'm joined here by Hart as well. Boys, and I'd like to discuss with you each of these players' paths towards the semifinals here today. So we're going to be starting with Leary versus Mr. Yo, as they are already here on stage, ready to get going. So Jordan, talk to me about Leary. So Leary started very strong in the tournament. He had like 1 loss, which was to Viper. So and then 3 zeros and 3 zeros across the board. So for me, the question here is, how highly do you rate this loss versus Viper? Was it a loss that was bound to happen just because of how good Viper was playing? Or do you see that it's just a little bump here throughout his path, and you do see him in great shape coming here into the semifinal?
I think Leary is in a great shape. And I think his loss against Viper was a little bit unexpected for the most, I guess, at least. I think it was good that he lost against Viper because he learned a lot from that. And I think he crushed everyone else he faced 3-0, right? Also yesterday against
Well, it was 2-1 in the first day
2-1?
versus Tato,
Okay.
I believe, yeah.
Yeah, true that. But yesterday he won 3-0.
3-0, that's correct.
Tato in the quarterfinals, right? And he showed a very good performance as well. Didn't really do a lot of mistakes there as well. And I'm pretty sure he will go also on to the finals and maybe also win the finals.
Wow, okay, big words there. Hart, something you said yesterday, and I think it's so valuable, and I'm not sure people really are aware of this, but when pro players lose a series, they don't just forget about it. They get on the computer immediately, and they start figuring out, why did I lose? What do I have to do in order to fix the mistakes? And you think Leary is the kind of guy that's going to be doing that, and you think Leary is the kind of guy that did that after losing to Viper 3-0. You just, sat down and started figuring out what happened, what can I do to not let this happen again?
Yeah, for sure. I think it shows your mistakes and it lets you know, like, if you keep going that way, you're probably not gonna go very far in the tournament, right? So it's very important that, especially when it's a rough 3-0, which Leary had, right? The fact that he, the next day, just shows up and also beast mode again, and now he's here in the semifinals, I think it shows that after a loss like that, you need to be able to reflect on the mistakes you made, which maps are your weaknesses, and maybe you had some things that you thought were the way to play the game, and they just weren't. And it's better to learn that in group stage than it is here in the playoffs, where you have no time to correct anything, really.
Absolutely. Okay, so let me hear about Mr. Yo, Hart. And we did hear Hera calling out Mr. Yo a little bit yesterday for his fraud path here towards the semifinal. So yeah, so for Mr. Yo, he started by beating Sorikuma in the Swiss stage, but then he had a 0-3 versus Andy, lost 3-0 to Andy, lost 3-0 to Leary, but then yesterday, he beat Sebastian 3-1, and Sebastian had been the only player so far undefeated in the tournament. So again, how highly do you rate this result of Mr. Yo? Is this just the typical Mr. Yo that ramps up towards the end of the tournament, or is it just a blip? Well, how did you see that?
Yeah, it's like we call him the fraud path that he had, He had such a bad group stage, barely made it through, and somehow he gets here to playoffs and beats the guy who was undefeated so far in the group stage, right? So yeah, I think with Mr. Yo, I think it's common that we see that he starts off a bit slow in the tournament, and as the tournament goes on, he just gets better. I think he starts to. Mr. Yo doesn't play meta, right? He doesn't really try to match what Deer is doing, what Hera's doing, what Sebastian's doing. So I think for him, it's a bit of learning how he wants to counter the meta. It's not that he goes completely off meta. It's that he just tries to counter it slightly, right? Adapts his gameplay, his safe picks. We saw Kelts, for example, also worth talking about, but he beat Sebastian with Kelts on a map that Persians were clearly superior overall. So I think that's the kind of thing that Mr. Yo does, and he's very good at. And I hope that for his sake, he brings that to the table today as well.
Jordan, let me hear your thoughts about the matchup, Leary, Mr. Yo. You already said you mostly favor Leary here in this matchup. I got some stats for you. So Leary right now is 16 series won and 10 series lost against Mr. Yo, so clear advantage here for Leary. Last time that Mr. Yo was able to beat Leary was during Warlords 4, that was last year. So, you know, a few tournaments ago. So how do you expect this series to go? Do you have a prediction for a final score?
So final prediction would be, I think, 4-2 for Leary. I think Mr. Yo showed yesterday what he's capable of, and I really enjoyed the set yesterday between Mr. Yo and Sebastian the most, because especially, I think it was game 2, LAN Voice. Yeah, you guys know which map I'm talking about, because both players played completely different strategies, but I felt like Mr. Yo going forward with the towers and with the men-at-arms created so much chaos, and his macro behind was so phenomenal as well. So I feel like he has really stepped it up heavily in terms of his group stage performance. And yeah, Leary is just solid all over the place, right? So I think it will be close. Leary should be a little bit better in that scenario, but yeah, 4-2 for Leary.
Hart, we need to send to casters quick prediction.
I think 4-2 Lear as well.
4-2 Lear as well. Beautiful. I believe we do have the casters ready. That's going to be Dave and Daniela for you. Let's hear some noise for Dave and Daniela as well. And boys, take it away. Boys and girls, take it away. Dave and Daniela.
Welcome in, everyone. It's our final day here at the Brazilian Dynasty live in Sao Paulo. I'm Dave. I'm joined by Daniela, and we will be getting into Leary versus Mr. Yo, one of the classic matchups of Age of Empires 2. Now, Yo did not have a very impressive group stage at all. I think there were a lot of players making fun of him. He was 2-7. He got through because of a good Buchholz score. He said he didn't feel very good about his gameplay. And then I asked him yesterday what changed. He said, I don't know. I woke up and I just felt like I could beat anybody and I could get away with anything. And we saw that yesterday against Sebastian. Leary also with a fantastic performance against Tato, who really couldn't find any answers to the dominant micro and macro from Leary. Daniela, I want to hear your thoughts on this set. What do you think we're in for today? It's a best of 7 instead of a best of 5. Live atmosphere here in Brazil. The crowd is hyped. What do you think we're going to see?
Well, first of all, hello, everybody. You are right. The crowd is absolutely amazing. I'm hyped to be here with you. Hello, hello. And yeah, just like you said, we were talking even yesterday with the other casters. We were talking with T90 at the start of our cast. It just is like that someday. You wake up and you know that it's going to be your day. You know that you're going to perform well. And it showed yesterday. Yo took out the only player that went into the playoffs with a 3-0.
Sebastian looks super, super strong, right? He won that set against Hera. He had some really, really good games. He won the set against Viper as well, like just super solid play. And it didn't pan out for him at the end of the day. He got rewarded with the 8th ranked player, Mr. Yo. Yo took him down 3-1. But I mean, Yo is just a confidence type of player. Leary's way more consistent, I would say, than Mr. Yo, at least recently. But Yo is just all about confidence. He does it by feel, and you can kind of tell that from this draft as well. I mean, every single time I'm at a LAN event, Yo does a draft, all the players gather around, and they're like, what is his thought process? They don't even understand. He's not like priority picking civs to deny them from his opponent. He's just picking whatever he feels like can work. And and it's like he's almost ignoring his opponent's civ draft. He's not going for civ matchups most of the time. It's just such a unique way to draft, and I can't lie, it's worked out for him.
Of course, and we were talking about this yesterday as well. Yo, the type of player that the longer the tournament goes, the better and more prepared he feels.
Yeah.
Now, on the other hand, he's facing Leary, someone that over the years established himself in the top 2 position.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be easy. We did have the head-to-head results earlier. You did seem to struggle in the past versus Leary, but let's just see how today is going to turn out for him. And while I'm saying that, we have game number 1 starting, and it's going to be Vale da Selva.
Vale de Silva, and we have Khmer for Leary, Yo playing as the Shu. Game number 1 of our first semifinal. Let's hear it for both of these players. Mr. Yo getting back into form yesterday with an impressive 3-1 victory over Sebastian, as we said. Leary with a 3-0 over Tato, and we are on Vale de Selva, which can lend itself towards the fast castle builds. I know they're super, super close to each other. They've got that rock terrain that they can't wall over. I think T-West's idea for this map was, let's make it hyper-aggressive. Players are going to be fighting in feudal age, but as the pro scene often does, they have kind of strayed away from that thought process. They've got a wood line that they can wall to. They've got double berries and some hunt that they can bring in, as well as a ton of capybara around the map that both of these players are going to find. So the food supply is there. The Shu also get food from chopping wood, so that's going to help Yo get up to Castle Age a little bit sooner. And Leary does not have to build his buildings to go up to the next stage. So I think it might just be a fast castle from both. But then again, these guys love to subvert our expectations. So maybe Leary goes for some early pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. That rocky terrain kind of helps. That it's under TC, so you kind of just wall in with your TC. There's few units that can dive in and try to go for the back of the opponent, especially in feudal age. While we're saying this, we do see both of the players going in for the hunt in the middle. There's only one patch of hunt in the middle that they're trying to push. I did see Leary kind of looking for more capybaras. He has a lot of food under his TC. I could definitely see 2 fast castles here from both of them, especially with these 2 civs.
Yep. Wonderful job from Mr. Yo, by the way, to just kind of acknowledge the fact that Leary's scout was there, continue the deer push. He might get that second one in, too, if it doesn't go back in time. It is a risk to come out to this middle area and start pushing those deer so fast, though, because there's still tons of capybara available, and the capybaras can be held under your TC. You don't need to get your scout involved later, right? It's just consistent food supply. Plenty of those neutrals around, plenty of the capybara hanging out. And that deer has stayed there way longer for Mr. Yo than it ever would have for me. Like, that deer would have gone back 10 minutes ago. Mr. Yo, a lot of players accuse him of being lucky. Thank you, Vodka. You know I love the wildlife, and that's a great little highlight there of some of the dangerous animals lurking around on this map.
There we go. We have Leary on the way to the feudal age while moving a couple of villagers onto gold. Important to say that you do have some gold around your TC, but not a whole lot. And definitely, you don't have any stone. The stone is far away from your TC and exposed on this map. So yeah, you could go for some risky early castle age with selling your stone, but then you will not have any single piece of defense other than walls. I mean, Khmer do have the houses that they can just like hop into.
Well, I mean, with Khmer, you're not planning on selling your stone either because you're not going to have the market, right? You don't need the market. You don't need to build it. So Leary's going for a super cutthroat build here.
Yeah.
It is 21 pop, 20 villagers, and he's going to hit feudal age. And you can see he's put 5 villagers on gold initially. He's got 4 now. He's going to try and click up immediately. He won't need to go for those buildings. Yo goes for 22 villagers, 23 population overall, and he's going to have to build a market. He's going to have to build a blacksmith. Like, Leary's going to get to Castle Age way faster than Mr. Yo. The only question is, once he gets there, will he have any economy at all to build the siege workshop?
Yeah, I mean, that's the question, right? Now, when I'm looking at Mr. Yo, you were talking about the market blacksmith build. I think blacksmith is absolutely crucial because I do think Shu can get into some war chariots.
War chariots would be good, but they are weak, though, against a few knights early. They're also weak against mangonels, too. Just think about them. If you guys don't know how to really conceptualize what a war chariot is, it's basically just like a scorpion attached to a chariot. It's the same type of behavior, right? So it's weak against Mangonels as well. In low numbers, it's going to be weak against Knights. And it also costs food as well, which is a little bit more demanding than the Scorpions maybe from the Khmer. It's going to be a stable, though, as we saw from Leary, and he's adding in an additional scout. But look at that economy. The Castle Age time, super impressive. Under 10 minutes. It is a 9-vil start. So it's not like, you know, you're playing your ranked games with 3 villagers. You can't actually pull this off. You'd have to have a 9-villager start. But it's also Leary. And he's done a fantastic job with this build. He's going to have 3 scouts. He'll be able to add 1 knight and then maybe even think about that Siege Workshop.
Those walls that I'm seeing from Mysterio going towards his CC are very important because Leary, yes, super aggressive build. He has a stable. Knights are going to be very powerful, especially against, what, villagers? But no upgrades since there's no blacksmith. He could grab on bloodlines, but that's expensive as well. So he's not going to have any upgrades on his cavalry. Can't just like dive under the TC freely and go for the back of Mysterio's base.
Instant Siege Workshop here for Leary. This has been such a tight build. He gets up at just under 10 minutes, 9 minutes and 57 seconds. I know it's a map with plenty of food. I know it's Khmer. I know that it's 9 villagers start, but only 9 seconds of idle TC time. That is incredibly impressive from him, in addition to the 3 scouts that he added. So he's going to hold map control, force Mr. Yo to go into that barracks, to make some pikemen to support, and he'll have the Siege Workshop producing Scorpions. This is such a nice build from Leary, and it's clearly a very planned out, a very labbed out build from him too.
I love what Yo is doing, just making sure that he is, well, he cannot have that mistake at this stage of the, this is semifinals.
It's still open underneath the TC though. That line of stone is where Leary could potentially go under. Yo is walled to that, but he cannot make a full wall. There's always an opening somewhere for Leary to get in. The Scorpions are coming forward now. He's going to try and attack the villagers, repairing the wall. Mr. Yo almost in the Castle Age now. We'll see what his plan is. I would suspect it's a Siege Workshop, but this is kind of a counter build from Mr. Yo already. And one thing we have to keep in mind, the Scorpions from Khmer get extra range. So if they're matching up against the War Chariots, I think Leary has the advantage.
Absolutely. That's exactly why that Siege Workshop had to be a whole lot more behind. Otherwise, the Scorpions could have denied it.
Double Scorpion now behind the light cap. Again, I don't want to keep saying it, but the fact that Leary can afford the light cap and the Scorpions and even the light cavalry upgrade for those scouts is just incredible. He's still keeping villager production to only 44 seconds of idle TC time as Yo is just panicking. Yo is needing to get these stone walls up behind, but he keeps sending weak villagers out for it. He's still got the stone walls behind there, but the first villager goes down, or excuse me, that's the second villager as another one dies there. Mangonel now coming out from Mr. Yo, but once again, Leary has the range advantage on the Mangonel, and with Leary's micro, Yo's gonna have to be super, super careful with this. He gets the shots. Again.
One Scorpion going down. Second might. Great job from Mysterio repairing that Mangonel.
I think Yo, like Leary has completely screwed over Yo's strat. I think Yo wanted to be the aggressor. He wanted to go fast castle. He did not want to be in the defensive position. And the choice of Khmer here, the choice of a fast castle from Leary, it just completely nukes everything that Yo wanted to accomplish early as another villager goes down. Mr. Yo does manage to snipe another Scorpion. So far, the micro's been good for him, but he's just sitting back behind his walls, and Leary is free to do whatever he wants at home.
You can't be stuck in that position on this map. You have to continue to expand. You have to get control over other goals. This one right here is very much forward under all of those Scorpions fire. You need to get access to stone potentially, which Shu is described as an archer civilization. You just talked earlier about how good the Khmer Scorpions are. You're right. You probably wanted to be the aggressive. You don't want to take this matchup late game.
He has done pretty well with the Mangonels. You can see Leary pick it away, and Mr. Yo has already taken out, what, 2 Scorpions? There's 2 that are very weak there. If he ever clears up these Scorpions, maybe he can push back. He does have some Spearmen for the light cap. Yo is holding on right now, and we have to keep in mind that Shu also have a little bit of an eco bonus. Nice shot from Mr. Yo. He finally gets them.
We also have to keep in mind that the Shu siege moves faster. So that micro on the mangonels is kind of a bit easier for Yo, but still, great job from him.
Lightcap coming in. They see the weak villagers. Those are the weak vills from before. Leary again dodging with the Scorpion. Great little micro there from Leary, but he stacks up to try and get the villager, and he's punished for it. Absolutely punished for it. The Lightcap are super weak coming in. Can Mr. Yo defend this? He gets another shot and another shot.
The Lightcap. Dave, where's Leary's military?
And he takes out another Scorpion. Daniela, what is this? Mr. Yo, the Micro King.
He's pushing back. He's adding farms right now. We are thinking about that expansion that we were talking earlier. He does have double bit axe, horse collar as well, as Leary is missing that upgrade for his farms.
It's incredibly important now, after a couple good engagements for Mr. Yo, that he doesn't get too confident. And I think Yo, with all of his years of experience and all of his self-doubt sometimes, is not going to believe in himself enough to push all the way back across the Leary's base. He's going to take it slow. He's going to play a little bit more patient, keep these mangonels alive. So far, he's done a fantastic job. I mean, Leary still has killed 4 extra villagers. Yeah. Leary's still ahead in this game. Let's make no mistake. But Yo is hanging on, and I think Leary will be surprised at this point to have not done more damage as Yo now stretches out to the stone. Will Leary be able to see this? I don't think so. I think Leary will just assume that Yo is still stuck.
Yeah, I think he thinks he did enough damage for Yo to not be able to move out of his base right now. You were talking about that Vill difference. Look at the idle TC time though. Leary has 2 Vills worth of idle TC time, while Yo is still at 0 through all this micro. That's impressive.
Yeah, and it's helped out by the shoe eco bonus, right? Bringing in the food from chopping the wood, and that's one of the reasons the res collected is still so close, as we see Yo's POV. Not quite as fast as some of our other players in the tournament, but maybe a little bit more calm, a little bit more precise, right?
Exactly, more calculated.
And waits for his opportunities to take the shots, and he does. The Knight is now coming in. The Knights are in. The Mangonels go down. One of the Knights does die. The Monastery also denied. But a second town center has been completed on the stone for Mr. Yo, as he still just tries to survive here. Those spearmen are very, very weak. I fear for Mr. Yo's woodline.
He's going to be fighting back with villagers now. Their spears coming into the fight. No upgrades on the Knights either.
Another villager sent out for the Monastery, and the monks are coming out. We have more Knights just kind of rolling around here. From Leary, he's looking for his opportunities. Yo with another Mangonel, but there's really nothing to protect that. Will Leary come in for this? I think he does. That might be a mistake for Leary. He loses the Knight, and he doesn't even get the Mangonel. Excellent judgment from Yo.
And the monk is about to pop out from the Monastery.
Okay, so Yo lives another day. Yo just surviving. Forever and ever and ever.
Leary, no extra TC. Important to say, because Yo is piling up on that idle TC time, lost 8 villagers in total, but now, well, now he doesn't have a PD. Actually, I was looking at his research. There's not too much space to put farms, especially where you start, but he does have that expansion, so he needs to use his wood.
8 villagers lost now this game for Mr. Yo, but he continues to hold on. He's killed another Scorpion. We have to reiterate that the micro on the Scorpions has been fantastic from Leary. Khmer Eco just keeps scaling ahead and ahead and ahead with those farms behind, and Mr. Yo knows that. He also knows that Leary is still probably 1 TC. The second one's just being added now. So he's going to try and catch up on villager count by making that 3rd town center. If Yo was in Leary's position here, one thing that he would have done is probably scouted the rest of the map, and that shows, you know, maybe one of Yo's strengths. He loves the vision, he loves the knowledge, and he wouldn't let someone expand like Leary has. Leary's more relying on just smothering his opponent. And if Yo wants to have a chance in this set, this is what he's got to do. He's got to go for those sneaky little plays, got to take advantage of that. Knight's coming in for the Mangonels. I mean, it was a good dive from Leary.
Yeah. That was definitely the right move. Mangonel going down. Those 2 Knights got sniped a couple of villagers in the back as well. As we see more snipes from those 2 hero Mangonels. Nice splits from Leary too.
Beautiful splits, but we've seen this before. Mr. Yo, again, just keeping the Mangonels alive. He takes out another Scorpion. Will he be able to save these Mangonels against the Knights? The monks are over here targeting, but the Scorpions are also firing on them. He gets another Mangonel.
Nice. A conversion is in, however.
Only one Knight converted. Both Mangonels go down. It's a lot of Knights lost, though, from Leary.
And all the siege, all the Scorpions.
Yeah. Yo lives another day. That seems to be the theme of this game so far. We're 25 minutes in. Remember, Leary got to the castle edge at 9 minutes and 57 seconds. And Yo is still alive here. And he's still trying to catch up on villagers. He's not too far behind as Leary now stretches out for a TC. Yo will see that. He'll see that they're all builders. He'll assume that it's going to be a town center.
Yeah, this is important. Now he knows about his expansion. He does not know about the expansion in the south. These 3 Knights are going to try to take more damage.
That might have been the dumbest Knight I've ever seen in my entire life. The pathing on that Knight was so bad.
Like, he's trying his best.
He is. Yeah, the Knight, yes. I mean, he's been converted. He switched sides. Then he goes over there, and Leary's blocking him.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
no
so
complaints to Nilly, please.
More pop for Leary still. 72 to 55. Less villagers for Mio, even though he did have that second TC and the third one up way earlier. But apparently Leary has just been doing a better job producing behind all of this constant pressure that
it's
he
a
has.
second barracks for Yo. He hasn't even gotten the pikeman upgrade. It's just
What
a
are we
second barracks.
thinking about?
Pikeman Mangonel.
Okay, in the long run too, only foraging for the shoe.
I mean, we're looking at this Civ matchup, right? And it just comes down to, for the shoe, I think it always just comes down to Arbalest Traction Trap.
Right.
Right? Like Arbalest Traction Trap. You could mix in White Feather Guard. I don't think that would be that bad, actually, against Khmer.
Especially mixed in with a couple of
Yeah,
halbs.
but that's a long way away, right? So right now, Yo's just still trying to stay alive. He's just still trying to catch up on villager count to Leary. And he's almost there. I mean, it's 66 villagers for Leary, 63 villagers for Mr. Yo as Mr. Yo targets the Knights for a conversion. Devotion comes in at the absolute perfect time here for Leary. Heavy Plow also on the way for Leary. 27 on food for him. It's so easy to have farming eco for the Khmer. And Yo has never had an opportunity for a counterattack at all this game.
Not even counterattack, but like just defending. You're already forced on 2 barrack pikes, and it just feels so hard for him to take any fight because of those pesky Scorpions with 1 extra range sniping the monks. Like, you're adding a couple of monks trying to get a conversion on the Knights, but you can't keep the monks alive.
One thing I'd love to see from Leary, and maybe we'll see it with the second Siege Workshop, I'm surprised he hasn't added a Mangonel of his own yet. Because Mr. Yo really doesn't have anything to deal with the Mangonels. He's taking advantage of the extra Scorpion range. He's going for Knights, but like 1 Mangonel from Leary, and he could take out the monks. He could deal a good damage against the pikemen. He could actually do something against the buildings, and maybe snipe the Mangonels from Mr. Yo.
I think he was struggling a bit with the wood eco. However, he did just have it now, but he chose to invest that wood into another workshop.
Yeah, the workshop is forward. Some more units coming out for Leary. That's the theme of this. Mr. Yo surviving. Leary trying to kill him off. That's a bit of an overextension for that's a lot of an overextension for Mr. Yo as he comes in with the Mangonels and the Pikemen, and the Knights just clear them up. The Pikemen needed superior numbers there to do anything. The conversions couldn't come in for Yo. They did come in for Leary, and now this is a big problem. Yo went a little bit too far. His villagers are still exposed on the gold and the wood line, and Leary is coming in for a raid.
That was such a dominant fight for Leary, even before +2 armor was in, and now a lot of villagers will die here, Dave.
A lot of villagers going down. Panic TC for Mr. Yo. It's going to be just on time, but I think Leary can just sit underneath that and kill all of the villagers that couldn't fit inside. And once again, Mr. Yo just playing catch-up in this game. He's trying to match the villager numbers, trying to match the eco of Leary, but Leary does not stop. He's got 2 stables producing Knights. He's still producing villagers behind it. Khmer eco is crazy. He doesn't even need the siege anymore. He can just keep trading Knights for villagers, and he's going to be fine because he knows he has that lead.
Mr. Yo's Hail Mary right now probably is a castle. He does have the stone for it, but where do you put it?
Here
forward,
it comes.
Forward on one of the what? One of the 3 bases that Leary has. Like, does Leary care about this when he has a full map control in the south of?
You know, the
map?
thing that this does, though, which happens in a lot of Yo games, he oftentimes gets behind early, and then he creates chaos. And Yo absolutely thrives in chaos, right? He can extend the game an extra 10, 20 minutes just from something like this. You see Leary like pulling the villagers away, but he shift click back to the TC first. So Yo might actually get some villager kills here. The first villager kill of the game for Mr. Yo.
It was a capybara.
It was a capybara. I'm sure you're very, very pleased about that.
No loss.
As it goes down underneath the TC, still 98 villagers from Leary. And Leary not focusing on trying to deny that castle. He's still just camping under the TC of Mr. Yo, and that's the right decision. That's so much idle eco.
Absolutely. He's just going to continue to expand more in the south. He has a whole lot more stone. I wouldn't mind Leary going on stone, even though he could finish the game without a castle. Like, look at his resources. He's preparing to go up, Dave.
Yeah, he's thinking about it. I don't know what going up to Imperial Age gets you if you're in Leary's position. Until you have a castle, I think it's probably better to just keep spamming knights, right? Maybe make more stables.
What about going Rams?
Rams for what, though? You can kill everything with your knights. Like, you can kill everything but the castle with your knights at the moment.
So the Rams...
I mean, the Rams might work against the castle, but the castle doesn't mean anything if Yo has 20 villagers, right? Or if he's got 10 villagers. Even that wood line isn't fully protected by the castle. I think Leary will be looking to go up to the Imperial Age now, but he's also transferred 20 onto stone, so he can have that castle up as he reaches the next stage, and he can just make the traps right away.
There we go. Imperial Age is in the queue for him. His knights are just going to jump on every TC, on every production building. Yo is just going to struggle to keep a base alive. Like right now, he has 1,000 wood in the bank. That's going to bring him some passive food income. But where's the safety nest for Yo? Where does he run to?
So Yo's Hail Mary play here is no! Leary, we can't do this again! We cannot! Again. That's the MTC.
No.
That is the Imperial Age TC. Brother, we've been through this before.
Not once.
Not multiple times. Oh my goodness, Leary. I mean, it won't even matter. He'll get the resources back, he'll put it into more knights, unless the White Feather Guard is significantly better than we all expect. They're going to take a fight against the knights. They do slow units when they first engage. They do have a bonus against cavalry, but Mr. Yo can't get it done, and Imperial Age is not denied there. Leary takes game 1, non-stop pressure. I was really impressed by how Yo survived, but more than that, I was really impressed by Leary's build, how quickly he was into Castle Age, and the civilization selection for him. He countered Yo's strategy perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, was doing well under all that pressure. Something just didn't click there. His expansion was just in time. I did like the second TC up in the north, but maybe more farms earlier there that were hidden from Leary's aggression to kind of like continue the production of the villagers from both of those TCs. I don't know, somewhere along the line, it just felt like he just couldn't keep up with Leary's aggression.
Honestly, I think he did the best you can do. I think Leary just won the game in the draft before this even started. Like the with that build and Kimura FC, I don't see how the Shu do anything to stop that. Unless Mr. Yo is going for early pressure and denies the Siege Workshop or something, but like just thinking about what Yo could have done better, I can't come up with an answer here. I think Leary just had the better early game Civ and in Castle Age, had the better build and took advantage of it. Mr. Yo shouldn't feel too bad about that. Maybe should have read the Civ draft a little bit better before getting into that game.
Oh, these snipes were absolutely beautiful. The micro was very good for both of them. Maybe Yo kind of getting no, actually that house.
This was the big moment for Leary because those mangonels had so many kills, right? And they were very annoying. And Yo was being super safe with them. And then once Leary mixes in the knights and he's got enough eco to go for the cavalry, he just comes in and snipes them.
Yeah. And then he just runs in, kills more villager at the wood line.
And that's where like the map with that little rocky path comes into play so much.
Oh my God, this fight! Like, look at this fight without even +2 on his side. He just like clears up everything and runs in.
And remember, Leary got devotion early, so he wasn't afraid of taking that fight.
Yeah.
He sniped the monks with the scorpions. It was fantastic. Mr. Yo just trying to defend. This is another example throughout this game of Mr. Yo trying to do something, trying to find an answer, but Leary just had all of the solutions. I'm really sad that Imp wasn't denying in that TC. I think Yo knew the game was over. He went for White Feather Guard, and he took that engagement, and he's like, we'll see how well these do.
Yeah.
If I win against the Knights, then I continue. If I trade equally against the Knights, then I resign. And he looked like he was kind of trading equally.
I mean, it probably would not have mattered. In the end, it didn't matter at all. I mean, probably Yo knew that Leary is up to the next stage. Maybe he didn't know it's from that TC right under his castle, but still.
I think that bodes well for the set because I think Yo mechanically played very, very well that game. We saw the snipes, we saw the running with the mangonels, the micro there, getting the light cav. You know, even the conversions were coming in nicely for him, but Leary was just one step ahead with the technologies. And then the extra range on the Scorpions punished Yo so hard. So we'll see if he can pull this back. I mean, it's a best of 7. He's got at least two more losses to give up before he's out, right? 3 more losses to give up. And he will now pick Amazonia as the next map. And this is a very, very surprising Civ pick for me.
Wow.
Magyars against Vietnamese. Vietnamese is kind of meta here. Why do you think Mr. Yo has gone for the Magyars?
No, I don't know if I watched too much ladder cheese lately, but I'm thinking Phosphor Rush.
I don't know if Phosphor does that much here, though.
Because right? It's a hybrid map. I feel like a Phosphor Rush does not work on a water map, on a hybrid map. You have another source of food income.
Yeah.
You have another place to expand. I mean, as far as I know, Magyar Hazard don't swim.
Yeah.
So
I don't think they've got wings. They don't have flippers, right?
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I mean, I was shocked to see this.
Well, I think, let me explain the thought process I have here for Mr. Yo. I think he just knows that this map is always going to go late game. He's going to try and get into his late game composition, which on land is very, very powerful for Magyars. Also, one thing that Magyars really benefit from, if you're going water, is the extra melee attack upgrade. So it doesn't really make a difference for forging if it's like Hulk versus Hulk, but it does make a difference in Castle Age if you get iron casting, right? So maybe that's the thought process there for him if he's going to play Hulk versus Fire or Hulk versus Galley or something like that. It benefits him on water, and then he's got a good late game army composition.
Here's the doc. Maybe he's going to be a mix of both. Maybe he's just going to be playing this classic. It's a tricky map, so let's talk a bit about it. You both start on an island. You don't have a lot of resources. Some hunt, but you can't get baited pushing in that hunt because you have a lot of scouting to do. You have to scout the position of your boars. You have to scout that your enemy's scout is not there to lame your boars because they're at the very end of the bridge. Both of them already took them in, and then there's so many capybaras left to be, discovered and sent back to the TC. That's a very good source of food long term, on top of the shore fish that you get early from the villagers and later on fish and chips on dip fish.
Yeah, the food is just so consistent. Even if you got kicked off the water early, there's still plenty of food sources here on either side, which usually means this map goes to Imperial Age more or less consistently. I think it's been very few games where we've seen a player resign in this map before they even hit Imp, right? So Capybara's coming in for Mr. Yo. I count 15 there as he begins to push in the Rhea as well. Feudal Age on the way a little bit faster for Leary. Yo's going to delay his a little bit more. Vietnamese should theoretically have a better economy than the Magyars with the eco upgrades coming in faster, not costing wood as well. So economically, they will have the better boom. But if we're thinking about late game compositions on lands, and the Magyar Navy isn't even that bad, I prefer Mr. Yo. I think Magyar Hussar Cav Archer, even against Imsker and Fire Lancer, I think it's really, really solid.
I guess Imsker and Fire Lancer.
And especially with the amount of areas that you need to attack here, like the mobility is going to help you a ton, right? Just Bombard Cannon is the difference maker.
What
for
about
me.
mixing Ratons in?
Well, Ratens are good as well, but it's kind of tough, right? Because you got to keep them all in one mass. We're getting really far ahead of ourselves, though.
Yeah, exactly. Because for now, Yo is just getting Loom. It's going up to the next stage. It's 30 pop, 24 villagers, 5 fishing ships. Does he add an extra dock? I don't think he
I think
will.
it's just a straight fast castle.
I think so too.
Yeah, it's just a straight fast castle for Mr. Yo. He's going to give up the water initially against Leary. He might try and go for some hulks if Leary opens fire, just to force Leary to invest. And Yo is on the stone, so he's thinking about going Magyar Hussar. Will Leary spot this? Leary spots it right away. The question is, can you stop it? I'd love to see also some walls around that stone. There's the walls from Leary.
Immediately. Now, the other important thing here is that we talked about the island that you start on. There's no stone on gold in there for, like, you know, to mine it. You have to go out in the open. You have to be exposed out on the mainland. There still is some gold on the water. There's oysters around the docks. Only 450 gold per tile, though, so I feel like those are going to run out. I still think that he's fine until he gets to Castle Age. And then if you're Leary, you just get to Castle Age with such a better eco, with so much more food, with such a better, you know, setup. And then what is Yo going to do? Bang those Magyar Hussars into the stone walls?
I think Yo is crafty, as we would say, right?
Crafty.
He's gonna find
like
a way
that
in,
word.
right? And I'm gonna make a hard call out here. It's probably gonna be wrong, like 95% of my hard call outs. But at some point, we might see a sneaky dock transport ship for Mr. Yo to try and get those Magyar Hussar in. We also want to keep track of where that castle location is going to go, as Yo will build the market with the stone villagers. The resources looking good. Should be able to click up soon. Love the adaptation for Leary as soon as he sees this strategy for Mr. Yo, which is actually really transparent now that he's seen him on the stone. He's just going to queue up more fishing ships. He's going to have like 9 fishing ships. I think that's probably enough. I think going above 10 is maybe not the smartest idea because there's really not that many resources to take here. But he'll try and get that advantage of having that water early and not having to invest too much for it. Only 4 fire galleys.
You don't think fish traps would be good?
No.
If
No.
you're
way too big of an investment. Yeah, way too big of an investment for Leary. Also, not something that is in his playbook, right? Not really his style.
Yeah, I mean,
as well.
that is true.
And fish traps, super easy to take out the fishing ships on them if any units get close. Also really easy to take out the traps themselves. So it's 100 wood for such a massive basically time sink to wait for that food to get paid back. Stone walls on the side is crazy to me. Like Leary's stone walls around that bridge, and then he full stone walls the side. He's so nervous about Mr. Yo getting him with those Magyar Hussar, and I'd love to see Yo scouting. Like, has Yo seen any of this? He saw the stone walls there. He'll probably come in around the other side, but I'm thinking, okay, Danny, hear me out. If I'm Mr. Yo, I go for the castle here on this side. I make some Magyar Hussar, and then I sneak a villager to the back of Leary's pond, like on the other side where the Navy can't reach, make a dock, and then transport the Magyar Hussar over. I think that's like a pretty consistent play, because he owns this side of the map right now.
Leary would not see that coming.
No.
Oh my god. Yeah, but you see, you wall that little area in front of the bridge. Yo has all the herdables on that side. Look at the horde going to his
I think Leary's fine with that, right? Because he knows Yo's on stone. He knows Yo's going to go for the castle, and he's got the fish. So Leary's going to have the significantly better eco. He is 2 minutes behind a Castle Age, and I'm curious what he opens with here, whether it's just a boom or whether it's a castle of his own. Potentially, that could just be for another TC.
You can't just boom it out, because I was going to add, I do think that the reason why he went for those big walls is that so he has an expansion.
Yeah.
We did talk about gold and stone not being available, only in oysters, and well, those are probably run out already. So now he just wants 1 or 2 TCs there. Maybe defend with a couple of monks. He's behind stone walls. Just live his life. But
I'm
that's
not fully certain that it's all in on the Hussar. They might make a few of them, but with this castle here, he could also add docks and contest the water again. And there's nothing Leary could do about it. So he could push out with the docks underneath the castle if he gets his eco sorted. I mean, his eco is still pretty stretched at the moment. But this opens up some possibilities for Mr. Yo if he can't initially get through the walls from Leary. And Leary's even walled behind the houses. I mean, that's impressive stuff
I love
for Leary.
that. I love that. He's safe. He's safe. Like we said earlier, it's semifinals, no risks.
And there's the first dock from Mr. Yo. This is an interesting strategy from him. Really, really fascinating stuff. We haven't really seen anything like this. Mr. Yo, turning the brain on. We'll see if it's actually turns out to be a good idea. Petard now coming out from him to get through the walls. He's probably fully scouted the walls. He needs 2 of them to get through Castle Age.
Yeah. Maybe he was betting on the fact that Leary will still be feudal age for a while. Then 1 petard would have worked.
It would have been hilarious if Leary just like instantly dropped the university and got fortified wall. Just grief Mr. Yo as Yo goes for a second TC now. Leary's going to have the castle behind, so he'll have a defensive castle. He buys some stone for it. He also has the second town center. Still taking stone long distance, but he doesn't really care. Still has a huge eco lead because of the fish.
Yeah, that's a very, very nice setup for him.
But the Magyar Hussar are dangerous. We've seen it.
They are, but a monk is already in the queue. There's that castle in defense. No upgrades whatsoever on the fortifications or on the unique unit, of course, from Leary, which is the Rotten Archer.
Yeah, Yo wants to contest water a little bit more now. He's building up the hulks. Remember, they do get iron casting for free. Still expanding his eco as well. I think the key here for Mr. Yo, he'll probably have a ton of confidence in the Magyars. The key is just to stall out the game, try and equalize the eco at some point, as Leary will lose the monk and see the petards. Nothing he can do about that right now. And then eventually get to Imperial Age and get your Cav Archer Mass and get your Magyar Hussar. Maybe get a few relics in as well. Just get to the Imperial Age on equal footing, and I think Yo would be happy.
The only issue in situations like this, what I feel like, is that Mr. Yo has to do some damage. Has to kill a couple of those, because what happened here is that he had all of those villagers on the way up, all to stone. Those villagers could have been on resources, on wood for farms, on food. So that kind of slows you down from an economic perspective.
Great gate there from Leary to try and get this conversion. I mean, counterpoint to that, Leary also had the villagers on stone, right? So it equalizes a little bit, but obviously Leary had the fish as well, right? So Leary still does have a better eco. Yo gets 2 villagers. Res collected is, all things considered, not that bad. And there's also a threat for Leary of losing those 10 fish now because Yo is investing more onto water. So Yo could get eco damage there. He got a few villager kills over on the other side. We see the monks now from Leary, walled in. Beautiful job from him, playing super, super defensive. And he gets a Mr. Yo conversion against Mr. Yo. Minimum timer. Yo's not going to be very happy about that. He's known for getting those. And players really, really don't like going up against Mr. Yo with monks, but finally karma strikes back.
I do like that second and third TC Yo added behind this. 18 on food, that's the perfect amount to keep them all those 3 TCs running. He will have to add in a couple more Hussars though as well. Or maybe not. Or maybe he just keeps his mass and roams around trying to get a couple of snipes here and there. Eco KD is still in Leary's favor, but that might be because of a lot of the fishing ships.
I think I really like the position that Yo's in right now. I think I really, really like it. Like, he's holding Leary into the base. No pressure coming forward from Leary at all. The eco for Leary is still fantastic. I mean, he's getting handcart as well, but what is Yo doing with all of this map control while Leary is sitting there? He's grabbing the relics, right? He's setting up for the late game. Leary did manage to snipe 1 relic, And he does have a Rattan mess now, so Yo's got to be a little bit careful. But
one armor only on those Mega Hussars.
I think he's fine. And now Leary's opening himself up for some more damage on the other side. The only concerning thing for me, if you're in Yo's position, is the fact that Leary's macro is great, his eco upgrades are in, and he might be up to Imperial H way, way faster than you.
Yeah, that's the thing, and that could snowball. I mean, this TC on stone, I like it. I think he's going to keep a couple of those villagers on stone, maybe get either a defensive castle on that side, or maybe he's going to decide that's going to be his area of push, because he has stone walls on this side.
Great job from Yo to come over here and try and clear this Navy. He's got the Hulk, he's got the fire behind, he's got the Magyar Hussar, and Leary will have to invest a little bit more on water. There's the medium warships upgrade on the way for him. Bodkin Arrow on the way for him too. Yo will investigate the other side. Has he spotted that town center? Has he spotted that expansion? He has. Town Watch is in for the outpost. So Mr. Yo knows exactly what Leary's trying to do. He's trying to get access to a few extra resources on the side. He can definitely punish that. And I'm looking at the stone count from Yo. If he wants to punish that, a castle might be in the cards here pretty soon.
Yeah, but Leary, like I was saying earlier, he will keep all of those villagers on stone, and there will be enough stone for a counter castle. 2 villagers will go down here.
You just always find damage with Magyar Hussar.
Yeah.
You keep running around. They're so fast. You just avoid the units from your opponent, and you'll always find damage. Speaking of damage, Leary coming forward with the Rattans, looking for some damage of his own. He's going to cross the bridge. He knows the castle is there, so he's just trying to make Mr. Yo react to something. And this is surprising to me that Leary would run in this way, but he will be able to get through that palisade wall, and I think this is panic time for Mr. Yo. These Rattans have a lot of Pierce armor. They can kind of run under this CC and just get into the back of Yo's eco. Oh boy, great quick walls from Leary.
God. While he was doing all of that, he had time to go back and quick wall all of that?
Fantastic job. That's where he was paying attention. The Rattan's still in here. Yo will panic wall behind this, but that's a lot of idle eco for Yo, and he can't deny that castle from Leary over on the other side. Leary's eco still looking fantastic. Eco upgrades are in. 84 eco for him, 74 villagers, and the food count, gold count is just enough to go up to the Imperial Age. How will Yo match this? Will Yo be able to get a push going to take out that economy before Leary gets there? As Leary moves in, you can see his point of view and instantly looks back towards his castle. That was the riskiest part in his base as he goes for the double house and the palisade and is still paying attention to the Rattans. Well done from Leary. Magyar Hussar now pushing in towards the Rattans. Will Yo be able to take out all this army? I think he can.
Yeah, I think Yo is going to absolutely clear this up. Now, my question is, what is Leary going to continue with? He's on the way to Imperial Age. Will he continue the production of Rattan archers and push with castles, chemistry, bomber cannons, or will he add in a couple of fire lancers to just help soak in a couple of that damage from the Magyar Hussars and do bonus damage of their own?
I think it's like, he definitely wants fire lancers, but I think losing that big, massive Rattans is a little tough, right? Because now he's got to get more Rattans on the field.
Yeah.
And probably a little bit over-aggressive from him to push in like that. Rams are in the Siege Workshop. Yo's building up for a push. The 2 converted Magyar Hussar are actually really annoying now for Mr. Yo because Leary's going to be on this side. He wants to convert them back, and he does. He gets a nice little Yo conversion of its own. Instant. But now his Rams will feel a little bit more free. He's also sending villagers forward. He's going to drop a castle there, and he's going to start the push. But Leary senses this. Like, Leary knows that something's up. He sees the flags on that Siege Workshop for a very long time. He's going to go for some gates. They can't stop the Rams alone, but they can delay the Rams long enough for Leary to get more support over to this side.
Absolutely. Rattan archers are there. Monks behind the castle. Monks need to come forward here and try to get a couple of conversions. Oh my god, will he be able to stop this? I think he should. Villagers will be there as well. I don't like that he opened all of that, but I mean, he had no choice. Otherwise, you lose all your Rattans.
I mean, there's a couple different purposes for a castle, right? You want to kill your opponent, you want to secure resources, you want to like make the game crazy. The purpose of this castle is to delay for a few minutes, and that's exactly what Yo wants. He wants to buy himself time to get the imp as well.
That was fantastic micro there from Leary. He was even downhill, and he managed to get away with more than half his military. Now a trap popped out. One thing that's great about the Vietnamese, especially when you're pushing with a castle like this, is that they get instantly conscription.
Yes.
So that trap was immediately out. Rams are still here, but villagers are garrisoning the castle, and villagers now, if those Rams are getting closer and closer to the castle, they could hop out and try to do a couple of, to give a couple of hits.
I love the way that Mr. Yo plays the game. I absolutely love it. Like, you think about a castle like this, he knows he's not going to be able to take out the castle from Leary. He 100% knows when he builds that castle. He's just trying to buy himself time. And that's exactly what he's done. He's already on the way to Imperial Age. We'll see if it works at the end of the day. But, I mean, he's bought himself enough time to click up. He's bought himself enough time to get up to 50 on food now. So excellent eco behind for Mr. Yo. And he's also killed a few villagers from Leary.
Yeah.
Now, Leary has defended this very nicely.
Yeah.
He's not like falling into panic mode, right? He's not making the game as crazy as Mr. Yo wants it to be, and he's slowly trebbing this castle back. But he has other concerns as well. The Magyars are in on the side again. Mr. Yo constantly pressuring Leary's economy, constantly forcing Leary to sit back. And if we learned anything from last game, it's that Leary wants to be in that forward position. He wants to be pressuring. He doesn't want to be the guy defending.
One thing that I will point out, first of all, I agree how Mr. Yo is reacting to everything, how he's adapting, how he's putting all that pressure, buying himself time. He's on the way up to the next stage as well. But we are getting into the point of the game that we kept talking about earlier, the late stage of the game. And it feels like Leary is very comfortable on his position right now, on his comp. He's got a couple of fire dancers. He has 2 armors on them. Last one is missing. Is working on getting it. He has bracer. Not sure if chemistry was in, but I'm assuming so for the rotten archers. So he, yeah, okay, it was it. So he has rotten archers plus fire lancers. While Yo, I don't see him, you know, transitioning anytime soon into those cav archers.
He can't quite yet.
Yeah.
He has to just keep making cavalry. Has
And
to try
time.
and buy himself time. Yeah, it's all about buying time for Mr. Yo. He did collect 3 relics behind this while he had map control. So he's got a good amount of passive gold income coming in. He's still got resources from the other side. Those 2 golds in the north that Leary is controlling right now are definitely an issue long term, as well as the ones in the center. But for the moment, Yo's got enough res control to make things work. And he's just going to try and buy himself enough time with this cavalry. Leary with Elite Fire Lancer on the way, 16 on the field will definitely be a concern as Leary also clears up all of the pressure on the other side. Yo, thinking about sniping those trebs, sees the Fire Lancers, turns around. He's got a fantastic economy, but does he have enough time? How much time is it going to take him to tech switch into a range unit to accompany these? It'll take him at least, what, 5 minutes, 6 minutes?
A lot.
Where will Leary be at the end of that?
Elite Fire Lancers with the last armor now coming in. 4 trebs on the hill, just waiting patiently. Elite Fire Lancers needs to come back in front of the trebs because all of those Magyar Hussars have bonus damage against any type of siege.
Leary's got such good game sense. He knows he's got Yo on the ropes. He knows that Yo is delaying him as long as possible. So what's Leary going to do? He's going to be very patient with his trebs behind the Fire Lancers, build a castle to secure this position, and start taking out all of the production buildings, all of the houses, everything for Mr. Yo, as Yo will make that transition. Ballistics, Bracer, Thumb Ring, Parthian, Chemistry. Still missing Heavy Cav Archer, still not having any Heavy Cav Archer at the moment. He needs time! Leary doesn't want to give him anything.
Leary's ready. All the production of the stables are going to be there forward where, archer ranges are going up a tiny bit more in the back, but I don't think all of this push from Leary is too far behind. Like, he's gonna get there soon.
Yeah, an excellent control on the Fire Lancers. He sees the Magyar Hussars coming in. They do have bonus damage against the siege, but the Fire Lancers are going to take them out eventually. How many trebs can Mr. Yo get? He gets 2 trebs. He's trying to get a 3rd. He won't. and his raiding army also got cleared up. All of those light cav, 8 military on the field for Mr. Yo. The Cav Archer switch, the technologies cost so much. He wasn't producing more cavalry. He tried to go for a raid to make things crazy, to make Leary back up. But at the end of the day, it didn't pan out. Now, recurve bow on the way for Mr. Yo. We said he needed to buy time for all these techs. He's going to have all the techs. Will he have anything alive?
He only currently has 11 Cav Archers on the field. This castle is being attacked only by 2 traps, however, elite Rattan Archers coming in for Leary. You know, one aspect that I love here from Leary is that he's not adding bomber cannons even though he does have access to them. He doesn't need them because with Magyar CA on the field, they're so squishy. They can be sniped so easily.
Yeah, I mean, you want to be very, very far away from Yo's castle and protecting your trebs with the fire lancers. You don't want the bomber cannons wandering all over the place, right?
And bumping into your fire
exactly,
lancer.
and the trebs are doing more.
Yeah, exactly.
The trebs are harder to snipe than the bomber cannons. So that's the whole thought process there with Leary. He's working away on the castle. The Cav Archers are very, very good, especially with Parthian now against the fire lancers, as we see more light cap coming out from Yo. He's still trying to hold this castle. Can he take out those trebs in time? That's the question. He needs to take out those trebs, but Leary has been so patient. If Yo had even sniped 1 treb, he might have been able to keep repairing this castle. He's not able to, and the castle falls, and Yo taps out. I love the strategy attempt there from Yo, but Leary is just too good. He's too consistent.
What a fantastic game. Okay, I mean, Yo had a game plan, and Leary read it immediately. Reacted accordingly. He took all the right steps. He didn't hang out, you know, too much in feudal age. Just like you said, 4 fires to seal the deal. Added more fish, stone walls expanded to the side. By the time Magyar Hussars arrived to his base, he already had a castle up. He already had a TC up. Monks were in the queue. Everything was set up for a great defense.
Yeah, and he had probably never encountered this either on this map, right?
Yeah.
So this was new to him. But as soon as you see the stone, I mean, that's just an instant signal of what's happening. And instantly into the stone walls, as you said. Also, stonewalling the entire other side was genius. Going for the castle meant the Magyar Hussar couldn't really commit. He went for the monastery early. He added a couple extra fishing ships. Yo still got to the Imperial Age, still got into Cav Archers. But the timing for Leary was just like, Yo needed another 2 minutes of safety to get his mass. And then Leary has a big problem. Leary didn't give him that. Leary was just right onto him immediately in Imperial Age.
Absolutely. So we're going to see next. Where do you think Mr. Yo's mentals are right now? There's 5 games left. He needs to win 4 of them to go to the final.
I think, like I said, Mr. Yo's a vibes-based player, right? Like, and I honestly don't think he's played too poorly here. The micro has been fine. There hasn't been that many bad engagements. The fights against Leary have actually been okay, other than the 30 light cav that he sent in, but I think he was paying attention to something else when they died. He'll be calm. He won't be nervous at all. He's just going to give it his best shot. He knows that Leary is probably on paper a better player than him, right? And he's going to have to be a little bit tricky. He tried a new strategy here. He got counter Civ picked on the first one. Don't think he's going to be feeling too poorly about himself. All he needs is 1 win.
Yep. Absolutely. I would assume he probably thinks that he's more comfortable maybe on this hybrid water-like maps. Now, in the same time, this was a hybrid water map, and
but
he
this
went
one
for
was like more of a late game kind of thing. It's hard to get a sneak attack. You saw it. Like, it's really, really tough to get a sneak attack here if your opponent walls the bridge, right? That made life very difficult for him. It was just good problem solving from Leary. Where would you go if you're... Oh, it looks like we're going to Pentanel. Okay.
Another FC-like type map. Depends where you put your TC.
Yeah.
Yeah. If the TCs are on 2 separate islands, as we see that Yo is going to go for the Berbers and Leary is going to go for the Way, I could see these 2 going for FC. These 2 civs.
I think Berbers is likely. Way FC for Leary into Jeanbei. is that good against Berbers. They have Genitors, they have cheap camels as well. Think there's some solutions there for Mr. Yo. It'll heavily depend on their scouting early and where they see their opponent's town center as we are in to game number 3.
Going towards the same island though.
Same island. Same island gets a little bit crazy here. Mr. Yo with the first TC already. Leary's still looking for that optimal TC placement, and it's going to be significantly later than Yo's. And he can see where the position of Mr. Yo's town center is. Mr. Yo doesn't know where the town center from Leary is, but he did see the villager kind of walking in that direction.
Yeah.
So he might know that Leary is over there.
Yeah,
Yo's
exactly.
TC is way faster.
I feel like even if he saw those villagers moving that direction, maybe some people could say, yeah, but does he know that it's on this island or it's on the outer area? No, I feel like you have to put it on this island because you have to get control over this gold. Only gold on this map is on those 2 islands. Like on the outer area is just stone and hunt and...
Yeah, I don't think even in the qualifiers, and of course the main event, I don't think I've seen anyone TC the outside.
I remember
initially.
seeing one, but actually it might have been a show match, not even a qualifier.
Yeah, the gold supply is just way too important. You have to secure that as Leary brings in the first javelina. Another bonus for the Berbers here is the villager speed, right? So you get to that town center earlier. You can scout with the villager a little bit better as Leary pulling some tricks of his own. He's blocking out that boar. Yo's going to take it along the water where Leary can't wall it. And Leary is being as annoying as he possibly can. Yo's just going to stand still and wait for Leary to get tired. And Leary does get tired. Leary's had enough of that. He's going to run away with the villager. Yo will get the javelina home safe. No capybara for Yo under the TC. So many for Leary. As Yo is running into the town center over there, so he does know exactly where Leary is.
Oh!
And Leary, you knew the town center was there, brother. Yo snipes the villager. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, I was focused. I was about to say, Leary might have stole a couple from Yo's when he was moving that villager
I think so.
To build his TC. He has a lot of them. I like how he's just like keeping them safe behind the TC. Like, and now we see the replay of all of those shenanigans were going on with a javelina.
I think if you ask Leary about the start of this game, he will tell you that he's been trying to do too much. It's a little too much, right? Just let him get the 300 food and go. Just go build your house. Go do something else. Yo is expending a lot less energy on that than you are, and you've already lost a villager because you were trying to be a little bit too aggressive. There are capybara. As we were saying, Yo was short on them. There are capybara in the north for him. So he does have some scouting around the map. Leary's got most of his near the TC. We've got the villagers up here as well. Yo could probably look around a little bit. I do see the villager lead as well for Yo. I assume that Leary got Loom. We can check that a little bit. Yo does not have it.
No.
Leary definitely didn't have it when he got sniped by the TC, but he's also Loom and lost the villager already. And a later TC as well.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Could be anything. Could be just gathering as much food as possible. A reminder that on this map, there's a lot of hunt. A lot of it. You can just bring it. You also cannot dock on this map. So unfortunately, no fish booms, no sneaky demos, no anything. It's just for cosmetic purposes and for other people to not wall your boards in or whatnot. Feudal Age for Leary.
Yeah, and I think it's probably necessary, right? When you're this close to your opponent, there's 2 choices. You either go fast castle, and if you can't go fast castle because you know you're slower, because Exhibit A, you've lost a villager.
Yeah.
And your TC was up way later. Then you have to go feudal and try and deny any fast castle pressure from Yo. It's going to definitely be fast castle from Yo. It's going to be a castle drop attempt from Yo. I don't know if he's going to get it in a good position, though, because Leary will be up to feudal age so much quicker.
What even is a good position? Because even if it's close enough to his TC, I think it still ranges Leary's.
Yeah, I mean, right on that gold is ideal.
Yeah.
Right? So Leary's going to have to set something up to stop that. You could make a couple of houses there maybe, but then Yo can go around the other side. It's going to be really, really difficult for Leary, and I think he recognizes that That's the reason he went up to Feudal Age so quickly. If they were on opposite islands, I could easily see a fast castle for both. But being so close, if you feel like you're behind, you have to deny that castle. You can't let it go up on your town center.
I think here is going to struggle to go to Castle Age. I don't know. I always say something like that. Sorry. I always say something like that, and then I change my mind completely. He has just so many capybaras, so he can just like sit on them under the TC. He has the woodline there. He has the gold there. And then, of course, Leary might be scouting for people on stone, and he could just get a tower up on stone. But, you know, just that tower behind that woodline, and pushes you off completely.
Yeah, fortunately for Yo, he almost has 500 wood in the bank. So he can already make the market blacksmith. He has the mill from before, right? And he's got the 2 javelinas under the TC. I think this would be quite comfortable for Mr. Yo. I think this is a really nice build. He actually might be up a little bit late, to be honest. We'll see once the villagers drop off the food. It'll be something that we have to look at. The timing here is going to be crucial for him. And Archer can't go too close to the town center. He can loop around the other side. There's a couple weak villagers as well from the javelina before. As Mr. Yo will start building that market blacksmith. No surprise there for Leary. He'll make a tower over on the right side. That's not a bad tower because it ranges that woodline and that gold, and it kind of shuts him down a little bit. I think he'll rely on his military to deny any castle on the front side.
I think he's comfortable on gold. He can still take it from next to TC. For now, obviously, later on, like we said, that woodline doesn't last that long, so he will have to break out from this confidence from his comfort zone. But yeah, a castle right there. Like, even if he doesn't ranges Leary's TC, you just place down a castle in between those 2 golds, and that's first of all straight on Leary's production.
Does that tower range? No.
No.
Not even. I think with fletching, it might range like one of the 2 tiles of gold on the outside.
Yeah.
But doesn't quite get the villagers. As we see a couple of those villagers being ranged. Wow. Good math there from Leary. I mean, it ranges everything but the guys on the corner, and Leary sees a weak villager. He goes in and snipes it. Only 3 archers for him, though, and it's a minute and a half away from Castle Age for Yo. If he can get that castle, I think the ideal position is right up against the range from Leary. Like right there,
exactly.
Like range in the TC if you feel like you're safe there. But I think it's going to be forced right next to the town center from him because the archer is standing on the ideal foundation spot.
I mean, you could just pull all the boys.
Yeah, but the archer is still there, right? It makes things super messy. You'd almost rather be comfortable going into camel archers, fighting a feudal age opponent with your castle up than risking something that Doubt might do in his dreams. Or nightmares. Probably nightmares. Castle Age 10 seconds away for Mr. Yo. Food is looking good for Leary. He got the eco upgrade, so he has a significant villager lead right now. But remember, he still has to go up to the next stage as Yo attempts to go for a castle. That castle is 100% being completed, despite the fact that Leary's got archers all over the place. But Yo's kind of griefed himself with the villager placements a little bit. Has to run these 3 back around. The question for me is whether that ranges the town center from Leary's still. Does the corner of that castle actually get the TC if he gets Bodkin Arrow?
Maybe with Bodkin Arrow, but definitely not right now. Definitely not with fletching. What's going on with Leary Stone archers seeking for those vills?
Yeah, the archer's looking around. It's still only 1. Camel archer's now coming out. Mr. Yo going for a siege workshop. It looks so close, Danny. If he gets Bodkin, maybe he could do it. Also, he could go for like a ram and a couple petards and take out the town center before Castle Age comes in. But it's a big. I would love it as well, but it's a big investment, and for all you know, Leary could be up a minute earlier.
Okay, my question. Oh.
Ram.
Yep, and a ram to get down the
petards, please.
Not even against the TC. But against the production, you just force him to replace all of that.
Yeah.
Okay, against the TC, you never know. He has villagers there to attack the rams. You can't really do anything about that. You don't want to just waste a ram just like that. You can make a mangonel against the TC, but the ram to take out the production forces a lot from Leary. Leary could just add a second archer range and go for those jambes.
Oh my goodness. Like, Yo has camel archers and he can't even stop that. He's using his ram to go after the tower first. He needs a wood line, to be fair,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
he's running out of the wood over there. So that is smart. He does need a wood line. Needs to clear that up. Needs some consistency. But losing 4 villagers to the archers, or 3 villagers on the retreat from the stone to the archers, is just absolutely brutal for Mr. Yo. I think, ideally for him right now, take out the villagers on the outside from Leary, if you can. Like, use your mobility of the camel archers. There should be some villagers around the outskirts of this map. He's going to find them over here. He'll see the mining camp. Leary on stone a little bit. Not enough for a castle, nowhere near. But there should be opportunities for Yo as he's going to take out the barracks. He'll take out the archer range.
Yeah.
And Leary will be forced to go for a siege workshop behind.
There's just so much value out of that round. Now, when it comes to Yo's eco, he has resources for another castle. Sorry, TC. You know what I would love to see it? On the other island to still take control over the gold and another wood line.
And I think that's where he's going. I think that's a good call right there. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
going to
that-
go right
yeah.
out there for a TC. Excellent call on that. And it's smart. It's more for the wood than the gold, honestly, at this
exactly,
point, right?
Exactly. But in the grand scheme of things, you still secure that pile of gold that you need later on.
Micro battle now. Leary, I think this is not an engagement that he wants to take, but
Yeah.
these are engagements that he's forced to take in order to keep that Mangonel from attacking his town center. His economy is in the toilet right now. I mean, he's got 1 on food. He's adding a couple extra farms. He's got 8 on wood, 12 on gold, 230 stone. Like, that's not really going to give much to you. It's a super difficult position for Leary, and I don't even think Leary has a market to balance it out. He does. Okay, did go for the market. Wasn't just the blacksmith archer range. Camel archer's coming over to the stone.
Oh, they
Leary's
could
in trouble.
find a lot of damage here.
Leary's in trouble. Yo is in the driver's seat. I think if you were to ask him, Yo would say his chances of winning this game are like 90, 95% at this rate. He's attacking the town center. He's got the mobility of the camel archers. He hasn't been hit too hard on eco.
He hasn't. He had hit himself harder in the eco because
Yeah.
look at the eco upgrades. There's none.
It's fine. It's
There's
Penta now.
none.
Does he even have a lumber camp? No, right? No lumber camp for
true.
Mr. Yo. There's a lumber camp for Leary, but none for Mr. Yo. So he doesn't even have the opportunity to go for the upgrade yet.
Yep.
Camel Archer's still roaming around. Leary trying to keep him out. Mr. Yo is there on time. Doesn't hit a single shot, but it's fine. The pressure means a lot. As Leary tries to keep his Mangonel safe, Yo constantly paying attention to that. Good job from both of them to keep those alive.
Oh my God.
Very, very difficult game for both players, but much more difficult for Leary in this situation.
He's defending this with 2 Mangonels, 1 Chambay, 2 Archers, 6 unupgraded skirms.
That's Leary for you, right?
Yeah, I
He
mean-
can make it work.
I would love an outpost here in front of this gold.
Huge. Huge moment here for Mr.
Oh my
Yo.
God.
He finds Leary as Leary attempts to escape from the pressure, and it's out of the frying pan and into the fire here for Leary. He'll send the skirms over. He's going to
my
keep the
God.
villagers in a position underneath the camel archers. Mr. Yo can't really afford to lose all these camel archers, but at least he will find value along the way, killing so many villagers from Leary.
Not having Botkin arrow was huge in this situation.
I think Yo's still fine after losing those camel archers. You don't want to lose your mass, right? But he killed so many vills. He's going to kill this CC. Leary can't repair this CC any longer. It takes so much wood.
Yeah.
Yo would just out-damage any repairs coming in. The hope for Leary now is that he somehow gets a castle up in a good position and he can make some Tiger Cav, but where is the food going to come from? Where are the resources for that going to come from? He might have the stone. I don't know if he has any follow-up.
His farms. His farm. This is
His farm's under the non-existent TC.
Yeah, exactly. This is his entire food eco. Castle ideally would have to go in front of the sea to kind of protect the gold as well. Is that
Ooh.
possible? Oh my God.
Wow. Huge value for Leary if he actually notices this. And he does.
He does.
Of course. It's Leary. Excellent job. Very, very intelligent to send the Jean Bay out there towards the stone again. He's somehow kept this TC alive. Mr. Yo will go for a second Mangonel now. I'm actually curious on where the ram from Mr. Yo is because I think it cleared up a lot. Yeah, it cleared up like 5 houses from Leary over there. Still working away. And it's
Oh
done
my God,
almost
oh,
10,000
what?
damage. That's some value right there. That's an argument for Rams, folks.
Look at the reaction. I just random lumberjack Garrison instantly.
Oh, Mr. Yo, if he can win this, it should be the game. Leary
How?
does take it out.
How?
Leary saves the Mangonel. So important, that fight for Leary. I think if Yo takes out that Mangonel, Leary is 100% dead. But he's kept the town center alive. He's got 37 villagers now. He's thinking about that castle, missing 100 stone for the castle. Maybe he could use the market to buy it. But what a game from Leary to even survive in this position as Yo tries to clear up the army from him. He's got more camel archers now, maybe back towards the economy from Leary instead of taking a fight against the skirmishers and the archers.
This is incredible, Michael, from both of them, honestly. Also,
really,
very,
really solid
very
stuff.
unimportant for this moment right now. But Leary lost a Vil to Gaia.
I mean, it happens. No. I think he might have, yeah, he killed his own villager with the Mangonel when Yo went in with the camel archers. That's why it's a lopsided eco KD.
All right.
Mangonel still
That makes more sense.
fighting here for Yo. Bodcanero finally in. You'll be happy to see that one as he comes back to that same spot, the town center spot with the camel archers in the north. He's still trying to win this engagement. It's still as important as it was before. And Leary again holding the line against Mr. Yo.
Castle could go up, but did Leary intend to buy another to sell stone?
Yeah, I think he went for an
TC.
extra TC.
Yeah,
he needs more protection. He's found himself another stone.
Yeah,
he's
that's
gonna
good.
try and get that castle up. Mr. Yo building up the camel archer mass. Mr. Yo just needed to kill that Mangonel that's absolutely dancing at the moment. He just needed to win one of those 1-for-1s, or maybe even trade, right? And he would have been fine there. Leary is just holding himself in this position, trying to drag himself into an advantageous one with the castle and with Tiger Cap production. So far, he's done a pretty good job.
I was so tunnel vision that he needs a castle in front of that to see.
Still dancing.
Yeah, that I thought he meant to buy the 100 stone, and he sold it. Oh my God! All of
another
those
good
villagers.
raid. Another good raid on the camel archers, and they do have Bodcanero now. Ballistics is on the way.
Oh, that's
Villagers
tragic.
going down. Kind of feeling like this is Mr. Yo's game. He got such a good position early. It was a great strategy from him. Finally takes
Mangonel
out
going
the
down.
Mangonel, and the TC is going down.
It's too
All
weak.
of those villagers are available. Yo takes the game.
We have a semifinal.
We have ourselves a semifinal here in Sao Paulo. Thank you, crowd, for hyping it up. We've got a 2-1 lead for Leary. What was that?
Okay.
Someone's bringing the vuvuzelas in here. That's for the Brazil game later, right? Oh, man.
No, that's for our finals. Come on.
Oh, true. No, finals after the Brazil game. Yeah, exactly. Mr. Yo with an eco lead. Mr. Yo should be in front in terms of the military stats as well. And it all started with just a faster town center, right?
Yeah,
and Leary trying to do maybe way too much in Dark Age.
Yeah, I mean, this was a lot of clicking, a lot of quick walling. Yeah, that was a misclick on the Javelina that he probably would have wanted to take for himself. It's just then losing a villager early on.
This summarizes Leary versus Yo. Like, Leary's
Yeah,
clicking
like-
all over the place,
Oh,
and
okay.
Yo's just standing there, like, having a cigarette.
Yeah.
We're good, bro.
Oh God.
Blacksmith Market. That tower actually ended up being pretty good. I mean, Yo prioritized putting the ram on it early, but Leary just couldn't accomplish what he wanted to in Feudal Age in denying this castle. And I think if you were to ask him, he would have said, yeah, there's no way I was going to deny that. I just wanted to get some damage, right?
Even if you leave all of those vills kind of crippled, half HP, yeah, those are going to be free snipes later on.
And this was good damage here for Mr. Yo. His early camel archers really struggled, though. You pointed it out. Like, not having Bodkin coming into these fights was so brutal for him,
This was
right?
so much weaker
Yeah.
than the raid on the gold.
Like, even that second villager would have died on the first volley.
Absolutely.
Right? Like, some of these would have died faster. He might have been able to deny the entire TC if he had Bodcanero. He's still got some good value.
This house was good for
You'll
Leary,
see the
though.
villager
Yeah.
die. Never mind. Oh.
Yeah, but now look at this. Okay, I think there's 2 or 3 more cam larges as well. But boom, almost one-shotting everything.
Yeah, they should be one-shotting there. Nice job from Mr. Yo, taking advantage of one of his home maps, but he's already used 2, and he's down 2-1 right now. And we go back over to Leary's choice. Sir Tao is there. That is a map that really suits Leary's style of play, trying to kill people in the feudal age. We also have the water map, which is interesting from Leary, but he did manage to snag Vikings. And then we have Lensois Mariniensis for Leary, but it's going to be what are we calling this map? What's the name?
Fernando da Noronha.
That one. It's gonna be that one.
But it's Wu versus Viking, and I'm ready.
See,
I'm ready.
Everyone has the consensus back there that the Vikings are by far the best map or the best civ on this map. Some people believe it might be Celts. I think Wu have an opportunity, and I think
Wu have a lot of opportunities.
Yes, if Yo wants to take advantage of the Wu, I would assume that the strategy would be a faster Castle Age. You get careening in for free, and then you just spam fire ships like crazy. Now,
Perfect.
if Leary suspects that, shouldn't even go into the longboats at all. Should just take advantage of the Viking cheaper navy and just go Hulk.
Absolutely.
Just like full Hulk for Leary, and I think it's
Absolutely.
fine.
Because careening, especially worse for the longboats, they have multiple projectiles.
Yeah.
Careening blocks each one of them.
Yeah.
So especially for the longboats, careening is really important to take when you're fighting Vikings on water.
It feels like I've played Wu against longboats before, and it feels very, very comfortable. Now,
Yeah,
obviously, if you have 30 longboats, you're not going to be able to do anything. You're trying to get him.
You can only block so many.
Exactly. But we'll keep an eye on the timings here for Mr. Yo, whether he goes for that back dock. It's actually going to be a front dock, so he might attempt to go for early aggression onto Leary. Leary. Oh no, sorry. Sorry, I'm getting the colors all messed up again. That is Leary's dock, and Leary is going to go for the forward dock with the Vikings, and this is what I suspected. Okay, this makes more sense. Yo is going to go for the back dock with the Wu over here, so it'll probably be a faster Castle Age attempt from him, maybe even mix in a landing with John Swordsman early.
It makes so much more sense, right? It's easy for Wu to go a fast castle. You put the docks in the back. You're probably going to need more than just 1 dock. You're going to need 2. Plus that 110 food just for free.
Yep.
You get 55 food for every dock or military building that you put down. So could be something like that. Just set up your eco houses, also build faster. So your villas, okay, in the grand scheme of things, will be tiny bit more efficient. Small things like this matter, and they add up. It's just a smooth sailing, pun unintended, for the Wu.
Now, I don't want to brag or anything, but I did talk to Yo earlier in the week when I first saw him, and we were talking about potential civs for this and then the Pascal map. And I said, what about Wu? And he's like, Wu, you know, they're okay. And I'm like, well, they get careening for free. He's like, really? And I'm like, yeah.
I tried.
He thought it was dry dock. Like, he knew they got an upgrade. He just thought it was dry dock.
I tried to talk with players about water maps as well, but everyone just gets so blah, you know, about the water maps.
Yeah,
so they're
yeah,
like, yeah, water maps. I'm probably not even going to
transport alert. Transport alert for Mr. Yo.
Okay, infantry.
Maybe men-at-arms, maybe archers, something like that for Mr. Yo. Maybe a
both.
tower rush, right? He's going to bring his scout over. It could also, okay, Danny, hear me out. It could be mind games. You transport your scout over there, you put it on Leary's island, and then he's like constantly searching, and then you just go fast castle anyway. Nope, 2 villagers into the transport ship. We got to be quiet. Leary's got white noise. Leary's got noise canceling. But in this moment, we have to be sneaky.
But he's scouting. He's scouting with the fishing ship.
He's looking for whales, I think.
Yeah, he might find a freaking transport ship.
Yeah, he might get lucky and find the transport ship.
Yeah.
There's the whales for him. He's looking for the whales, which give him a little bit of gold. They are not available at the back of the map. They're only available at the sides and at the front. And Mr. Yo is coming in. But Leary already knows. I'm looking at the map, and he's already walling. Like, he saw the civ pick, and he's thinking, okay, Wu, what can Wu do? Wu, we're going to go for a land.
But it seems like Yo knows as well. Look where he's going to land.
He's going to land on this side. Now, the thing about walls, when you're on an island and they have a transport ship.
Oh, can Leary...
Can Leary see this?
No.
Not yet. Not yet. And Yo's like, don't want to show him.
Good. Oh my god. Now, a couple of reminders here. The infantry from Wu starts regenerating in Feudal Age.
Can be very strong if you get men-at-arms, but the timing here is a little bit off for Mr. Yo. Now, that timing being so fast might actually tell Leary that Yo wanted to go for some water early, and he might be a little bit more focused on massing up the Navy now, and he might actually be caught off guard by the landing, but no, he continues to go for walls. Mr. Yo is in.
Oh my god.
Leary does have Loom.
What an awareness from Leary, dude.
I mean, it's whenever you are on islands like this and you see one of those non-meta civ picks, even though they can be good on water, you kind of have to get ready for this, right? And Leary will just add in the palisade walls. He's going to be fully walled here. He still has to be concerned about what Yo is doing, and he still has to pay attention to his Navy as well, because Yo can manage to mix in a few ships here behind.
Well, absolutely. You got to be prepared for it, but like, if you don't know and if you invested all that palisade into walls and no wood for fishing ships or a Navy, basically.
Yep. Interesting stuff here. Leary with some excellent game sense. We've got a couple galleys moving around from Leary. We have a Hulk there from Mr. Yo. So he should be fine. He's also taking the engagement against the villager. We'll see if Leary can quick wall that off. Yo doesn't want to come over because the dock is garrisoned and firing some arrows. Still trying to get the damage done against Leary. He does have the foothold there with the archer. He might be able to go for a tower behind, but Leary can just counter tower. I think this is a really good spot for Leary.
Yeah, I also think that Yo could have killed that Vil, but he didn't want to lose too much HP on his scout. There's no reason for that. Tower might be going up. It might be a bait. Might just want to, you know, force Leary to finish building the tower, but Leary's not gonna fall.
No.
For that.
Leary never falls for that. Yo's fishing ships now going down. Excellent job from Leary to snipe those. This is Leary's home map. He probably looked at the draft.
Oh, nice snipe there on the scout.
Nice snipe. He probably looked at the draft from Yo and said, okay, there's only a couple civs he can play on islands. What's the likely strategies with Wu before he came in here? They do have like an hour to kind of analyze the draft before they get into the set.
Yeah.
Maybe talk with his teammates, Hera and Hart as well, coming up with this counter strat as Fletching now comes in for Mr. Yo. He's looking for the ideal tower where Leary can't just easily counter tower. He'll just have to place one, and he saw the other tower. Okay, so Leary actually went for a defensive tower over here. That's so weird. Why?
He thought he's going to be taken off of the berries and the wood line. Leary has 2 people on stone as well.
Very, very strange. Super interesting that Leary would go for a tower on that side. Now Yo can get away with the tower on the left side as Leary still pushes in, taking out the Navy. Also feeling very comfortable on water, adding in multiple fishing ships. So Leary's at 12 fishing
12
ships.
of them. And Yo's are not working. Yo's are garrison.
And Leary went for another tower and he took it out. Oh my goodness. Fantastic play from Leary. Everything that Yo attempts here is just being stopped dead in his tracks.
Oh my
There's
God.
finally a villager kill there for Mr. Yo on the island from Leary, but the fishing eco is far superior for Leary. Mr. Yo will have to now hit a really good castle age timing to even get anything done in this game. He does have the transport ship still, he does have the archers, but there's no way in.
Leary blocked everything. Now it's going to make a 3rd dock forward. I don't think he's going to be able to get too much out of that. Like Leary's production is just straight up there.
This is, I mean, he's trying to hit the fish. He's trying to do whatever he can, but I think Yo is out of ideas.
Look at Leary's resources. He's going up.
I would have preferred if Yo would have just played water. I know it's Vikings.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think playing water might have been the more consistent play. I mean, to be fair, Leary was super prepared for this. He was walling before the transport ship was even made for Mr. Yo. He was starting his palisade walls. Yo might be able to snipe another villager here, but he will lose maybe some of the archers. One of the archers going down. And Leary should be on the way to the Castle Age shortly with 14 fishing ships.
He's just missing the market. He doesn't even need it. He already has the resources to go up, but he was missing a second building right there. Market's going up. Reveals are building
Another counter tower.
Like, Yo doesn't even know.
So smart from Leary to go out to the stone that early. He built the first tower in I thought was quite a random position. Then he builds the second counter tower, stops the tower from Mr. Yo. Now he's coming out with the villagers. He's going to have the tower behind, which Mr. Yo had no vision on. And Yo will need to delete. And this is like the 4th attempt or something with these villagers to get some damage done from Yo. It's not happening. Castle Age will be on the way for both. But will Yo even have any villagers alive on Leary's Island by the time we get there?
Not sure. One of them is going down, potentially.
Oh, 8 HP total on those two villagers. There's nothing to kill those on the land for Leary unless he sends a villager of his own. Mr. Yo could cause a lot of problems with just 2 villagers at very, very low HP, but Leary clearing up that forward dock, getting up to the Castle Age a little bit faster, should still be able to deal with this. You know, one thing that Yo could have done, this is random, sorry, but one thing he could have done with those villagers is dock on one of the random islands around the map and move his fish there to keep it safe.
He could have done that.
Yeah.
Yeah. What I would like to see from Leary on the way up is a stable. Because okay, well, he needs the barracks first, but I'm curious if he's going to add a stable afterwards. Because you don't know what Yo is doing. Yo could be on the way up to the next stage as well.
It's going to be John Swordsman from Mr. Yo.
Exactly. So that's why Leary needs a stable.
Yeah, get some knights.
Yeah.
There's the stable right there. Get a monastery up if you're Leary as well. Monks are also very good in this situation.
Absolutely.
Third barracks, so...
we know.
we know, and Leary also knows because he has vision on that barracks. So there's not going to be any secrets here. I think there's really not much else Yo could have attempted in this situation aside from maybe like a monk rush or something like that. But it will be a Jean Swordsman attempt as Yo is still holding on precariously on the outskirts of Leary's Island. Leary will come forward with his navy. He's going to kill the final fishing ships. He's going to kill the dock. Where is the food going to come from for those John Swordsmen? It's just a few farms and some berries.
Yeah. Pineapples, actually. Maybe it has more nutrients.
Were they pineapples or papayas?
Pineapple.
Pineapples.
Yeah.
Right. That would be a prickly bush to stick your hand in and try and get those pineapples.
First ranked game that I played, I made a lumber camp on those settlers and
I have seen many people do that.
Okay, well, here we have the Giant Swordsman, Monk in the queue as well. Ooh, have fantastic Monk tech tree in the Castle Age. They get Redemption, they get Atonement, they get Sanctity, Fervor.
And Vikings do not.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's very important. Vikings do not. Nor their Knights get Husbandry as well. These are quite speedy, but the Knights are still gonna catch up with them. Instant conversion there.
A nice conversion there from Leary. Yo's going to be a little bit annoyed with that one. Yo does have John Swordsman over here, so it's going to be another villager loss from Leary, potentially, but the quick wall comes.
What? Diagonal hit?
In. I think he just kind of like threw his sword at him.
Yeah.
At her, like after that wall went up. The building foundations don't stop me as the John Swordsman is in here. Leary will lose track of where these units are. There's a barracks on the other side. There's 2 barracks on the left. Mr. Yo will go for monks, he'll go for siege. Can Yo do this is the question. He still has the transport ship at the back, but it's being attacked by the tower. And he'll pull it away.
Oh my god, 10 HP left on it only.
Yep.
This unit is so pesky, has so much pierce armor. It can just like dive under the TC, under the towers. Needs to be careful though, because this unit has 2 modes, shielded and unshielded. And if it drops under 45 HP, it actually loses pierce armor, and it gets increased attack and speed.
But I think most players would rather prefer the one version at full HP with the extra armor, right? It makes it so tough to deal with. As Leary goes for another quick wall. Handcart has really been helping him out in this situation. Instant handcart for the Vikings, making his villagers fast. It's easier to get away from these John Swordsmen. But Yo is pushing. Yo is trying everything that he
Ram's
can do. Rams and John Swordsman behind this. Plenty of Knights for Leary behind that. There's a couple monks coming in for Mr. Yo. Can he keep these monks alive? Can he kill the light cap in time? It doesn't look like it. Great snipes for Leary as the Knights now ride in, and the Knights will have a good advantage over the John Swordsman.
That was a fantastic fight for Leary. He's going to absolutely clean the house here. Yo still has a monk in the queue.
The villagers are dead too.
Yeah.
The villagers are dead. That's brutal for Mr. Yo. Nothing. He can't make any other buildings on this area.
He can't repair his siege.
No.
He can't do anything. GG is called, and Leary takes game number 4.
Game 4 for Leary. I mean, I like the attempt. I like the thought process for Yo to mix it up, but above all else, I love the fact that Leary planned for that as soon as he saw that civilization. I think the first palisade walls came down before the transport ship was actually created.
That's
from Yo.
crazy. Honestly, I do think that Leary might have just thought this guy is going to go FC.
Yeah.
FC Gian Swordsman,
Yeah.
not even a transport in feudal age. Let me just preemptively wall my base. Let me see how I can close my base. And I'm just straight up prepared. Maybe I'm going to invest into some water. I'm going to fight for it. I don't have to think about all of that myself when that's going to be the case.
Yeah, you can see this transport ship is out. And
Yeah.
on the mini-map, there's already walls in
yeah.
front of the gold. Like, he was full-on planning to do this the entire time. We have the barracks coming up now from Mr. Yo at the back, but what does it do? Leary's already got some pre-walls up. Leary's already ready for all of this coming in. And then critically, later on in the game, Leary went to stone super early. He got a counter tower on the right, then he got a counter tower on the left, then he got a counter tower on the front of his base. I mean, just beautiful play from him. He stopped every single attempt from Yo. He had all the contingencies covered. It was phenomenal.
The only thing I wonder here is what if you have your barracks on your initial island and you do have those 3 men at times?
Well, that's always the question, right? Because a lot of times when you go for this forward play, the timing is so weird. It's so tough to judge. It really depends on how far away your opponent is. Like, you have to get the wood for the transport ship, the wood for the barracks, the villagers building the barracks, and then you go forward, and then you have to build the archer range. Ideally, you want to be on his island right as you hit feudal, and you can drop the archer range immediately. Right?
Exactly. Where that villager was walling and the scout was there. Imagine if after the scout, here comes 3 men at arms, we regenerate HP.
Yeah.
I think that entire wood line would have gotten more damage.
Exactly. Anyway, 3-1 for Leary. I mean, once again, I don't think Yo has played bad. I think Leary has just been super, super clinical, and it hasn't all been just micro victories, right? It's been strategic wins for Leary. It's been defensive measures, the stone walls, extra towers going up in that game, right? He really tried to make things work on Pentanel as well. It's been so impressive from Leary. Now, Yo's going to have to win 3 in a row after those first 4 games. It's going to be very, very tough for him. He'll go back to his home map, Coast Arena. What are we looking at in terms of civilizations here, Danny?
I'm looking at
Portuguese?
Portuguese. Yeah, I said it as soon as it popped up.
I'm looking at Portuguese.
Yeah, well, Burgundians always. I feel like Burgundians is the favorite of the old AM clan when it comes to close maps, arena-like maps, and it makes sense. It makes sense, especially for Leary's playstyle. Can make for the middle a stable even and a couple of light cabs for getting the relics, getting map control, and Burgundians have a good eco that he can set up. There's water on this map as well. You get not gildets, fishing lines, 1H earlier, cheaper as well. There's a lot of things that he could use Burgundians for, and I'm content with this matchup. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit more meta. Like, if you're going Burgundians in this matchup against Portuguese, your odds are you're the better player, and you're the better player, right? And you're just playing towards that, and you're just going to take those incremental advantages. Portuguese in the current meta on Coast Arena, obviously there's many things that they could do. They could go Navy, they could go Monk Crush, whatever. I think this is castle forward for Mr. Yo.
It has to be, but this is where those couple of scouts potentially like could come into play.
Or Flemish militia.
Or Flemish militia. Yeah. That's even easier.
Also, the water is a big deal here, right? There's a bunch of oysters at the back. There's a bunch of fish on this map, right? You really want to take advantage of that. The only gold at the back of your base is actually the oysters.
Yeah, like 1,800 gold.
Yeah, so
only.
if you get castle dropped on the front and it's denying your gold, you have to rely on those oysters or go out to the middle.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's not like players usually go for the forward gold first, leaving that those oysters for later on after they're attacked, because the players are opening on water. So you have a couple of fishing ships taking dip fish, and on the way up to feudal, you move a couple of these fishing ships to the oysters to kind of start your gold economy, to have some gold income to fight on water.
Well, I think the oysters, the gold from the oysters also comes in faster.
Yeah.
The whales and the oysters comes in at the same rate as fishing, which is significantly faster than just regular mining, right?
Yeah.
So they want to get all of the boosts early, but like you said, it could be to their detriment later when their main gold is denied and they don't have anything back behind that. You also have a forward stone as well. You don't have a back stone, so you have to go to the middle. Castling the stone is oftentimes preferred over the gold, just to prevent your opponent from getting into that castle.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we're talking a lot about the castle. Maybe Mr. Yo just wants to play Navy. Portuguese do have a better Navy setup than Burgundians. They've got the extra HP, right? They've got a better naval tech tree long term.
They have more HP, and they're also with a unique technology, circumnavigation. They could produce 33% faster and castle age.
Wait, I thought that only gave vision on the entire map. Nobody knows what this does except you. Ships train 33% faster.
That's huge
well
in
done.
castle
That
age.
is massive. That's like having a shipwright almost.
Yeah. It's
like-
just like a worst shipwrights, basically.
All right, so we have the scout battle in the center. Leary does take extra damage. That's really, really nice for Yo. Really, really good. He takes that extra hit as he pulls away, and now Yo kind of rules the front side of this map. He won't want to go into Leary's base. He'll be paying attention. And Leary's going to try and escape and scout the rest of that. But if Yo wants to go for a forward castle or something, forward siege, something like that, having that HP advantage over the scout is actually a huge, huge steal.
Yeah. 27 pop, 28. Does Leary does have the double bit X?
I don't know if he got fishing lines already. That would be like a total Viper play to get fishing lines.
Probably.
Immediately. He does. Does he? Did I see that? No, he doesn't have. Okay. I had to look across the screen. We were there for like one frame.
I mean, contrast on this monitor right here is not the best. So where I actually struggle to see. Like I have to go 20 centimeters close to that to see is it in or.
All right, so fast castle should be the play from both here. I see 2 more fishing ships in the queue for Leary. It's always tough with 9 villagers plus the fishing ships to go just based on population, as Yo gets another hit against the scout from Leary. Feudal Age is going to be faster for Yo, so that means that Leary has to keep this scout inside of his base for a very long time. There's fishing lines right now. Leary's going to hang out for a little bit longer in the Dark Age. Yo still has a comparable amount of fishing ships, but Leary's got a slight lead there. And Yo will be making his way over towards the stone, potentially. What does he have over there? Yeah.
Maybe, yeah, he's going up
it's
the
a
stone.
castle.
Yeah, once again, another game, another perfect read of the strategy.
Yeah.
Look at Leary's houses.
Yeah, I mean, well, he knows, right?
Yeah.
He knows that Yo picked something like Portuguese, likely in the current meta on this map, to go for a forward castle. I mean, Yo's strategies, to be fair, have been pretty transparent. The Magyar one wasn't really until Leary saw the stone, but once he scouted that, very, very obvious. The Wu one, it was either going to be a landing or a fast castle. Leary opted to defend against the landing. This one, he's defending against the castle drop. It's just whether you can stop it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just going to hang out with his scout a tiny bit more. He is going to be behind in terms of uptime. So after you hit Feudal Age, your scout has no business being outside the walls, because your opponent is going to be faster, going to have more attack, and he's going to catch up with you at least for the next 15 seconds.
Mark Blacksmith there for Yo. We knew he was going fast castle. No questions there. We've talked about it enough. 10 fishing ships as well. So we'll see if he makes any Navy to try and protect himself at home. He is getting Loom, and that tells me that he wants that castle forward. That is going to be a castle drop on the face from Leary. The only question now for me is, do you put it on the stone or the gold? I mean, Yo, I think can see where the gold location is. Oh, he just caught it. Okay.
Is it a naked castle drop though? Do you build a barracks? Do you invest in that? And
No. You're not. No. With this timing that Leary's up to feudal age, I don't think you're really worried about military there. And even if he has like 2 scouts and a couple Flemish militia, you swallow it out. It's a big risk from Leary to try and make military to stop it.
Leary will know. I mean, look at that outpost.
Nice. More information is better. Mr. Yo. Can't really see much with that, but after time, after town watch, maybe a little bit more. Fishing lines also on the way from Yo.
But if you are Mr. Yo and you're Portuguese, where do you put it? Do you think he should still put it on stone?
I think he's waiting for the information from the outpost. You can put it on the stone and the gold right there. You can also put it on the main gold too. There is gold at the back, so cutting that off, while it's good long term, it's probably not good initially. Probably just want to keep him off of the stone. And you see the outpost priority for him too.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't know. I feel like cutting the gold access is also super important because Burgundians could just defend with monks. They have redemption. They could get that against some possible random organ guns. They could get atonement against his monks. But yeah, it does look like he's going to be going towards the stone.
Is it on the left side of this neutral gold or the right side? Where is he going? He's just going to put it to deny the stone. He's going to put it to deny the gold. He's not certain. He's going to put it right there. Denies the neutral gold. Kind of ranges that stone, right? Really risky for Leary to go out there as Leary pushes in to snipe some fish. It also kind of opens the door to pressure the main gold, too. So that castle's
exactly.
accomplishing a couple things. That's a nice quick gate there from Yo to get an extra hit against Leary, but Leary should be able to escape. Yo just chases him. Yo just goes in.
Jams in.
There's no villagers near the TC.
And there's no loom probably on those villagers. He could even pick up a bill or two.
I love Leary using that TC to push Mr. Yo away. There was no fills.
Yeah.
It was like, there's nothing there. Yo doesn't want to go close, though. He's actively using the TC to push the scout away. Leary trying to go for the siege workshop. Yo will see that there's only 1 arrow being fired out of there. There's a couple now that another villager has been created.
Oh my god, that micro here denying, or I mean, at least delaying that siege workshop for a while. And that scout being inside his base is actually a lot of good information. Like he sees that workshop immediately, probably expecting a workshop from Yo, but Yo is just going to go straight up a monastery. Portuguese have redemption as well, cheaper monks, cheaper all units in terms of gold at least.
I think at the moment, Yo doesn't need to do a huge investment into this push. Just grab the relics, focus on Navy.
Yeah.
And you'll have a 5 relic advantage over Leary. He'll have to make siege. He'll have to invest into defense against you. And then you can just kind of scale that forward. Maybe even add a second town center, right?
Yeah, I could definitely see that. He still is on stone. So I do think that maybe even breaking through his walls, drop a second castle in his base.
Yeah, maybe.
In front of the stone, denying the TC. I mean,
nice job from Leary to snipe that villager. Comes in, takes the villager from Mr. Yo. She was out there on the shallows. Eco KD is 3-0 for Leary. I think one of those is a Vil, 2 of them are fishing ships. So Mr. Yo definitely behind on the economy of Leary. The res collected stat is actually insane if you look at it. I don't know how Leary is that far ahead. He only had a 3 fishing ship advantage. He has a couple extra eco upgrades, but still, really good job from Leary to keep his eco rolling here.
Just Burgundian thinks a second monastery coming in. Okay, I do think that Yo is going to absolutely get away with all the relics. Devotion now coming in for Leary. For his mangonels, expecting redemption from Yo. Sanctity is coming in, 16 on gold. I think redemption is going to be the next thing that we might see.
I mean, he could go redemption. He could also just keep massing monks and organ guns in preparation for that castle drop. Devotion is huge, like you said, from Leary. It's a counterattack on the fish from Mr. Yo, and Leary's going to be wondering where the Navy is, because he saw that Navy earlier from Yo. Yo's looping that around, and I think there's a bunch of exposed fish there. Let's see if Leary's game sense kicks in. It does. He's got some hooks defending. Redemption is on the way, as you mentioned. The stone count for Mr. Yo. 500 stone in the bank. Will Leary expect this follow-up castle? Great shots for Leary.
Oh my god, that's huge. 200 gold. Well, not 200 for Portuguese, but a little bit less than that. Down the drain.
Amazing shot for Leary. Sanctity was in. Redemption was coming in. Those Mangonels found their opportunity, found the precise moment he could go out for that kill. Outpost from Mr. Yo will show him 3 Mangonels from Leary in defense as he tries to snipe some of these fishing ships. He did get a couple kills there, but Leary's still much better in terms of economy. The only question now for Leary, access to gold long term. If he's going to keep making units to counter this, what are we looking at? We're looking at a few oysters left over, and that's it.
You know what?
2 more villagers killed.
You know what Carol would do in a situation like this? He would grab a couple of those from here, would delete that house on the right, and go
and then
expand, sneak out the gold.
But Yo has an outpost there. Yo still has an outpost on the right side, so we'd see it happening as now the conversions try and come in. Leary knows he needs 2 shots against each monk. He knows he has devotion. Yo doesn't get the conversions. Leary, he was devoted and he had faith in devotion, and it really pays off. Yo's going to be super frustrated with those conversions not coming in as he now goes into atonement. He's expecting Leary to play monks to counter his own monks.
Where's the castle go? 631 stone. A castle here in between the market and the siege workshop. That could be something, but monks are using their faith on buildings. Mangonel's far away.
I think it's worth it if you convert that, though.
Yeah.
It's definitely worth it if you convert that. Leary's going to try and take out this monk. Devotion is going crazy right now for Leary. Yo hasn't gotten a single conversion yet, and Leary's got that 3 stack of Mangonels walking around. Finally, a conversion comes in.
If he can get a shot on those 2.
He actually shot his own Mangonel, but he gets the second one.
Oh, Castle has to go up there.
Castle has to go up, but he's only got 4 villagers. He only has 4 villagers. He needs more. He's going for a super aggressive castle.
Look at them going across the map.
A crazy game here.
They're coming home.
Game number 5. MTC for Leary. It's Imperial Age for Leary. But there's 2 converted Mangonels shooting away at that. Another Mangonel coming up for Leary. Will Yo be able to snipe this in time before it gets value?
I don't know.
It pops out.
Oh my god, 1 Mangonel sniped. Another one could be this.
It's going to get converted. It gets converted. The Imperial HTC underneath the castle. 2 Mangonels firing away. This is a huge gamble for Leary, but this is what he needs to do. He needs to get those techs. Maybe get Bombard Cannon at some point to push this back, but I think if it's going to be denied, Daniela.
I think so too.
It's a minute and a half away. It's actually close.
And look at his wood in the bank. 200 is going to go just like that.
It's actually close.
He's getting redemption of his own.
And the villagers are sneaking out. Yo will see that with the outpost. I don't know whether he notices it. I think he does. Will he be able to kill the MTC in time?
Oh my god.
There's no villagers repairing it. There's nothing repairing it. It's 50 seconds. It's 49 seconds. What's the HP? The HP is at 1600.
Oh my god. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. 80%.
35 seconds.
Petards. I think
he's repairing again.
I think he's doing petards.
He's doing petards. He wants to kill it. He knows. He suspects that it's him. 500 HP. 400 HP. Where's the petard? Where's the freaking petard? It comes out. Boom! Denied! Denied at the last second. Mr. Yo stops Leary dead in his tracks.
Oh my god.
And gets the second win.
He's smiling like he knows.
Oh, Danny, take over. I gotta take a second here. I need a sip of water. That was crazy.
I almost wanted to go get there and with that crowd and say, Mr. Yo, Mr. Yo. Oh, that was fantastic, man. Props to all of them. Wow, like, guys, I don't know if you can hear the crowd in the back. They're doing an absolutely amazing job to keep the players entertained. Mr. Yo is just like getting up and has to tap out for a second there. Wow, fantastic atmosphere here at the venue. We have the first semifinal, and today is promising great entertaining, apparently.
Like the thing about that is like I don't even know if Leary can do anything if he gets in, but that is so hype.
Yeah, exactly.
What was the percentage on that? It had to be so close.
99.9 something. Oh my god.
Oh man. How much fun is that? Oh, I love it.
The absolutely fantastic game. Oh my god.
Leary was doing so well too. Devotion with the mangonels. He had such confidence in it. It was crazy.
And it was home map. It was his home map. So he was comfy going into this matchup. He still has 2 from his opponent. But like you said, you know how we were commenting the first game when Yo was just defending, thinking he lives another day. He lives another map. He still has 2 more, but he lived this one. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be Leary's territory. I'm looking forward.
2-7 out of the group stage. Lives another day.
Yeah.
The script, right? The Mr. Yo script.
Exactly.
That was huge for him, getting 2 mangonels from this. And then, oh man, this is an absolute all-time classic moment right here. The Leary and losing Imperial HTCs. Name something more iconic, right?
My God.
Also the petard from Mr. Yo. Great game sense.
I didn't even notice it in queue until
What was it?
I heard
What was it? I have to look at it again. I didn't see the number.
93. I think it was like a 98 before the last.
96.29.
Okay.
Not the closest we've had, but I mean,
Ooh.
man.
That was crazy.
So much fun. So much fun. Just smiling from ear to ear thinking about that. So Mr. Yo taking a break here, a well-deserved break after that game. Leary also taking a moment to breathe. 3-2. We're going to game 6 soon. If Yo can claw this next one back, then anything can happen here going into game 7. But he's got to do that first. And Leary has played super solid today. I think Leary will go to Sertao. I think he will try for a super open map. Magyars is no longer in the draft here for Yo, so that was the danger on this one, right?
Looking at the civs.
Romans.
Romans.
The Sorokuma.
Yeah.
The non-stop men-at-arms push with Romans.
Looking at the civs, I really prefer Leary's remaining civs. He hasn't used Mongols, which is his first civ.
Yeah.
Incredibly aggressive for Sertão, which is a very aggressive map. And he has Japanese for Lençóis Maranhenses.
Very, very good. But we're going to throw, before we get into the next game, we're going to ask our audience members how they're feeling here. I mean, it's a pretty cool atmosphere, and especially after that last game. Let's get the perspective of our audience here in Brazil.
My name is Angry Cross. I'm from São Paulo, Brazil, and I'm rooting for Mr. Yo.
I'm Maradei. I'm from Venezuela, and I'm cheering for Leary.
Hello, I'm Miguel. I'm from Brazil, and I'm rooting for Leary.
Hello, I'm Jordan. I'm from Germany, and I will be rooting for Leary.
Hello, my name is Theo. My nickname is Arthur. I'm from here, from Brazil, and I'm rooting for Leary. Sorry, again, please. I'm rooting for Yo.
Hi, I'm Pedro. I'm from Argentina. And in this semifinal, I'm rooting for Leary, I think. I think he should win his first LAN event.
Hello, guys. My name is Eduardo. I'm from Florianópolis, Brazil. And I'm cheering for Yo, Mr. Yo, yes.
Hello, I'm Marcelo. I'm from Curitiba, Brazil. And I'm rooting for Leary. As everyone here is saying, he's my younger brother.
Yo, my name is Mike. I'm rooting for, I think, Yo. I'm from Osasco, São Paulo. It's a city really close to São Paulo. And I think Yo is going to beat Leary 3-1.
Hello, my name is Lucas. I live in Santos. I'm, of course, Brazilian. You can tell by the shirt. And I'm here today in a Brazilian game day. But I love Age of Empires, so I am here. And I'm rooting today for Leary. Go, Leary.
Hello, guys. I'm Tramonta from Brazil, and I'm cheering for Mr. Yo. Let's go, Yo.
My name is Luis. My nickname is Champion. I am from Itapema, Brazil. I think that Leary wins.
Hi, my name is Lucas. I am from Brazil. I am cheering for Leary today.
Hey folks, I'm Black Stalker.
I first hope that we get 7 games, and then I hope that Mr. Yo takes it away.
I'm Mauricio, I'm from São Paulo here, and I'm cheering for Mr. Yo.
I'm Cayubi, I'm from São Paulo, Brazil, and I'm rooting for Mr. Yo. Let's go, Yo.
Hello, my name is Guilherme, I'm from São Paulo, and let's go, Mr. Yo!
The Viper from Norway, and rooting for Norway.
Oh man, Viper's not making many friends with that outfit today.
Yeah.
They pulled a prank on him yesterday. Tato and Miguel set it up,
Yeah.
and they ordered 50 Brazil balloons. They left early. They blew them up. They put it in his room, and when he got home yesterday to his room, they was just full of Brazilian balloons. He was not pleased.
Classic. Do you think Lewis presents himself as, hello, my name is Lewis, but they call me the British Lion?
He's the only person that calls him the British Lion.
No,
half of Lewis's nicknames come from himself. I'm fairly certain.
No, Twitch chat, they call him that. So ever since, for me, he stayed that way.
Anyway, we got to see some of the fans here. All of the fans have been amazing. I recognized a few of them from earlier when we had the little gathering at the Liquid Alienware facility, which was fantastic. And they had free beers, so I got to know some of the fans quite well that day. It was really, really fun, and now I see them all around here. Brazilian people are so nice. Thank you for the warm welcome in Brazil. It's been fantastic.
Absolutely, they're super nice. First person that I met downstairs at the Team Liquid facility told me, "Hey Daniela, you beat me one time on rank though." Oops, sorry.
I also got to meet, there was a bunch of other pros here because Animaro has just brought so many people together. I got to meet FedEx, I got to meet Manos, and I got to meet Lucho as well, which was super cool.
Everyone's fantastic.
Yeah.
Absolutely, everyone is super nice, very very eager to meet you, to just chat a tiny bit. And I'm actually glad that you brought this up because I personally do want to throw out a shout out. I know we're just first semifinal, nothing's ending, we're just getting the day started, but Onimaru has been doing a fantastic job with this event, just bringing in everyone.
They brought everyone together.
I swear, we had new players, new casters, analysts, just a good time. It was bringing the AoE community together, and a shout out to them. They're doing a lot for the AoE community,
Exactly.
and this event has been huge in that regard.
Yeah, and it's nice because it doesn't feel like it's for profit, it's for passion. And that's what HMM Parts 2 is. It's passion. And that's what Mr. Yo needs as he's looking for another win here to bring this level against Leary. You can see he's back. Leary's back as well. A well-deserved break after that craziness to end the previous Coast Arena game. Mr. Yo, all out of home maps, Danny. We've got 2 home maps remaining for Leary. We've got one that really benefits his playstyle in Sertao. We also have Lençóis Maranhenses as something that it's kind of leans itself a little bit more towards that early aggression. And I say this all the time with Mr. Yo. This is just my impression after watching thousands of games with him. He doesn't really love Feudal Age. He just tries to survive Feudal Age. That, against other pro players, that is his mission. Survive, don't take too much damage, get to the Castle Age. That's where he's super effective. Castle and Imperial Age.
Yeah.
On Sertao and Lençóis Maranhenses, I think it's really difficult to survive Feudal Age against Leary.
I agree. I think now that you're mentioning that, if I'm thinking at the most tournament games that I've watched, and Yo was on a back foot, I think he's probably the player that managed to have the most comebacks. Like if he's managing, to push the game to that late game that you were talking about, he would be comfortable to. Like you said, Sertão, Lençóis Maranhenses, super hard maps to do that on.
Yeah.
Especially Sertão, everything's so, wood lines are super small, sparse, you can have holes in the wood lines, you have to move, you can't wall properly. It's just like a Arabia on steroids, basically.
And we are in here, game number 6. Yo is playing Sertao as the Byzantines.
Wow,
This is so Yo.
Yeah.
This is so Yo, right? No one else plays this Civ. I think I may have seen it once in the qualifier on this map, right? He picks the Byzantines. He's up against the Mongols. This is a heavy civ advantage. Should be anyway for Leary, just because of all the hunt that's available here. And the extra scouting vision for Leary will be really, really effective. But if Yo can survive, that's the thing, right? If he can survive long enough, then the Byzantines, it might swing in their favor at some point. We could also see maybe a super aggressive skirmisher spearman type of build for Yo. Either way, he's going to have to be super creative.
I'm expecting something like that, now that you're saying, for sure. For now, just like you're...
He's laming. He's laming a Javelina.
I mean, Mongols, you did say they have a lot of hunt around, but
Leary,
-1 Javelina.
Leary sees it. Leary sees it. We have a suspect heading northbound, being chased by a pig, and Leary's trying to shut it down, and Leary turns around.
Oh my god.
Does a loop, still trying to escape from Leary. You do have 3 of these Javelinas on the map, so it's actually not that terrible if you get lamed, but it's more of like an ego battle now between Leary and Yo. Where is Yo going?
Well,
he keeps getting further and further away from his base.
Away from the Mongol scouts. Anyway, like, just get me out of here. I hate it. I hate it, but this board is coming on with me.
Leary's like the defender that never actually engages. He just kind of positions himself, and he's not going to let Yo pass. And Yo is now going to the edge of the map, the corner nearest to Leary. He's going to try and turn around. Maybe he gets hit again.
Oh my god, man.
Leary on the wrong side of the wood line. Yo now just looks like he might be abandoning this Javelina, but it's running super quickly, and it doesn't want to let him go. Leary now on the chase. Yo's going to head back. I mean, who does this benefit? Does this benefit Yo? Does this benefit Leary? I have no idea.
Not the Javelina. I mean,
why is it still chase? Hello?
Because do you think it's because it was in the Mongol scout?
No. It might have been in the Jaguar line of sight.
Yeah. Okay. That makes more sense.
But that chase for a very long time. Either way, Leary has a scout HP advantage. He's not going to scout Yo's base, though. Yo is going up to the feudal age, 19 population, super quickly for him. And I think this might be the skirmisher spearman approach.
2 bills forward, 2 bills forward, barracks, skirt.
Well, I mean, you can see he's desperately trying to just pull Leary out of position, right? He also wants to go up to feudal age faster if his scout is still alive, so he could get the speed boost and escape.
Okay, what do you
coming
think?
Forward.
What do you think about Leary's build? The 22 pop up for Mongols. That's quite late.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know for Leary. He's going to have an outrageous eco advantage, right? Because of the Mongol hunt bonus. Maybe he feels like he can spend a little bit of extra time here in the Dark Age and play defensive to push this skirmisher spearman build away. It's going to be really stressful here for Leary for the first few seconds, or first few minutes rather, feudal age, as Yo is going to have military on the field. And Leary's not going to have anything.
Oh my god, 4 vills forward. We're going to see some towers as well.
Is this? No. It can't be a fast castle for Leary.
I mean,
right?
And,
2 vills going onto stone, 462 food. He doesn't have that much food underneath the TC. No. Okay.
He was long distance getting the food. Hey.
I'm just wondering why he went up so late. But it might just be an adaptation from him, right? He doesn't feel that threatened by Skirmisher Spear. Yo now engaging with the villagers at the front side here. We have 1 spearman on the way. We've got 1 skirmisher on the way. His scout HP is much lower than Leary's, and I think this might work out in Leary's favor, even with the skirmisher out. I mean, that doesn't really add that much to this fight, right? Good fight here for Leary. Takes advantage of the fact he had more HP on his scout.
He had more HP, and now Feudal was not even in. His scout is considerably stronger right now. There's a stable. And a blacksmith could be, it could be FC.
I think it's FC Step Lancer, yeah.
Yeah, but like, I thought that was his initial plan, and now he's going to adapt to all of this.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to work, though. I don't know if this FC is going to work. I mean, you can pull off some really crazy things with the Mongol hunt bonus, but Yo is already here. Yo has the spearmen here. He's got the skirmishers here. He's got the villagers disrupting this. Leary snipes another villager on this side, but he does need to get this tower completed, and he is taking a ton of damage in terms of idle time thus far in the game.
He's missing the gold. He's missing the gold. He has to make another villagers there are going to be fighting back. Tower is going to go up, and maybe gonna be in soon.
Can Yo get enough military to protect a tower foundation over there that just ranges the gold? Like, can he just range the gold with his own tower? Maybe range the wood line as well.
I don't think so, because there's only 2 villagers, and Leary's just gonna pull everything to fight that.
Yeah, Yo needs more skirmishers and spearmen forward, but right now the villagers are just fighting those super effectively. Look at the KD, right?
Oh my
Leary
God,
only has a starting scout, and the KD is still 5-0.
And he's up.
And the tower hasn't killed anything.
And he's up.
So it's all villager kills. Castle Age is on the way now for Leary. What a weird game on Sertao. There's still opportunities here for Mr. Yo. That's the tower I was talking about. Shuts down the gold, shuts down the wood. He goes for the walls in front. Excellent wall-offs here from Mr. Yo as he's trying to protect the villagers and protect the tower. Leary doesn't really respect the skirmishers and the spearmen at all, and the scout from Leary is so active. It's already killed the skirmisher and weakened the second one as well.
Yeah, did a lot of damage. However, now is yesterday's news. We have 1 minute 27 seconds until Castle Age. Now, Leary will be pushed off of gold. Does have resources to build another mining camp somewhere else. Where does he have another gold?
Where does he have another wood?
Oh, yeah.
That's the question, right? He's got the gold over on the left side. There is a wood on the left side as well, but it's pretty exposed too. Tower's working away. Skirmishers and spearmen still coming out. There will be a few step lancers here for Leary though, and he's going to be able to afford like 4 step lancers. And once he has that massive 4 with his micro, he's just going to clear the entire eco and all of the military from Yo. I'm really nervous for Yo's position right now.
Now he's harassing the berries too.
Yo needs towers at home, I think, and that's why he's going out to stone. He knows that army's going to come forward. He's identified it's a fast castle for sure. There's no military from Leary at all.
Towers actually could be really good, right? Step lancers have one that's fierce armor, then a knight as a base. Knows that Leary probably won't necessarily have the eco to get the armor on them, so it's
There's a lot of spearmen here for Mr. Yo. Siege workshop as well for Leary. He's been kicked off his wood line on this side, though, and Yo has actually baited his villagers back into that tower. Leary's going to lose one of them. Might lose the second one if the skirmishers remember what their job is and actually start attacking that guy. As the spearmen are, I guess it's a government thing. The spearmen are now on the left side looking after the second lumber camp from Leary. Step Lancers trying to get value with Leary's micro and the advantage of the +1 range. The Step Lancers should be able to take out this army perfectly fine.
Absolutely. Get rid of all of those spears. Loses the bill there, maybe?
Yeah, Step Lancers still just picking away. Lack of ping and the extra range and good micro. You can kind of deal with spearmen if you have Step Lancers. You don't want to just send them into the fight, though. You definitely have to micro them every step of the way, as Leary now uses his villagers again very effectively to push Yo back. KD right now is 11, now 12-3. It's crazy. Most of it is just villager kills.
Moving back to that back goal, though. Well, of course, Leary doesn't want to hang out too much in his own base. He gotta use the timing. The first wave of Step Lancers are going towards his base, and will they find some damage? They will find the berries. That's one
There's
bill
no
down.
protection.
Their second one, a third one potentially.
But Leary's losing villagers at home, too.
Yeah.
Does he get the shots with the mangonel that he needs? He's going to kill another villager potentially with the skirmishers, and he does. More spearmen coming home. Leary not paying attention. Losing the Step Lancers forward, at least one of them. But he also clears up the skirmishers at home.
It's just death everywhere.
Yeah, I think it just favors Leary, right? Because Yo is so far away from Castle Age. Leary's got the unit advantage, but at the same time, I mean, taking wood, taking gold, it's just such a pain for Leary, right? Every single time he wants resources, he has to go through either Yo's tower or the units that are pushing forward from Yo.
It is. The advantage for him is that he does have the tools to stabilize that.
Ooh, what a tower.
Yeah, he doesn't see that. That's huge. While when you're in Feudal Age, to defend against Step Lancers, that is one of the biggest pains.
Yeah.
Ever. Like, you cannot wall on this map properly.
Yeah, Mr. Yo is going to have to go for building walls, going for the blacksmith there. There is a hole into that area. There's a tower as well for Mr. Yo. The tower is up at the back for Leary, and Leary notices that right away. I just want to draw everyone's attention to the kill death right now. 24 kills for Leary, 7 deaths.
Yeah. I mean, look at the pop. 47 for Yo, 35 for Leary. Leary is behind him, Pop. But, I mean, Yo is just building cheap units with Byzantines that is just food for Leary's units.
And Leary trying to clear this tower. There's no villagers to repair. I have noticed, though, Mr. Yo has 7 villagers in the queue. So he's actually got more resources than we think. If at some point he feels like he's stabilized and he can finally clear the step lancer army, maybe he could click up the castlage. But that gold is super exposed, and Leary's coming in here. He wants to finish the set now. He wants to get a ton of villager kills against Mr. Yo. Yo is on the run, but Leary should be able to kill more. That's actually pretty good for Yo. I thought he was going to lose everyone.
Yeah, but I mean, they're going back. They're in the TC. Stout Lancers are just gonna hang around
and he calls
and just gonna wait for them. GG, well played from Leary.
Leary
is going into the grand finals.
Going to the grand finals again. Fantastic job from him. Winning 4-2 against Mr. Yo. A very entertaining set. I think Leary showed his preparation here. He showed his execution. He showed why he is so often in these finals at these LAN events. Mr. Yo, also, huge credit to him. I mean, he snuck in.
Give it up for
give it up for Leary, give it up for Yo.
Exactly, for both of them.
He showed why he snuck in, right? Like, he snuck into 2 at 7, then got a big win against Sebastian, and then put up a competitive fight here against Leary. Yo is always, it feels like, in the semifinals, and he did an excellent job this time, but not good enough against a player of Leary's caliber. Now, Leary will be waiting for a while, watching the second semifinal, and then heading into the finals later tonight as he gets to sit next to his teammate there, Hart. Look at that KD, 38-9. Yikes.
It's also such a big advantage. I feel like you get now to chill, not for the rest of the day, but at least for one more semifinal.
Yeah.
Like now you actually have a breather, whereas, you know, the next finalist will be playing the semifinal soon.
Yeah.
We're going to have a short break, and then he's going to go into another best of 7.
I actually asked ACCM and Yo. Now, ACCM and Yo are different animals, right? But I asked them, I'm like, would you want to play the first one, the second? And they both said right away, want to play the second. We want to play the second.
Interesting.
Because the first one you play, and then you're sitting there and you're cold the entire time. You can play some practice games or whatever, but the second one you get an hour, and then you're just like right into it. As we see our crowd applauding Mr. Yo, an excellent effort there for him as he makes his way back to the players area. I mean, after that group stage, I fully expected Yo to somehow make it to the finals. It felt like the script was in, right? After he beat Sebastian 3-1. Felt like the classic Mr. Yo script, but...
It could have been. I could definitely see a Game 7 as well.
Yeah. I mean, if he got a little bit more damage with the Spearman, if maybe some of the villager fights didn't go the right way for Leary, then potentially that game goes differently. And then we're on Lensois Mariniensis as we get set up for our player interviews here in a second. We want to see what Leary has to say about going to another finals. He is our most recent S-tier victory holder, so I mean, maybe he can carry that momentum forward. But we have Leary available with Masmora. Congratulations to him. Another final for Leary.
Thank you very much, Dave and Daniela. And we got our first Brazilian Dynasty finalist. It's going to be Leary. Leary, awesome job as always. Last time you played Yo in this tournament, things were not particularly close. You won 3-0. This time around felt like it was a little bit closer. Did you really feel that dynamic of Mr. Yo, that he gets better as the tournament goes?
I think we all saw it. Like in the group stage, he won Kuma and then he lost twice. Here, he took out Sebastian, who was arguably having the tournament of his life. And even against me here, like one misstep and I lose the game, suddenly it's 3-2 and you know it's close, 2 games left, I have to win 1. It's like, he always gets so close. I don't know how he does it, but he always manages to sneak through somehow.
Yeah, Hart at some point was telling me, Yo plays so bad, but he always wins. I don't know how that goes. He plays so bad, but he wins.
He has this thing, man. He just makes the games messy, and he gets into this Mr. Yo style of game where he's just good at it.
Yeah, and then he just makes it work somehow. In any case, I think we're ready for the replays. So game number 1 was Val de Selva. That was Khmer for Leary, Shu for Mr. Yo. I've seen many, many times, particularly people who go for the Shu on this map, go for the War Chariots. Is that something that you're expecting to see here from Mr. Yo?
I thought about it, but I think they're too expensive. I guess Mangalos are just better against Scorpions from Khmer, you can see here. He held. I didn't think he would be able to. I died a couple times in practice, so I thought I would be able to kill here, but at the end, I just used my mobility and obviously micro here and there, and eventually I could outplay him in multiple areas.
Yeah, we talked about this matchup a little bit before your set. Like, what should Khmer do against Shu, right? We ended up like opting for the Scorpion Leica play, and it requires so much micro. Like, you can't afford to look away and lose the Scorpions. You need to take good trades all the time and make sure he stays in his base. I feel like the deciding factor in this game was that you had good economy at home. Like, you were able to keep dropping farms, and that's something like something nice about Khmer. And eventually, I think this fight you took at the perfect moment. I think if you waited like a minute or so, you would have enough pikemen and maybe monks to make sure to hold you off. Was your plan to end the game in Castle Edge? Because you felt like you committed to even +2 attack here eventually, just like trying to finish the game, basically.
Yeah, I feel like in late game, Shu with Mangonels, faster traction traps, and then Halbs eventually would be unstoppable to hold. So I had to do something in Castle Edge, and that was like the only play I had.
Yeah, so it was a really good play there. And then we go into game 2, Vietnamese against Magyars. A bit of a weird pick there by Mr. Yo. I don't think we had seen Magyars being used, especially not this way on this map before. What were your thoughts about that? Did it scare you a little bit maybe? Or do you think like, I don't think that will work?
I thought about it. As soon as I saw Magyars, I knew, okay, there's no way playing standard. Like, a pick like this on this map, and then Magyars, it's kind of clear that he would do something tricky. I just had to confirm if it's either Feudal Age or Phosphoru, and I saw it pretty quick, based on his uptime and obviously the villagers on the stone. So I had to just adapt, win water, but he boomed it back somehow. But Vietnamese late game is a killer, so I was
How do you
almost
guys feel
safe.
about the Magyar Sar? I mean, I think it's telling that you're seeing folks going from Magyar Sar on a water map. So how do you guys feel about this unit? Is it in a good state? Does it need to be tweaked a little bit?
Yeah, I feel like they have to get more expensive. Like they're like 70 res or 75 res for a knight, basically. With +2 attack as well right away, so it's basically a knight. Half costing knight.
100 HP, 1.5 fast, a lot faster than a knight.
Faster than a knight as well, yeah, it's crazy.
Faster.
Crazy
than
unit.
camels too, by the way.
Yeah, wild.
It scaled so well into the game as well for Magyars. Luckily though, you were Vietnamese, you had the Fire Lancers. You made a good switch into them, and like from there, he's basically forced to switch to CA, but you just didn't give him enough time. You kept pushing. You masked the traps from the initial, to kill the initial castle he made, and then you just kept going forward and never gave him time to get to the full army composition that Magyars wants.
Yeah. He made one broken unit, I made the other one, so.
So here, that's game 3. That was Pantanal. We got the Way here for Leary and Berbers for Mr. Yo. The casters were saying you were maybe being a bit too busy here, Leary, at the beginning. Or maybe trying to do too much. Would you agree?
I thought he would have idle TC or something, because usually you take the boar and you leave the rest of the villas on the wood. Let's look away from that. Forgot how close the TC was, but yeah, like, the meta right now is very cheesy, as you could see here. Like, I literally denied, I think, half of his resources, and he just drops a castle with 20 villas, and I'm dead, so what can you do?
It felt like the Feudal Age aggression did something, but he still gets the castle up, and it doesn't matter, right? It's so close to your town center. It will take down your buildings at the front, and eventually has like a free way to push your main town center. And here the game is just annoying to play for you. Like no mobility, you have no resources. I would say since the moment he got his castle up, the game was probably over. Because I don't really know what units you can make to recover from here. Like elite skirmishers and ballistics ideal, but you're just not getting there, right?
Yeah, I already had idle TC. I kind of idled everything to go up to Castle Edge, still wasn't enough, and from this point on, the game is just over.
Did you feel a bit of tilt in this game? Because I feel like that's the kind of game that it's annoying to lose, you know? Just like Mr. Yo going for a castle drop next to you, it can get annoying.
I knew he had something planned. I kind of thought about the castle, but how do you even stop that, you know? Like, as soon as I went up, it's already too late. Like, it felt like I already lost, so what can you do?
Yeah. As we were watching here, game number 4, that was Fernando Noronha, Vikings versus Wu. You started walling even before you saw the landing, Leary, so obviously something you were thinking about.
Yeah, I mean, he's never going to play water against Vikings, right? I just have the superior ships, so I knew something was coming. And as soon as I saw a transport, the spear, I just confirmed it, and then I had to adapt, and game plays itself from there.
Yeah, you just had Vikings economy going the whole way. The wood pick also makes kind of obvious that he's going to try some kind of landing.
Yeah.
And, well, yeah, you just defended with towers initially, and then I think here you surprised him with way more cavalry than he was expecting. You did a very good move as well, baiting with the knights. You go out with the knights on the Lycav initially. He starts converting the knights, so you send those back immediately and use your Lycav to snipe the monks, which was like a really, really nice move. And then eventually you just have better units, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Better eco, better units, more mobile. I think Woog actually are pretty decent at this. I thought he would land me in Castle Age, but it happened earlier.
Yeah.
Deja vu.
Maybe with a bit better luck, like if he was against a less aware player, the landing could have done a lot more. But yeah, you were just expecting it, so it was hard. In this game, Burgundians and Portuguese, I feel like giving up the whole front of your base wasn't the best idea against Portuguese. You got the relics, you didn't get them as Burgundians. What was your game plan like for the matchup?
Reach Imp and take it from there after winning water. But that didn't work. I almost reached Imp, but too late.
Almost got there.
Yeah, not
if
quite though.
Did, does the game go completely different, or is the pressure just too strong? That
Nah, game is still over.
The game's still over.
But I would have made it to Imp at least.
Was still a hype moment, you know. The hype moment.
I mean, maybe I could have done something of chemistry, then Henke on ear, but I still had 30 fish, right? So maybe, but the way it went, no chance.
I remember a game in TTL, Leary, on this precise map. I believe you were Italians. So that was before, I imagine, was before the naval rework. I don't know if you remember this. You were really on the ropes on this map, but somehow held and held and held, and then you come back. So I wonder if something like that would have been possible here, but you just said you kind of think that would have been too difficult, maybe.
I guess at the moment I give up the middle, it's kind of hard. I have no gold, I have no stone. He has superior units. I'm up to him, but like, what can I really do, right?
Yeah.
So at that point, Danzo.
So as you have here the last game of the series, then that was Sertão, Mongols for Leary, Byzantines for Mr. Yo. Fast castle for you yet again, Leary. You're really embracing the dark side these days, bro.
Yeah, well, died to it twice, so, you know, return the favor once at least. So yeah, Byzantines. I kind of expected him to go forward. What else are you going to do with Byzantines? But forward against Fast Castle. Fast Castle is strong nowadays, and especially he kind of sacrificed his scout to delay me, which, you know, backfired, obviously. So without his scout, the forward is kind of useless. I think he's already down a few villas when I reach Field Age, so...
Yeah, you used your villas to defend and gain time. It also weakened your economy, though. It didn't let you click up to Castle Age right away. But eventually, you got just enough gold to get to like three Lancers and just run around. And then eventually, you were able to expand to another gold, and I think that basically sealed the game, right? He's stuck in Feudal Age, making spears and skirmishers. I think there was a bit of potential for what he did. Like, you had so many low HP villagers living. I think maybe with a bit better luck or some more blocking by him, he could have killed enough builds that you just wouldn't be able to make enough Lancers. But you were able to, and yeah, here's just like, how do you counter this unit when you're stuck in Feudal Age, right?
Yeah, you don't. Like, spears, theoretically on paper, but in practice, you just run away, out-micro them, so game plays itself from there.
All right, Leary, we really appreciate your thoughts. Get some rest. We need you strong and healthy and energized for the final later on. And we're going to send it to a break. When we're back, there's going to be Hera versus ACCM, cast by T West and Tristan, T90. So don't you guys go anywhere.
If you want me to get you a coffee, since I'm such a nice guy, I'm magic. If that's what that's for.
I will go myself.
You sure?
Thank you.
I
actually know you were.
Louis gave me a water yesterday, even though I didn't ask him to.
I'm a nice guy. I actually am a nice guy. You would tell you what I would do. What happened?
He gives you hope for the future, you know, and he will for sure be a part of it.
He did win his first series, then goes 3-0.
A bit more into the way we used to see it, right?
Yeah, honestly, I can shake you as a player. It's like, okay, maybe I'm not...
Mr. Yo should approach this matchup.
Yes, but it's not easy, right? I'm worried about for Sebastian. I think are not the best as well. He just got 200 feet for 368 gold. He's good for the support, really went for that. He's very good. Yeah, that's
I was completely fine. But now
And now
my
you're starting to
chest
get nervous,
is getting,
like either risk to go heavy fight against, like I did it now in this game against you, to rush you down.
Thank you so much. No. Paparazzo. How you always catch me when I'm doing stupid stuff? Paparazzi.
No, fodon!
Now this is like... It was a real height. It's real.
She tried to get me to speak Portuguese today, and I declined because I'm really bad at it. I'm so sorry. This dominates. I mean, Tara has 3 maps, which is very tough. Incredibly strong. He then unfortunately had to face Tara here in the quarterfinals. I think Andy's performance. Live audience, you guys were amazing. Here tomorrow, it's going to be even better. Tell everybody about it. Please be here.
Welcome in, folks. We are here for the second semifinal here, Brazilian Dynasty. First semifinal was a treat. Amazing action the whole way through. Hopefully we get the same thing here between Hera and ACCM. How you doing, T West?
Yeah, that first semifinal was amazing. Yo really came to play today, and much better than his group stage match against Leary.
Yeah, I thought so as well. I mean, I think the storyline with Yo and with ACCM is that they maybe got started a little late, turned it up a notch, and I think ACCM, there'll be some similarities here where he'll have to come up with some unorthodox strategies to take down Hera.
Well, they call him the chef for a reason. He comes up with unorthodox strategies.
Exactly. And you can already see it on the maps as well, which we'll get into in a second. But I just want to say thanks to everyone for watching live, both in person and online. So thanks everyone watching the streams. Should be a crazy day here today. But the storyline coming into today really should be, are the favorites going to make the finals? Leary's already done so. Leary and Hera have met in a lot of finals, and Hera is going to be prepped, I think, to make it back again. Yeah, I mean, we've got 7 maps to potentially talk about here, so I'd love to just dive into it. First one being, Game 1 is going to be on that water
on
map.
Fernando,
that
on our
islands
water map. And we don't have Vikings as our Civ draft pick. We've seen the Vikings and their longboats be so good on that map. It kind of feels inevitable that once they get to the Castle Age, they just kind of win the map. Unless maybe, as Yo tried to do last set, there was a landing. But I think it's kind of hard to land on that map when there are so many whales, and you can't really deny someone from taking gold.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. But I think the straight-up water has potentially been a weakness for Hera. Against Andy, he was able to solve that problem, but from what I remember in that game, he did actually have a relatively rough start. He did pick Celts second on his draft, so that should tell you how highly Hera prioritizes that civilization. I'm assuming it's going to be Celts. Maybe he's going to go Celts somewhere else.
I've seen a lot of practice games with Celts. It feels like everyone is playing Celts in their practice games these days. And other than Vikings, it seems to be the most favored civ on the map. But, I mean, Byzantines are a good water civ. Armenians, Dravidians are there. And when you look at the map pool, we got 3 water maps, basically. Fernando, then Amazonia, and Coast Arena. And Coast Arena, Amazonia, you can play them to different levels. If you want a pure water civ, you're going to use it for Fernando.
Yeah, no shortage of options there. I think there's some nice mind games there at play for ACCM because there's so many civs that could be seen even on just game number 1.
Oh, wait. Speaking of mind games, Sicilians are in the draft.
Yeah, true.
Do you think we could see some type of landing? Sicilians, donjons?
I think Sicilians been seen pretty frequently on Tepui. So that's my first thought, is we see the donjons there. I know Mr. Yo did that. I've seen some weird conversations behind the scenes on Sicilians, maybe on some other maps. I'm not sure, but if you think of like unique units, unique styles, Armenians have their churches, Georgians do as well. No other civ has those. Sicilians with the donjons and the sergeants. Bohemians, unique with their Hussite wagon play at times. Muisca, potential for some weird fast castle. Temple guard, monk shenanigans. You look at Hera's side, Hera's like, I want archers, scouts, knights.
He wants
archers,
the standard
scouts,
maps.
knights. He will potentially go organ guns or something like that, but Hera's just going to try and play meta because when he plays meta, he dominates here. And
He wins 82.4% of the time against ACCM. That is a crazy win rate. But we also saw ACCM versus Andy in the group stage. We saw Andy pull that upset when it was a crazy win percentage for ACCM. So I think on this map will give someone who's creative like ACCM the ability to come up with strategies, come up with different civ usages, and maybe find a way to avoid that meta gameplay that Hera wants to dominate.
Let's be real here. The last 2 S tiers they faced, it has not been good for ACCM. It was a full sweep for Hera, 4-0 in TTL semifinals. You also then had the Lingwan Cup, I believe group stage there, but still, ACCM will know how hard it's going to be today. But I think, just looking at the draft, we don't know where the civilization is going to be played. I actually think he's in a pretty good position to pull off the upset. Sometimes, when you need the upset, the highest chance you have at winning the best of 7 series is also the highest chance you have at getting swept. It's weird, right? You're not playing towards 1 or 2 wins. 1 or 2 wins.
That's a really good point. I like that because you're trying to do something creative.
Exactly.
Right? Maybe like we saw Yo against Leary in the group stage. He tried something creative and it didn't work out.
Yeah.
But I'm also thinking recently ACCM versus Leary in the Warlords final. He gets down 4-0 and then comes back, forces game 8, almost reverse sweeps Leary.
Yep.
I think Hera's the type of player who in a very long set can outlast players. If there's a player who's not going to be outlasted, it's ACCM. He knows what it's like to play long games and long sets.
Yeah, ACCM will be here all day. He doesn't care. Remember, grand final after this, so stick around for that. I do also want to point out in the previous set, Hera was up against Romans on Tepui, which was his home map. I felt very strongly, if you listen to the cast, he should have died to that. There's some small things that could have been tweaked there from freaking Andy for him to get that win. Hera now hasn't picked the Burgundians. Granted, it was banned, but, he always loved the Burgundians there. Hasn't gone for some of his other picks. Maybe Romans could be used there. I'm inclined to say he probably won't do that because it's more of like an all-in strategy, and Hera is really comfortable with other strats.
I have heard some grumblings from him that he does think it is a fast castle map.
Yeah.
But he definitely does not seem like the person to go for that Phosphorus strat.
Yeah. Hera's going to want to play, like we said, like standard units.
He's going to want skirmishers.
He's going to play man-at-arms into some skirms, into some archers, maybe occasional tower. So we'll see. Britons as well, a little blast from the past. Good to see the Britons on there. I think Britons on Amazonia could be an option. I know that Lewis has tried that before, and there's a look at Hera here as we're gearing up to start our Game 1 map on Fernando, where my guess is we're going to have the Celts from Hera, just because he's picked it so highly, and the Celts have had a pretty insane win rate, and there's ACCM. And ACCM, it's so funny, he's so serious when he's up there. Most players are. But that big grin that he's known for, you never see when he's on the stage. The second he's off stage, he's smiling more than any other person.
He's smiling all the time. He's joining Yo on all of his breaks. He's just enjoying himself at these LANs. For his civs, the top picks all feel like they work for Fernando. It feels like Byzantines are a really good option against the Celts. They don't have an eco bonus, but they have the better warships. And it's a question of the water meta. What is currently the best option? Do you go for the eco bonus and having more ships and more production? Do you try to go for the better classic water civs like Byzantines have been with the fire ships? And I think there's a lot of questions that these players have been trying to answer through their practice games to then bring that same level and knowledge to the actual stage.
I think I've learned a lot the last 4 days on how to play this map, and I think it's changed massively. Initially, it was like, okay, everyone just opens galleys, they'll mix in a couple fires, they get to Castle Age on like 3 docks. But yesterday, Andy went 4 dock production, delayed his production for like 30 seconds, went Castle Age. Thought it was fine. Hera was like 6 dock production there. And because the fire ships take down the docks so quickly, I think that really playing full feudal water is the play. Like, I mean, big numbers. Remember when Hera lost against Andy in the group stage as well. How did he lose? Well, he lost with fire ships taking down his docks and losing production. So I think we're going to see a lot of boats in feudal here.
And that's a really good point about Byzantine fire ships. If you want to take down docks, they're going to be the fastest way to do it.
Yeah, no, exactly. So it's tough with Byzantines because Byzantines can be slotted in anywhere. And so then if you lose with them game 1, you're kind of like, that could have been good on X, Y, or Z map. Whereas maybe you look at the Dravidians, and the Dravidians aren't as comfortable somewhere, or the Armenians, or the Georgians. But if I had to guess here, I would actually say the Armenians, and say that the Armenians are going to be slotted in because he's going to probably play Sicilians on Tepui. But then again, it's like Armenians, feudal age longsword, that can be pretty strong against some of the options Hera's going to have on some of these land maps, which is what Hera's gone for, just pure land maps.
Yeah, and Dravidian's an interesting pick, but I've been talking to players. I think they feel these days that the Celts wood bonus is better than the Dravidians wood bonus in the long run. The Dravidians, they used to be really good because of that extra population space you got on the dock, helped you get a fast feudal timing. I feel that we have a bit less of an emphasis on the feudal timing now, that players are going more for the heavy wood bonus and production, and you're not really getting the same early advantage that you might have in the old galley wars.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're going to be into it here. Game number 1. I'd love to hear the crowds here in Brazil as we start off our second semifinal. Yeah, there we go, guys. Man, everyone's ready to go here. And we were right. It's going to be Celts here from Hera, a civilization that until he beat it was undefeated in this tournament. Hera in the blue, big favorite in this semifinal. And ACCM will know that on the other side in the red, playing as the Dravidians.
Yeah, and I wonder if players are going to go for that full feudal approach, or if maybe they're tempted to play like they did in the qualifiers where players were doing more fast castles, because the Dravidians feel like a civ where you have that naval advantage against the Celts, but if you play an extended feudal game, then you're not going to have the same wood eco that the Celts do.
Yeah. Also, the dock position is going to be important here, right? Hera went for back dock a lot here, and now he's going forward dock in the semifinal. We now have a side dock from ACCM. That's going to protect some of his fish, but the big conversation about the dock positions, as always, is where are the whales? You're going to find whales which you can take gold more towards the front. I could be wrong. Maybe there's a whale over there. That's actually really fortunate for ACCM.
That is an amazing dock. That's the best dock I've ever seen on this map. 2 fish and 2 whales. The whales can't be directly behind your island, but they can be to the sides. That's why we see a lot of players side docking. You can go for the whales, take gold, and then skip a mining camp later on, so you're even saving a bit of wood from that.
Yeah. TOS, tell me, is this standard to have this many deer on the map? And I just missed it. There's a lot of deer. It looks like there's more than 4. Is that?
There are 2 groups of 4.
Ah, I see. Okay.
And this is maybe a bit non-standard because we see Hera luring the boar or the javelina with the scout to be as efficient as possible and not use his villager. But that's because he's not worried about a landing at all. If he were worried about a landing, he'd want that scout HP.
Yeah, Hera did that as well in the previous rounds. Just the feeling again of maximum efficiency on the eco. This map is all about water in his eyes. There could be a transport from ACCM. Mr. Yo and ACCM probably game plan together for the separate semifinals, thinking, hey, if we meet in the final, who cares what strategies we've shown each other? They know the goal is going to be to take down, number 1 and number 2 in the world. So I wouldn't hate ACCM going like man-at-arms into water here if you don't trust yourself against Hera straight up on the Navy.
That's interesting because the Dravidians, we talked about the wood bonuses, they have a better timing on their wood bonus where it hits just as you get to the feudal age. So if you wanted to go for men-at-arms, I think you have a good usage of that extra. 1, you save the house in the Dark Age, and 2, you get that 200 wood as soon as you hit feudal. So if there's a civ to go for it, it's probably the Dravidians.
Yeah, the thing is, and we talked about it in the back room, I actually think landings are way less effective when whales are incorporated into the map scripts.
Yeah, and I agree with that 100%.
When you go for man-at-arms, you can take them off of a resource, right? Well, here, you can't take them off the gold to delay their ship production. They can just take it on the water. So I think because you can get food and you can get the gold on the water, water becomes doubly as important here. So we're going to see some boats, just as everyone expected. And maybe we'll be wrong later on. But get ready. I'm really curious on the amount of docks before they click up to Castle Age. I would guess that Hera's going to be on something like 5 before Castle Age.
And Hera's going really aggressive. There are those islands in the middle, and there tend to be fewer whales around the islands. And so far, it looks like Hera just putting his fishing ships on the fish and not taking the whales yet. He can get 1 whale from each of the docks, but not quite as easily as ACCM can.
Yeah, but you don't really need that much because you have 100 golds, and you can just shift over 2 to 3 fishing ships now. I think the ratio I've seen, and I haven't practiced it myself, but it's about 3 on food and then 3 on the whales. So I think that's Hera making that adjustment right now. You don't want to overtake either resource, food, or gold, and the wood eco is the most important thing. We've got 20 on wood for Hera with the Kelt wood bonus. It's 21 for ACCM back at his base.
And Hera's opening with galleys, so not the Hulk opening that I think a lot of players has opened with Hulks then gone to galleys. Here it's just straight galleys.
Well, if that's the case, if everyone's going Hulks, galleys counter Hulks, so that's a pretty damn good opening. ACCM's got a bit of a guessing game to go for as well here. And ACCM is going to open with fires, which actually, he'll find out, pretty good against the galley opening. So this is our new water tech tree, bit of a triangle at play. And yeah, we're going to get into it here. Game number 1, and I really feel ACCM needs this win. If he is going to win, this is the type of map. Any map that has water, that is where you have to beat Hera. Otherwise, you might have very little chances.
Yeah, and Hera's going to split up the galleys. He'll find the scout, but he wants to sail around both sides of the island, I think, to try to find those docks as fast as he can.
It's actually nice for ACCM. He got to see a galley, so he knows that Hera's opening galleys. If he didn't see that, he still might second guess himself a little bit. So no big issues there.
And he's splitting his fires too. He's trying to intercept both groups of galleys. And here the galleys don't have fletching yet, so this is the best time for the fires to engage.
Yeah, fires have high pierce armor. Hera will see this. But I think Hulks are really just not going to be seen anymore on this map because they're so useless against the docks themselves, and it gives the opponent a chance to recover. So I think both players are going to do a combination of the fires, which are going to be in front, and then the galleys behind. And pretty much the whole game I'd expect for that combination.
Yeah, and as long as you have enough galleys to counter Hulks, you're probably going to stop your opponent from making the Hulks, even if they want to counter the fires. You're mostly going to go galley plus fire.
Resources collected. Pretty strong here for the Celts. Remember that wood bonus. Hera has picked this civ second for a reason. It does make you think a little bit, though, because ACCM did pick Dravidians first on his draft. So he put even greater priority on the Dravidians, as Hera says, you've gone a little bit too far, my friends. And ACCM has to back away with the fire.
Yeah, and he's not going to get any fish there. The fires, you really need to amass several of them before pushing the docks. That's not an early feudal push, which is why I think some players like to go for that galley opening or even the Hulk opening, just because you're not going to be effective until you've actually won a bit of a fight on the water and then can push the docks.
Yeah, so here it's like numbers are even, and you're going to be tempted to say the best way for me to win this now is to go Castle Age. So we may see a market soon, and selling of the stone, buying of the food, right? But from what I saw in that Andy Harris series, I learned actually using the market too early is a mistake, and you really just need big numbers right now.
And that's the mistake ACCM made on this map earlier when he played his group stage set against Winchester. That's the game he lost when he went Castle Age too early and lost the water in feudal.
If you like aggression, I know not everyone's the biggest fan of water, but listen, this is actually exciting stuff that we're talking about going 4 or 5 dock production, because if you don't, you're going to get punished, and that is not what water used to be. Hera's going up to dock number 4, I believe, if I'm getting my count right. And he's going to keep spamming. Galleys and fires coming out. There they are. That's 5 docks now from Hera. This is crazy.
That's what you used to see sometimes with those old Viking galley wars. But here we have one big fight. The fires there in the middle. who just about even on the ship numbers. I think ACCM has a slight advantage and will have his reinforcements closer to his docks too.
It is 4 dock production from ACCM right now. Fletching was late for him. He's going to get it now. The galleys are focusing each other down. Then it's fire v fire. I think Hera, he's just really outnumbered in the fires there, so I think maybe a little too focused on the galley micro. And ACCM, 7 kills, 3 deaths so far.
That's a great fight and a great opening for ACCM. And he's just going to keep pressuring Hera and continue moving forward. He has to be careful getting close to Hera's docks where his reinforcements will be there. But so far, so good for ACCM.
Yeah, it's tough though. You have a lot of weak boats. You don't exactly have the APM, even at this level, to send individual villagers to repair everyone. It takes a really long time as well. So this could easily swing. I'm still curious, though, what the resources are going to look like and what the dock count's going to look like. Should also point out where the fish is expanding to. ACCM's kind of running out of fish right now. Unless he shifts his fishing ships to the very back of his island, Hera overextends again, and another ship thrown away there.
It feels like Hera, yeah, maybe a bit more of an easy fishing eco, but that's going to matter if you want to click up to the castle age, right? If you're just staying full feudal and pumping ships, the fish aren't really as important.
Yep. Still no market from either player. 15 minutes into this game. Very fast start. Micro from ACCM has looked on par with Hera's here. The macro has looked on par as well. Remember, the Celts should have the better eco at this stage, but resources collected's even. But it still feels so close. I think we're going to get to Castle Age. It's just a matter of, will we be even? And will the uptimes be even? There's our first market.
All right, that's ACCM. I think you're going to sell the stone here and then buy food. I mean, is it an option to sell stone and just use it for wood for more docks?
I need you to look top right now. He has 2 ships in queue. So he goes market. This is the same thing we talked about. He goes market, and now he's not continuously producing ships. Hera's got 5 docks producing at the moment. So this is Hera's chance in theory.
Does ACCM feel like maybe he has enough ships he can defend his docks, that he's taken fights that are good enough, he can fall back with the defender's advantage? It's always so difficult to tell that exact moment when you need to click up.
No, it is. I think he's judged it pretty nicely, but anything can happen here. There's a lot of fire at play. There's also lots of those galleys behind. ACCM, I think, isn't taking the best of fights, though. I think he needs to back off for now. And Hera ties up the KD, even goes ahead by 1 kill there. So now 12-11 for Hera. We know he's still producing consistently, and he will continue to do so. This is very similar to what happened when Freakin' Andy was against Hera. He clicks up to Castle Age a little faster, or that was the goal, and then Hera pushes back.
And he's not clicking up to Castle Age, he sold the stone. He's floating 500 food, but he stopped his production. We see he's restarting the fire ship production now. Maybe a bit of a panic, realizing he made a mistake.
And he overextends, right? That's where his rally point was. And suddenly this snowball's out of control quick. This is precisely what we talked about. I think right now on water, it's just spam boats. Forget about Castle Age. Take down their docks. But ACCM's galleys and his fires are just enough. His reinforcements are here. And oh man, what a close fight, T-West. Hera backs away.
And he needs that defender's advantage with the production from his docks. And ACCM, he fell behind really far in KD, but he managed to even it up just there at the end. It's now 24-22 for Hera. And importantly for ACCM, his fishing ships are still alive, but he needs to start moving them around the back of his island. But there won't be whales.
Yeah, the galleys are just not going to be incredibly useful. I think it's all about fires right now. You need to keep your galleys alive, of course, but queuing up more galleys is a mistake in my opinion. Your fires are going to take down the docks. Your fires are going to get a lot more value.
And if you're Dravidians, you also have to worry about losing the docks, means you might get housed.
Yeah.
And that will devastate your production on these galley fights.
Yeah, he's doing a pretty good job. Both players have been to get their houses up.
And he's up to the Castle Age.
Yeah.
He needs to hold until he gets his Castle Age upgrades down. I think Hera can feel that, and he wants to be aggressive knowing ACCM's clicked up.
When a player backs up like this, there's a reason for it. And Hera also saw the difference in production, right? And so, yeah, he's forcing the issue here. ACCM has to fight here, because if he loses here, he'll lose 2 docks. It's acceptable to maybe lose 1, and he's barely holding on.
Just barely. Hera has so many galleys. It feels like he's falling behind in fire numbers. Maybe that gives ACCM the chance to push him back if he has more fires. But it's such a close fight here. But a close fight is not really what you want when you don't have the production.
Yeah, it's so close right now. Hera senses there's the timing he needs to hit, but at the same time, ACCM is still somehow just barely matching. I'd honestly love to see ACCM get more docks up. I don't think he's producing enough, T-West. I'm not seeing the production. 1 more dock in the behind this would have been really nice, and he's going to have to give that one up. And Hera, still not on the way to Castle Age, still just spamming fires. Will he get worried here when he sees ACCM's uptime?
I don't think he will. I think he's right where he wants to be. I think he understands the meta, Celts have a great wood bonus, and he can pull back now, and he can wait for the upgrades, but have more ships when he upgrades them.
Yeah, this is so cool though. Like the way, like the faster Castle Age almost always swings games, right?
And this is so different from how it was played in the qualifier, where it was front dock, fast castle every single game. And these changes to the docks and the fish garrisoning and the patches have really made a difference in the meta for this map.
Okay, ship upgrades on the way. There were some additional docks back here from ACCM. Hera sees that. I don't think Hera's going to have an easy time taking down a dock before any of these upgrades come in.
No.
So he needs to be careful here.
I think Hera's goal is to push ACCM as far back as he can to give himself as much room to retreat and wait for his upgrade.
Yeah, also you can intercept ships like that. There's one ship in the north that ACCM's going to lose. That's pretty wasteful.
He might snipe that dock. The fires take them down pretty quickly. Has to be wary of medium warships, as ACCM's going to get that right now.
I think right there, I'm being critical, but it's a semi-final. I think ACCM needed to run past him, sail past him when Hera was on the underside of that dock and intercept like 4 or 5 ships. Missed out on an opportunity there.
And now it's feudal galleys. It always does feel easier to micro the feudal galleys than it does the Castle Age ships. They're just a bit smaller and easier to move. So Hera might just enjoy retreating right now, try to do whatever damage he can, but he really needs to buy himself time for his own upgrades now. He's a minute away from the Castle Age.
This is the most critical minute here. We've got the fire upgrade on the way that's going to give them a charge attack. Hera won't have his warships upgrade in for about 2 minutes. I think ACCM should take docks here. Take the docks. We saw Hera do this. Take the production from Hera, and then Hera will suffer. Yeah, look, Hera has to come back in and take possibly a questionable fight because he knows he can't lose his production.
Yep. And we have the Siphons upgrade also for the fire ships. That gives them an attack bonus. ACCM with the University to do all of his upgrades too. That's important. Here's the fight. Hera does not have medium warships. ACCM has upgraded fire ships. And this is the fight ACCM wants.
Yeah, and now just shift to the dock. You got a good fight, shift to the dock, take that dock out, and then back away. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Hera has ships queued in there, and that'll eliminate production. And now you're concerned because you know Hera's going to have the upgrades. Get ready to back away if you're ACCM and research that tech right there. That'll allow him to move a bit faster. Hera's galleys, by the way, they're trying to go in. Hera's galleys are just going to get chased down. What a waste from Hera, trying to get sneaky for fish. But he's losing a lot right now.
And faster Castle Age, finally paying off for someone, perhaps?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a really close game so far. I actually think it's been one of the closest games we've seen on this map the entire tournament. Usually by now, the games have been decided, but that is not the case here. ACCM putting up a big fight against Hera, and he has his upgrades now. Hera's got to catch up with the Clinker Construction upgrade.
And the Celts still have that great wood bonus, but the farther we go into the game, the better the tech tree at the dock will be for ACCM.
Interesting. I want to know what HP that dock was at right now.
It's low. It's on fire.
Yeah.
282.
I wonder if he could have stayed there and sniped that. Hera's galleys are out of the picture now. Hera, I don't think has the Siphons upgrade either. And you can kind of sense it. And now the Hawks are going to become a factor for ACCM because there's no galleys for Hera. Actually, I say that there's galleys behind. He's still got the numbers, but this is looking much better for the underdog ACCM.
Look at that KD, 64 to 54. He's starting to pull ahead. Has to be so careful in these fights, but he wants to take it. He doesn't want to retreat here, and I think he's starting to get the advantage with the Siphons upgrade.
I think Siphons made a big difference here. It's fire v fire, but that extra technology has taken down Hera's fires, and Hera probably can't believe it. If ACCM can just continue to push, he can take down the docks, and he can win this game very quickly.
Well, ACCM picked Dravidians first in his draft for a reason. He has the fires. He's pushing against the war galleys. Remember, demos are not effective anymore. You don't have a quick way to clear them. The water can really snowball on ACCM now, 87 to 67 KD.
ACCM should win this game from here. He should take down the docks. He should push Hera back. Hera doesn't have good fishing eco. ACCM's moment, his perfect start to the semifinals is this right here. He's got to keep pushing T-West.
He's got to keep pushing, and if he ever stops, he can just turn and destroy docks too. He has different ways he can push now. He's in such a good position.
Yeah, Hera's doing what he can though. The galleys are hitting and running very nicely. I'll give him that. Unfortunately for him, all the new boats are going to pop directly into some pressure here, and ACCM's going to continue to pile on the pressure, and just so hard, right? You produce, and it's camped, and you almost lose the ship every time. It's really brutal for Hera.
And that defender's advantage really doesn't matter if you can't get the ships out in time. Now that you've lost the dock positioning, he's going to lose the docks. ACCM will push him with the fires, and this is so good for ACCM.
Yeah, it is. I like the mix of Hawks from ACCM, but honestly, I just stay on the fires. because Hera has struggled with that Siphons upgrade. I still don't think Hera's researched it himself. Maybe the resources aren't there, or maybe it was researched and I missed it, but looking there, I don't think it's in. Unless, maybe it's not shown.
I always feel like when I look at Capture Edge, I don't know where anything is now. Now that it's in the university instead of the docks, it's in a different location.
I mean, I believe I'm only seeing a charge from ACCM.
Well, here's a question. Is there a way, unless you're noticing the charge, can you click on the ship and see Siphons? I'm not sure if
you can. The white bar at the bottom.
The white bar. That's true. The white bar at the bottom will show you the charge attack.
Yeah. Right. But it's interesting because you can see and hear the charge attack. So there's that notification that tells Hera the opponent has a charge, and he has not gone for that yet himself. He's committing mainly to the War Galleys. And the War Galleys are going to be rather complicated because careening's on the way for ACCM, which gives him the additional armor. I have felt that Hera's weaknesses is the water maps. ACCM's ahead with a lot of important technologies and timings this game.
Yeah, and these water maps, they're so close, and ACCM had just the right moment to click up. And Hera was pushing him. He didn't lose too much, and Hera is now completely pushed back behind his docks. He won't be able to reinforce his ships, and ACCM can pick off all of the docks.
Hera's gonna be like, what? How have I not killed these yet? But it's because of the next upgrade. There's more Pierce armor now, and Hera might just tap out now because his production's canned. ACCM wins game number 1.
ACCM, well, if only this were a best of 1. It's a best of 7. Hera has time to come back, but this is the start ACCM wanted. Also, Hera, second pick in the draft was Celts. Dravidian's first for ACCM, but they both put a really big priority on game number 1.
That's the most important thing here, right? As we see Nacho in the back dancing. I don't think Nacho's giving me the thumbs up. You can see him in the back there. But yeah, Nacho's probably excited as he's casting in Spanish here just at the start of the series, because this is what we want to see, is the underdog bringing it. But yeah, Celts were high priority.
That
graph were high priority.
That tells you Hera was ahead in feudal production and was consistently taking those fights with the Celt eco. But then ACCM finding the right moment for the military production.
I don't think Hera made any major mistakes. What he did against Andy was heavy production. ACCM also had heavy production, but he was able to find the perfect timing on when to back off. And I don't know how you get that judged so perfectly. That was so good from ACCM.
Yeah, and it feels like in the games we've seen so far, Hera did this approach and it worked. ACCM did this approach and it didn't work.
Yeah.
Some slight adjustments, maybe it's just better judgment from ACCM. But man, that is so well done, figuring out the right moment to click up to the Castle Age.
It was really close though, right? Like if Hera had 2 more ships here, or maybe not here, but at various moments, he takes down 2 or 3 docks and it snowballs very quickly. So great first game. It's what the underdog needs. Hera, though, we've seen him lose this map before and turn it around. So we'll see what Hera gets to choose, but it will be Hera's home map choice next. I'm expecting he avoids all water and goes for one of his 3 home maps and keeps it a bit simpler for him here.
Well, ACCM does have 2 water maps as his home maps. If Hera wants to win this set, he probably has to go through at least 1 more water map.
Yeah. Yeah, but if it is like ACCM went 0-4 against Hera the last 2 times he played him in a best of 7. Here he's at the LAN and he starts off game number 1 with a victory. That's huge for his confidence to believe in his game plans, because sometimes you start to doubt yourself if you can't start off with a victory, right?
And I think we saw some of that in that set ACCM versus Tato when that siege tower didn't work out. He definitely felt tilted there, and I think it affected him for the next 2 games going forward. So your mental status in front of a crowd is so important to get right.
He's probably still tilted right now. I mean, I kind of am, right? The siege tower didn't eject. I couldn't believe it. So my feeling here is Hera's not going to go for Tepui, which is a little too much pressure. ACCM is pretty dangerous. I think going game 2 on the most aggressive lands map is too much. Hera likes the more defensive standard land maps where he has time to wall up, add some farms, take it to the mid stages of the game. So I think Sir Tao would be my expectation, or Sarah de Carajas would be my guess, but we'll see. They'll let us know on the beautiful little graphic below. But again, hello everyone who walked into the crowds after the break, and hello everyone who's watching live here on the final day at Brazilian Dynasty. It's been a great week.
It's been amazing.
Yeah.
And I think it's been going to be a great experience to be in front of this crowd, because Hera, he's been in front of so many crowds.
Yeah.
And I think the crowd might just have maybe a slight preference for the underdog. I think we saw that. I think we heard that in the Yo versus Leary game. And ACCM, I know the players, they got their headphones on. They can hear the crowd.
Yeah, they'll hear the crowd in the big moments. They're not going to hear too many specifics, but I think that energy actually can be really good. maybe it can make or break you, right? Like if you have a really bad moment and then the crowd starts cheering, you might be like, feel a little dejected by it. But imagine the feeling for ACCM at the moment. He wins that game, he plays very well, and then the crowd, the energy's there. So as we see the Brazilian flag there in the crowd, as there's quite a few Brazilian jerseys on as well. There is a game later on today.
There is a big World Cup game later today.
Yeah.
I think maybe Viper might need to be careful.
Yeah.
Because it's Brazil-Norway.
Funny thing is, for a couple days, Tato had been planning. He knew the passcode to Viper's hotel room, so he bought like 50 Brazil balloons. And he he went into Viper's.
He typed the passcode.
He went into Viper's hotel room last night and filled it with Brazil balloons everywhere because it's Brazil versus Norway. Viper found that last night, and I mean Viper's a good sport. It wasn't too big of a deal, but I thought that was hilarious. And actually, they put the balloons in there when Viper had started his series against ACCM yesterday, right? So we're thinking like, oh, Viper's going to be in a good mood, blah 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 blah. Viper got swept.
And then had to go back to that after being swept.
Yeah, I mean, again, Viper's a great sport. It was not a problem, but Tato was a little bit concerned there for a second that was going to be an issue. But I figured viewers would enjoy hearing that as we have Hera coming back to the stage.
To the station, getting ready. And we know players, sometimes they got to collect themselves between the games of it. We see Sebastian doing his push-ups on stage. And Hera, I know he's a player who really likes to think about his Civ drafts.
If he takes a loss, he will take as much time as he needs. That is the theme with Hera. He will take some time. He'll take a break. He'll rest up. They'll come back in. He'll try and recenter himself. ACCM's sitting there locked in. He's like, let's go, let's go, let's go.
ACCM's like, that game was only like 30 minutes. I was ready here to stay for 4 hours. Like, the time limit's 90 minutes, too short for me.
ACCM does take his breaks as well. He takes his famous smoke breaks. But no smoke break for him right now. We'll see. Hopefully he can keep the energy up.
In our preparations, we had Mr. Yo do a test run, and we timed him to know how long we needed to plan for the breaks.
How long was it?
6 minutes and 40 seconds.
Interesting. Okay. I remember Yo was like petitioning to have, he was like at least a 2-minute break, at least a 3-minute break. He was trying to get every minute he could.
That's why we timed him. Nilly was like, I don't know if we have the time. Yo was like, don't worry, I'll be quick. So we timed him 6 minutes, 40 seconds, fits within the break.
Well, all right. Well, it works out, I suppose. So we'll beat Tapui next. So I was wrong on my assessment that Hera wouldn't want the super aggressive map. Whoops. Romans, almost died to yesterday. It's a good option for Hera. Japanese, he's used to maximum effect. I would expect Japanese here, just because they can hit with the man-at-arms so quickly, but we'll see.
Well, for ACCM, we saw Yo play Sicilians. You know ACCM and Yo practice together. There's not much wood on the map, and sometimes you pick Sicilians because you get that extra wood from the farm upgrades. And if you don't die immediately, which you can fight with the Sergeants and Donjon, so you probably don't, you can get to the late game and kind of have more wood than your opponents.
It's a really risky opening, though. Like, I think ACCM is really going to want something that packs more of an aggressive punch. Because
it looks like he's going for it.
If you're sitting back, you're going to have some real issues. Let's see. Here we go. And it is the expected picks here. Game number 2. We hear the crowd here, as it will be Hera playing as the Japanese and ACCM as the Sicilians. This map, your wood, your berries, your stone, your gold, everything is in range of some type of tower or aggression. So you have to be very aggressive to hold the map control here.
Yeah, everything is forward, and you have a bunch of cliffs, so there's nothing in the back of your base. You can wall yourself, but when you wall, you're not really protecting anything. You're forced to go forward.
Yeah, Hera's got an interesting situation where he actually can wall a little bit. These two wood lines are pretty close together. So you see the wood lines are separated for ACCM. At Hera's base, he's got that house in between two wood lines there. That's pretty nice, just to give him a little bit more safety, but the gold's still very exposed on the left-hand side.
And both of his golds are together, so if ACCM gets forward and gets a donjon in the right position, that's going to be nasty.
Yeah, it's so tough, though, right? Because how are you supposed to get there? Like, you're going to have to walk forward, and Hera will have the fastest man-at-arm build possible on this map with the fastest attacking man-at-arms. If ACCM survives the first 5 minutes, then his civilization could work out, but like defending from that, not so easy here.
Oh, he's forward with the build, taking from the foxes. Remember, you can build the donjons now in the Dark Age, but they don't shoot any arrows until you actually get up to the Feudal Age, and you can't make the sergeants until you're Feudal.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about where you'd even build it here, because your berries are on the left, your wood's on the right. You almost want, if you're going to build the dungeon here, you almost want all your resources together, but that never really happens. So decisions to make there for ACCM.
Well, that's what makes this map so tricky. You need to find a way to protect your wood, protect your gold, protect your stone. There's something that you can protect, and it's hard to deny everything from your opponent, but figuring out the right way to place your towers or pressure your men-at-arms is the key.
Yeah, Hera just going to push in some deer. Both players trying to get some additional food. The boars here only have 300 food, so it's a bit tougher to get the food required for men-at-arms, and Vodka zooming in on the famous Brazilian fox over there.
I needed something on the map not really native to the region, but sometimes you just put stuff there for gameplay reasons.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's actually been something that some players have taken advantage of. Hera hasn't gone for any foxes, but he's going to be happy to just mine the gold, and he's got plenty of bonuses with the Japanese.
Yeah, and remember, the foxes have 35 gold each, and you don't need to drop them off. The villagers just collect from the fox, and the gold goes straight into your inventory.
Yeah, which is very unique. Typically, you have to collect a resource and take it somewhere, but that's not the case here.
And both players just enjoying pushing in their deer, and up to the feudal age at similar times. Donjon in front of the berries, so sergeants might be what ACCM goes for. Also, what do you think of the Donjon location prioritizing the berries over maybe a gold?
If you think of the ratio of villagers that you need collecting, you need so much more on food than you do gold here, right? Even if you mine gold, it's 2 on gold. If you're taking food, you're going to want like 10 or 11. So I actually really like that. Missing out on your berries would hurt. And also, he already collected gold with the foxes. So I think he's factored all of this into his build. He's not really going to need the gold. He needs the other resources protected.
And he's really walled that right side of his base. The tricky thing about going to sergeants, as you said earlier, the Japanese have such a fast men-at-arms rush. Yep. ACCM will need to produce after he gets to the feudal age, and Hera already has the militia on their way forward.
It's not what Hera would have wanted, right? He doesn't want to see a dungeon on the front. He doesn't want to see a good base structure that he can't immediately attack. This loop around from Hera, he's desperate for some damage, but like, is that what you want to do right now? Can't ACCM see you?
ACCM even walling from the edge of the map to the town center, making sure those militia can't get to the back. Don't think Hera will get in here. I think he'll just loop around and see that it's walled.
This is so smart from ACCM. He needed to defend from the early attack. He has so far. And Hera is questioning whether or not he can attack anything at the moment, but it's still Japanese. And Sergeant's actually able to go forward now, and ACCM has left himself exposed! He has the villagers there! He did everything else, but this is the easiest thing, is just keep one villager walled, and the archer range villager goes down.
He was hoping the Donjon would keep them safe, but Hera decided to dive. Hera hasn't even done men-at-arms, just clicking it now. He did double attacks first, focusing on the eco. Can ACCM wall the Vill? Yes, he can.
Hera's got to protect himself as well at the same time. This is going to be tough for both, but it should actually be a bit tougher here for ACCM. That's man-at-arms, and Hera isn't attacking because Hera is losing villagers at home. Can the villagers survive here? Wow, Hera was so busy against the sergeants. He might even overextend here as well.
Oh, can ACCM save that villager?
Nice block.
Hera gets the kill. Nice blocking just outside the TC range. The sergeant's though is still forward. He's desperately trying to wall.
Oh, this is so interesting, right? ACCM says, screw my vills. I'll lose a couple, as long as Hera's losing villagers as well. And Hera's villagers are blocked off, and Hera's getting massacred here.
That's now 3-2 Vill kills. Can ACCM get another? He's close to the TC. Hera will try to wall. He's moving to the gold, though. That is a risk.
But that's the most important thing. Both players are not mining gold, so they can't continuously go for their follow-up. And in Hera's case, he only has 21 gold. So he actually has to bring the man-at-arms home to clear this. Then maybe he can get more on gold to make archers.
And now, well, what do you prefer as a follow-up? Archers, or do you just go skirms?
I like 2 archers. You go 2 archers if you have the gold for it. Neither player does, but the idea is to mix in some archers against the infantry, and then you want to go skirms against the opponent's archers.
And who wins Japanese men-at-arms against sergeants?
I'm going to go with the units that are low HP, or sorry, not low HP.
That are high HP?
Yep.
I think so too. That's one very low HP sergeant, and Hera still has the scout there. Try to be as annoying as he can with the scout, but he really wants to keep the scout alive.
Yeah, but the beauty of having that dungeon is you can actually fall back and you can just heal them up ever so slowly if need be. I think this is ever so slightly wasteful from ACCM. To be honest with you, while he's had a great game, imagine if he just walled up those vills at home and then hit Hera. I think he could have a much bigger lead than he has right now.
Yeah, and Hera's just going to try to risk that scout to draw some archer fire, but I don't think ACCM is going to fall for it.
Yeah, ACCM should not fire on that scout at all. And surprised that we see the fight here, actually, because Hera's underneath the donjon.
Exactly like you said, fall back to the donjon, let the donjon do the work.
Yep, heal up the weak ones. 8 military for ACCM, 5 military versus Hera. ACCM has held the first 5 minutes of feudal age. This isn't a bad spot for him at all.
I think I prefer his position. And one thing he's missing, though, is that farm upgrade. We know the Sicilians get extra wood from that farm upgrade. Long term on this map, you don't have much wood. And that's what I've been hearing players say about the Sicilians. They like those farming upgrades.
Yeah, I think you got to get fletching first. Once you get fletching, you can be okay. Again, Hera not prepared to deal with the continuous pressure, and another villager goes down. So far, this series has just been ACCM. It's so well played. I mean, I love the lack of fear here, right? So many people are going to have fear against Hera,
the scout,
and they don't go aggressive. They don't feel like they could do anything against him. But facts remain that ACCM can do so and is doing so far.
And this is wonderful. Look at that, 10-6 military. He's breaking through, forcing Hera to quick wall, and he has skirms to deal with Hera's archers now. I don't think Hera can push this back, and that gold's exposed now.
Yeah, that's good from Hera, though. This relieves a little bit of pressure. Like, him arriving there does stop the reinforcements, but notice how ACCM says, I'm not chasing you. He goes, all right, go ahead. I'm just going to go here again because I know I can do some damage to your eco.
And remember, in the long run, ACCM 3 more vills on stone I just saw there. If he does sergeants, he can build more donjons with them.
Really surprised we haven't seen fletching from either player, though. I think maybe it's just a resource issue, but fletching seems so important, especially for Hera, who's behind in this game. Like, you got to get your upgrades here.
Now it looks like we have a skirm war, 8 skirms to 5. And at this point, it becomes harder to use the archers when there are so many skirms out. And it seems like these players are not continuing to commit to men-at-arms. Or, well, ACCM is making another sergeant.
Yeah, if you can win this fight here with fletching, then you can use your sergeants and you can tower and take Hera off gold. It's actually a huge moment in the game.
That would be beautiful if you can get a donjon up forward on that gold, because they're both in that same spot. One donjon denies both of them.
I mean, unless I'm missing something. I mean, it just, he has the blacksmith. He just isn't getting the upgrades right now, ACCM. It's there, but maybe he's so focused on the fights. Hera's getting fletching, so Hera will have the range unit advantage.
He wants the donjon. That's going to be nasty on the wood and both golds if he puts it right there.
I think, yeah.
Oh, there he goes.
Let's try it and see if he can force Hera's hand. See what Hera does here. Hera might need to counter tower this. Again, no fletching. So
the sergeants are kind of weak. Maybe the skirms could try to pick them off, but yeah, there he goes, that counter tower.
Yeah, still no fletching. Hera has fletching. He goes for the counter tower. He sees the sergeants are weak. With fletching, he's taking down the sergeants pretty quickly. This could be really good for Hera. I think the position for ACCM is there where with some minor tweaks to the decision-making, he can put Hera in some big problems, but the lack of upgrades is going to give Hera a shot here. I think Hera might attack the base of this donjon. He's attacking the sergeants first. This is good focus firing. And then there's not going to be a lot to garrison. Hera might just go full send at this.
Wait, can ACCM construct this donjon? How close is it? He pulls back. He's not going to finish the donjon. 97%. He's trying to dodge the tower fire, but he pulls the sergeant back. He needs to send more sergeants.
Yeah, and that's more resources he's spending without getting fletching for his ranged units. And the fletching also affects the donjons as well, right? He's bringing in more. Hera knows he's going to come finish this eventually. And there it is. It's up. But does it fire enough arrows when you don't have the sergeants to garrison? It's complicated for Hera, though.
And when you don't even have the archers to garrison, because the archers are what really add more arrows to it.
Yeah.
But it's a tower fight. If he gets more sergeants, he can just run the base of Hera's tower and try to take down the tower.
And where's Hera going to take wood? Hera's going to take wood here. There's skirmishers here. Where's he going to take farms? That could get donjoned as well. Like, Hera's trying to go Castle Age, but Hera has a long time to wait until he makes it to Castle Age. This is a lot of pressure.
And if Hera moves, he is the Japanese, so at least he has cheap lumber camps, but every wood line for him is forward, and right now ACCM can follow him and track with the skirms.
Wow, so ACCM, sensing this is going Castle Age, actually sells stone, buys food, so he's trying to get up. And Hera is actually getting wheelbarrow now, and he's going to wait a while. He cancels wheelbarrow. I was going to say wheelbarrow takes a really long time, and Hera needs to get Castle Age, so he's on the way now.
And ACCM decides to rush the tower. Hera pops out with Vills and tries to fight the sergeants, but underneath the donjon.
Man, I can't help but feel like what would be if ACCM has had fletching this whole time, right? Like, the donjon would be ranging more units there.
Be doing more damage to the Vills, most importantly, I think.
Yeah, like the skirmishers would be contributing a lot more in these fights.
But the tower goes down, and now Hera has no gold.
Yep, Hera no gold. There should be more gold, though, right? Like, I think he can maybe take a risk to the right. Oh, he's taking foxes.
And he'll look for a mining camp.
Does he look for a fox? Okay,
he has to see it.
Yeah, he can find that. So that'll be a little bit of gold income for Hera.
And again, Japanese cheaper mining camp if he builds the mining camp out there.
Yeah. ACCM's got to think about that as well, though, right? Like, he's got to move this direction because he knows Hera is going to be starved for gold.
It's almost like Coast Arena at this point, where if you're pushed on the front, you try to get to the golds on the side. It's kind of that same shape of the map, where you have that circle at the front, you get one spot denied, and you need to sneak out the other side of your walls.
I think if Hera senses that ACCM is not protecting the other dungeon, he could make a run for that at some point here. That is still very weak on the left-hand side. So
can you make a run for something that can make Sergeants, though?
You can when it's that weak. Like, that is super weak. And I don't think there's any units.
Yeah, there he goes.
Hera's going to make his move.
There's 2 Sergeants. Is that enough?
Let's see. You can attack with one and repair with one and produce another if you're ACCM, but he has to notice this right away. This could be a huge positional loss for ACCM if he loses this. There he goes.
Yeah, he could kill vills here. Remember, Hera can't garrison anywhere. He's up to the castle age, but he'll lose a vill or 2 here at least.
Still no fletching, still no armor. Not a single blacksmith upgrade for ACCM. Meanwhile, Hera is getting Bodkin Arrow, and Hera's going to have access to knights. Dungeon down. Hera lost villagers, but he can now reclaim that gold.
He has a low HP vill right on the edge of the wood line. He's trying to pull it back, and he's opening with a knight to deal with the skirms.
That knight is really bad sign for ACCM. He's not going to be happy to see that. And I think his best unit here is going to be the sergeants. He's still producing more skirmishers. Now Hera will take down these sergeants so fast.
With Bodkin. Remember, ACCM needs to get to the castle edge to get more armor for the sergeants, and if he doesn't get there, now with Bodkin, Hera can take them down pretty efficiently with the skirms.
Ooh, man, it's a risk, but I like the energy here from Hera because he knows he has the tech advantage. He is back on the other gold. Sergeants from ACCM are going there. Hera going for quick walls now. This is some crazy quick walls. He's going to get the quick walls, but now there's sergeants here, and now he reaches castle age. I think Hera's villagers might need to run here.
Are there enough sergeants there? I think there are. Now they're in the castle age, and ACCM's getting the armor upgrade in just a moment, so now the sergeants will be so much better. Just a few seconds completely flips that sergeant versus skirmisher fight.
Yeah, Eco's completely safe for ACCM. He's just sending full pressure at Hera. Hera's doing a great job, but this is not so easy. And the sergeants getting the increased stats is such a big thing here. The dungeons as well. The dungeons are much stronger than they were too.
Yeah, that's a monastery for ACCM. Looks like he wants to also go for relics. So important if you have the map control with the sergeants to pick the relics up while you have a chance.
The thing is, like, Hera's invested most of his resources into like Bodkin, and Bodkin Arrow on skirms doesn't actually do a ton at the moment. If ACCM can conserve his sergeant numbers, this gets extremely difficult for Hera.
And Hera has no upgrades on the knights. Because he spent it on Bodkin, he can't afford anything for the knights. And if he gets pushed off of that gold again, it's going to be no knights. And then in the castle age, you have options for siege. Hera has no vills on wood. He's got 4 wood in the bank.
Yeah, I was going to say, if it's not gold, it's wood. If it's not wood, it's gold. All these resources on the front are just so difficult to take. If ACCM can be patient here, he will get 2 wins in a row against Hera. This is so good from him. Hera's getting desperate on the left side now.
Hera's trying to run. He still somehow has a score lead, but it feels like ACCM is just in such a better position. It feels like he's the one dictating what happens in the game.
Will he see the vills? He didn't see them. I mean,
the vills are kind of idle out there. They're not really doing anything. They're just running.
But like, if that sergeant sees that mining camp, those vills are dead. And then these vills still need to be protected. Hera's in full desperation mode.
And the tricky thing is if you chase with sergeants, you can't be quick-balled out because they can build a donjon.
Oh, and did he see that?
He sees it.
No, he doesn't see it.
His sergeant...
His sergeant sees it.
Yes, he sees it. He'll auto-attack. ACCM might still not see this, but his sergeant does.
Yeah, and I don't think Hera's going to be looking there either. Another donjon's on the way up. How can Hera stop this? Hera can't stop that dungeon, which means he can't take that gold, and those vills on the other side are not going to be enough. This is a nightmare for Hera.
Another sergeant on the way, and as long as Hera has those vills on the left, maybe he has a chance. This all comes down now to scouting for ACCM. Does he find where Hera is? Oh, that mining camp, he's losing all the vills.
This is so good. ACCM just needs to hold the position. He doesn't need to push anymore. He needs to think about upgrades. He needs to play patient. That's what Hera would do if Hera had the lead. Hera is known for not exactly going for the full-on kill once you have the lead. Just take your time. The Ram's on the way, and if this gets spotted, this might be the GG moment. The villagers on the left have been spotted.
And where does Hera take anything now? ACCM is scouting the map properly. He's sending the sergeants over. Hera's trying to run again. At least he has wheelbarrow, but ACCM is aware that he's in that location. There's nowhere for Hera to run.
Hera needs one big fight. He's been healing up his knights. He's getting some upgrades he didn't have. He can take down the Scorpion. Maybe he can get a free monk there as well. ACCM's really preoccupied on the villagers. And so he's losing some of his siege and his monks. But I mean, the economy efficiency for Hera is just awful to us.
It's
just
so
awful.
It's so easy for ACCM to chase and put one sergeant on the Vills and the rest of your army ready for a fight.
Yeah. Hera just can't lose Knights. I guess if you're going to lose Vills, you can't lose Knights. You need to hope to get enough Knights to just completely clear the Sergeants. But how? How? There's Sergeants everywhere.
And he fights under the Donjon. He's going to have Arrow Fire in the fights too.
Yeah, he's trying. He's going to stack up.
He's taking it.
Again, the upgrades for ACCM have not been fantastic this game.
The Monk.
The Monk comes out of the dungeon. It doesn't get the conversion. Does Hera have a chance? Does Hera have a chance? He's clearing the army. The Sergeants are all in different positions.
Does ACCM need to think about spears or maybe the pikeman upgrade for the donjons now if he sees that many knights?
No, I think with the skirms there, it's not really worth it. I think just get this additional armor upgrade and hold the line. More sergeants, more dungeons to produce the sergeants. You still got a good position. My goodness, where's Hera even taking wood right now?
He has 4 Vills on wood. He is so lucky that he has the cheap drop sites this game. He's been using them and running back and forth.
Yeah. Donjon's still up. The Scorpion will move in. Hera needs to take care of these monks if he can. He also needs some time to heal up, and he needs to pray that's not a conversion. It's not a conversion.
Well,
which is
does he have the knights? The sergeants are cheaper than the knights. There are so many donjons. They can build more if they get knocked down. He picks off the Scorpion. Does he need elite skirm just for better skirms here too?
I want to see upgrades. I don't even think he has squires, right? Like his sergeants are so slow. I think with squires, he's a little bit more mobility.
Oh, looks like he does have upgrades. He needs some blacksmith upgrades too.
Hera's going for +2 attack at the moment, so he's
upgrading the knights.
Yeah, but also like let's just say ACCM chills here. Doesn't he still win?
Look at his Vill lead, 58 to 42.
Yeah, exactly.
As long as he doesn't give up all the map control, he even has some relics now. He has the first relic in a great monastery to collect more in the middle of the map. And still, how does Hera knock down all of those donjons? He can take them maybe one at a time, but I don't think he can keep taking fights if ACCM's army's there.
Yeah.
Does he want to fight this?
I like the patience here from ACCM. He's maybe not going to be so patient after all, though. He's going in with his skirms to try and snipe the monks. He has to snipe some monks here. If he loses all his skirms, Hera can get conversions, and all the skirms go down. Hera is barely holding on here. I think ACCM doesn't realize because of the score how good his situation is.
Yeah, he might not. He's trying to do another donjon. He has so many sergeants building it, but he's still not going to get it up. He can fall back to the donjons to help against the monks, though. That helps so much if the towers can shoot the monks and keep them away from converting.
No fletching. So the dungeons still do not contribute that much in the fights. ACCM needs a deep breath. He needs +2 armor. He needs devotion. He needs fletching. He just needs some upgrades. And for Hera, you can never lose a fight here. You max out every engagement. This is T-West. I've seen Hera win a bunch of tournaments. He's always vulnerable at times, right? There are times where people have better strategy, but he can pull these back. This is like, Hera wins this. You're like, okay, we've seen this before. Hera's going to go to the finals. The underdog needs to win these types of games against him.
And here, does Hera dive here? 2 donjons, a bunch of sergeants, some conversions for ACCM, and he pulls back. He gets a villain, pulls back. He's so good at making these judgment calls of when he can fight and when he can't take fights.
Yep.
And he's so good at just moving units around the map without losing them, too.
Can we see ACCM's Fog of War for a second? Because, like, I'd like to see a little bit of outposting, but I think he does recognize that there's not much more for Hera than right here. So if Hera can't push out of this position, he's in a very poor position long term.
And he's trying to move with the knights and the skirms. If ACCM gets a good mangonel shot on those skirms, that might end the game, because then the monks convert the knights. Those skirms are so important for Hera, even though they're just feudal age skirms.
Dude, this is the slowest moving army I've ever seen. Like, it is infuriating.
Squires, there we go.
Thank you. It is infuriating to watch. Hera with the stack patrol there. This is before some big upgrades come in, and stack patrolling is so OP with melee units.
But it's melee versus melee. ACCM can do it too. He's going for the mangonel. The monks maybe not in position to convert, but he stops for a moment.
There's monks on the other side. The skirms are out of position. Hera's skirms are going down. He accidentally clicked a chicken, and it's full upgrade sergeants finally for ACCM.
He's pushing with the ram, the mangonel, chasing the knights away. Hera not able to take a fight like he wanted to. He's trying to save the knights, but loses the skirms.
Oh my god.
This just looks better for ACCM as he actually takes a score lead now.
I don't know, though. There's 6 monks. There's 6 monks, and Hera will have enough stone to build a castle. If Hera gets 6 conversions, he inherits the upgrades that ACCM has gone for, and then he can drop a castle. This will come down
but ACCM,
to a castle.
He can drop a castle, and he's Sicilians. He has the faster building castles.
Let's see. I have no clue how this is going to go. I think Hera should have lost this game 10 times. I think ACCM got really nervous. I think ACCM has been feeding a little bit of army here. Will Hera send all his vills here? You might build it underneath the dungeon as well, to be honest.
Is ACCM going to take this fight? This feels like this might be the fight Hera wants more than ACCM. The monks are there for Hera healing.
I can't tell. I can't tell. I'm double checking the HP, but there's villagers in the HP bar. So it's all about the knights. It's all about the army in the middle, and the sergeants are tanking. There's no conversions on either side. The production's got to be there. ACCM will drop a castle. More sergeants are on the way. Hera's monks aren't converting. Will Hera bring his own vills? Hera's winning the fight. Hera's getting conversions again. Castle going up for ACCM.
And it feels like ACCM didn't have to take that fight. Hera gonna try to drop a castle on the Sicilian castle, and he realizes it's Sicilians and falls back. He can't do that castle right under ACCM's, but now he sees ACCM's castle. He can put his castle wherever he wants.
Interesting. I mean, we've got Pikeman now for ACCM, which feels like a good play. Because he's been having issues. The game saver for Hera really has been the monks. Fletching, again, would contribute with the castles and the dungeons. All of these buildings should have fletching, and ACCM needs to delete that knight. He's not able to notice. He's not able to keep track.
There's so much going on for ACCM. No more skirms for Hera, so the pikemen might be a bit more effective now that the skirms are out.
Yeah, I know, like, you gotta stack your military units right here. The way Hera's stacking up his knights gives him such better engagements, and ACCM just isn't really doing that. But there are the pikemen now.
Now he has the pikemen.
Where's Hera place his castle, T-West?
He's got to protect the gold somewhere, right? He's running out of gold in his main base. The donjons are coming forward for ACCM. He can build them with villagers too. Is that a good castle spot? It protects 2 golds. I think it has to go there. 2 golds in a wood line.
I think ACCM's going to run at it, and I think if he garrisons there, villagers could be in trouble, but I guess the monks are on the left, and Hera will place his castle. Yeah, it doesn't actually change the situation, though, does it? He still can't really take that much more golds.
He can't take the forward gold underneath ACCM's castle. And his back gold still is running out since that's the one he's been taking. ACCM has a hole in the wall, and the converted sergeants can raid his wood line. It's a lot of knights, but now the pikemen don't want to fight under the castle, and crucially, Hera has Bodkin to zone off more map with the castle.
Listen, this isn't about, I'm not biased towards one player or another. I'm biased towards fletching when you have 18 dungeons and 10 million castles. Like, the lack of fletching is hurting ACCM so badly right now. He would be ranging so much more in these engagements. And it's giving Hera an opportunity to just skirt around the outside, get some wood, and maybe now he can make Samurai here. Samurai might not be a bad play for Hera.
That's true. That counters the sergeants, counters the pikemen, and that would be a great play.
I think he should. I think he's got enough knights already. I think Samurai are a very fast-producing unit from one castle as well. Nice job from Hera. He's used the converted units to get raids and also to kill monks. And I also noticed that both players are starting to make Rams, T-West.
Rams push the castles. Also, look at that resource collected difference. ACCM up by 10,000 extra resources collected.
Yeah, but if you think of the cost of the units that he's feeding to Hera time and time again, I think it's actually pretty close in terms of the values the armies have gotten. Hera has 50 kills. That's mainly on sergeants this game, and that's not factoring in any conversions he's gotten as well.
And here you have the Rams. Do you think it's worth it for ACCM just to do a mangonel to defend the castle from a Ram push? Or would the Knights just go in and snipe it?
I think he wants a big fight here, and I think maybe he'll drop a castle here thinking that Hera's going to run out of resources. Hera can't build another castle of his own. And yeah, there goes the sergeants and the pikemen lined up there. We still don't see the castle yet, but it's ACCM, so I'm expecting the Vills to be coming here shortly.
And where does he put the castle? Does it have to go on that left side? Could he sneak a castle on the right side, maybe long-term control the golds with a castle when the armies aren't there?
Maybe. I mean, you already do have control over that area. I kind of like it right here. You just saw the Vills from Hera. You know Hera's backed away into the corner again. So I would full send it in this position.
So many monks, though. I don't know if you can take that fight for ACCM. Here comes the Samurai.
Well, there's only 5 units. So maybe you can turn around and engage, actually. The Rams from ACCM are going down. So he's choosing to go in with Lonely Rams, which I don't love. The Hera Samurai will engage. Yeah, the Ram ended up going down there.
What does ACCM have to fight Samurai? Nothing. He has to hope they run under his towers and castles.
Yeah, and he has to hope he gets fletching so he can actually hit those Samurai. To be fair, though, Hera doesn't have any infantry armor whatsoever. So that's something that Hera really needs to get for the Samurai to be useful.
Is he going to take this fight? It feels like he wants to. I don't know if he wins it. There is the castle right on his TC.
I mean, if you're worried about this one, you might as well go for that one. Hera's not taking engagements here. He's just waiting for conversions. And Hera losing that farming eco is going to be horrible. His eco's already been behind. That'll make it 10 times worse.
And Hera doesn't have any stone right now. He can't do a counter castle. I don't think he can stop it. He's trying for a town center just to keep the Ville safe.
Notice the shift from ACCM. He says, I'm not going to engage all the time now. I'm just going to be patient. And I'm going to wait for you to come to me. And if you're not going to take the map, I'm going to take it from you. It's been a very nice adjustment from ACCM. And Hera, again, it's like, where's he going for resources?
Does that TC get denied? Does ACCM move? Does he fight? Does ACCM fight?
He doesn't see it. He wants the relic.
He just wants the relic. He says, you can have that TC, I'll have the relic.
But now he's gonna like make the monks. He's like, I can do this too. I can convert your army as well. And it's still a massive villager lead for ACCM, and Hera can't take resources.
And as long as they both have monks, they'll both get a third castle from ACCM on the TC.
Hera has to fight. Hera has to fight. There's no choice here. There's no choice here. He has to engage. They go past each other here on the stack. But Hera's units aren't actually engaging, and there's no way this castle gets denied.
ACCM is going to do it. That's why he let the TC goes up. He says, you build a TC, I'll let you do it. I'll build a castle. ACCM's winning the fight.
Crazy, crazy, dude. What is the start to this semifinal? ACCM, what a performance here. He's definitely the underdog.
And he's up 2-0. He's up 2-0 over Hera, T90.
Wow. Crazy, dude. Crowd's loving it. Crowd's loving it. And I mean, this is what a LAN's all about, right? This is the energy you want to see from the crowds. But ACCM in 2 straight games has just brought an insane level T-West. We saw Hera win in less than 10 minutes when he played with Japanese the last time. And now, as ACCM is taking his break and the crowd is cheering for him, I mean, he held on. And then when it felt like Hera was going to bring it back, he became patient in the most important moment there.
Well, I think this crowd, they're prepared to make noise for soccer later today. They're prepared to make noise for ACCM right now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, it was the same when Mr. Yo got victories in the first semifinal, right? Like, Mr. Yo gets victory, and people realize Leary's the favorite, and they want to give some support to the underdog. But to the people that are cheering on the underdog, I have sat at many events, many LANs, where Hera's lost games, where Viper lost games, where Leary's lost games. It's only 2 games.
We did
There's
see
plenty
Hera
of time
come back.
to turn it around.
We did see him come back 3-0 against Leary at Red Bull. Yeah. It felt like that game, though, was one of the games that Hera finds ways to win.
Agreed.
He stays alive. Agreed. He doesn't die. He finds a way. And I think it's a really good sign for ACCM to be able to hold on and win that type of game.
And also, well, I fully agree with you. And we got to factor in the map as well, right? Like, that is the type of map that, I mean, Hera chose it.
It's his home map, right? So ACCM still has all of his home maps.
Exactly. It's huge. But best of 7's a marathon, not a sprint. I think Hera, one of his greatest skill sets is his ability to play at the same level over a course of a very long time. And, yeah, I mean, we could... I still feel as though this is going to get to like 6 or 7 games now, right?
That's
like
what Hera would want. And yeah, that's what he's able to do. He doesn't die in game, and he doesn't die in set.
Yeah, absolutely. Production's trying to talk to me right now, T-West.
They're saying we're going to throw it to the stage, T90.
Oh, understood. So we'll send it to the stage here in a moment.
And we're ready to head to the stage.
All right, so I'm here with a very special guest indeed. Someone, folks who are into the cartooning scene will very much recognize Ricardinho. You're a very popular YouTuber, very big content creator here in Brazil. And not only does he have great taste in cars, he's got an even better taste in video games, as he happens to be a fan of Age of Empires 2. So Ricardo, how long have you been a fan for?
It all started when we were kids, right? And I started playing ranked in 2018. And since then, yeah, we are always trying to improve Elo, which doesn't happen very often, but we keep trying, right?
So have you been watching the tournament? Have you been enjoying it? Who are you cheering for here?
Oh, actually for us it's a huge honor to have such a good event in Brazil. I know a lot of Brazilians always watch and cheer for AoE2 players worldwide, and it's been amazing. I'm a huge Viper fan, so yeah, you know, I'm more into ACCM right now because at least he lost to the winner. So it makes us feel a little bit better. But here, it's a monster. So yeah, game is there to be played.
Awesome. I also happen to know that you like to play ranked games. You just were telling me you're 1600. That's a very good rating. So how often do you play?
It was good for you to state that, but it's not as good. We still do a lot of...
Let me make it clear. The average ELO is 1,000, so 1,600 is very, very good.
Yeah, I had coaching with a lot of Brazilian pro players, but yeah, still trying to improve. Unfortunately, due to my hard working, I could not keep up with the recent updates, and hopefully Microsoft keep coming up updates because this is what keeps the games alive and this is what the community enjoys. And but I just couldn't keep with the strategies. They are so dynamic and the game is becoming so much better. I just couldn't keep up, but I'm still playing like 2-3 times a week just to try to de-stress. Sometimes I just can't because we lose.
But yeah, it can be difficult. Ricardinho, thank you so much for your time. Hope you enjoy the tournament and hope to see you soon again. And back to you, casters, TWS, T90, take it away.
All right, folks, great to hear from our crowd here. Such good energy, such high spirits, but now it's getting you a little bit higher here, T-West, with ACCM up 2-0.
This is what the crowd wants, right? They want to see ACCM up 2-0. And, well, now it gets risky for Hera. He has to go through a water map if he wants to win this set now.
Yeah.
Because ACCM has 2 in his home maps. Hera only has 2 home maps left. Everything has gone ACCM's way these first 2 games.
Yeah, it's funny how this game can snowball on you, even against Hera. It feels like we barely started, and these games have been very, very quick, and suddenly you're 2 games down. So I think you take it 1 game at a time. I have a little bit of speculation here in the draft. Like, I feel like it's going to be Portuguese for Hera on Costa Rica. Way on maybe Festa, which is the more closed map there. You get the additional vills. In Amazonia, I could see Hera playing like Britons or Malay. But I just don't know what that bounce back pick is for him right now. I feel as though Tepui was a bit risky to go to after you lose. There's so many factors you can't control there. And it can snowball on you fast, as we saw. So I got to assume he goes for Sertao or Cerro de Carajas just because it's a comfort pick. But
I
he's
wonder if he might
now.
go for Festa here. I just wonder that I know he's practiced that map quite a bit, and he likes the gunpowder barrels, and it's something a bit different than the first 2 games.
Yeah.
He's just played 2 games that were pretty much feudal age engagements the entire game. Maybe he would want to play a more macro-oriented game where we know how good he is in the late game. That's a map that you can pretty much manage to go to the late game if you want to.
No, I agree. I mean, I think Hera's a better late game player here. ACCM is known for those super, like, dragged out games, which go on a very long time. But ACCM's not necessarily known for, like, as clean a transition towards the later stages. So I felt like Hera was going to just try and go to the later stages on a standard LAN map, open with scouts and adapt from there.
That's not
still
what
an
Tepui
option
was.
for him. Yeah, that's not what Tepui was at all. But I honestly haven't seen anyone play Sicilians that well, right? Like, the donjon positioning was perfect. The house walls and the palisades to keep Hera out was perfect. And then also, even though he took losses in that game, where did his army immediately go? It went to Hera's base. And I think Hera's just hasn't grown accustomed to that. I think when he's playing Japanese, he commands the respect. They react to him, but ACCM said, I'll lose some vills, but you're going to lose some vills as well here.
I'm also remembering how these 2 players at the LY Cup, where there wasn't a time limit, played a 4-hour game.
Yeah, true. True. Which we cannot have today. Brazil plays the World Cup later on today. We've got a grand final after this semifinal, maybe immediately after this. Now, there might be a slight break depending on how the players feel, but yeah, hopefully a lot more Age of Empires coming up here, man.
And what do you think about the very first pick for Hera, the Maya?
Yeah, that's been uncertain for me. I'm not surprised he's picked it because I think they're really, really strong, particularly on 9-vil starts, because they start with the 10 and they're not housed. It's always been a comfort pick for Hera. He likes to play archers and eagle mix in feudal age. He did face that on, I think against Sebastian on Serra de Carajas, so maybe after that he felt like Sebastian should have won that game with the Mayans and he can replicate that.
I feel that it's maybe a bit weird to have it as the first overall pick, and maybe he could have tried to get it later on in the draft.
It will look very weird if he wins. Sorry, if he loses. But if he wins, then you're not going to complain about that at all.
I'm just trying to look at the Civ advantages. I feel like the Way are an incredibly strong Civ because of their economy, but that's amplified if you pick them on Festa de Pulvera, because you start with all of the drop sites and you have so little investment to get the extra vills by doing your eco upgrades.
Yeah, maybe. I'm seeing a lot of similarities between the drafts from ACCM and what Mr. Yo likes to do. Like Magyars, for example, big Mr. Yo civilization. Maybe we could see, like Mr. Yo tried Magyars on Amazonia, right? Like maybe we could see that option.
Do you think we could see Magyars on Satao with a Phosphoro fast castle? Mr. Yo tried that.
Honestly, considering the scoreline right now, no. I think if you're down games, you do that. But I think you're good enough already. You've shown it. You can play standard game. ACCM does not need anything gimmicky here, anything too crazy. Here we are, and let's see if Hera could turn this ship around here. Down 2 games in the best of 7, which predictions would have told you was not going to happen.
Yep, and this is Cedos Courageous, and Hera will be picking his very first overall pick, the Maya. ACCM going towards the end of his draft, his second to last picked Civ in the Tatars.
Yeah. First thing I wanted to look at here is the gold positions, because occasionally one player can get a gold position rather forward, and it doesn't look like we have that. They both have a back gold available. A little surprised Hera's getting Loom right now, T-West. You don't have to do so.
Unless you might just feel it's smoother?
I don't see how, but maybe I'm missing something. My initial thought was he would actually bring a villager forward with his eagle and try and lame. But yeah, just gets Loom. They still should have a villager advantage long term, and very fast mining camp from ACCM as well, which is also surprising.
Right, and the Maya, usually on a standard game, you start with 4 vills, so you're housed right away, and you have to do Loom at the start. With the 9 vill start, you start with 2 houses, so as long as you get your eco rolling properly, you can skip Loom if you want to.
Yeah, so it just, the reason it's weird is you're down a vill a bit earlier than you really need to be, but there's the mining camp as well from Hera. So I guess it's going to be Archer opening for both.
And he's going for the early mining camp. The Maya are a Civ that have the discount on their Archer line, and they can overwhelm you with numbers, with crossbow numbers. The Tatars for ACCM picked because this map has tons of hills around it, and they have an extra bonus when they're on top of the hills.
Also, majority of the games have been scouts, transitioning into walls, transitioning into cav archers. And the Tatars have fantastic cav archers. So the fact that we're seeing a range as the plan already for ACCM tells me maybe he's expecting some type of militia play from Hera, but that's not going to be the case.
And when I look at Hera's map, I think it's particularly hard to wall compared to some other generations on this one, which makes the scouts a bit more valuable because they can get in. I'm looking at that big gap on the left side of Hera's base between the 2 wood lines over there.
Yep.
I don't think you can go that far forward to wall.
So the benefit of the Mayans is your resources last longer and you have the extra bill, and your archers are cheaper. The Tatars, look at all the leftover food. That lasts super long time. So basically, ACCM, while he doesn't have any direct archer bonuses, he doesn't need to put villagers into farms nearly as fast, which means he can invest the wood into the archer ranges and the blacksmith faster than Hera can, in theory.
And they have to be careful in this fight. ACCM, if he ever gets a hill bonus on the Eagle in the Dark Age, he'll take the fight, but otherwise he really wants to wait until Feudal.
Yeah. ACCM could have actually chased that down a little bit, choosing to build a very forward barracks, and Hera could see that, and he's actually going to back away. But Hera didn't see the gold, so Hera doesn't know what the build is, and it's going to be the same for ACCM until he scouts something at Hera's base.
And Hera walling, trying to be fully walled, but those walls, he has a lot of wood in the back, but they expose his TC, and this is a really tricky map for him to play.
Yeah, I actually don't mind it, though. I think if you try and wall incorporating your berries, it's way too difficult and leaves yourself too exposed. You want wood and you want gold. He's going to have both of those things. So that's not bad. And when you have the villager lead, you're always going to be happy in Hera's position. So
what kind of worries me, though, is that the TC isn't included in the walls. And if he wants to make vills and send them to the back, he might be leaving openings that scouts can get in.
Yeah, I'm wondering how much Hera saturates his berries here. And even when the mill goes up, because he doesn't actually need to go mill right now. But I think it's like he's trying to get it out of the way so he can just transition into farm safely around the TC. The mill's gone the way for ACCM, which is also way faster than I expected, to be honest. So I think I'd like to see the scouting, but I don't think either player knows the other's going archers right now. Hera doesn't see the range. He saw the gold. And ACCM hasn't seen the golds or the range yet either.
Yeah, and the builds these days mean you do the range before the mill usually. Use ACCM with the Feudal Age Scout now ready to fight the Eagle, and he should be able to kill the Eagle if he can catch it properly. The Scout is stronger in the Feudal Age.
Yeah, Hera's just going to trade the HP there. It'll be very close, actually, but the Scout should always win that. And that's always good for ACCM, just to have that vision. Especially because Hera doesn't know exactly like how the walls are shaping up for ACCM, or even where the archer range is.
Yeah, now the scouting that Hera has is the scouting that he's going to have for the next few minutes. ACCM will be playing without Hera knowing exactly what he's doing.
ACCM needs to know, though. He needs to use that scout, and let's see if Hera has an opportunity to snipe it.
And here we're seeing the weakness of the Maya, that you lose that Eagle in the Feudal Age to the Scout.
And he's going to look. He should check to the left of it. He sees the archer range. No flag. No flag means Hera probably moved out. Maybe some paranoia for ACCM because he's not fully walled on that left-hand side. Even getting Town Watch now.
He's almost fully walled, though. The Jaguar going to slow Hera down.
Yeah, Hera backs away here.
That's what I like about the Predators on the maps. Since like I add them to the maps, I'm fighting Hera right now.
I can tell you Hera didn't enjoy that. I guess it's pretty accurate if you actually would fight Hera. You'd die very quickly, like the Predator.
I think anyone would die to a Jaguar pretty quickly.
Okay, well, there's another one. Well, Hera just backed off here for a second. Again, his walls keep his wood and his gold safe, and he built the blacksmith and archer range in front of the berries just to have a little bit more awareness. But ACCM researched Town Watch because of the paranoia. Where are his archers right now?
Is he even moving now? Oh, yeah, he's just defending. He's just defending. He's pulling his vills to the safe side of the mill, using his archers. Can he micro here? He doesn't have fletching just yet.
Yeah, Hera will actually be very happy to see this. He probably won't get too many kills here, but he's maybe paranoid that he would get pressured at home. And fletching being late for ACCM, kind of the reason he couldn't be in position. Also, the scouting could have arguably been a little bit better, but the micro, so good. And so clean.
I feel like the Tatars really want to be aggressive on this map to take advantage of the hills. If Hera's fighting and ACCM is downhill, then ACCM is simply foregoing the Tatars hill bonus.
He got some good hits there, man. I mean, he's got 6 archers versus 4. Hera's going to add a bit more, but like that's not bad at all. And it's all about getting to Castle Age now, which of course you need farms for. ACCM just kind of caught patrolling there.
What I don't like is archer versus archer for ACCM, though. Hera's micro is so good.
Yeah, I think, but if you have the hill like you said, you're probably feeling pretty comfortable, even if you're down in numbers. Hera moving forward confidently. He's got some weak units, though. ACCM, I love the hesitation there. That was actually really nice micro from ACCM.
Great micro from ACCM on the hill. Hera's pushed back. He has to deal with another Jaguar. And ACCM, he doesn't have as many archers, but he's still managing to hold the hill.
Interesting. Horse Collar is just one of those upgrades that I never see players get in Archer Wars because you want... Like, you just need to get to Castle Age, and then you don't really need farms. I'm very surprised by that. And also surprised that he wasn't able to back away, and now Hera's numbers are going to start to climb very clean here from Hera.
That's what you want as a Maya. It's a numbers game, and you want your numbers as high as you can get them with the cheap archers.
And if you had skirms in this position, you have to kill the archers, T-West. If you do not kill the archers, you're staying in Feudal Age by spending so much food, and then they're just going to reach Castle Age and get to Eagles or Siege. So it's so important that ACCM keeps Hera active on the map and clears this up.
And it feels like the Tatars have maybe the stronger units by going Cav Archers, maybe even Step Lancers, but it's much harder to get to them than it is for Hera to get to those big, massive archers into crossbows.
Well, yeah, and that's why Hera played such a cool, calm approach, right? He has the villager lead, he has the better economic civ, so he's going to play towards that. And ACCM just kind of played very reactive here, really for the first time this series. And it's just not looking good. There's no other way to say it. Hera is just clearing this up, no problem.
And this was also the very first home map and first home civ, or first civ pick for Hera. So something that, if he's going to feel comfortable somewhere, it's here.
So let's see. If Hera sees one skirm, honestly, I mean, one skirm's no problem, but that should tell him that he needs to back off because there's likely to be more. I'm very surprised. Surprised we saw late Horse Collar. Surprised we saw like one range opening with Tatars. I think ACCM just lacked faith in himself. He tried to do something different, but it didn't really give him many opportunities so far. Here we go, though.
Here are the skirms, and look at Hera's resources. He's up to the Castle Age soon. This is not even a fight that's that great for ACCM. He doesn't have the skirm numbers to take it. The hill's important. But skirm's going down to the archer mass.
Yeah, Hera does the right thing here. You get close. You get a couple volleys in where the skirms can't fire with their minimum range, and now you just got to back off. Hera will mix in an Eagle out of the barracks, and he didn't lose too many at all, and it's super easy to replace those, so yeah, well played from Hera.
Yeah, and Hera's up to the Castle H2. There's the market now for ACCM after Hera already clicked up, and ACCM can buy his way up, but it's going to be so much slower.
You know what you really need it here if you're Hera? Not just a win. You just need like a boring game, right? Like the first 2 games are crazy, oh, chaotic, crowd's going crazy. You just need to be like, no, I'm just gonna smash, and we're just gonna play a cool, calm, collected game. You get 1 win back, and you get that feeling of dominance back. This has been just the perfect bounce back moment for Hera. It may be a bit early, it's not over yet, but like with Hera almost in Castle Age and ACCM still not having clicked with less army, it's going to be very dangerous.
And what do the Tatars do once they get up, when they see this big, massive crossbow win from Hera? Is this simply a situation ACCM does more skirms and somehow tries to take a fight?
You have to. Yeah, skirm is your only option now. You're hard committed to it. You hope to get enough skirms and trade. Hera will probably mix in some Eagles or some Siege, and then you would want to go with some reaction to that as well. It's just, unfortunately at this stage, you're in full react mode if you're ACCM with Hera's uptime.
Yeah, and ACCM doesn't even have his berries. His food eco has not been great. And Hera can just camp there, keep ACCM downhill, and do whatever he wants now. He can even go forward for a workshop. He can do Eagles. He can do the crossbow upgrades. Do you think Hera could even like play it safe and just add a TC behind this pressure?
I think he could do. I think he could do a lot. Yep. I'm curious on what direction Hera's going to attack. I actually feel as though he should maybe attack from the left side, because that's where the gold and that's where the wood is. If you look back to Hera's scouting in the Dark Age and Feudal Age, I'm pretty sure he knows this, right? Woodline should be on the left, and then he also could see the gold. Yeah, so that's where I expect Hera to pressure from. I think he's making his way over there now.
Looks like he's going to do the workshop in the middle. We have the Vil coming forward. He already fought the Jaguar, so we know it's safe for the Vil. And he's just going to annoy those Palisades. Might even push the Feudal Age skirms with the crossbows if he's confident in his micro, which I'm sure Hera of all players is.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really the biggest problem, right? Like, ACCM has to get in close. You get in close, you'll take losses. And ACCM drops some houses and a stone while he knows he needs to hold. I think he does have a market, which when you're getting pressured is really good to balance out your res here. So it gives him some chances. If he can get to Elite Skirm, get to his own Siege, this can still turn around for him.
All of his farms were idled there, though. Hera's so far ahead in resources right now and still fighting with the crossbows before the upgrades come in.
Yeah, Hera will boom as well behind. This is the land map that Hera needs to play, right? This is what I said, like, Topui isn't. Hera gets a map like this, he's got everything within his control. He have plenty of space against any early aggro.
It feels like the perfect Hera map, that it's open, but you're not close. So he has time to do exactly what he wants.
It's open, but it's like a fight to see who walls faster, a fight to see who macros a little bit better. Like, that's the type of map that Hera dominates on. And I like the patience here from Hera. I'm assuming he's going to be patient. I think now he just says, okay, he's really up against it. He can't boom. I'm just going to take down the archer ranges here.
Yeah, and that's great. He has the hill for the Mangonel. He doesn't need to push. He knows he's ahead in eco. He knows he's ahead in military count. And he knows that, yeah, ACCM can camp with the skirms, but he can't move out and counterattack.
Yeah, skirms are just so awkward. I mean, you could maybe go defensive siege workshop if you're ACCM, and then counterattack with the skirms, because there's no Mangonels at home. That's the only thing that I can think of right now. I actually think he needs a defensive siege workshop. And maybe he does have one, actually.
It feels like he needs one, but at the same time, there it is. But that's slowing down your boom. And whatever you do, it feels like Hera is already ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think, like, if you think about it, one Mangonel can potentially defend from the crossbows and the Mangonels. And the skirms don't necessarily add anything there. So, like, it seems weird, but I think I would like to see the skirmishers from ACCM actually attempt to go forward and just take a risk here, because otherwise this is turning around really, really fast.
And that's a good point. Maybe all you need is a risk, because if you don't take risks, then it feels like you're kind of dead.
Yep. Yeah, he's got the Mangonels positioning here. Hera, 2 TCs, we'll have the third behind. Lead is going to continue to grow. We know that, but it does get a little bit harder to manage your micro when you're also expanding how much economy you're managing.
And great micro from Hera. There's a Mangonel. It's 4 Mangonels to 1 right now. This is a great push from Hera.
Yeah, and Hera knows he can lose a couple Mangonels, but he still refuses to lose them. Is he going to lose one? He will, but he'll take one as well, and he just backs away. Now he's taking another archer range, so pretty soon, no additional skirm production for ACCM.
And if ACCM doesn't have a mangonel, he can't defend. He only has skirms, but Hera can move forward with the mangonels, put them in front of the crossbows, and here come the eagles too.
Yeah, it's just so tough for ACCM, dude. This whole game, it has just not been his game, right? Like, they both kind of did the same thing, but Hera had the better civ for it, and Hera's just outplayed him, and that's what the best players want. They want the opponent to try the same build, right? And usually they're going to out-execute. Maybe game one is an example of that not being the case.
Well, this is an example of Hera playing exactly the game he wants, on exactly the map he wants, on exactly the civ he wants, and having every single thing go his way.
Just dominance, just dominance. Give no opportunities to the opponent, and take no risks, right? So Hera knows the longer this position stays, the more guaranteed he is a victory. He's not going to dive. He's not going to do anything, but just push this town center right now. And ACCM needs a big shot now, or the TC's going to go down.
Now he needs a big shot. That's 1 versus 5 mangonels. He needs more than a big shot. He needs 5 big shots. He needs to clear all of them to keep his repairs. And he's trying to use the skirms, but he's hopping in and out of the TC with so many mangonel shots. Keeps his mangonel alive just for the moment and gets another one.
That's so tough, though. I think that one can be focused down by the crossbows. It almost is. Hera loses one, but Hera can dive and take the other one with the crossbows, no problem. And he takes the mangonel as well. And with that, the skirms are going to come out, but the skirms are going to die, and the TC is going to go down as well, and Hera knows it.
He's going to kill all the bills. There's the GG from ACCM, and that's about as clean a game from Hera as we're going to see.
Exactly. Like, this is the beauty of having a career where you have come back before, right? This is the beauty of losing games and turning it around before, right? It's not a place that Hera hasn't been in before, and I loved how he went comfort pick, comfort map, #1 civ to bounce back. He reminds ACCM, like, hey, I'm actually in really good shape today, despite your first 2 wins. And now for the first time in the series, we're actually going to get to see ACCM choose his side of the maps, and we get to see how Hera's going to manage that there.
Yeah, and this is where there's going to need to be a bit more creativity from Hera. ACCM, 3 very different maps than what we just saw. And also ACCM, I like how he still has a lot of his top civs in his draft. Byzantines, Armenians, Georgians, Bohemians. He used Tatars there, but maybe just anticipated, yeah, that's not the best map for me against Hera. Let's just use a bottom-pick civ.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I could sit here and I could talk about all the reasons I did not like this opening, but I don't really think that's important right now. I think you got to play scouts and adapt, but maybe you still lose, right? So, at the end of the day, if you would have told ACCM coming into this, based on the draft, it's like, hey, you win game #1 with Dravidians against his pick 2 Celts. You then win game #2 with mid picks from both on one of his home maps, and then you lose game #3 on another one of his home maps. He's like, wait a second. Yeah, that's actually great because I'm up 2-1. Hera has 1 home map, and I have all my plans. So it is back to the drawing board. And the thing to remind you about with these maps is like, one of them is kind of arena, but it's like, it's Arabia into
water.
arena. Yeah, it depends which one we're talking about. Sorry, I was thinking Coast Arena. Yeah, Coast Arena is also water. Amazonia, a mix of water and a mix of expansion. Here's the amazing micro from Hera. And it's very anti-hype, but like, that's just expected, right? Like, these numbers, we get the action that things die, but like that Hera's gonna kill that 10 times out of 10, no problem. So I would save Coast Arena because there's too many civs that Hera can play, and you don't have any tells yet. So I
actually think there might be more civs for ACCM on Coast Arena. Fortified churches in the middle are great from Armenians and Georgians.
Okay.
Byzantines are great on that map for the water and just fast amp trebs.
Okay.
Bohemians, they're Bohemians on a closed map. And I mean, we've seen the Muisca. They have a scary unique unit on that map. I think ACCM has a lot of possibilities.
But too many possibilities to go against. And I think you want a little bit of control on what you're going into, considering it's your home map. So what I would like to see is I'd like to see maybe two games. He's probably going to go Coast Arena now, by the way. Make me look stupid. But you know, you go to a couple other maps first. Find out where Hera's playing Portuguese, so you don't have to deal with the working guns. Find out where Way is going to be played. But also, you know, maybe he's just going to go directly for Coast Arena because he thinks Bohemians beats everything.
He might.
We'll see.
And Hera has Malay and Portuguese, and Britain's kind of an arena civ there. I feel that Way have to be Festa for Hera. And what about Romans for Sertao if we go there?
I could see Romans on Sertao from Hera. It's a civ he's liked a lot on standard land maps. I don't see Romans being good on any of the other maps. I also thought there was a chance that Hera was going to go Romans on Tepui, but we already played Tepui now. There is a chance that Hera thought like Romans or Japanese, and just thought it doesn't really matter if I win. But now he's lost, and he might be forced to play Romans in some other map. So,
this is like we said. We know Hera likes to think. I mean, have to take a very good think about his Civ picks between games. And I'm wondering, what do you think about? Well, Britons obviously have the Capybaras on Amazonia. What about Britons versus Byzantines? That's a matchup that I think is kind of tricky for both sides, but it's also like skirms for Byzantines and really good water control. I feel like they're one of the best civs against the Britons in some ways on that map.
I think Hera's picked Britons, hoping to maybe see force Byzantines, and then he will play Portuguese or like Malay or something there. Because like, I don't know, if you play Britons perfectly, I think they can beat Byzantines, but I don't think ACCM allows you to play a perfect game. I think he takes you a step or two below that, and Byzantines have too many dangerous bonuses there. So there is precedent. Lewis did it, and I mentioned to a couple other players, like, I'm not sure how I feel about Britons. And many players were like, no. In practice games, Britons are very strong there. So, yeah, I would guess that if Britons are going to be played anywhere, it is likely on Amazonia. But the backup is maybe you play Portuguese, and then you shift Malay over to Costa Rica, and then maybe you shift Way over to Festa de Polvora, and then you can go on Amazonia. You can go like, I think we discussed. Sorry, Sertao. You can go Romans or Khmer. Like I think you can really move everything around here on Hera's draft, and there's no big question.
Right, because here we have 9 civs in the draft for 7 maps, so you do have 2 civs left over.
It's Costa Rica, by the way, so I was completely wrong.
It is Costa Rica, so...
But now
we're looking at Costa Rica
big
civs.
guessing games, like big guessing games, right? Like this doesn't play out like this because you have to play the game and be very, very good. But there's some 60-40 matchups in here. There's some 55-45. There's some 50-50. And both players are hoping to be on the 60-40 side of that. So
you can even see Britons on Costa Rica. Britain's usually a good map for closed maps compared to the open maps these days. You can see them on Arena.
Yeah.
It's kind of a guessing game to figure out what civ you could have. That's why I was thinking this is a good time actually for Costa Rica for ACCM because he has so many possibilities right now. And Hera isn't going to be able to narrow that down the way he might want to.
Guys, there was so much energy in here. There was so much hype. All deservedly so, but Hera can turn this around and make it a 2-2 very, very quickly. He goes for one of his best civs, one of the best civs in the game, one of the best civs on this map, in my opinion, in the in the Portuguese, and ACCM on the other side going for a newer civilization in the Muisca.
Ooh, and the Muisca, we saw them work very well against the Wu and the Fire Archers earlier on. Not quite the same matchup. Organ Guns won't have that weakness to the Guetra Warriors. That's actually the unique unit matchup I haven't seen so far, but I imagine the Organ Guns would be pretty good there.
Yeah, I mean, just thinking this through, I think the number one thing that players are thinking about is the unique units. Organ Guns, pretty damn strong, dude. It's a really tough unit when you have some eco to back it up. So I think priority number 1 for Hera is to defend on water, so you have the economy and the fish, and then maybe organs. For ACCM, it's like, I mean, your Civ does have really good monks here, right? But monks are really hard to control when you also have the water. So I don't love monks long term. I don't know about the Guecha Warriors. I just truthfully haven't seen the matchup against organs, but I think organs would beat them too. So I prefer the matchup for Hera. I think Portuguese are just too solid.
And do you think Hera and Leary might practice together and probably have some experience? We saw like Leary against Yo in the Portuguese in the previous matchup of like practicing with or practicing against Portuguese.
I think so. And I also think that Hera isn't going to fear Muisca to the same level as other civs because they don't have as many options, right? So like, because Muisca can't go like light cap approach, right? That eliminates some strategies. I think that most people are going to feel like Champies are just kind of a non-starter. So it really, Hera's got a lot of time to think about what he's going to be up against. And if I were Hera, I would think, I have the better civ, so let's just win water first, and then we get a defensive castle down. That's where my brain would be.
And also on the water, Hera has the extra HP on his ships, along with a gold discount for the ships too. So I think the Portuguese clearly would be the better water civ, as long as you don't get too distracted, maybe losing land where you get pushed off of water if you're not paying attention, or if you just have to mismanage your eco in your ship production.
Now, there was a game with the Muisca. This is, I think, the most dangerous thing, right? There's a game with the Muisca where a player went super fast pressure, monks, but then you can also produce the temple guards from the monasteries. And the temple guard is 100 HP, it's got 12 base attack, it's melee, so it protects from scouts, right? I think Hera going scouts would be incredibly foolish here because you can be ram pushed with temple guards and monks. I saw his teammate Hart die to it. Sorry for bringing it up. He's our analyst here. He's very smart. And it's just, I think Hera should know, but that's the #1 thing I'm thinking about actually from ACCM is like big monks and temple guarded ram pressure through the middle.
One of the things that makes it tricky though is the Champy, once you get to the feudal age, gets killed by the scout, and it's hard to know if you're going forward. What are you going forward into?
Yeah. Well, I think you take a little bit of a risk, right? And that risk is going to entail running into the darkness with some Vils. It's unlikely Hera will be out there. Hera's going to send some Vils to wood right now. And Hera's up very quickly, a bit faster than we've seen. So it seems like Hera's just going to play Navy for the time being and adapt from there.
And right now, I don't see any build going forward for Hera for those forward docks like we've seen in the past. Sometimes we've seen the players do the double forward docks with the early pressure on water. ACCM might take a fast castle approach. It feels like we see feudal water more than fast castling recently on this map, but I think a fast castle approach still can work.
It's guessing games, but if ACCM goes Temple Guard Ram, I think Hera's going to be fighting on water, and I think while he might kill some fishing ships, he might not be ready for Temple Guard Ram. I'm telling you, this opening from Hera opens him up to something, but there's got to be really critical timings for ACCM.
And there's more docks for Hera. He's going for the fishing eco. Do you really think the monk approach is the best one here?
Well, Temple Guards I do. I think you can go like 1 or 2 Temple Guards with rams. The golds and stones are always on the front. This is definitely a fast castle from ACCM. Like, he's adding so many fish.
100% a fast castle. And the Portuguese, I mean, if you have a really long game against monks, they do also have heresy in their tech tree. And also, just looking at this, because his scout's in the middle, that'll also help heresy.
Okay, so I was double checking. We had 4 fishing ships in queue from ACCM. He didn't cancel them. This was not part of his plan. So he sees Hera go feudal, and much like that game he played against Tato where the siege tower bugged, he is adapting his game plan because he knows Hera's feudal time must mean some type of navy. So he's actually going to slow down whatever build he had, mix in some defensive ships, but he has to choose the correct ship here. I would probably just make some Hawks here, and if you make Hawks against the galleys, maybe you have some issues.
Oh, he's opening the gate
you
to
can't
fight
do
the
that.
scout. That is awful. He's letting the scout in. He's going to lose the Champy. And Hera can just go out. The gate will be open.
There are things that are just simply unacceptable. Letting Hera into your base here could be very, very dangerous, but he didn't lose his Champy.
He didn't lose it. And now it's walled out from this. Now he can scout the middle.
Yeah, that's true. Well, Hera's going to take that invitation.
Does he click Loom as soon as he's up?
Maybe.
Because the scout's in. He needs to protect his Vils.
I always convince myself I'm never going to lose a Vil because the scout's weak, and then like 2 minutes later I lose a Vil.
Is ACCM convinced?
So there's the market. So Hera's like, oh, okay, he's going fast castle. That's good. But he doesn't... How many docks did Hera see? That's really critical here. I think he didn't see them. He saw 2, he didn't see 3. Yeah, so Hera will think that it's just fast castle with no defensive boats, and he'll find out in a second that might not be the case.
Yeah, but he'll scout the fish. Oh, and the galleys will get right in, but galleys are not that good at destroying fish.
No loom on those Vils.
No loom on the Vils.
So easy to forget that.
2 Vils there on the fish, killed by galleys and the scout.
Yeah, I think those Vils probably die regardless, to be honest with you, just because the galleys are always going to be there. But the scout being there certainly didn't hurt, and Hera's got to be happy with his opening so far. Lots of early pressure and initiative.
And the scout even hitting the fish.
Yeah, she's being annoying, right? It's so frustrating. It's also really difficult to get fishing ships back to work at times, so...
And ACCM's up to the castle age, and I don't think he clicked Loom before going up to the castle age. That's just even riskier with the scout still in your base.
Well, I mean, I guess the logic is, well, I lost 2 Vils already. If I research Loom, I'm down a 3rd, so we just go no Loom here. But he doesn't want to go too far. Hera's got a very big navy count, and you can just tell the pressure from Hera is mounting here. And ACCM, you can feel it as well. Hera's got that 1 extra step on him right now.
And that scout just in the base, but ACCM was healing the Champy. Hera adding a stable.
Yep.
So this is just scouts anticipating maybe that monk rush. The healed Champy is not enough.
Oh, dude, he tried to... The healing is so slow inside the TC, and he really thought that he could heal it up and then kill the scout, but he loses it anyways.
The Champy's just so weak.
The Hera's just on top of it. And look at the resources as well from Hera, right? This is calculated. He's gone for some navy. He still has a dock behind adding fish. It's actually very complicated to make this work. And the weakness would be that his opponent could push the middle, but his opponent can't go to the middle freely right now because of no scouting. And Hera, well, he's not going to see it anyways.
Yeah, freely in the middle is ACCM. He's 30 seconds away from the Castle Age. Hera doesn't have a scout in the queue, so he won't spot it.
So I think you need to get warships because you can't lose water. And I think you also need to go Monastery Siege Workshop, and it's hard to do that all at once. So let's see. Hera's going to go Blacksmith.
ACCM still has stone that he could sell if he needs to rebalance his economy. Hera with the gate will be able to have vision of those vills.
There's the warships upgrade. Is he walling in front?
What? He's walling inside the diagonal gate with the monastery.
Build through the diagonal walls, and he knows that. That is part of the strategy. He can start sending temple guards in through the wall.
There's no way Hera expected this. There's no way Hera knew about this. And ACCM getting some revenge for that siege tower that didn't work. Now he knows he can go through the gate.
Guys, ACCM read the handbook 16 different times on the flight over here, I'm sure, right? He's known this is possible, and he's like, is it allowed? Is it referenced? There was nothing in this multi-page handbook, I'm sure, and he is going to try and send units. I mean, that's so rough for Hera, right? Because now the military units can just funnel in, but he's just building the great house wall over here. So far, units haven't made it through.
Those houses don't have much HP on them. That's so much wood to spend on the houses, too, if you're Hera. That's going to mess up your economy.
It is, and he has to focus on water right now as well. So the additional scout in the middle is a problem. There will probably be a ram eventually to take down this wall. It's still a winnable game from Hera, but that's crazy. Like, that is unbelievable. That is taking advantage of the patch or the the game.
Again, that's just how diagonal gates work.
I would be real frustrated right now from Hera because that's like not really intended, right? And it feels exploity-ish, right? But he knows, he hasn't paused, he hasn't asked anyone. He knows that ACCM found something tricky, and he's going to have to stop it now.
He's leaving the ram unprotected. If he's inside, he can't protect the ram. If he's inside, he can't protect the ram. It's backfiring on ACCM.
Oh, no, this is the downside. Oh, that's so good from Hera, though. I mean, I loved adding the scouts regardless, but adding the scouts and getting the value here is huge. Yeah, it's completely wasted Siege Workshop because you can't get units there.
Is this actually a good strat if Hera reacts to it properly?
I think with Hera reacting to it, maybe not, but there's still the Navy to worry about on this map, and we can't forget that. There's also town centers that can be added. ACCM's dropping TC number 2. Hera's fishing ships for now are protected, but there's 13 fishing ships for ACCM.
And if ACCM starts adding monks, then he has the weird situation where the monks are inside Hera's walls, and if he wants to use Lightcap to snipe monks, he would need to delete something.
I think, like, Hera's convincing himself that ACCM is all in, and that there's
the gate there to snipe with Lightcap if he wants to.
But, like, ACCM's gonna boom here too, West. He's adding eco, he's actually adding a siege tower, but wait, bro, you can't, like...
He can siege tower on the other side. Wait, he's in. He converted a build. He wants to quick wall with that villager.
If he builds a monastery, he can make another church in there. What is happening?
I don't know what ACCM's doing. His monk gets sniped off. Hera can use the gate.
I mean, the siege tower you can't get there, bro.
Unless you delete the house and go from the diagonal?
No, you can't get back, right?
Trust me, ACCM must have practiced for 10 hours with siege towers after that last game. He has learned everything there is to learn about the siege tower.
Oh my god, that's crazy. Yeah, because I thought you could never get your units back.
But over a diagonal, you can.
Well, it was really sad for ACCM when he got screwed by the siege tower before, but clearly that led to him learning a couple things over the last, 48 hours. It's crazy.
He'll lose with the siege tower in the group stage if it means he wins the playoffs, and looks like Hera's taking a great fight on the water.
Yeah, it's huge.
And he should win the water now, but I mean, ACCM, he's had enough time on the water to get his land eco going with the TCs.
So normally, I wouldn't say you want to eject here, but if there's a diagonal gate, I think you can do that and get back.
And now he can ram through the wall and get inside again. ACCM is starting to add vills to stone. He might be thinking of getting positioned for a castle chop eventually.
Here's the thing. This is all really exciting. The siege tower, the ram, the wall, the gate, whatever. Exciting for everyone but the devs and the admins. But the gold is still there for Hera. He hasn't lost his gold. He doesn't need a stone because he's taking another stone. And Hera could have a free fish boom. So I think, like,
Can ACCM eject diagonally over the houses somehow?
That would be a new one. I don't think you can eject over
I
houses.
think if you place like your own wall foundation, I think you can. You
TUS
can eject over your own wall.
We got action on water on both sides. Siege Tower is trying to eject, but it can't eject over the house. Fishing ships could go down here for ACCM. That's a big portion of his eco lead. Hera builds a gate there. Actually cannot Siege Tower over an enemy. Well, actually, I guess you can go over the enemy gate. I don't actually know, to be honest.
You can't go over the gate.
But he did, though, with the diagonal, so
well,
it's a different type of...
Well, that's a different... He didn't go over the gate, he garrisoned. He didn't ungarrison.
I see. Did Hera lose fish in the north? Because if he didn't, he's about to have full water control. It looks like he's about to have full water control, but maybe not. There's some fires here from ACCM.
Even more important than the water, though, I think 52 actual villagers to 46 vills, and ACCM is starting to get a land eco lead, too, not just on the water.
Hera not having Bodkin Arrow is such a big deal here. I don't think he realizes, because he's so focused. Like, he's got primarily War Galleys with no Bodkin. So this semifinal has showed you, even the very best players, just put under so much pressure, they will miss a couple technologies. It can make a big difference.
This is why I love Coast Arena so much. It gives us these absolutely insane games. Here's ACCM coming back to... I don't think you can put the monks in the Siege Tower, but he's just going to run that around and chill with it.
Okay, so he researched Atonement already, so he can convert Hera's monks. He's getting Redemption now, so he can convert Hera's Siege. And he has the Temple Guards in the Siege Tower to protect from the scouts. ACCM's moment is coming now, T-West. The Vills are going to be moving out any second, and he is going to try and take Hera off the gold and the stone where that TC is. I guarantee it. The Vills have got to be moving. ACCM would never wait. There they are.
There he goes. And if Hera has monks, ACCM can hop in and out of the Siege Tower to break the conversions. Oh, this is such a good castle job from ACCM.
But he has to see all the siege. He has to see all the siege. The outpost is critical because the siege could snipe a castle foundation. Things could go very wrong. Or very right. And Hera may react with his own castle, and there's no siege.
If he hops inside, he can stop siege, though.
I actually would have loved a more aggressive castle, to be honest. But it is going to go up.
I think it's good enough. I think it's good enough. It hits the gold, it hits the stone, and he's still fighting on water. He still has some fires down there fighting the War Galleys.
Absolutely, and he might push back and kill Hera's fish. I think Hera's looking in the north. Hera goes there. Hera loses some siege. He loses some monks. He loses some scouts. This is horrible for Hera as he's building a counter castle, but wait! Hera has more vills!
But ACCM has a siege tower. If he can just annoy those vills and get his own castle up, he's okay.
Temple Guards are out. Hera needs to focus down the vills. ACCM needs to finish this. He needs to finish this fast. It's not going to be enough. He needs more vills now. I've done the math. It's not going to be enough. It's denied. And organ guns can come out of the castle now.
97.45%, and Hera denies the castle, but more vills are coming forward. He can use the siege tower to get the castle up.
Hera needs to wall on the other side of it, or otherwise that castle's going up. He's coming with vills. It's going to be too late.
The castle's going to go up. The castle will go up. And we can see petards and rams now.
Yeah, I think going for rams immediately is the play, and the siege workshop's already up for ACCM, and it's not for Hera. Also, Hera can't really take golds right now. So yeah, tough situation for Hera. There's 4 relics for ACCM. There's 2 TCs for ACCM. His eco hasn't been taken out. So he's doing a good job, and he's also outposting the right side. So if he sees anything from Hera, he's going to see that he's exposed there.
And this entire game, he has 2,000 res collected more than Hera. His eco is in the right spot. And looking at ACCM's resources, he's going to go up to Imp. It's risky if he maybe dies to a full-on Castle Age push on his castle. But if he gets Trebs, I think he just wins the game.
What ACCM is doing today is truly incredible. So often you can find 1 or 2 things to surprise Hera, but Hera will stabilize. ACCM has found the 5th, the 6th, the 7th adaptation, right? And you're just not used to that being possible, right? How he's been able to stabilize this game, how he's been able to find the moments in this game is truly incredible. And yeah, good luck. Temple Guards are out, Hera, and you're going to lose villagers there.
Here comes a Mangonel. That Mangonel is scary for the Rams, but not for the Temple Guards. If Phils are fighting the Rams, they're not protecting the Mangonel. They're not in the TC.
You got to get back in the tower. Gets back in the tower. Tower goes down. Hera keeping it up for now. Hera holding on. Hera doesn't know his opponent's on the way to the Imperial Age. He is holding again. This could have killed him. He's still in this game.
That's a ton of idle time, though, on all those vills who are fighting and repairing and just trying to stay alive. And that's getting ACCM closer and closer to Imp, closer and closer to Trebs.
He's going to hold this, though. Like, it's incredible. He converts the only one that was healthy there, so he'll clear that. This is now access to stone. He has one Organ Gun protecting. He's pressuring on water. Like, there's a lot of good things to say about Hera's position, despite all the pressure he's taking. But you're right. How does Hera deal with Trebs? He has to take down the castle.
He has to take down the castle, and then ACCM can also just make a safer castle if he wants to.
Yeah.
Or does Hera go for an aggressive castle with all that stone?
I think the castle is getting petarded down, though. Like, that castle is low HP, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. He might not make many Trebs.
He needs to find a way to get some type of advantage from the Imperial Age. He's doing Bodkin now, but his push is kind of stalled out.
Yeah, it is. And he's pushed off the stone here as well. Oh, man. Hera, he was not expecting this type of series. I think people looked at the bracket just because ACCM and Yo started so slowly this tournament. Everyone was like, oh, man, they barely made it through to the final stages. They're going to have problems. But Hera has problems there, deletes 2 Mangonels. That's worth it for ACCM.
Castle's there. Will he get a Treb? More petards from Hera just to stop the Trebs. And ACCM is up 3-1.
Dude. We have called ACCM the chef for years. And it feels like his restaurant is finally in business right now.
It feels like some justice after that failed siege tower earlier on, too.
Whew. Guys, this is something. ACCM sees it. He's going to walk off stage here, take a bit of a break. Crowd's cheering him on. The job is not done yet for ACCM. He needs all of his strategies to pan out here. So far, it's gone well, but we've seen Hera turn it around before as well. Hera's really been pushed to his limit right now. Hera will need 3 straight wins. Can he do it is the question.
If there's someone who can do it, it's Hera.
Yep.
As ACCM gets another cheer as he walks through the crowd for his break.
Yeah, Hera walking by. Crowd letting him know as well. So we're at our break portion of the semifinal. I just gotta say, like, the depth of that game alone was crazy.
We've had a lot of crazy Coast Arena games, and it felt like there were things like this that did go wrong for ACCM. This was crazy.
So, if I were Hera and someone diagonally built a monastery into my base, I would not be pleased. Okay? And I understand the game allows it, and ACCM found something that you could do, and I really do commend him for that. But that would bother me. And I would be hoping the devs would fix it immediately. It is cheeky, but it can be tilting. So Hera's going to have to sort it out. There's an argument it didn't help him, but like Hera got immediately forced to build like 20 houses. And it just was one of many chaotic things ACCM threw at him. So it definitely did help him. That was great. Even this. Like, he went over there knowing that you could somehow get over there. Wow.
Into the siege tower. And maybe losing that game with the siege tower was good for him if it forced him to practice more.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's also possible someone reached out to him and said, hey, ACCM, there's this, that, and the other you could do. This game almost turned around right here, by the way. But in the end, ACCM's strat was too good, and his eco behind it was incredible the whole game. He didn't lose any fish. He killed Hera's fish, and once his castle was up, Hera was kind of stuck.
And think about what's the ideal game for the Portuguese on that map. You win water, you do your castle, you make organ guns.
Well, that's why I said the #1 strat I think it's weak against the Temple Guards is scouts. Like, I think you play into scouts here thinking monks, but with Temple Guards, it's different. So I'm not going to be too critical of Hera here. I think overall he played incredible, but that's the weakness. And I think ACCM thought, how's Hera going to play? He's going to go with, for the eco approach. He's going to probably have an adapt, as he likes to do. And it was a really good call.
Do you think there's maybe a thought process of ACCM, and maybe this is thinking too deep, that he would intentionally let Hera's scout get into his base so he wouldn't scout the fields going forward, so it's easier to go forward?
I mean, you could say that right now.
He is the chef. He could say that in his interview.
If you rewatch that, okay, he had an oh shit moment as his eagle opened the gate and he tried to come back. Like, that was not intentional. But also I think Hera found it somewhat anyways. There's an argument Hera should have had the additional scout in the middle, to be honest. So yeah, it did help him because Hera only found out about the monastery once it was built in his base.
Yeah,
so.
And he didn't make additional scouts right when he did the stable.
Yeah,
here's
watch
this again.
He'll panic. He'll say, oh no.
He'll just fight it, and then he'll try to go outside.
Well, maybe there was no panic.
Yeah. I mean, I think he knew exactly what would happen. He goes outside the gate. Hera wants to go in. He saves it. We saw him heal it up. The mistake was fighting the scout before healing enough. You got to give ACCM credit, T90. He's the chef. He's in his restaurant. He's cooking. He's serving up food, masterpieces with champions and
I
temples.
mean, that would be pretty crazy. That to me feels like the moment in like a soccer game where someone tries to cross and they score, and then in the interview they're like, "Yeah, I tried to score that," you know. But it did help, right? I still think if it's scouted, there's not a correct adaptation available to Hera if he's already committed to stable. You're just kind of stuck at that point. That's why I felt like the Portuguese should play through organ guns. But Hera likes his eco, and he went for the water approach. I think the bigger thing is ACCM was able to go for the pressure, but he didn't lose water. I would go for the pressure. I'd go for the little, bug to get through. I'd do all that, but then I'd lose all my fish. Hera would have 20 fishing ships. Hera would have an eco lead, hold to get to imp. But that was the bigger thing. He was fast on TCs, eco upgrades, and everything. So
yeah, I know we're seeing the highlight plays on stream, but also there are the little things in the economy management that really matter. Keeping the fish alive, and that's what makes the map so different from normal arena. That the scouts have something that can disrupt you when you're going for the scouts build. Unlike arena, where you're just doing, unless maybe you're tower rush, but you're around 26 population dark age into the scouts as you're going up to feudal into castle. You're not having that same clean build order.
Yeah, absolutely. So maps remaining. We've got Sertal. That is the only home map for Hera, which means he's going to then have to go to the remaining 2 maps to win this semifinal, push us to the best of 7 final, which will be almost immediately after this, everybody. Festa de Polvora is more of a closed map. It's a closed map that I think Hera will really like, though, because we've seen a lot of scout openings. We see a lot of archers. So
and I like his Civ pick for it. Part of me thinks the way on Festa might be his biggest Civ advantage going throughout the rest of the set.
Yeah, it could be. I'm not really sure what we'd see. I actually think it will be Bohemians for ACCM. I thought it would have been Bohemians on Fortified Clearing, so that makes the most sense for me. Amazonia, very expansive, adaptive game. Players will open with a bit of water, and then we see some action on the sides. Britons we talked about. I really liked Malay there as well for Hera. I actually think Wei is also insanely good there. Maybe even Khmer, but that's where we seem to think maybe ACCM will opt for like the Byzantines, maybe even the Georgians there. So.
And the Wei is so good on all of the maps. Part of me could also make an argument for Byzantines on any of the 3 maps. They have the great skirms for Satan. They have just the amazing water play into fast imp for Amazonia. And then also there are good closed maps if you go Festa.
The thing that I'm a little bit surprised by here, right, as we see Hera re-entering the room, the thing that I'm a little bit surprised by here is we didn't see Magyar's banned, and that Magyar's also went so late into the draft here. We've seen a lot of fast castling into Magyar Hussar. It's been quite dangerous. So that still being an option for ACCM, I assume for Sertal, Hera's home map is a question mark.
You could also just play Magyars as a standard scout civ and go scouts. We've seen in the qualifiers, I even saw a game with 5 stable scouts at one point.
Yes.
And if you're going to go heavy scouts and feudal, Magyar is one of the best civs for it. And if you're playing on an extremely open map, they have the cav archers that are such a great unit when you're not able to defend yourself the way you want to.
Exactly. So I think going into Hera's home map Sertal, you could argue he's actually out-cived as well. So this could be a big fight back. This would be epic. Hera's had a lot of wins in his career. If he could turn it around, win this 4-3, and then move into the final, and then win that, this would be one of his best victories. Also, I just got to point it out, it happens at every LAN. Extremely awkward for us to be judging their drafts and talking about what could have gone differently, as they just walk right past us, and everything we're saying is just being broadcasted. It's got to be a little weird.
He's got his headphones on now. He shouldn't be able to hear us.
I know, but
I don't know where ACCM is. I think we need camera shots of the players just to know whether they hear us or not.
Yeah, I mean, we're not doing anything wrong, but I always feel a little bit awkward. I guess I'm used to players not getting to hear what I'm saying, but
at least not live.
It's especially awkward if, the other day in the Hera Andy series, I worked on with Andy on that strat, and so there I was being hyper focused on when I was talking about things because I didn't want to spoil anything. Also, what made it especially awkward is apparently when Danny and I were talking, all of the things we were saying was going on stream because we had a hot mic situation. So I think I said, I don't know when I should bring this up. And then everyone heard it and spoiled it ahead of time.
There was a moment earlier when we were talking to each other. I forget what I asked, but I asked you a question, and you were definitive no. And at the same time, one of the players typed into lobby and typed yes. So just as you were saying no, I heard this loud yes taunt right in my headphones.
There's always something. What can I say? There's always something here. So pretend you're Hera for a second, right?
Okay.
Really, pretend you want to bring this back. Do you go for Sertal for the momentum? That's your only home map? Or do you go to the other side here? and pick one of those two.
Well, let's maybe reverse that. If you have to go 7 games, what map do you want to play Game 7 on?
No, you answer the question. You don't respond. You don't answer a question with another question. But
well, okay. Well, I'll answer my own question then.
Okay.
If we have Hera Amazonia on Game 7, that could be potentially a really long game.
Yeah.
That's also the situation I think Hera would be very comfortable having that map as a Game 7.
Okay.
If he goes Satao right now, ACCM might pick that earlier on.
Okay.
Right? And I think that he would want maybe Wave for... I'm thinking Wave for Festa. I think Hera might pick Festa right now, Satao for Game 6, and then get Amazonia Game 7.
Okay. I don't mind that. I don't mind that. I don't think there's any correct answer here.
I mean, he has to win all 3 maps anyway.
Exactly.
Is there any map? Is there any map where you get an advantage by knowing more about the civs if you see what your opponent picks?
I think to some extent still the closed maps. So like Malay and Wei can be played on the closed maps as we see ACCM re-entering the building here.
This is where we have to say nice things about ACCM.
Yeah. ACCM's been playing like a beast. But no, I think like Wei and Malay, you don't really know which one they're going to go to. Still some question mark. Does Hera go Romans or Khmer? I don't know. But it will be Hera's choice. I'm sure he's decided already. And thank you for your patience, everyone, as we wait to see if this will be a bit of a surprise, right? The previous S-tier tournament, Hera did not win. He dropped out in, I think, the quarterfinals. Leary ended up winning that S-tier, but there's still that thought of, in the LAN, will Hera be able to get another victory? But
and if ACCM does go on to win this set, that would be a rematch of ACCM versus Leary in the finals from Warlords.
Yeah, true. I mean, ACCM's so underrated. I even underrated him this tournament, man. Like, I wasn't sure he was going to make it into the top 8 of the 12. But
he almost didn't. It went down to the last set, and he depended on Tato. He depended on Tato winning.
But listen, I've said this, and I spoke to Mr. Yo about it as well, who also almost didn't make it into the top 8 and then made it to the semis. Best of 5s, best of 7s, stage with fans, that's where men are made, right? Like, you play all 3s at the previous venue, which was awesome, as we are checking our video sources here.
Yeah, it's important to have that checked.
Like the playoff 3s as well, it was a beautiful facility, but they were very far apart from their opponent. There was no one else in the room. It was very chill. Well, you were like
I was
away.
adminning.
Admins were like chucked away in the corner. Like there was no traffic, there was no distractions. You could so easily just be like calm and feel like you're at home, in my opinion. This is different, and we've really seen the best players step up. And some people have crumbled, you know, underneath some of the pressure, or maybe just struggling to remain consistent, considering all the travels and everything that people have gone through. So,
and we've seen ACCM maybe struggle in the LAN environments before.
He has.
Not just due to the crowd, but also just maybe due to the opponents have a bit more of an advantage against him than they normally do with the lag situation.
Yeah, exactly. I have talked to people, and they've said the players who are typically playing on higher ping servers feel slower in person, and so I was like, ooh, that's a good theory. And then I saw ACCM and Yo start off slow, and I was like, oh, well, they're slow. And now here, look at this, man. Like, it doesn't seem like it at all.
I wonder if it ever, like, we talk about them being slow starters in tournaments, if getting used to the ping and the difference in response time could be part of that.
Maybe. I just feel like ACCM's been able to take initiative. And Hera, his one win was the game that ACCM didn't take initiative.
It was the one game that was as clear a Hera advantage home map per Civ as possible.
Yeah, so Hera needs to take some early initiative. There's a map where there's some creative possibilities coming up. Next, it is going to be one of ACCM's maps on Festa de Polvora. And ACCM, 3 remaining maps. He just needs 1 win to send himself into that final.
Just needs 1 win, and it will be the map with the explosive gunpowder barrels. You have several bases with palisade walls surrounding them. You destroy the gunpowder barrels, and you break in.
I actually think this is the hardest map remaining for Hera. Just based on the maps and the civs, that's just a theory of mine. Like, I think if Bohemians are played perfectly, they're very difficult to break. Maybe I'm wrong on that. The Civ priority on their draft would tell you Hera's very happy here, but here we are.
There are monkeys on the tree in the middle. They added this in the DLC, and it goes right in the middle of this crazy map.
Yep, and if there's some way to transport temple guards into the opponent's base through the monkeys, I'm sure ACCM's familiar, because what he did in the previous game was not something I thought was possible. But explain to me, like, kind of how the map works here. This is very different.
Yeah, so we have a 9-vil start, but you have 3 vills in each of your 3 bases. Around the sides, you have 1 with food. We see that now. The players usually delete the walls and move that to the center. You don't really have much in the center. And here we have a game pause. I think that JBR might be saying, hey, T-West, you came in early one day, you fixed this map when we had admin rees, and now I'm going to call an admin re again.
Could be. There's always someone checking the map. Also, to me, that looked like a little bit of lag.
We've also seen that a couple of times. There were some players on stage saying that they still had some lag issues, so we'll see maybe it's a pause for lag as they resolve it.
Yeah.
We have our admin team on the case. This is a great thing about being at the LAN when you don't have a spectator delay, so admins can immediately check the map and get things sorted out.
But boars are going to be brought in, so we have 2 additional boars. They have a pretty fast start here. I saw this map and I assumed it was going to be a lot of fast castling, but we've actually seen a lot of aggression in Feudal Age as well, T-West.
Yeah, destroying those gunpowder barrels gives you options for Feudal Age aggression, and sometimes it's not even to do damage so much as just to get map control. If you can force your opponent to wall behind their initial walls because they're worried about you breaking in, you can put yourself in a good position to go towers, to go castles, to get a siege push once you get up to the castle age.
Yeah, I think that'll be Hera's approach here. The way, get the additional vills from every eco upgrade, so it only makes sense to rush to Feudal Age to get some eco upgrades. But for ACCM, his bonuses start really in Castle Age. At that point, they have both the gold mining upgrades for free, and also they have some really strong monks and really strong unique units. So we're going to come back to us here. I'm not sure the update will probably have to do a restart here, but there's one of the sections there has the stone and the gold. So I think Hera should recognize that's the area he has to pressure, because my expectation is we're going to see some type of fast castle attempt from ACCM.
We could. There's so many different ways to play the map. And if you're Bohemians, you could even think about opening archers, maybe staying feudal for a bit longer and getting more economy to maybe think about that university and chemistry you can do in the Castle Age.
It's true. It's just, as a player, you don't want to ever go into a situation where you're immediately fighting at a disadvantage. And I worry about opening feudal here. While it is less risky, maybe, Hera goes farm upgrade, gold upgrade, wood upgrade, 3-vill lead, and then you're in Feudal Age for a while. Whereas if you rush Castle Age, while Hera can pressure you, you can have Siege out, you can have the Monks out, you can get the Hussite wagons. So the more I think about it, the more I think the way is really, really tough to stop here. And it's perfect for Hera because, again, he'll take that initiative, and behind it, he gets a free eco lead.
Yeah, this is where I think Hera has the best save advantage on the maps remaining.
Maybe, yeah.
That's why I like him picking this right now to pick the way, and then the remaining maps are maps he can find ways to win.
Yeah, find ways to win? He will have played the way already.
And he can find multiple ways to win.
Multiple ways. Yeah. Hera's pretty good, so. No update on our side. I'm assuming we have a restore or a restart. It's probably too early to get a restore.
Probably too early to restore.
But we'll be into it here very, very soon.
As they load in, I can hear the animals, so I think they're getting into it.
Yeah, all right. So let's see. Is it the same game or we're back in? Yeah, we just got a bit of a restart here. So this is officially game number 5. And same things apply. We'll have to repeat ourselves. Maybe for some viewers later on YouTube, you have these different sections on the map. And typically you're going to see the players delete part of their wall so they can walk out and bring some hunt back home. So there's Hera in the blue, playing as the way. And then we have ACCM, who's going to be playing in the red, playing as the Bohemians, and 1 win away from going to the grand finals here at Brazilian Dynasty.
Right, and as we were talking earlier before the restart, you have a 9-vill. Wait, what?
ACCM scout is stuck in the boar, bro.
Wait, what? What just happened there?
His scout, we don't want to replay. We don't want to replay. Bad replay. His scout is stuck in the boar. And Harris is kind of his...
What? What? I mean, Nilly's around here somewhere. Is there a pathfinding bug he needs to come fix live?
I think we should all blame the map scripter. Who would that be?
I think he's in the back room right now.
I think that's you. What was that, dude?
I don't know what that was. I mean, it's not the map controlling the scout inside the javelina.
Okay, well, we've seen a lot of unique things today.
I would like to see a replay of that. I want to know what happened.
Yeah, if we have a replay, I would love to see it. We'll get this game started eventually. But yes, I think both players' scouts got stuck inside the boars.
I've never seen that before. What is going on here? So here we have Hera's scout. Okay, this was the first game.
Was the first. So the first game, Hera's scout got stuck, and then they just tried it again, and ACCM scout got stuck.
What?
The boars are fighting back here at Brazilian Dynasty.
What is...
Thousands
I've
of
never
boars
seen this before.
Thousands of boars have died, and finally they have united to take down mankind. Oh no! Well, is this because we went to the steakhouse last night? Are they getting revenge?
I think they are. I mean, Nilly is a vegetarian, though. They shouldn't be taking revenge on his pathfinding.
Yeah, true. All right, well, round 3 of trying to play this map. We have seen instances now twice where the Boars have somehow captured the scouts. So we'll have to direct our attentions there. Bohemian's way, yet again, ACCM 1 win away from going to the finals here.
1 win away?
1 win away, and he's against the way. But okay, so Hera's able to block.
Okay, this is looking like it should look.
That's
okay.
fine.
We created a map, and why are we having problems with the boards? Because the players want to move them from their side base to their center base, because you don't have much food there, and you're like, okay, I want to make my vills useful. How do I split my vills between 3 of the bases when they start out separated?
I think we're good here, but I think ACCM's going to get housed, which is... Oh, no, he's not. Never mind. False alarm. He built a house somewhere else. And yeah, they got to recenter themselves, right? Like, restarting the game a couple times after they took their break. For me... If I have any type of interruption, I can really lose focus. So we'll see if they can lock back in here. But we talked about it. Wei can get the eco upgrades. This map still can play Feudal Age. Hera can play Scouts and Archers pretty freely here. I really like his Civ.
Yeah, and when we see this focus on pushing the deer, taking the javelinas, it can sometimes shift your early walls onto the food area, where that feels a little bit better defended, when long-term it's usually the gold and the stone that matters more.
So I want to ask you about that. We see a food section here for Hera, right? And then his gold and stone sections on the other side. Opposite of Hera's food section is the golden stone for ACCM. Is that always fixed?
Yep, that should always be fixed.
Okay.
And the key to the golden stone is there's also gold inside the middle of the map, which is kind of risky. There's gold on the outside of the map where there's a lot of rock terrain and you can't wall. That's kind of hard to defend. And if you lose your gold base, now you have to move all around the map. You don't have any gold near your TC. You don't have any gold in that food area.
Well, if that's fixed, then Hera knows exactly where he needs to pressure. And I would assume he's going to put a lot of his pressure on the stone and gold. Bohemian's only real eco bonus, free gold mining and stone mining upgrades. So, I mean, that's what ACCM is going to be taking advantage of.
Yeah, that's a good point. And if you go to the late game, you start feeling Bohemians are an incredible civ, but the Wei have a great power spike before that with the free vills from the eco check, and then just having so many unique units. The Shinbei Raiders, the Tiger Cav, the Huiguang Cav that they can play in the Castle Age.
Yep, so there goes Hera. Could be a fast castle. Highly doubt it, though, with Hera's uptime. He's got a lot of food here. Some people out there are going to say this is delayed, but to everyone who's saying it's delayed, this might actually be for 3 eco technologies, because you add a little bit more eco so you can afford the gold mining upgrade, the wood upgrade, and the farm upgrade, and that's plus 3 vills just by going feudal.
And you start with the mill and you start with the mining camp on this map, and you're pretty much always going to build a lumber camp on a wood line anyway, so you're always going to have those 3 eco buildings to click those techs immediately.
Yeah, I want to see his Hera building something. He should be if he's going aggressive.
Is that a barracks? Yep.
I'm ever so slightly surprised that he's building the building here if he wants to pressure the stone and gold, but if he's making scouts, he can get over there pretty quickly anyways. But actually, you don't want to use scouts against the barrels, do you? You probably want to use archers.
And this feels like a very defensive barracks because he's building it by his gold mine. It's not an aggressive one, which you might have built over on the other side of the map near ACCM's golden stone.
Yeah. All right, ACCM's uptime, I would assume, is for a fast castle. He's added a few more vills, but Hera's going to have a guaranteed vill lead. Let's see if he gets 3 eco techs. That'd be very satisfying, to be honest.
It absolutely would be. He's maybe missing a tiny bit of wood, but I'm sure we'll see him click them right away. There's double vid axe.
Yep, wood upgrade. It's funny because you don't really feel like you necessarily need horse collar, but you always want the free villager.
Does he go maybe for the mining upgrades first, rather than horse collar? Because he's not going to be seeding farms yet with all the food he has.
I mean, I thought that mining upgrades would just make sense. You got the res for it. So he's gone for a very healthy economic approach, and he's going to send his scout around that side. Interesting. So he wants to maybe attack around the outer area, which ACCM might not expect. Most people go through the middle here.
Now, the barrels have 60 hit points, but you can weaken them without destroying them. And some players like to do that with their scout, weaken the barrels so that when you come by later, you can get that surprise attack and get right in.
Yep. And see if Hera shows himself on the outside there. ACCM will build. See, look where ACCM's expecting the pressure. He's building behind his walls towards the middle, because that's where everyone goes. And Hera is not going that way. At least it doesn't seem like he's going to go that way.
And so far this tournament, we haven't really seen the outside approach. We've seen some armies that get there eventually, but the focus has mainly been in the middle.
Yeah, we still don't know, though. Is that an archer on the outside from Hera? Looks like it is. Yeah, that should tell us something. Oh, man, this is going to be crazy.
ACCM, though, he's doing Loom. He is doing Loom. And that means if Hera breaks in, he will be able to run the Vills better than... Well, we have seen games without Loom where people break in and the Vills just die.
He has to see it, though, right? Like, you can see the barrels on the wall. So if the barrel's getting attacked, you should see it.
Oh, his Vills might take the deer by that barrel.
Okay, hold on. What's the blast radius on this barrel? Because he's building houses.
It is 3.75 tiles for blast radius.
And would it take down a fully built house?
It will not take down a house, and if the house is slightly behind it, it will do some damage to it, but Hera's not going to break in.
Ooh, man, that was fast. Rip to the deer there, but that was fast. Nice reaction from ACCM. That could have been game-ending damage. He's still not on stone or anything. And Hera's still got those extra villagers here, so this is still an issue. 90 seconds where you have no army, and Hera could be through these houses.
And this is a lot of pressure. It's scouts and archers. ACCM might even want to run his Vills and re-wall so that his main base is safe. He does not want to let Hera break in here.
Yeah, it makes me feel like he's waiting to build some buildings here, or he's just going to run away. I mean, very little reaction. The archers have fletching. The scouts are taking down the house.
He needs to time this properly. If he runs too late, then the Vills die. And he's going to do more buildings, but the archers are there. That's a lot of wood spent on the houses. We talked about that for Hera in Coast Arena. Here it's just the opposite. ACCM is spending the resources on the houses to wall.
I mean, when a player's that patient, I tend to have a lot of faith in them, though. Like, he waited a long time. Blacksmith is cheap. That would otherwise be very costly, so Blacksmith being a bit bigger gives him some more time. He doesn't actually need a second one, so he just needs some of the HP there.
Oh, I've never thought about that, but like the Saracens have the cheap market for quick walling, Bohemians have the quick Blacksmith for quick walling.
Yeah, it'd be really nice to have Saracens here, actually. The market's much bigger. Hera's scouts are going to go that way. Maybe pressure on some barrels elsewhere. And now what from ACCM is he's just...
Town center. He's booming.
I mean, these villagers are acting like they don't care.
Well, he can't move out into the middle because he sees Hera has army, and it's a risk to move to the outside too. And I see Hera with some blue dots on the other base near the gold and the stone as he's trying to run around with the scouts. He will see the TC with those scouts.
All right, well, I mean, that's a lot of unbuilt houses for ACCM, but he is on the second town center faster, and it will go up. I want to double check the right side for ACCM though, because I think he's really protected. Yeah, look, he's built in front of the barrels everywhere.
Yeah, he's making sure the barrels don't let Hera inside the base.
I think on the right side, though, one of the palisades would go down, and the units would still get through. Right to the left of the market, I'm pretty sure.
Ooh, it's close. It's close. I think that's okay. I think that's within the 3.75 tiles. You're right. It's right on the edge.
Yeah.
We need to judge fractions of tiles now.
I'd be a little bit worried about that. And he should, if he thinks like I'm thinking, he should check. Also, Hera has to be a little careful. He has to go for that barrel. Maybe.
Well, it's weak now. He can destroy it whenever he wants. Yeah, I think he knows if there's a tile between the barrels, they don't both get destroyed at once. And that build goes down from ACCM, leaving it maybe greedily in the food area.
But Hera's not up yet. So, I mean, I know Hera can recoup any vill losses or something. I actually don't know how Hera lost a villager, by the way.
Also, ACCM, he's the Bohemians. His monk tech supply to his villagers, he's doing fervor right now. That means his vills are faster.
Okay, 3 TCs. He's dropping the houses.
Does ACCM want to delete the foundations he made at his first base for a bit more wood? Because he's struggling on wood right now.
You'll never think of it. You'll never think of it. Yes, you probably should, but he's too busy. You're trying to produce vills. It's 2 TCs, excuse me, not 3.
And we have ACCM 4 vills on stone. He might be thinking of a castle on Hussite wagons as Hera's up to the castle age 2 minutes away.
The vills are pretty weak there. You're generally going to need a monk here in a second just to heal up those vills. I think if you show one monk, though, and you start to convert the archers, Hera will actually back off. So that's not too bad. And Vill count's even now.
Yeah, a monk defends this, but the relics are in the middle, so as long as Hera's controlling the relics, I think he's happy to back off.
This is what Hera needs, right? He needs initiative. He needs that belief back. He needs that energy back that could lead to him winning 3 straight here to send himself into the final, which, again, is today. So whoever makes it is going to need some crazy energy and stamina.
Also, look at that res collected difference from those extra vills. Already 900, almost 1,000 more resources for the way.
And I think Lycav and Archer was still very reasonable for Hera, but the fact that he's got 10 on stone tells me he wants to pressure that area right there.
And there's a 3rd town center, and that's That's kind of what he needs because he wants to go late as he doesn't get in through that barrel. But it's also maybe what Hera wants to see if he knows the way are strongest in the castle age, if he can upgrade his units and go for a strong castle age push.
Check this out. He's bringing the Vils back out here.
Oh, he's re-walling. That's why he didn't delete. He wants the wall.
Yeah. I mean, that's nice because Hera might assume that he can path through there at various points and he won't be able to.
That's always something that's so much easier for us to note when spectating, when it's safe to go re-wall there, and it's a great job for ACCM to pick that up. Oh, there's a castle from Hera. Talking about ACCM on stone. Hera's been on stone. There's the castle. There's husbandry and Bodkin. More range for the castle. He puts a workshop and a monastery behind it. And I think the 3TC boom is exactly what Hera wanted to see with this aggression.
Yeah, it's just so defensive from ACCM. And we've yet to see the strength of the Bohemians. We've yet to see Mass Monks. We've yet to see the Hussite Wagons. And Hera's like, all right, you're going to give me full map control? I'll take it.
No farms for Hera. He's just going forward.
Yeah, I think you got to pull the Vils from somewhere. So those villagers are going to end up, maybe new villagers will end up going to the farms.
They got to be careful by that barrel, though. If ACCM ever sneakily destroys that barrel, all those Vils are dead.
and you can tell by the look on T-West's face, which viewers can't see, that he would actually love that.
I think everyone would love that. Imagine ACCM gets the finals by destroying that barrel.
Yeah. Well, Hera's going to make a ram. Still 2 monks. But finally a castle from ACCM. And you know, that castle, that does really make Hera think twice about even the ram. And Vil lead is still there from ACCM. He's done a great job defending, I'll give him that.
And with a workshop for ACCM, one Mangonel shuts down a ram push for the most part, unless Hera can somehow dive with enough Tiger Cav.
Hera's going to run into walls and castle everywhere, right? That castle's going to go up. Yeah, Hera knows it. Hera backs off. Castle from Hera actually kills a villager or 2. Castle's up, though. Castle's in range of each other for one play. Sorry, never mind. For both players.
For both players.
I got excited.
And we see ACCM 56 to 44 Vils. He has the Vil lead, he has the extra town centers, and he'll slowly turn that res collected difference into an advantage for himself if he doesn't have to react too much to the pressure.
Hera's market is going to be needed a lot right now because he moved those Vils off food, he then corrected that, he's still got the forward Vils on gold.
Stone walls for ACCM.
Yeah, there's just a lot that he's going to have to balance out. And now there's a question on how do you counter the Hussite Wagons. The answer is just 1 or 2 Mangonels. It's actually not that big of a problem for Hera.
I think ACCM might need his own Mangonels if he's going stone walls against the ram push. Castle defense and stone walls, I think he needs Mangonels behind it.
I'm really surprised that Hera didn't pressure the stone and gold yet, right? Like, the stone and gold is what the Bohemians need, and that's not where Hera's going at all. Like, Hera's coming over here now.
He's trying to get to the back. Well, here he goes now. That castle, maybe he doesn't need to do it early on, but that's where the second castle for ACCM.
Yeah.
And he has the stone, he can mine the stone for the castle.
And that market's going down pretty damn quick. So it's likely more villagers can die for ACCM. He's also going to have to rebuild that market. And his eco has not been as efficient as Hera's with all this pressure.
Well, he'll get the castle up. There's no way that stops. And Hera's not going to be able to pressure the gold and the stone from the front or from the back now. The castle defends it. I think ACCM is starting to pull ahead with those castles and now getting the Hussite Wagons.
Yep. Hera's going to have to pull Mangonels to both sides, it seems. Have you ever seen Tiger Cav against Hussite Wagons? Because I haven't.
I don't think I have. And I think the Hussite Wagons have a pretty high attack against the strength of the Tiger Cav is their Pierce Armor against archer units. But if they're fighting the Hussite Wagons, maybe the Hussite Wagons will be okay. Yeah, 10 attacks that should punch through the 6 armor of the Tiger Cav.
And we'll see. Hera's going to try it out. I think in Hera's mind, he's thinking Hussite Wagon's a ranged unit. Tiger Cav should be good against ranged units, but I don't, because it's gunpowder, I don't think it operates in the way he's thinking.
Wait, will ACCM shoot the barrels if the crossbows are near them? He's got to keep that in mind too.
Hera can keep it in mind as well. You might want to pre-shoot them and just get rid of them if you're Hera, so you don't make any big mistakes.
Honestly, I would have done that to that barrel before mining the gold if I were Hera. You just shoot it once with the castle and it should be gone.
Yeah. Well, he's got Vils on the outside there to pay attention to. Villager lead for ACCM. Score lead, he's got in the series 3-1.
It's crazy that Hera's score is so far ahead right now.
Well, he has a lot of techs. Like those blacksmith techs, those eco techs, they really add to the score.
And he has 4 relics now, the 3 from the middle and 1 from the outside. And we saw ACCM had to go to the outside for extra gold because Hera has all the gold in the middle.
There's the barrels. Reminder again, you're going to see the walls go down. And now the units can get in. Hera's got Rams, and he's going to make a move for a castle, and I think ACCM has gotten far too comfortable staring at that Siege Workshop with the flag. He doesn't realize how many siege weapons are in there.
Hera's going to lose some vills here. He's trying to run, but here comes the Ram push. No mangonels for ACCM, and the Rams will be covered by the castle fire. I think Hera gets that castle, but at the same time, he's losing a ton of vills to the Hussite wagons.
I mean, Tiger Cav are going to come in, and there are some monks around too, so the monks could maybe get conversions. The monks have to retarget. If Hera takes this castle down, there's a lot of free real estate back here. You're right, the Rams, just so many of them, and there's not enough of a response. Hera's going to even bring all his vills to repair the Rams. What can ACCM do here?
There aren't enough Hussite wagons. The Tiger Cav can go and just melee them down. Hera's prioritizing the monks. What is ACCM doing there with his vills? They're dancing. He's doing another town center.
He's just gotten completely punished for no military this game, right? And the Tiger Cav are good enough against the Hussite wagons, especially when you can't produce more of them. And Hera says, I'm not finished yet. I'm going to keep pushing, and I will eat all your town centers.
He will push with the Rams. He'll push with the Tiger Cav. ACCM without the monastery now has nothing to answer the Tiger Cav.
It's too much damage. He's done way too much damage for ACCM to ever stabilize. The Vil count's even, but like, ACCM's eco is a mess. Hera's we haven't even looked at this game.
I mean, we haven't needed to. Everything's been nice and clean for Hera. He just pumps out vills, and now he's gonna even maybe pull ahead of ACCM in vills. ACCM's been booming this entire time, but he's lost 14 villagers.
Hera could swing this pressure to the other castle. I mean, that whole town area has a
He can
little
swing
bit
it
of
either
heads
side.
up. Yeah, just go to the right now. The Hussite wagons are on the left. And, I mean, ACCM fully within his rights to hold on. The Vil count's still looking good, but he needs military right now. And I don't know if Hussite wagon is good enough.
And he lost his market in that push earlier on the right, and he's floating so much gold now, he needs to build another market before he can rebalance the eco.
Ooh, Hera engaging.
Ooh, the monks need conversions here. He needs conversions.
That's only 2.
That's not enough.
I think he could have had all 4 or 5 there. It's a fight that needed to go better for him. Hera will be very happy with that trade.
He'll be ecstatic to see that. He'll destroy the Hussite wagons and push the TC. ACCM pulling vills to fight Rams. There are so many Rams.
Yeah, crossbows are here as well. So many idols right now for ACCM. He's still pumping out more vills. He does have the converted Tiger Cav in there, so that's helping.
Are the Rams going down?
I mean, they are.
He's repairing the TC. If that TC goes up and the Rams go down, maybe the push stalls. The Rams are so low on HP. ACCM pulled the vills to fight. He keeps the TC up, and he still has the same number of vills.
What a fighter, man. What a fighter. I mean, this guy's insane, but still he's lost 27 vills. He's got 20 idols right now, it feels like.
But remember, he's Bohemians. The vills are stronger. They're faster, and they have more HP if he gets the monk techs.
They're not strong enough. This is military versus villager right now, and there's only one thing that wins. And I think the only potential counterattack from ACCM is like, whatever that red dot is on the right side of Hera's base. I have no clue what that is. No, it's... Yeah!
That's 2 Hussite wagons.
There he goes. Like,
well, Hera doesn't really have a way to clean that. Maybe he has to fight with his vills, but ACCM has another castle. And the Ram push has been stalled out. Remember, those Rams were expensive for Hera, but he made a great decision adding TCs, even in the far right corner, and booming, and now he's up by 20, almost 25 villagers.
Yeah, the town centers for ACCM is looking pretty comical to me on the right. Like in the north area, it's like all crammed together. He's actually running out of stone and gold there too, and he's gonna need to move around the map.
Now, one of the things that I feel is also very tricky on this map is farming space, because that rock terrain around the outside you can't build on, and if you get pushed out of the middle, you're gonna struggle for your food eco too.
And Hera's food eco has been exceptional here, right? He's got farms everywhere, he's dropping town centers everywhere.
He deleted his wall, exactly that, he's deleting the walls for farming space.
He's got 4 relics from the middle. He's benefited so much from this push. Even the eco expansion on the very right side, I think it's worth pointing that out. Tiger Cav are going to go in to get kills. We'll see that in a second. But like, Hera's just played a perfect game. And this is what you expect from Hera today. What you expected from Hera was the initiative a bit earlier in the series. But this version of Hera very easily can turn this around and get to the final still today.
And I think he played the way exactly the way he needed to play them, with the eco into the Castle Age aggression.
Yeah, and for ACCM, I guess the plan was just wait, Hussite wagons.
I think he relied too much on the castle.
Yeah, maybe a little, maybe like he reacted with his own castle. Maybe he needed his own castle as the proactive move, right? As some type of aggression. But it's so hard to suggest anything because of just how good Hera's played this.
Yeah, and a couple of monks maybe looking for more conversions, but the army numbers are simply not there. It's 4-5 military for ACCM, 24 for Hera. With his own monks, he can convert the Tiger Cav back.
Also, can we see the attack stats on these Tiger Cav? This unit is truly insane. Some of these units are going to have like +3, +4, +5 attack because they get additional attack every time they kill a unit. That's before a unique tech, by the way.
As Hera goes up to Imp, this is where we really challenge Vodka or Observer to click every single unit and try to find which one has gotten the most kills.
Yeah, he's mad at you right now. But there we go.
There he goes.
There's
There
a
he goes.
+2. There's a +2.
We got a total of 8 kills. Let's see, do we have more than +2 somewhere?
Yeah,
I think
+2.
Oh, +4. There we go. We
Yep.
found one.
Yep.
There we go. Now that's insane when they get +4 attack.
Yeah, again, no unique tech.
Oh.
Hera is going to misclick a trade cart. I don't think this is intentional, but showing all
No,
pros can make
ACCM,
mistakes.
he built his market in the corner. This is intentional. It's going to have a great trade route.
I mean, Hera's like, you diagonally build a monastery on me, I trade with you, bro.
Yeah, it's diagonal trade. He built his first castle to destroy the market on the right base.
Yeah.
He scouts the market in the corner, and he's trading.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of a stretch, but Hera is going to castle that, and Hera has found the outside eco from ACCM. T-West, I mean, ACCM is going to click to Imp, but Hera is well on his way with a 40 eco lead. It feels impossible for ACCM right now.
It feels impossible, but also he's the Bohemians. I've seen Bohemians do some impossible things.
Yeah, you got to get chemistry right now. You probably need to tech into Halb here. Play Halb and Gunpowder as we see Siege Weapon versus Siege Weapon. Looks like the Hussite Wagon is winning. Tiger
Awesome
Cap
raids.
rating.
And they have so much Pierce Armor, you can't stop the raids if you don't have monks.
Yeah, this unit's insane. But also, you need to have a good economy for them, and Hera has had that. And ACCM's University is going to go down, I think, before chemistry as well, so no chemistry upgrade available for him.
And quick walls on the TC in the north. He'll keep that alive. That's clutch not to lose Vils and maybe to get more gold for him.
Yeah. ACCM builds the University. A lot of players would have resigned already. ACCM, even though he's up 3-1, wants to fight. He's going to see Imp from Hera. I then say, okay, I am dead. ACCM plays on.
Hera also has all 5 of the relics.
Yep.
This is as big of an Imp advantage as Hera could possibly have hoped for. And if ACCM wins this, it's going to be a Bohemian miracle.
Oh my goodness, dude. I'm so hyped to see the conclusion of this series, and this feels like the next game waiting room right now.
The Vils are speedy. They're running away. He's done Handcart. He's done Fervor. His Vils are so fast right now.
Okay.
But not fast if they run into other Tiger Cav.
Yeah, Hera's like, hello, cuts them off.
They're going to make it to the castle almost? Not quite.
Yeah, that's just a feast for Hera. Hera's like, get out of my game, dude. It's not even a 5K score lead. It's over 5,000 score lead for Hera. 10K score, below 5K for ACCM. And Elite Tiger Cav's on the way as well.
Well, ACCM might be thinking it's a 90-minute game. We're not even halfway there.
Yep. Remember, we've got our other finalists waiting for this. There will be a grand final today, so we have a lot of Age of Empires remaining. And there's another castle from Hera. The main thing he needs to finish the game is Siege, and the Traction Trebs are already on the way here.
Now that's the tricky thing, it's Traction Trebs. You won't have normal Trebs, you won't be able to push the buildings that quickly, but ACCM still no military to stop the raids.
Is he gonna call it now? Does he finally admit defeat? He does.
There he goes.
He does.
There's the GG.
Hera, big turnaround game. 3-2 right now for ACCM. Hera needs 2 wins. I've seen Hera win plenty of games in a row, so very realistic in my opinion that Hera could claw this back.
And we see in that graph the military advantage for Hera consistently right from the feudal age, had the higher military count. ACCM never even managed. It felt like in the middle of the castle age, we saw that little peak on his graph. He was trying to react, but it was too late.
I think if you play the way that way, sorry for lack of words here besides way, I don't see a way that you can actually stop that.
Yeah, and here we see Hera opening a way into ACCM's base.
Yeah. Like, I'm just thinking about it. They go fast army, so you have to wall and react a bunch. They get free vills because of it. They have great military options over the whole map. I think what ACCM needed was the castle a bit earlier. Like Hussite wagons for the middle. You need some middle control. If Hera doesn't go for the middle castle, then he's got a villager lead and he can maybe get the relics.
Yeah, I think the key to Hera's army here is that he had army, so ACCM couldn't do a castle in the middle.
Yeah.
I wonder if maybe the approach for ACCM could have been open with a workshop and some scorpions just for the positioning of the castle.
I think it's, yeah, I would have liked it, and maybe he was planning on it, but because Hera was constantly moving to so many different areas, he was just forced into these defensive options, and he couldn't be as proactive as he wanted there.
And there we see the long-term thinking destroying the market for the trade route for Hera.
But at this stage of the game, Hera collected 500 more resources, and he was down 15 bills. So it's just the inefficiencies from ACCM. This was also a great call from Hera. He made the Rams very quickly here.
But also the fact that Hera forced the game in the feudal age, knowing that he had all those extra vills, it's kind of like seeing that tower rush on Arena when you have the extra eco just because you stay feudal longer. Hera's eco was so strong with probably the best eco save in the game.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it was Hera's wins have been very convincing. ACCM's wins have been ever so slightly convincing, right? Like, in these sets against Hera, you need those moments that go your way to snowball, and so often they don't, and they have for ACCM. But Hera has shown us he can dominate ACCM.
Yeah, there hasn't been a clean win for ACCM. There have been some crazy wins for ACCM, but there have been 2 very clean wins for Hera, and I'm worried that he could pick Satao as his Game 6 map, tie it up 3-3 on a map where I think he would be heavily favored, and then force us to Amazonia for game number 7.
It's not his choice now, right? It is ACCM's choice.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
So
it's ACCM's choice.
ACCM now has to think about this too, right? Because he's got an extra game in hand if he were to lose this next one, but there might be one that he prefers over the other. I think you just got to go for your best map now, right? Just go for your best map and your best civ right now. It depends how he's feeling. I don't know if maybe he senses some exhaustion on Hera's side. He doesn't look exhausted to me. So I think you got to go for the kill now. And I would say Amazonia. It's the map you picked. You got Byzantines on there. Byzantines are impossible to kill.
It feels like Byzantines on Amazonia might be his best civ pick. And if you're Hera and you see you see Amazonia, you have 2 civ options in Malay and Britons.
Yeah, and Malay and Britons are both great. I don't hate Khmer either, to be honest with you. It hasn't been seen frequently, but I do not hate either of those civs. I think Malay is the safest choice, and the Britons maybe has the biggest peak. But yeah, I'm assuming it's going to be Romans or Khmer for Hera on Sertal, and it will likely be Magyars there if we see that from ACCM.
Do we feel there's any civ that in particular would have an advantage against the Byzantines on Amazonia?
Again, I think Britons have the bigger peak. Like, I think if you get to 4 to 6 Trebs with Warwolf, and you have 50 longbows, like, even the Byzantines can't easily engage into that. But, like, Malay give you better timings throughout the game. Hera will always choose that, in my opinion. You advance faster to the next stage, timing advantage every single time you go to the next stage. And that also relates to, or translates into an eco lead, so.
And what does ACCM do? He has Armenians and Georgians in his draft. I could even see a draft where he plays Byzantines, Amazonia, Magyars on Sotao, and just kind of ignores those 2 civs. He could also just use that. I mean, he could go Armenians on Amazonia and Georgians on Sertal.
Yeah, Georgians isn't a bad Sertal pick. ACCM likes to play scouts. He likes to play knights. He likes to play cav archers. I worry a little bit against Romans, but that's still fine. Armenians could be a gamble option there. Play longswords against Roman men-at-arms. But I personally think the Armenians is just a little too all-in. And ACCM, despite the epicness of some of his wins, they've never been all-in. They've been aggression with eco behind. He's going to need that against Hera here.
I think there also might be an option Byzantines for Satao to get into a skirm war. That's something we saw a few times. I know in the qualifiers, not quite the way it's been played in the tournament so far, but just keep it in the back of your mind. Skirmishers could be great for that map. The way we've seen so many skirmisher wars throughout recent AoE 2, it seems to be the meta play, even if not something that you feel is characteristic for the map.
I think Armenians Seadram, 100 HP champions against Malay, against Britons. I think that can be very strong in the late game now that they have Seadram, to be honest with you. But it's like, do you want to pick that over Byzantines? It feels very poor.
It feels like the churches are more for map control on that map. But also if you go Armenians and Amazonia, you still have the Dromans and the better navy than the Britons.
Yeah, exactly. And Seadram. I don't think you could go for it without Seadram. And maybe as well, like, you don't want to go bombard cannons because the Britons can have longbows and snipe those. I don't know. A lot of guessing games here.
Yeah, but a lot of guessing games and a lot of options for players too at the end of their draft, having 4 civs remaining for 2 more maps.
Yeah. A lot of time to think, a lot of time to speculate, a lot of time for viewers to get snacks. Not us, of course.
We got to fill the time.
We continue to talk as we wait here for an update on when the next game begins. But grand final coming up after this, folks. This is just the second semifinal, and these semis have delivered some amazing games today. There was some worry that it would be a sweep on either side, but it has not been the case in our semis. It's been awesome. There's our fans, some people chatting.
Well, that's what you want
Some
from the semis.
people waving.
That's what you want from the semis, the crowd involved. Even during the break, the crowd's here, they're waving. They're just happy to be on camera, too, I think. I mean, let's talk about that, right? I mean, this is the first LAN we've had in South America, in the Americas. This is the first chance for these people to be on the stream.
Is Sign Girl also the Sign Girl that had the ACCM sign earlier? I don't know. What signs do we have there? Maybe you don't want to spoil them.
I think we might also have some Brazil flags for the soccer match later in the crowd.
I'm pretty sure she said, like, let's go ACCM, and now Hera's won a game, and she's like, he's back.
Well, yeah, I think you got to look around. You got to know which players are in the room when you're holding up your signs.
Yeah, maybe.
You can time it for the breaks. You see, like, maybe ACCM's gone, you hold up your Hera's signs. When Hera's gone, you hold up your ACCM signs.
My favorite one, as we see back room there, we've got Dogao, Brazilian legend in the back right there, who's probably like, please take me off camera right now. What are you doing?
I don't know if he notices.
He's playing it cool, as he so often does. But my favorite one with signs in the crowd, there was someone who had this big sign, and it was actually on the back of a pizza box that he had bought earlier in the day. And he was holding it up for hours, right? And then at a certain point, because I felt bad, I was like, I don't know if I want to say this on stream. I had to point out to him on mic, as he's holding it up, it had been upside down the entire time. So for like 6 hours, he was holding up the sign completely upside down. We had no clue what it was saying.
That's all right. You could have told him earlier.
I probably should have, but I felt bad. I thought he would figure it out, but, you know, he didn't. And,
you got to tell people, right? You got to tell people if there's something going wrong. You can't just trust them to figure out, because then they'll feel embarrassed. You go up to them, you say, hey, your pizza box is upside down, and then maybe he'll give you an extra slice of pizza.
Listen.
Maybe he'll be appreciative.
His sign was on the back of a pizza box.
That's
so
recycling. He's using his resources.
There's already a part of a reason to be embarrassed there, so Hera may be taking a slice of his pizza here. But
as long as it's a quality pizza, I'm fine with reusing the box.
Yeah, right.
I mean, think about it. You got the top of the box, you got the bottom of the box, you get 2 signs. You can even flip them around and get 4 signs out of 1 pizza box.
For future LANs, Caster Pizza Break sounds great to me.
I agree. I agree.
I'm just putting that out there. We'll put that on the schedule for the next one. Viewers can tell us what they're snacking on right now.
Yeah, we can have the food break, right? I mean, we're in Brazil. Maybe we don't want a pizza break. Maybe we want like a higher quality like Brazilian food break. But either way, I mean, you know what we should do? We should have a steakhouse break like we did last night.
I'm super down. Oh, somebody's got Pringles? Really? Are you serious?
Out of all the food that we could be enticed by, I don't feel like Pringles are exactly it. Unless D90 secretly is just like a Pringles addict.
Bro, speak for yourself. I'm hungry right now. Speak for yourself. I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble, though. There's a lot of eyes on me, so...
There are lots of cameras around here.
Yeah.
Well, you never know when your mic's going to be on if you go for the food.
Yeah, true. Well, I'd love an indication on what the map's going to be so we could dive into it. Looks like we just got it.
Looks like it is Amazonia. Makes sense for ACCM to pick that. But it also worries me that it feels like he has to win this game here because Satao is exactly the type of map that should suit Hera in this matchup.
It does suit Hera, but it also suits Magyars and Georgians. So we've had situations where we get to the Game 7 and it's like, okay, player's home map and they have the only good civ. That's not the case here. So I think it should be pretty close. I almost hope we get to the 7th game, right? It would be so hype.
I kind of want to see this, even though I think Magyar Hussars counter Scorpions, but what about a dueling Phosphoro, Magyars and Romans?
Hera will never do it. Hera will never do it. I could promise you that. ACCM, I mean, I think it's too expected at this point. I think what you can have is you have that living in Hera's mind that people could do it. Recently, I thought my opponent was going to go fast castle organ guns on a map where I needed to push in more deer, and so I had to go scout. He didn't go fast castle organ guns, and then I had rough build orders because I couldn't push my deer.
And we did see Hera get tripped up by that back in King of the Desert. There was one game he thinks Viper's going to Phosphoro. He just straight fast castles, and Viper goes full feudal.
Exactly. Like I think the fact that you can do it is living in your opponent's head a little bit, but it doesn't suit ACCM style. I'd be very surprised. I know he did cook up some other stuff this series, but I think it's going to be fairly standard stuff from here. And it's just going to have to be epic overall play. every player is going to have to lock in. Amazonia is a really hard map. Finding the additional capybaras are important. Bringing in the additional boars over the bridges, the docks, the water, the adaptations towards imp. Like this is a big map right here.
Now you got me worried that we got to lure the javelinas over the bridges, that the javelina in the bridge might somehow get stuck like the scouts did last game.
Yeah, let's hope not. Let's hope not. But we see the civs. It's going to be Malay against Byzantines. I think this is the safe option from both. For reasons
definitely.
we explained, but once we're into it, we'll see how they manage it.
The Britons would be specific to this map because of the capybaras giving you a good early eco, but I think the Malay are such a good hybrid civ, and also one of the civs with such a good trash line that they're capable of fighting Byzantines in the late game, and capable of, with their faster age ups, matching the cheaper fast imp from the Byzantines.
That's the big thing, right? It's just, what is Hera going to do with his timings this game? You inherently have a slight villager lead, caked into advancing faster. Huge for Hera to have a villager lead. But in early Castle Age, so many decisions can be made. Additional town centers, ballistics for archers, military upgrades, eco upgrades, and that's even before we get to imp. So I really feel as though like the precedent's set on how ACCM is going to play Byzantines because he's done it before. He's just going to try and play safe and hold on. Hera's got to really snowball a lead into the mid game here, and here we are.
Yeah, as we get into the game, we see immediately ACCM luring that javelina over the bridge. The bridge is so crucial on this map because they separate the water into, well, 3 separate pieces. You have the backs, where you could go for a safe fish boom, but no one's done that yet. I wonder if the Malay, if there's any civ you could think about fish booming in the back and maybe ignoring the Byzantine fires early on. This could be a civ matchup where we see it.
It is an option, but if you dock the back to add fish, which sounds creative, you then are not pressuring your opponent's fish on the front, and they can just fish boom on the front with no pressure. So what you want to do here if you're Hera, probably, you kill the Byzantines on water, which is hard to do, but doable, and then you have the fish traps with the Malay. So that's where my mind's at on that, but you got to look to the sides here, guys. They're starting lumber camps, are all on their tiny islands. Eventually, they have to move out to some very exposed resources, and that's how this map becomes very complicated.
Yep, they have 3 small woodlands on their starting island and 3 oysters. The oysters let them get gold, but there's only 450 gold per oyster. It's basically having 1.5 normal gold tiles. The rest of the gold is out on the sides, and for the late game in the middle, which I think I've seen the Byzantines focus on controlling the middle with town centers and castles, so they have all that extra gold.
Hera bringing in his scout, just like ACCM did the other day. ACCM brought his scout forward. It's slipping my mind who it was up against, but he killed a villager there on the. That
was against Vinchester.
Against Vinchester.
That was against Vinchester. He killed the Vill, and at the same time, Vinch lost the Vill on the other side because there's a lot you have to lure, and you can't quick wall on the bridges. You can't do your Rage Forest palisades or houses. You actually have to get the Vill across safely.
Yeah. But you take a bit of a gamble, right? And you don't know what side they're going to be on. Well, you know they'll be out there, and you don't know the timing. So Hera did look, immediately realizes he's not going to get lucky. And they're bringing back a lot of food underneath their TC, and here's ACCM as well.
He's looking for the Dockville. I mean, if your scout is there, you can think about maybe denying the second dock too, or at least making it tricky so you're not cleanly putting it down.
Yeah, we'll see if it even will be second dock, right? They have the options, but I think while the mid to late stages of this map are so interesting, it seems like everyone agrees you just got to play feudal age water here. So I would agree with you. I think we are going to see the second dock approach from both of them here.
As they're trying to push in the rest of their hunt. A little bit of food on the starting island, but the key is how much do you focus on winning the water versus going to the sides? Some people focus more on adding maybe an early archery range on the side to try to get some feudal pressure, but it all depends on making sure you scout which side your opponent has gone to.
This is going to sound dumb, but this is a huge game changer on this map. We need a sheep check, or more specifically a capybara check in a second here, because, okay, we've got like 5 additionals there with how many more on the way? Like maybe 3, 4, something like that? Okay, so the total of 9, 10, assuming they get home. Maybe even more. Hera, I think he already collected a bunch too. Like that, for every 100 food you have on each capybara, that is a delayed farm or a delayed fishing ship, which is just so important. It delays you from moving out to the outside, which is where you're exposed to, West.
Also, a delayed mill. So everything you're delaying, you're saving wood to make more warships to fight over the middle.
Yep. Now, Byzantines have the faster working fires. a lot of players are just going to go fires regardless because of that bonus. But I've seen instances where they go fires and the opponent just opens Hawks and it looks really foolish. So what's the choice here from ACCM and from Hera?
We don't have that big area where you can run away like we did on Fernando in our first game. Here it's very enclosed and you can force fights immediately. I think galleys probably aren't as strong here as we saw earlier. So maybe even opening Hulk and trying to go Hulk Fire could be a composition.
Am I missing something? No barracks from Hera, no second dock. Or are there already 2 docks? One dock.
One dock.
He has the wood. I'm very surprised.
This might be a situation where he wants to control the outside and he doesn't want to fight Byzantines on water.
Maybe.
He's doing one Hulk against fires from the Byzantines.
But like floating 200 wood is such a big, like such a rare thing for Hera. It's not rare for Hera to try and take a dive underneath a TC.
I think he's just scouting. I think he's just saying, I want to scout and make a decision about how to spend my resources. And he's making a barracks, and he's not building on the sides where ACCM's scouting. He's building on his starting island where he's maybe trying to hide it.
Interesting. ACCM actually scouting the right side right now, which did mean he found more copy bearers as well. This should actually tell him, the location of those sheep should tell him Hera's not on that side. That Hera's on the left side. So just because he doesn't know?
Well, that's true. Well, he might lose the sheep, kind of nomad style. You lose the sheep and you figure out where your opponent is if he sees the villas, or the scout might see them. Or if he's paying attention, he sees them.
I don't think he does, though. I think he's looking a lot at his ships right now.
The capybaras are stolen.
He might also not notice that. And a tower from Hera. Ah, now it makes sense. Hera places a tower. It's so funny because I literally just heard the sentence come out of Hera's mouth yesterday. He said, I think towering a dock is something a casual player has as an option, but it's just never an option for a pro.
Does he think of himself then as a casual player? I mean, his streak ended with Warlords. Maybe he doesn't need to be pro anymore.
No,
now he's just casual.
I think he didn't expect me to hear those words and remember those words, but it's a pretty interesting strat, right? Because now the fires can't push the dock. And now Hera's going to go archers on the side. And we know ACCM's just going to want to play defense and water.
That wall's not going up. There's no way that wall goes up. ACCM needs to play a campaign and wall the edge of the bridge.
It's just a difference of focus right now. And ACCM's going water, and Hera is going to go lands. And for now, Hera, he hasn't been able to kill too much on water, but he's got some momentum on land. And I think this makes this game twice as hard for ACCM, especially if he doesn't know which side he can go to with his villagers right now.
Well, this is interesting because Hera's on the top right. ACCM walled the gate on the bottom left. He could just go to the bottom left and rely on the fact there are tons of predator animals in the middle, that it's hard for Hera to get archers across the mangrove shallows leading from one side to the other, at least early on.
Right now, and I haven't seen this situation before, but I think ACCM is misreading because he's going huge water production and he hasn't gone for a barracks yet. So I don't think he's understanding that there's going to be some army here. He's just hoping to wall up. So if he doesn't, if archers do some damage to him, he could have a problem. But it's an unprotected archer. Hera doesn't have the scout. He also doesn't have a spearman there. Oh man, I actually would have killed that archer and run away.
I mean, the scout's there for Hera. You would lose the scout to go for the archer?
I would, because you need time. This scout's kind of useless otherwise. You know there's pressure already. You don't need that information. I'd love to kill that archer. But if you kill Hera's scout, oh man, now he loses the scout anyways.
And he's
going to lose the Vil. That's the worst case scenario for ACCM.
And he has a barracks. He doesn't have a range yet. That's his first barracks, so he can't add skirms yet. Wait, fires destroy docks. They also destroy towers. Did Hera build that tower too close to the shoreline?
He did. I didn't think about that. But yeah, that is right on the shoreline, not behind the dock. So yeah, goodbye to Hera's defense there. That doesn't last at all, which means he is going to lose the water as the melee.
And he's also going to lose the gold income from the fishing ships now, so he's going to have to spend a bit more wood with mining camps on the outside and mess around his eco in a way he didn't want to.
Oh, wow. Look at the back water area there. We have a potential dock from Hera.
That's what I want to see on this map, T90, using the back dock. And I saw this a few times in the qualifiers, but more from the thinking players, like the Dragon Stars who try to go for the silly strats. This is the first time we've really seen it here of a player trying to go for the transport, maybe get the archers through.
If it's been seen enough times, I wonder if this is something that's expected. Also, like, is it even needed right now?
Also Byzantine's town watch. Free town watch for them. He might just spot it with the houses.
Check this out, though. ACCM is towering the left side when he's been hit with archers on the right side. That tells me that he understands there still could be a potential threat. It's really good preemptive thinking, and yeah, he has his fishing ships alive. Hera does not, and he could even consider adding a few more if he wants to.
And Hera, he has a spear over on the left, so he's scouting. That's going to give him the foresight to know exactly where to send his archers. The question is, does he scout the tower?
It's just like the transport is pretty costly. You only have 3 archers. The forward dock is really cool and gets the people out of their seats, but like...
Look at those deer like running off the edge of the map by that dock, too.
I don't know.
The scout's just scaring them off.
the one isn't as scared as the others.
Yeah, they're just like, Hera's up to the castle age. We're waiting for this transport ship to pop out. And, well, if Hera waits for castle, does he get crossbow, bodkin, and then fight? Does he wait here? Is waiting the play, or is going now the play?
I'm looking at his res, and he would have to spend everything he has. You know, what Hera typically wins this map with is his eco, right? Thank you, Vodka, for, in this very important moment, reminding us of that. The tower for Hera is the most interesting thing to think about right now. The fact that the tower has done nothing for him, and he can't build the second TC, is my worry.
That's a good point. He can't reboom, and the tower for ACCM will do something as Hera comes forward, and now we're relying on ACCM and the Byzantines in that town watch. And once he gets up to the castle age, free town patrol now too, he's going to have a crazy good line of sight on his buildings to spot the archers. Can Hera keep them hidden?
Yeah, look how sneaky he is, actually.
He has one tile for the next minute and 20 seconds along the edge of the map.
The cool thing is that's not really luck, because the Spearman has been checking everything as well. So the Spearman actually gave him the info on where he needs to sneak around.
ACCM should see this, and he's building another tower. He's aware of it.
It's interesting, these towers, though, they don't really protect the back of your base because you're expecting the pressure from the front. But I think just seeing this is enough to feel somewhat satisfied right now.
Yeah, now Hera also has the option of pressuring on land. He's already on the bottom left. This map is so tricky to figure out where you want to move and where you pressure.
Hera needs to boom now. Yep, I've seen this a million times before. You get a little poke damage, and now you boom. And this is where the Malay shine, right? Because you can hit the timings to Castle Age despite a relatively weak opening, and you can still run with it.
And this is where, if you're the Byzantines, you're thinking, okay, you know the Malay have an insane boom. They get up to the Castle Age so quickly, they add the TCs. What is your focus now as the Byzantines? Do you go army? Do you do your own TCs? Do you think about maybe a fast imp?
Yeah, you go army to clear this as quickly as possible, and then you just get your eco up and running, right? He did spot something. He's got something on the right side here. I think all of his skirms have actually gone to the north.
He's walking Oh yeah, he's moving the skirms out. And also on the bridges, ACCM by Hera's base is also moving around the bridges. He's microing in 2 spots just with his navy. So Hera now, he can't move more vills to the top right. He's kind of stuck there unless he just does the TC in the top right too. And the vills there are found. The vills are found.
So if you're Hera, you want control with initiative, meaning you want ACCM to chase you here. And then if ACCM chases those crossbows, then he backs away and he finds the next option. The last thing Hera was expecting was ACCM to come this way and just ignore those other crossbows. That's actually a really nice call from ACCM.
And is that all of the vills that Hera had in the north right now? Because if you don't have the sneak vills, that takes so much pressure off of ACCM from that side, knowing that there won't be more buildings.
Yeah, but Hera's eco is just going to be insane. And you still have the faster imp, and you still have Hera at the helm here, Hera in control. So I think Hera could gain a very significant eco lead if ACCM doesn't start to drop town centers as well soon.
Yeah, we see ACCM 1,000 more resources collected so far, and I worry that this is another case we've seen so many times in this tournament. The player who wins the water on the hybrid map might overinvest and end up losing the game.
Look at the paranoia as well. Those skirmishers from ACCM, they don't know where to go. They don't have vision. They don't have an understanding on the game. They're like kind of in the north still. They never advanced forward. The dock's there. Hera transports over here, which is a really nice call. And now, if Hera sees the skirms, he can actually just go right back.
He can transport back. He says, ACCM went in and out of my base with a siege tower. I'll go in and out of his base with a transport ship.
Yeah. Hera's booming. Hera fell down 3-1. He's dropping the 4th TC. He's just basically like, come and kill me, ACCM.
And it's so crucial for Hera that he had those vills over on that side before ACCM completely won the water and blocked off the bridges.
Yeah. Yeah, he kind of ran past it. There's a monk from Hera too. Already has 1 relic. The TOS, I've seen this before. Hera is in the driver's seat of this game right now. There's very little eco and map control for ACCM, and the Malay are dangerous. Hera can take us to that 7th game here.
I love this spot from Hera. I think the score is lying to us now because of the water. And ACCM is on 2 TCs while the Civ with the better eco is already ahead in villagers and getting their 3rd TC.
He did lose a monk there. which is a little wasteful if you're Hera, but I don't mind the idea of just trying to keep ACCM busy in as many areas as possible.
So ACCM's coming forward on land. He has to be so careful those crossbows running into the TC, and some other player would have just walked into the TC there. Hera pulls back immediately.
Yep, and another player would also make a mistake here. Another player also would not have a monk waiting and would lose the Mangonel, but Hera, you would expect to see this, but he clicks
the Monaf goes there, the deer replacements, the Mangonel goes down, ACCM deletes the Knight, conversion.
It's actually huge. I don't know what percentage this Mangonel is, but if he didn't have another one immediately in queue, the skirms could actually run around.
And ACCM, he's prioritizing the middle of the map. And remember, we talked about the melee uptiming, but the Byzantines have such a cheap imp, they can get away with booming while raiding and going Castle Age. He's pushing it with skirms.
Man, Hera.
He's pushing with skirms. Hera's losing Bills, he could lose the monk.
He really needed that monk there, and he wasn't able to do it all, and ACCM is going to take some really nice control, and I honestly, Hera locked in so much, I thought there's no way, but suddenly skirms in his base is going to be such a mess for him.
How does he get that conversion? He gets the conversion, hops in the TC, saves the monks. He has a Mangonel on the way, but the ships from ACCM could even help against the Mangonel. Will he take a hit?
Big
he takes
shot.
a big Mangonel hit.
And now he's stuck on the bridge as well. Like, not very easy, and he loses his skirms.
Right on the bridge.
ACCM needed control. He needed to continue to force reactions of some kind. Doesn't get it. 76 Bills against 70. Both players now 4 town centers.
4 TCs, but the Byzantine fast imp is not going to be as fast as the melee. I don't think this game with Hera's eco. ACCM, yeah, he can raid with skirms, and we have seen skirms do some effective raids, but it's still skirmishers.
Yeah, but here's the situation. Hera has most of his eco in the south. He needs to push the left. He's not actively moving forward right now. And ACCM is going to start to push. So as long as you hold the middle there, it's okay because the fast imp can't kill you. What you cannot do, though, is you cannot lose what seems to be a pretty massive hill. Am I wrong? I feel like the left is this really unnatural elevation we haven't talked about.
There's some elevation on the sides. The skirm is still raiding.
Yeah,
that's a good hill for ACCM. And also, late game, the melee are good water sieve, but also the Byzantines still have those fires, even with the potential for Greek fire, their unique tech.
Oh, ACCM sees the Mangonel. He runs it down.
Castle.
He'll also see the castle from Hera and back away.
And also, he hasn't committed too much to this push. It's a few skirms here and there, but he's also been focusing on his own eco behind this. I mean, 74 Vils is maybe with the Byzantines you can get away with fewer Vils, still get to imp at a decent time, and maybe with your cheaper skirms have something to hold an early imp.
Yeah, he needs to hold the hill. So many players might just place a castle backed by the TCs, but you need to just hold the line here, prevent Hera from moving out.
And these are Byzantine castles on the hill.
There's the siege. Hera will see the siege workshop. Very risky to move it into this, to be honest. ACCM acting as if he's going to fight to keep Hera there so he can get a Mangonel shot.
And that will be a very scary castle because the Byzantines have extra hit points on all their buildings. And the more HP you have, it's a percentage base, the more HP you gain. That's going to be a very difficult castle to push.
I'm shocked Hera's standing here. Like, if I'm ACCM, Hera's standing at the bottom of the hill, you hop out, you hit the Mangonel. Hera should not be standing here, in my opinion. It's about to go down. The Mangonel's going to hop out any second. And it might be, like, right as he's running away as well. Yeah, look, boom. Hera should never have been standing there. Hera gave all the opportunity, and now skirmishers and knights and Mangonels can push Hera forward.
He's going Karambits, and you know what I'd really like to see? Cataphracts against Karambits, and there's the Cataphract from ACCM. I don't think Hera can go Karambits against the Byzantines like he can against other civs.
This woodline as well, right between the two castles, is pretty important to look at, T-West, because if we've got melee units involved, not very easy for those melee units to get around that woodline. This is where Hera needs to win the game, right here. This fast imp, this is the last time that the melee have an advantage in this matchup.
And here comes the raid. Cataphracts raiding, a knight raiding. Hera can lose some. Look at the build count, T90. It's 92 to 99. 92 to 99. ACCM's almost caught up. And he's going to expand to the top now. He's also walling the top. ACCM's gameplay is control his side of the map, control the middle with the TC, and then control the water with Byzantine's navy.
Yeah, but if he loses that castle, which it will be pressured, things could get really awkward here for him. So he's trying to go for the raids. The skirms are going to run around. He's got a skirm there as he tries to rewall. But, like, he needs some structure to this. And I worry a little bit that maybe he's overextended. Karambits are very easy for Hera to produce, and melee get the free armor upgrades. So the Karambits will push back the Skirmishers, and the Skirms are not where they need to be at the moment.
ACCM's training a demo ship in his dock. Is he thinking to get a demo on the Karambits on one of the bridges?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, he did actually get the Skirms over. The right side as well there's a little bit of stuff there for Hera.
And he didn't finish the walls. 2 crossbows from Hera providing some value, keeping that house wall from being finished.
And Hera goes for the Treb. Treb's actually going for the Siege Workshop. I actually really like this. So a lot of people are going to convince themselves they're going to push and take down the Byzantine castle with their Trebs. Hera's like, I'm just going to play Bombard Cannon. And if I play Bombard Cannon before he plays Bombard Cannon, I'll eventually win the game. So let's just take the Siege Workshop.
Oh, and here come the Cataphracts. The Karambits will die instantly to the Cataphracts. Hera needs, what do you do against Cataphracts? Monks and Arbs if you're Malay.
And he's got him.
And he's got him.
He's got some monks around. He's got some crossbows around. The Skirms are on the other side now. You kind of want to make your way back with those Skirms if you can, if you're ACCM. But
I love those raids from ACCM. They're hard to clean up. If Hera sends Karambits to clean them, then he's not committing to this push at the front.
Siege Workshop will go down. Hera's got 40 on food. It's just 26 on food for ACCM.
Also, look at the eco upgrades. Hera has them. ACCM just now doing Bowsaw.
Also, another castle in the north for ACCM, so he's going to try and protect. I think he's worried about some raids there, which makes sense. But yeah, the Skirms are just way too vulnerable at the moment. And ACCM's going to have to really focus on defending this castle.
Yeah, I think he's taking a good fight, though. The Cataphracts are going to pick off a Treb.
1 Treb down for Hera. Monks are there to convert the Cataphracts. They do that, but there's Bombard Cannons ready, and no instant chemistry upgrade for ACCM. You do get your own Bombard Cannons, but you need chemistry for that, and now 90 seconds away.
One of the interesting things about Cataphracts is they have low pure armor, so Skirm's actually able to pick off that converted Cataphract.
I think you maybe need to try and use your Skirms a little boldly here to at least prevent Hera from firing on your castle with a couple Bombard Cannons. It'd be really nice.
Well, Hera has nothing to kill the Skirms right now, since Karambits can't dive them under the castle.
Yeah.
You don't need to actually take the fight, you just need to keep the cannon away.
Exactly. But at a certain point, Hera will also just not even attack you.
ACCM's blocking with his capybaras on the bridge, trying to kill some villagers with the fires.
Castle from Hera on the hill as well. This is a bit early and a bit risky, perhaps.
There's a Treb there. Can the Treb hit the castle?
Nah, he gets the timing right. Hera waits.
Gets it right.
Now, the decision to make for ACCM, do you fire on the Treb or do you fire on the castle? And what do your Skirmishers do? This is very risky from Hera, but it might be worth the risk in this matchup.
I think you almost always go for the castle here. You're not going to destroy the Treb if you only have one of your own if Hera repairs.
I love the ACCM micro, though. ACCM's taking a lot of hills.
With the Skirms? Could he stop the castle? Hera has to pull back. If he targets the castle now, he could maybe destroy the castle if Hera doesn't finish it.
Bombard Cannons are on the way for ACCM. If he can get Bombard Cannons out and holds, remember, he's Byzantines. His castles are superior. His tech is superior. Hera's losing some monks there as well. And he's kind of constricted in the south, right? He needs to move forward. These goals, where the castle foundations are, win this game for either player.
And now Ballistics in for ACCM. The Skirms will be so much better against the Bombard Cannon. With Ballistics, he splits. Can Hera finish the castle?
I'm wondering how much HP it's even going to have, because I think the Trebs have been firing on it for a while here, too.
That's not many bills left. That's 3 bills. He pulls back again.
Big losses for Hera here. Big losses for Hera. Hera's Bombard Cannons are not hitting the Skirms. ACCM's micro has been so unbelievable.
He's going for the bills there. 90%? That's only 90%.
Look
He's
at the
splitting on the Skirms.
He's going for the Bombard Cannons. Hera's losing bills,
The castle
too.
goes down. The castle goes down.
Hera's villagers need to be repairing cannons, but they were building the castle that's been destroyed. Can ACCM do it? Can he book his ticket in the finals?
Hera's trying to go crossbow against Byzantine Skirms. He doesn't have a way to win this fight. If ACCM ever gets Cataphracts now, he can jump the Trebs. A Treb goes down.
And the patient micro from ACCM is truly unbelievable here. I really thought that Hera had that right there. I was so confident because I've seen Hera do it so many times, but the Cataphracts are raiding on the right, and Hera, he might not make a final of the LAN for the first time in a very long time here.
The cannon from ACCM, they're pushing Hera back. He can't even move the Treb now. This is so good. How does Hera fight Skirms now? He doesn't have an answer to the Skirms.
The answer is he doesn't. The answer is he will just simply be the worst Civ now, T-West. And unless he does something on the other side, he is in trouble.
There's a Treb there. There's a Treb and there are Cataphracts. Can the Cataphracts deny this castle too?
Bombard cannons from ACCM will hit Hera's skirms. He patrolled into it. I'm pretty sure he patrolled into it. I think his skirms took big losses there. They did. ACCM takes down a Trev as well. It's only losses for Hera right now.
He got the castle up on the right, but at the cost of his cannon and his Trebs and his skirms on the left. What a great fight from ACCM.
Oh man, the Trev does need to be saved. Hera's got 1 or 2 more fights in him. Anytime you think he's dead, he's usually impossible to kill. ACCM has more gold though, and Hera does not have resources to continually sustain production. He hasn't had the water after giving it up. He hasn't been able to push with the fast imp. I think you try with like 6 cannons, 50 skirms. You have to hope you win it before ACCM gets to Elite Cataphract.
Yeah, and right now ACCM, he's on 200 pop. He needs to think, do I go for more upgrades now? Or do I try to push Hera when I maybe have the pop advantage and can maybe force Hera into military instead of more upgrades?
I want to see where Hera's actually taking gold at the moment because he can't be taking that many. Okay, so he's dropping stables. So he will try the very cheap but very weak elite battle elephants. I don't mind it because you need one big home run swing right now to change this game. And Elephant's probably your best option.
And this is where Elephant probably beats everything ACCM has right now, but the Byzantine option will be cheap Halberdiers. However, it takes time to make that Halberdier switch.
He has to see it. Will he see those stables?
His scouting is so important right now.
He needs to see it from multiple angles. I think he doesn't see it here, but he just saw it down here. Yes.
Yeah, he sees it.
That's huge.
And also, low Pierce armor on the Elephants. Skirmishers are still kind of effective against them.
Yeah, there's so many skirms. I think you just castle up, and he clicks Heavy Camel. It's just because it's cheap.
And he has gold. And he has gold.
I wouldn't say Heavy Camel's my favorite option here, T-West. I would try and go Cataphracts. I would try and mix in some monks, but maybe you can do a combination of everything. They're elite now.
They're elite. Does ACCM focus the Elephants or the Camel?
Oh,
he's not microing. He's not microing.
The skirms! ACCM was so close to victory here. This is Hera's last push. I think ACCM is really scared right now. Hera's back.
The question is, are the Camels the right answer to Elephants? They don't have the same attack bonus that Halbs do, but maybe they're better with all the skirms in the back, maybe with an option to snipe cannon with some mobility.
The thing is that there's a lot of pressure coming on both sides right now, and ACCM just can't quite get all the population and the upgrades. He needs to hold. He needs to hold. Hera, last push here.
The Elephants are going for the cannon. The Elephants are going for the cannon, but they don't get them. The Camels are there in time.
He's repairing, but he ran out of stone. ACCM has to click his castle. He bought the stone. He didn't repair it.
The cannon to force back. That's a Byzantine castle. Hera's desperate for that gold on the left. He needs gold for the Elephants.
Camels will go in. The Camels do not have armor. That's a lot of skirmishers. Hera's Treb will go down. The castle will stay up for ACCM, and he can fall back now and wait for the armor. What a game.
Honestly, ACCM can even think about sniping the mining camps. Hera is so desperate for that gold. ACCM loses a cannon.
I honestly think...
Another cannon down.
I don't think Camel's good enough here. I don't know if Camel's good enough. If Hera can make Elephants, Elephants always beat Camel. Hera has found an extra gear, and he has found the one thing that ACCM was not prepared for.
The one thing in ACCM, he has gold in the middle, but Camels, if they're not the counter to Elephants, are they the counter to Elephant Skirm?
I don't think they are. They died to Skirms. They die to skirms. They don't do enough bonus damage against elephants, and the elephants are so cheap for the melee that you can just keep tossing them away. What a hold from Hera. ACCM either needs to push the north, which he was planning on, or he needs an answer right here, right now, or it's over.
These are 2 players who don't die and 2 civs that don't die. The Elephant, the last answer from Hera, but it's so important that he takes those golds on that hill, both on the southwest and the northeast. He was back to the corner, but now he has gold.
That's such sick wall there from Hera. The elephants are so difficult. Hera's going to drop some gates here again, so the camels can't go in to take the Treb. Camels aren't engaging on the Treb, though.
They're going for the cannon rather than the Treb.
He'll lose every camel.
He'll get 1 cannon at least. The elephants can push the castle, too.
Yeah, I mean, the elephants are trading very nicely for their population. And Hera, it still make more of them because of the gold he's getting in the other areas.
We're seeing medium warships from ACCM. I think that says he thinks he's going to lose the castle and he wants to play for gold in the middle.
They also have Hera making some boats, but I really think we just got to focus right here. If ACCM loses this area, Hera gets all the gold, and Hera can make elephants forever. Look, Panic Cav Archers, ACCM is completely shook right now.
And look at the KD. It is dead even at 200, but Hera has over 10,000 more resources collected this game.
Yeah, I mean, he's always had the eco. for ACCM, it's about the cheap units, but for ACCM, it is not about the strong units. The Malay arguably have the stronger army now, but Elite Cataphract is the only thing that would make me say otherwise from the
I don't think
Byzantines.
he has the resources for it now. I think he's been fighting for far too long and going for too many camels.
Yeah, camels do... It isn't like this is a paladin, right? It's a completely different situation. The camels don't do as much bonus damage, and the elephants have 300 HP versus like 120. So maybe you max out, but I think you need to have more military to be able to beat Hera's army at the moment.
Yeah, here's the thing. If ACCM can at least hold on to a corner and the water, how does Hera kill him?
I think you slowly... You hope he runs out of res. You hope he runs out of res. And you slowly build castles around the map. And it's one army after the other here. Interesting engagement there. ACCM took this with confidence. So maybe
he might win it. He might win it, T90. Both these armies are so cheap to replace if they have economies behind it. And now camels, are there enough to fight the skirms?
We got some action on the right side as well. Remember, that's where Hera's been able to expand to take some gold. Hera's got some exposed villagers here. T-West, what is this game?
Do we have a 90-minute game? Do we have a 90-minute game, T90? ACCM's pushing back on land, though. Hera going for water maybe opens up the land for ACCM as he has more military here now.
I mean, Hera's going to put investment into water, but he kind of hasn't won land. ACCM didn't fully win water, and now he's going to take land. What is happening?
What is happening? Is he winning this fight? Does Hera have elephants now?
I have no clue. I have no clue. I have no answers. I know with Arbalest in the mix, Hera will definitely kill the camels, but I see a Treb that might go down. It's getting repaired. We see fires and Dramans in the middle. The Treb actually survives for Hera.
How does that Treb survive?
And the skirms get surrounded by the Ellies.
The elephants are so strong. They're so tanky.
It's an even stronger army now for Hera. Before, it was skirms. They did all right. Now it's Arbalest, and Arbalest shred camels. And then you have the elephant still in front for Hera.
This is a small thing, but Hera also needs to realize that he's housed right now at 195.
Yeah.
He's been losing houses and castles on the sides, too. He needs to get that pop at 200.
But I think he's got the comp.
I think he does, too.
I think he's got the army comp. I've never been confident in the camel play. And ACCM has never had the castles to justify cataphracts. He never had the time. And I mean, Hera's going to start to tower this as well. Like, Hera eco is set up perfectly for this.
And remember, camels, they lack upgrades for the Byzantines, no bloodlines, no blast furnace, and Hera just keeps slowly but surely pushing. With the elephants, he can destroy all those stables too and stop the camel production.
Oh man, ACCM's taking some big villager losses in the middle. He's losing production buildings and units on the land. And for ACCM fans, you're gonna hate to hear this, but we are gonna go to a Game 7. I mean, when ACCM got that lead, he had one more chance. When Hera gets this lead, it's really hard for me to doubt him. Especially when he always has gold for elephants. The elephants were such a game changer here.
And now he's in ACCM's production. ACCM can make camels, but he can never amass camels. And the elephants will push through, they'll get into the TC. And if they get into that corner, that's where ACCM has his villagers now. The villagers will go down.
Yeah, and Hera sees it. Hera sees that. Hera will see this as well. Hera will get guard tower. And I mean, like, for Hera, you're collecting so much more gold right now, it's not even close. You got 30 on gold, your opponent has 4, and you were able to snag a couple relics. So this might become a game where there's no golds, which we kind of advertised could be the case, but like then he can go Force Levy and he can play Halbs and Skirms just fine.
I love those towers in the middle too from Hera. They'll stop the ships from ACCM and they'll take the middle to stop ACCM taking gold.
I thought ACCM had it, and I think ACCM thought he had it.
He was so close. The elephants were the last attempt from Hera, and they worked.
Yep, he overextended with one army, and Hera's production, we talk about just like his skill, right? And he's able to bounce back. ACCM's looking at his pop right now, and he's gonna have to work through some real negative emotions, right? Because it was so close. I think, like, if we had a heartbeat monitor on him, his heartbeat would have spiked, because mine did right in that moment he won the fight, and now he's got to come to the conclusion that he didn't actually win the game.
And now it's over. It's a Game 7 and a Game 7 on Hera's home map, where Hera, I would expect domination from Hera there going into it, unless ACCM has something cooked.
We'll see. Game 7 it is. What a fight back from Hera. It's been one of the best sets we've seen.
He's back.
And
he's back. We got some signs.
Yep. Dude, this is crazy, man.
That's a warning sign that he's back. That's a warning for ACCM.
I mean, it was just an amazing game. I think for Hera, picking Malay was perfect. In the mid-Castle Age, we saw exactly what he wanted. he wanted the eco lead, and that was to translate towards the push. Where I got worried for him was when ACCM stalled the push, held the push, and prevented ACCM from pushing, or sorry, Hera from killing him. But like, ACCM needed one more hold against the first wave, and he wins the game. Camels was just, I would have actually preferred Cavalier, to be honest. I think that would have been the better army there.
Yeah, as we hear the crowd cheering for Hera, as he's going to take a bit of a break and get prepared for game number 7. We have, here's that tower from ACCM. That was crazy the entire game from Hera. Reading the map, making the transport ship, going for the transport, and being just annoying with the crossbows so he could get ahead and, if not push an imp, just hold on.
Yeah, and it kind of felt like inevitable that Hera was just going to free boom and get to imp and kill him. But then the skirmishers from ACCM get through, and while he did lose them soon after, did a really good job. This was also another moment. Hera hangs around the siege workshop probably a little bit too long, and ACCM is able to get some kills. This was also, like, Hera 100% thought he was going to get this castle. He loses all of his vills. He loses all of his army. This is where I thought the series was won for ACCM.
Yeah, and this is the Byzantines with their castles, their cheap skirms. So good denying the castle.
I think if he stays on his army comp and just queues like Arbs, if he just makes a couple monks, if he makes a couple cannons, if he does anything but switch to camel, I think it's still winnable. But like, Camel's so weak against skirm, and it's not good enough against the elephants. It's probably the wrong call.
I actually think it's weak against elephant when it's lacking all the upgrades that the Byzantines lack. It's about getting numbers, but when you're already stuck in your 200 pop, you don't have the numbers in those bombard cannon shots.
And you know, like, Hera recognized how bad the situation was. That hit right there probably gave him such a big adrenaline boost because his opponent clearly was just overstimulated and struggling. And yeah, I think you ask Hera right here, he's like, oh yeah, game over. I get the gold. I have momentum now. And I mean, the emotional blow to have almost taken it and now have to go to game 7 if you're ACCM has got to be something you got to fight past, man.
And I'm sure this audience is hyped for game 7.
Yeah. I mean, it's Hera's home map, so he's back in the advantage. He just has the momentum from 2 straight wins and pretty amazing wins at that. I got to give Hera the edge here. No doubt about it, but Civ-wise, I think that it can be very, very close. The expectation is that Hera will play Romans or Khmer, and ACCM will play Georgians or the Magyars. I guess he also has the option to play the Armenians, but... Whew.
Could Hera go Britons? Could Hera go Britons?
No.
No. No. Okay. Fair enough. I believe you.
Hera plays towards economic efficiency, and he will take risks with military. He is Romans, 5% greater efficiency. That gives him an even bigger boost with eco. I think it's Romans all day. But he does love Khmer as well. So
this is one of those two. And they're very similar for his playstyle, that you kind of get that free eco boost either with the just free 5% for the Romans or with the faster farms for the Khmer.
Yeah, that's true. And so this is why I think ACCM needs to lean towards like the best, easiest accessible military bonuses in the game. So Magyars, cheap scouts, and extra attack is like super easy to get to. You don't need things to go perfect. And not Armenians. Like, obviously getting the longsword and feudal age sounds great, but like that's a couple texts, a couple researches you've got to go for. You've got the Magyars, as ACCM will come back, and then the Georgians as well, very strong. Free mule cart. I personally would say go Magyars and just go full send, because like this is a full send moment, right? Game number 7. So it's been a crazy series, man. It's been a crazy series. We're going to get into it here soon.
As the players are returning to their stage and thinking about their last Civ pick for game number 7. And this is what we want to see. When game 7 on what's going to be a very open and aggressive map. Lots of action right from the start.
Yeah. I think there's also a very good chance that someone may consider a lame here. Because
we've seen it before.
Exactly. Like, you sometimes need a little bit of luck. And maybe you go forward, you steal a boar, 3 boars versus 1, and it completely throws off the opponent's build order. I would not do that with the Magyars, but it's an option.
I think that with the Javelinas having 3 of them with only 300 food, the lame isn't worth as much on this map.
Okay, fair. Yeah, I mean, I didn't think about that, but I think trading away scout HP is pretty poor here. You want to have the scout advantage if you're Magyars and Georgians. So I wouldn't want the lame if I were ACCM.
And maybe something else to think about is the Romans with the extra armor for the spears, especially if you are in a matchup against scouts where the Khmer who want to skip the barracks maybe wouldn't have spears added in.
I also saw Sorakuma in this tournament, I think on this map, play Romans, play Man-at-Arms, get armor, and just keep making Man-at-Arms. Now, granted, that was against Lewis. I'm sure Hera would have seen that, and Hera would feel like, okay, maybe if Lewis did this or that, that's poor. But like, there is some precedent that the Romans only make infantry. Again, I don't expect it from Hera.
Do you expect a masterpiece in Game 7? That would be one heck of a Game 7 if it's full Men-at-Arms, double, triple barracks Men-at-Arms.
I have seen Hera go scouts with so many civs that have infantry bonuses, so I'm inclined to think he just takes the 5% eco.
You don't think he goes infantry with a civ that have scouts bonuses, reverses it?
I guess he could. You mean with Khmer?
No, I mean with Romans, right? The farming eco really plays into scouts with the 5% faster farming.
Yeah.
That's why I think that's the main reason to pick them for this map. But you're also in the back of your mind thinking aggression with Men-at-Arms, aggression with spears against scouts if you see Magyars.
Yeah. We'll have to see what the map gen looks like as well. Sometimes if your gold's really exposed, it just feels as though going Man-at-Arms and Archers is a mistake. I think the real decision actually for Hera, because he's going to go scouts, I'm pretty sure of it, is does he want to play Khmer and go all-in scouts, or does he want to go Romans and go spears and scouts? If I were choosing, and I'm in love, I love the Khmer. I was placing Khmer farms before they even had the bonus. I think you just got to go Romans for the extra armor on the spears. Because if you get to enough spears against the Magyar scouts, it becomes that much harder for the Magyars.
I think so too. I think late game, Magyars, I think, have a good matchup against both Romans and Khmer. When you get to Magyar Hussars, both of them are Scorpion civs that Magyar Hussars should demolish if you get to them.
And we said this before, but for viewers who didn't hear, they still have to remember people have been going fast castle with Magyars. So
it's in the back of your mind.
That's why, I mean, we don't know yet. Maybe it'll pop up on screen in a second, but like, I think you have to pick Magyars at the very least for the mind games, right? Hera might convince himself you're going fast castle, and he might not go for scouts, because scouts is not necessarily the best to punish that.
I don't think Hera's going to convince himself, though. I think he's going to scout. But if you are scouting, that means you're not pushing deer.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's the issue, right? Is Hera loves to push deer without scouting.
If you have 3 Pavilinas, can you afford to maybe push a deer early on, scout for stone, come back and push more deer?
The problem is the timing they would take the stone. So if you go right away, they might not be on the stone yet. So it's very complicated. I think Hera will trust that ACCM will not try that strat because he hasn't seen ACCM try it before, because there's some risks, because we've seen that strat lose this tournament. And just kind of take it from there. But guys, competitive AoE is an absolute slog. We have seen both players have incredible fight back wins, incredible strats and grit. This is what competitive Age of Empires is all about. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks for supporting. Watching online, I don't have it up in front of me right now, but hi to all the new people and saluters out there.
And especially hi to everyone here in the audience
and
with
the
us, ready for game number 7.
Yep, audience as well. Yeah, also, we have to address the elephant in the room, which is the fact that Brazil plays a World Cup game in 3 minutes.
In 3 minutes?
So maybe a mix of people watching this and also watching that World Cup game here in Brazil. But
I'm sure. Oh, and I think the players are just about to get ready and get into the game.
Should be.
So we should be getting ready to get into game number 7. 90-minute time limit. That's about an hour in real time. So within the next 60 minutes, we're going to figure out who's going to the finals.
How long has this best of 7 been? Do you know what time it was when we started?
Long?
It's been long.
Can production tell us? I mean, I'm going to need a break right after this game. But production telling us they have 0 clue how long it's been.
Yeah, all right. Well, here we are, guys. So this answers the questions. Hera will go for Khmer. Typically with Hera, he loves to go full scouts, full army, and he never stops. ACCM's got the Magyars. Very similar thinking with the Magyars.
If it's full scouts, I think I like Magyars more. They get the cheaper scouts, which in the long run in Feudal is an insane bonus.
Kind of interesting as well, Hera not taking any wood just yet. So Hera, you could still pull this off. But typically, you'd have a lumber camp going up at some point here. I doubt it's a fast castle for Hera, but these days you do have to question if someone has a planned strat in mind.
Khmer also, his last picked Civ in his draft, didn't go for Romans that were higher up in his Civ draft. He must be thinking, expecting ACCM from Magyars, wanting to go Khmer, if there's maybe something in the matchup that he sees.
Yeah. The thing that is really complicated in these full Scout Wars is if you ever want to mix in archers. Because if you mix in the archers, at a certain point, they become super ineffective because scouts could just like jump on them, right? Also, going to golds is not actively working towards food eco, which helps the scouts. So archers and scouts kind of work against each other. If ACCM is thinking about this, he's probably thinking, screw archers. My opponent can't make spears if they skip their barracks. I can. Right. And then after that, we'll just make my own scouts.
Double, triple stable scouts, possibility?
I think so.
That's my favorite way to see Age of Empires, and both civs can do it.
But let's talk about the golds, though, dude. The gold positions can be relatively awkward in the long run. I'm looking for ACCM's gold. I don't see a gold for ACCM around. So that gold is, I mean, unless, okay, it's over there. And Hera's gold, I think, is like kind of behind his base.
Yeah, he's a better gold position, but it's kind of awkward to wall, too.
Yeah, it is.
That's the thing about this map. You have these acacia forests that have these gaps in them. You're far from the edge. There isn't much you can use to get yourself walled up.
Yeah. So Hera will have the faster stable. That's the difference because he doesn't have to build the barracks. Do you think there's an argument, because the opponent's going to have Magyar scouts, that you go, instead of going barracks stable, you go stable and then actually build a barracks so you can make spearmen?
I think if you want spears, you want them early, but you also don't want to fall behind in scout numbers. It's so tricky because you don't want to take an early fight against Magyars when they have forging.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. Normally Dave's been the one bringing that up, and I've found a million reasons to explain to him why he should never add the barracks. I think a player like Hera is just going to think, if I am 30 seconds faster to the first scout in a scout war, that one extra scout is going to lead to me winning a fight at some point.
What's dangerous is ACCM scout is forward and Hera's up faster, so Hera might see it. He could think to pick it off with his scout, but it looks like he's going to prefer actually scouting ACCM's base.
Yeah, he's got to find... I mean, there still could be man-at-arms, right? Like, Magyars get free forging.
Oh, there's the TC!
And Hera runs underneath the TC.
Ooh.
No reaction from ACCM there.
See the lumber camp.
And inspecting the lumber camp, see how exposed that's going to be. These are acacia trees, which have a bit more wood on them, but still not very easy to fully wall these wood lines here.
Yep, the extra wood to make up for the gaps in the trees. There's the barracks, and we expect the stable right after it.
Yeah, it should be a stable as well from Hera, who didn't actually have loom. ACCM sees the stable. Some of the terrain here is cracked terrain, but not all of it, right, TUS?
And inside the pits, it's cracked terrain, so if you go for town centers down there on those resource pits, they will take extra damage, and even more extra damage since it multiplies along with the hill bonus.
My prediction here is we don't even see Castle Age.
We might just see Feudal.
Yeah.
I mean, know these players have played a 4-hour game before. This might be a quick one.
I mean, seriously. This is going to be a lot of army. It's a big moment, man. But again, for Hera, he won't have the ability to play defensive or offensive spearmen. But it might not matter.
There we go. He finds a Vil. Won't kill her, but force her back to the TC.
It's actually really nice from ACCM. We missed some of that. But I don't know how he got that villager on the correct side of the scouts there.
Yeah, there's a spear. Remember also Chimera houses for Hera if he needs to garrison too.
Yep, needs to wall around the berries there, ACCM. And there's the archer range from Hera.
So he's skipping the barracks, going scouts plus archers.
Yep, archers. If with combination with scouts can be very strong, but more than that, you want to snipe the spears.
So this is where if ACCM goes full scouts, like double stable scouts, that can be dangerous for Hera, and he might need to camp his TC with the archers.
Yeah, we'll see how Hera wants to use it. I actually expect Hera's building up for like big archer numbers before he even uses them. Hera's done a much better job producing this from this stable. He had the stable up faster, and it's been continuously producing here. So super smooth eco. And neither player getting horse color because that's to make your farms last a bit longer. And they just want that one extra farm and that one extra scout because the game can end at any time.
And that's extra scouts for Hera, but forging for ACCM. Does Hera want to engage? I think he really does with the numbers.
Yep, and ACCM said, go ahead, chase me. ACCM doesn't see the golds. He doesn't know about the archers. It is just one archer for Hera.
It's so important for ACCM to scout what Hera's doing with the archers.
Yeah, I agree with you. See, even the way Hera's house walling here, the way Hera's house walling is he's prepping for a game that is going to be messy and a game that is going to end quickly. He's not going for full wall approach at all.
I think it's a game where he's thinking it's going to be kind of defensive with those houses, where he can camp the TC and he's not giving alleys for the scouts to jump archers.
This is where it's tough, though. If Spearmen come forward and Hera's defending with just scouts, he can't really do an awful lot here. So it is just one. Hera's archers are actually turning around to come back here. ACCM still doesn't know about the archer range, to my knowledge. Does he? We need to actually double check this.
His scouting's so important, he doesn't see what Hera's doing. Well, what's going to be the surprise when the archers come? Because if ACCM runs with the scouts, he's going to leave the spears, the quick wall. Oh, Hera walling up that wood line with all the holes in it.
Okay, so this is important. Do we see an archer range from ACCM? No. He's actually immediately towering his gold. If he can get 50 more golds, he can eventually get Bloodline Scouts. But I think armor is needed if you see the archers. You have the attack already.
Absolutely.
You gotta have armor.
You prioritize armor over forging here because you see archers and you don't see spears.
Yeah.
But he has forging armor because he's Magdar, so it's just going to be forging, which he might skip the blacksmith if he doesn't. If he's Magdar and he has the forging, he might not be prepared for armor. But he sees him now.
Yeah, he sees him. He has the hill there. He patrols into it. He sees Hera doesn't have any upgrades. It's actually a very good fight for ACCM. No upgrades from Hera. He moves out confidently. The micro, if it's not perfect, he will lose every archer.
He will lose every archer. He wants to pick the spears. He's trying to get behind his scouts with the archers. The spears can get some pokes on the scouts. If they go too far forward, the archers hit them.
ACCM stand ground in that one moment is the difference between two additional archer kills and none at all. That could have been really nice. In the end, Hera, I think, very fortunate because he was called out a little bit. ACCM saw he was moving forward with confidence and realized no upgrades and almost punished him.
Well, you talked about bloodlines for ACCM. Hera's doing bloodlines.
Hera.
If he gets bloodlines, he could take one fight when ACCM's not suspecting it. 10 seconds away, you can't see the bloodlines until you click the scout.
I think if you see that blacksmith, you got to back away right now if you're ACCM. You don't want to overextend. Those spearmen get a lot more vulnerable if Hera gets fletching for the archers. And he does have his own blacksmith. He's going to get bloodlines, but the spearmen?
Oh, don't fight for bloodlines. Spearman exposed, bloodlines not in. He can't take the fight when Hera has bloodlines.
The thing about bloodlines as well is like, it's not an upgrade you look for quite as easily. You do have to double check the HP versus the other stats you'll click, but players should know to look for bloodlines.
Yeah, I mean, they're clicking each other's scouts constantly, checking what the upgrades are.
I want double stable for ACCM.
I do too.
And I actually don't think you need Vills on gold.
He's doing the
you're
upgrades.
not going to make archers.
He's doing the upgrades for double stable, bloodlines and the armor.
There's
and he's doing it.
Yeah.
Now, the way Hera made his base was to camp the TC with archers against double stables, maybe invite ACCM to jump too early and stay safe. But there's no spears against double stables.
The archers are going to be in there, though. And Hera soon is going to have scouts with similar strength. So that the time window is gone where the Magdars have the superior scouts in the scout v scout engagement.
Here goes. Hera's not going to move out with the archers. He's camping under the TC this whole game. He's playing defensive. There's the armor for Hera.
ACCM's being really patient, and I like it. It's like, okay, you're not going to hit my base then, so go ahead.
Go ahead. Move your scouts into the wrong location. I'll fight the archers. Garrison your vills, but sure, keep them idle.
Yeah, it is still, I think Hera's done a really nice job there. Nice job to get the villagers inside the house. And now Hera has fully upgraded scouts, and now ACCM has fully upgraded scouts. And I saw the second stable from Hera.
Oh, that's sick if he's going for a second stable too. And now it's about what's better, the farming for the Khmer or the cheaper scouts for ACCM?
Yeah, micro from Hera is so good. ACCM keeps trying to make him work though. I kind of like the energy, but my goodness, Hera still has not lost a villager there.
He has not. He's using that house, and he's slowly getting more archers. The archers help defend all of those vills.
Other scouts on the wood line right now. Other scouts coming in.
There's
Hera's
a hole.
exposed.
There's a hole. He overchopped. Forging on the scouts to pick vills. I mean, he might just lose one vill here. He might not lose any vills.
That's actually
here.
so good because Hera's scouts went out of position. The other scouts come back in on the berries, and it's a lot of idle time for Hera. And now the spearmen are still there, so Hera's just pulled out of position constantly here. ACCM's got a lot more coming in. He needs patience with this army. He needs aggression with the other army. He's not patient.
He needs his army together. He's going to jump. The archers will focus the spears. If he loses the spears, he loses the scouts, and he loses the fight. But he's getting vills on the other side.
The thing was, he did trade his spears and some scouts, and this gives Hera, especially with that little pathing moment there.
Well, he's forward for a
potential.
tower. He's forward for a tower.
I don't know if that's a tower you need if you're ACCM. I think he just lost too much army. I think he could throw the game.
He wants the fight right here. ACCM not going for a late game. He's fighting right here, right now. Who wins the fight? Hera has the reinforcements. He'll stop the tower and win the fight.
ACCM knows he has to send it. He knows how strong Hera is, but Hera's got more scouts on the way, and I think Hera will find himself in another final here. ACCM lacked a little bit of patience, and Hera's just been waiting to max out and get the army cleared.
Now it's snowballing so hard for Hera. He has 13 scouts, more on the way. ACCM can add scouts. He's adding another stable. He doesn't have the range, but now ACCM, he can't garrison like Hera did. Hera was so patient, and now the archers are forward, causing so much problem for ACCM in the walls.
Heartbreaking for ACCM. It must be so heartbreaking right now. You were so close, not only in the series, but in the previous game as well. But, you know, you look for that one big moment to take down the better player, and then oftentimes the favorites, it's the collectiveness of the whole game, right? And that fight right there, ACCM thought like 1-2 punch, boom, we win. Hera never thinks like that. Hera's thinking all about just playing solid overall, which is why he picked the Khmer. And now at this point, dude, the efficiency of the farms is going to give him such a big scouts advantage.
And right now, that tower on the gold is kind of a waste because he's going triple stable scouts and he needs food and wood.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, it was so close. I really think without the forward vills, if he takes a couple villagers here or there, falls back, he's got some opportunities, but now this gets dangerous. Hera's got a much bigger army, and he needs to wait for Hera to overextend here.
And Hera needs his own patience now. He can't make the same mistake of overextending.
Yep. Yeah, and you judge it based on what you see, right? You're like, okay, I got to match his scout number, and if I do that, and I have my archers, I'm in a better position. But this is interesting. ACCM's like, you know what? If I sit at home, he just, controls the game. So let's go to his base and see what he does.
The archers were good for defending for Hera. They're less good for attacking when you have so many scouts on the field.
Yeah, Hera could have called his bluff.
Ooh, there's a hill for ACCM too, I think, in that fight.
I think ACCM should run into his base. Hera's chasing. Hera's not punishing him at all.
The problem with running into the base is Hera's Khmer, he'll just garrison the villas. He's not going to lose anything if ACCM runs in.
That's
He's got
okay,
a quick gate.
That's okay. It's a lot of work for Hera. It's a lot of idle time. I think Hera could send the archers forward and kill ACCM right now.
Look at Hera's resources, though. He's doing a market. I think the problem with the market is the Khmer it's going to give away. He's going for the Castle Age, but can ACCM actually stop it when Hera has 10,000 more resources collected?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I really think that this is a way back for ACCM. Hera not choosing to be aggressive. Not choosing to just go right into the wood line for ACCM, which I'm sure is exposed, and more armies on the way. Let's see.
He's up to the Castle Age. I think Hera doesn't need to be aggressive now. That is a perfect tower. He just needs to hold for the Castle Age, get to Knights, and he should win the game.
He's not producing any more scouts. His archers are getting attacked there. He'll defend there. Hera spends food on the Castle Age and not scouts, which gives ACCM opportunities, and he's got 5 more scouts now. If he can clear this before Castle Age, so over the next 2 minutes, this game is still winnable for ACCM.
I don't know about that, T90. It's 1,000 more res collected from Hera at 37 to 21 KD. Everything he wants, he has right now. And is he going to make a mistake with ACCM trying desperately to finish that tower once more?
Yeah, it might come the other side, honestly. He might pressure more different buildings, like maybe the gold or something. The other tower is not really the spot anymore with no wood. Correct recognition. The first time from ACCM, maybe you question the Vills, but like now you know Hera's up, and you got to do something fast here. So I like this from ACCM.
Yeah, here come the archers from Hera. He wants to force the fight, knowing that Hera stopped the scout production. But what does that tower even do? Hera just moves the farms.
Well, you can take down the stable if the tower goes up, and Hera might also overextend trying to deny it.
But he might also overextend going into the archers. But yeah, it does go up, denies some farms, denies the stable.
Yeah, I mean, Hera has been so wonderfully patient here. He's just waiting. He's just waiting. He'll act as if he'll engage at times, but he won't ever overextend.
But he'll get up. He can sell food if he wants to do gold and upgrades. He'll do light cav, he'll do armor, and he'll also think about knights.
ACCM,
he's selling right now.
We might see ACCM fight this.
There's another tower.
We might see him fight it right now. You kind of feel like you have to, right?
He kind of feels like he does. This might be it. Crossbow Bodkin for Hera. He wants the crossbows before armor. He's going to take the fight.
Oh my god. I mean, that stack patrol just melted the army anyways, and now the upgrades are going to come in.
Does Hera focus the scouts or the Vills here? He's going for the Vills to deny the tower. This could be it.
I don't think there's a way you can win this fight anymore. If you're ACCM, the tower will go up, but it won't matter. You're going to lose everything else. The scouts from Hera are simply going to be replaced. You can't kill the crossbowmen, and ACCM's hopes, ACCM's dreams, which became very real, of making it to the final today, are slowly slipping away.
He's so close. Hera can destroy that tower with crossbows. It's a feudal age tower. It is less HP. The tower's going to go down. The vills inside will die. Hera has so much more military. ACCM's adding more stables for more desperation scouts, and that's all he can do.
Oh, it's crazy. And Hera can defend from those scouts as well. He can have his own light cap to match. Crossbows now can advance out across the map. You obviously will always continue to fight here if you're ACCM.
And Knights will be killer. Knights plus crossbows will demolish feudal age scouts as long as he's not out of position.
It's kind of crazy, right? Like, Hera didn't really move forward to do any damage
He's getting surrounded. He's getting surrounded, but it's still crossbows against feudal scouts. Hera could even win this fight.
You got to patrol nicely here, and Hera repositions, gets to the other side. That's really good micro from Hera. He doesn't have many knights, Hera, which is a big surprise to me. I'm surprised he's still making crossbowmen, but yeah, now that there's a knight in there and still crossbowmen, he can move forward.
ACCM, I think all he can do is tower his base and hope for the best. Wheelbarrow for Hera for even more food, and he's starting to transition to Knights. He's got 7 vills on gold. That's about what he needs. Husbandry on the way, and he now armor. He wants to push and raid with the Knights. Desperation defensive towers for ACCM.
Yeah, it really feels like ACCM's moments were earlier in this game. It feels like Hera can shrug off this damage. He can make Knights to clear this up, but it's desperation times at ACCM's eco. Towers against Castle Age units, not typically going to do much for very long. And again, the efficiency of Hera's eco is so much greater because he's Khmer.
And ACCM is trying to defend. There's no way he ever gets to the Castle Age, and he's down in military already.
Yeah, it's a heartbreaking moment, man. You gotta play on, you gotta hope. But really, just looking at ACCM come to grips with the situation, with the reality that he was up 3-1, that he was this close to taking down the tournament favorite. And the tournament favorite is going to turn it around on him and get to the finals here.
Oh, this is crazy. He's trying to get more raids, but now Hera has the units to defend, and he can sit under towers and try to pick them off forward even if he wants to now that he has Knights. If ACCM has to garrison, it's over.
It's over. Hera comes back. Hera comes back. And what a comeback it was. Crazy. Crazy.
Hera's shaking his head. He knows it was crazy. The crowd's cheering for Hera. Let's hear it for him as he will advance to face Leary in the finals.
Yeah, job's not done for Hera. ACCM with that grin we know so well. ACCM's got a lot to be proud of. Hera can't believe it. And I'm sure many of the fans here as well can't believe just how good that comeback was. But ACCM was so close to taking him down. He brought everything. And Hera faced it all, and we'll be in the final later. My goodness.
Yeah, we'll get an interview with Hera coming up shortly, and I don't even know what to say there. It felt like, do you think maybe that was the opposite of the first game, ACCM misreading the situation, maybe thinking Hera was up to the Castle Age earlier when he went for the tower?
I think ACCM did not like the fact that he didn't do much damage at that stage.
Right.
And he knew that the Khmer Fudika would be what's showing on screen right there. And so he just felt like, I need to do something to punish Hera for not being aggressive against me. But I think the tower was a bit unnecessary, and that's very much the nerves of the moment. Like
right.
that was him in a crazy, stressful situation trying to do something crazy.
Yeah, as we have a round of applause as the crowd goes wild.
Yeah. ACCM deserves the applause as well. What a player. Insane.
What a play from ACCM.
Yeah, seriously. We might not see anyone give Hera that test. We don't know what the final's going to look like, but that was truly something.
We know Leary will be well rested. I mean, maybe he's just excited watching that set and didn't rest, but he is going to be ready for Hera.
Yeah. I got to say, where the series turned around, the moment that's going to be in ACCM's nightmares tonight is the previous game. With the Byzantines game, I think that he will, anytime that he clicks the heavy camel upgrade for the next 6 months, he will flinch in pain. And
I think he will too.
Yeah, because I think that, I mean, maybe there's not good options there, but the camel thing just didn't seem to work out for him in that game. But that's the thing about Hera, right? It's like, I think we maybe saw ACCM on strategy and maybe on Civ Draft win that series 5-2. There's arguments to be made. But in terms of just consistency over a freaking 4-hour slog, he's able to stay so consistent that he can turn it around.
It just shows how impressive it is for Hera to outlast the player who probably plays the longest games of anyone in ACCM and show that consistency, show that stamina, show how also just the comfort being in the LAN environment when he's down and not flinching.
Yep, yeah, and part of that is because he's done it before. With ACCM's final fight, if there's any questions, ACCM hasn't been in that situation as frequently, where he's super close to taking down, the world #1, and I think that maybe got to him there. But yeah, exceptional performance from Hera. We're going to hear from him now up on the stage.
Actually, I think we're not going to hear from Hera because we can give him a break. If I don't see the stage, and we're just going to throw it to Nelson and Jordan. So Hera has a bit more of a break since he was played in the second semifinals, and we'll throw it over to Nelson.
All right, and what a banger of a series that was. And with it, we now have the second finalist. That's going to be Hera. And indeed, we're not going to be hearing from Hera now because we want to give both players as much time to rest as possible. But we are going to be hearing excellent analysis from our two analysts in resident here. That's going to be Jordan and Hart. Boys, yeah, let's hear it for them. Let's hear it for them, yeah.
That's my boy.
Boys, ACCM goes from barely qualifying from the Swiss stage. He really had to wait till the very last result, which was Tato versus Sorikuma, if I'm not mistaken. And now he just barely lost versus Hera. Is this the best ACCM we've ever seen, Hart?
I think it's such a crazy run for him and Yo, honestly. Yo might have gone out earlier, but they had a pretty bad group stage for their standards, right? And they both managed to get to the playoffs, and they just showed such a good level. I'm honestly really happy for both of them. Obviously, ACCM is going to be looking at this result, and he was up 3-1 and all, but I think he was playing against the best player in the world, and it's still something to think about, right? It's not just a loss, it's against the best player in the world. Yes, you want more, but he put up such a good fight, and I think that was one of the best sets I've seen in a long time.
Excellent Age of Empires. Jordan, for Hera, he now has got a little bit of time to rest, but much less than Leary. So how much of a role does that end up playing? Because Hera was obviously expecting, in his mind, to have this be a quick series, potentially, so that he has more time to rest and all of that. So does that have an effect? Does that play a role now?
I think it could have a role, but Hera is also known to be the most or best player in terms of endurance. We have seen him being able to always play the full set in many, many occasions already. And it felt like he was kind of the guy who even improved his level when it was Game 8, Game 9. So I don't think it has too much of an impact there. But man, ACCM had a great showing. It was absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah. Okay, I think we're ready to watch the replays, guys. So I'd love to hear both riff off each other in terms of what we've seen there. So here we go. That's going to be game #1 that was played here on the Islands map, Fernando Noronha.
Yeah, what I found very interesting on this map was, or in just game specifically, is that Hera was putting so much aggression in Feudal Age, and it felt like he was denying his Castle Age a little bit just to get as much army out as possible because he wanted to go for the kill. And there were 2 or 3 occasions where I felt like ACCM is on the edge or on the verge of dying, and he just barely held on there. And this was one of the moments where I was like, okay, Hera is so close to breaking through here, but ACCM did such a good job holding on, being in the game, and then his economy was much better in terms of going up to Castle Age. And from there, he just felt like he was able to produce so much, got crucial upgrades in as well, and then slowly but surely he was able to push forward on water.
It's such an interesting matchup, right? Because Kells, they have the wood bonus, but Dravidians, they get such a big boost in wood when they hit the next stage, and also free wood from docks, or a house, which is essentially free wood. So Hera felt like he needed to put pressure, and I think he was about to get it, but I don't know, ACCM managed to hold just barely, and eventually they're just kind of the better water sieve. But yeah, honestly, it was a really good game by both, and I think that's the second loss in a row for Kells, which were, I think, 4-0 or something.
We're getting
up
hyped
until
up
then.
a little bit too much, maybe. People getting a bit too hyped
up
potentially about the game.
Maybe we should see them less. We're seeing them too much.
But I'm also wondering, Kells should in theory be better than Dravidians, right? Because, yeah, Dravidians get the 200 bonus at once, but Kells over time should be able to get more wood over time, right? So Kells should in theory be better, I think. I'm not sure how you think about that, Hart.
I think you're playing with a timer in mind, because Dravidians eventually have a full tech tree on water, while Kells don't, right? Yeah. And also the extra carrying fishing ships from Dravidians is not to be underestimated either. I think on these maps where you usually end up fishing from quite long distance, that also matters a lot.
Absolutely. And this game was also very interesting, right? It felt like ACCM was able to get an advantage early on, and just because the sergeants are trading so well against the men-at-arms, And there were many occasions already in this game where Hera was, close to dying, but his micro was just absolutely out of this world. Like, he was able to micro so many different units at once. It felt like he was hanging in there. But ACCM, with the superior economy, was able to get very crucial castles in very good positions, and then was able to win the game as well.
Yeah, Sicilian's definitely proving to be one of the best civs on that map. And then we moved on to... What's the name of this map? Serra do Carajas?
There's Serra dos Carajás.
Oh, God. I'm never getting that.
Able to say that.
I'm never getting
So
that.
that's basically terrace.
Okay, yeah. So we have Mayans against Tatars. I think this map ended up actually, for the first time in the set, playing out in favor of Hera in terms of what the Civs want to do. Mayans in an Archer War, that's like a dream, right? Exactly what you want.
I'm kind of surprised by the fact that opponents don't ban Mayans against Hera, because that's like one of the first picks I used to ban against him, because he's just so good with Mayans. And when I saw that Mayans against the Tatars, I felt like the Tatars shouldn't have too much of an advantage here. And Hera was just playing clean and just won the game.
And what a brutal game.
What
this
was that?
What a brutal game. So ACCM was holding on to this secret for the whole tournament, only to reveal it here in the semifinal heart.
That was cool. I hope we never see it again. I hope that it's banned from future tournaments or something, because I feel like it's a bit too cheesy. But yeah, I think it was cool to see from ACCM. He definitely saved this up for this stage, and I think props to him.
Have you ever seen something like that, Hart?
No, but I remember that after ACCM lost a set in the group stage, I met him when he was coming down, and he was like, I didn't watch the game, but he was molding about something about siege towers and like units. So I think it was something similar that he was trying to do.
That was a bit different. That was the game against Tato, I imagine, the one you're talking about, where his units would just not unload. But this one here, where he just builds the buildings through the gate, I believe we're just holding on to this information for as long as he could.
I think so, and that's also one thing which I like about those kind of situations as well, that you prepare for something specifically, you hold back, and then when it really matters, you show it. That's exactly what we saw ACCM doing as well. And what I was surprised about as well is that he managed to use those temple guards, and he jumps through the wall toward the
back toward the
how's it called, the siege tower. I was like, I have never seen something like that, right? And ACCM won that game, being up 3-1 in a best of 7, and that was the moment when he won that game. I was like, is there a world where Hera is actually going to lose against ACCM? Because that's something I would never expect her.
And I feel like that's such a test to Hera's endurance, not just physically, but also mentally.
The mentals.
Because I think that's something that can break a lot of players. And I know he wasn't feeling too good about it, because I told him a little bit back there. And he managed to keep it together. He came out with a very aggressive strat here on the next game. And honestly, I love this game. This ramp push was so good. Like the timing on it, the execution, everything was amazing about it. He has the Tiger Calf, which actually get, I think, 2 extra attack against Siege, which applies against the Hussite wagons. So he just has like the perfect unit. But without Siege, without the rounds, this doesn't work.
Exactly. And what I found very interesting as well is ACCM, a few seconds before that push happened, he was active with 4 Hussite wagon, and he was trying to raid Hera. But Hera said, I don't care. I will fully push onto that castle. And that was the right decision, because the more time you give Bohemians, the worse it's going to be for literally any Civ, right? And Hera took advantage of that moment, went for the kill there, and was very successful in doing that.
And then Amazonia, what a banger of a game here as well, Hart. We were all on the edge of our seats back there in the player room. Everybody was just, how is this going to go? So many crazy moments in this game. How did you read it?
I knew this would be a hard matchup for Hera, Malay against Byzantine. I think Malay is the better Civ overall on this map, but Byzantine's usually like a counter to a Civ like Malay that relies so much on archer units.
Sorry to interrupt you, Hera. Was that a misplacement of the tower right there?
Yes, that was very misplaced.
Usually you want to have the tower behind the docks, so the fire ships, for example, cannot hit the tower, right?
Yeah.
So in general, Hart, I guess what you wanted to say is like Malay overall should be the better Civ on that map against other Civs, right? On average, compared to Byzantines?
Yeah, because they pull ahead in economy, and I think they just fit them up perfectly. But Hera put some nice aggression here. He gave up on water, knowing that he wouldn't win it against Byzantine long term. Went for aggression on land, found damage, and then put himself ahead in economy. This is though what Malay can struggle against. Skirmishers walking around. Elephants usually a good counter to that, but monks once again counter elephants in Castle Age.
And I feel like also Hera, with the better economy, was able to get a good position onto the map as well with a good timing. However, Byzantines is literally the best civilization to hold on there, being defensive, trying to hold the position. ACCCM was capable of doing that, right? We see it in this moment right there, kind of pushing back the push from Hera. And that was the moment. He had 180 population against 150. He had map control. He had the center where all the gold is. That was the moment where I was like, okay, ACCM is about to close it out. But Hera, he's just not going to resign, right? And he was fighting back with the elephant switch. And that was so crucial. He was able to push back. And yeah, Hera slowly but surely was able to take more and more advantage of the map. And it was hard for ACCM to come back. I think I'm not sure if you agree. I think it would have been better for ACCM to go for halberdiers instead of camels.
Exactly. The moment I saw him taken into camel, I think that's when I realized Hera's most likely going to win this. There was this small time window where Hera actually didn't have proper access to gold. Yeah. And he managed to get it in time, just in time to get a switch to elephants, right? And I feel like that made all the difference in the world. This area of the map was so important for Hera because basically it meant that without having the middle, he would have these two golds to play off for a while, right? So that basically secured him at least 10 more minutes of staying alive with gold units. And yeah, just the elephant snowball was too hard. I think ACCM was also hurting a little bit. He had a late heavy plow, no handguard even up until this point in the game. I'm not sure if he got it at all. Which basically meant that Hera was ahead in resources collected so much, right? So he just needed to find good fights and snowball it.
And what was also important, Hera in the meantime, while he was pushing back in the south side, he was also taking control of the center with towers and navy units as well. And yeah, ACCM was just overwhelmed at that point. And yeah, going into game 7, we were already discussing Khmer against Magyars. I personally was a little bit surprised that Hera used Khmer instead of Romans. I think Romans should be very good against Magyars compared to Khmer. I think Magyars should be better than Khmer with the cheaper scouts and forging right away. But I don't know, Hera felt like with the bit of better economy was able to generate a lot of army. His superb micro was again very helpful for him to keep in the game very well. Yeah. And this engagement, like he takes such good engagements where he slowly but surely takes an advantage step by step. And that moment was like the lethal one for ACCM, right?
Yeah, the guys were saying back in the room hard, this is the moment that maybe ACCM does not have to go for.
Yeah, so I think it's a matchup where Hera basically can't take one losing fight. He takes a single bad fight, the game is over. It was no one in favor of Magyars. But that's, I think, what makes him such a good player, amongst other things. I think he just almost never takes bad fights. He just keeps delaying. If he took a fight earlier on, he probably would have lost it, or he would have been good enough. He just waited and waited, always getting small HP wins in the trades. And eventually, he just goes for a fight that, like when ACCM goes for the forward towers, that's when he breaks the game, right? He clears it up. Now he's free to go to Castle Age. He has Khmer economy. He can combine the expos with Lycav and Knights. So that's basically where Magyars just can't keep up anymore.
All right, boys, awesome listening to your insights. And now we're going to give players roughly 1 hour time to rest, to reset their mentals. So viewers can expect about 1 hour until the final begins. Of course, there's going to be plenty of stuff to look, so don't you guys go anywhere. And as all of you know, we here at the competitive scene of Age of Empires 2 have a very busy season still ahead of us. And after the Brazilian Dynasty, you won't have to wait too long until the next tournament is going to come. We're going to have plenty of tournaments throughout the year. One of those tournaments is going to be the League. It's going to be a 3v3 tournament, a team game tournament, which we've been long calling for. And this next season, we're hopefully, and not hopefully, we're thankfully going to be having it. And I believe we do have a trailer ready to show. After the trailer, we'll be having Nili and Daniela telling us more about the tournament.
Maybe this one? This one works.
Do we get a second mic as well? Someone is working on it, I'm sure. Making eye contact with audio. Ah, he turned off the mic. Okay, we're back at it. Ooh. Yeah, so everyone loves a good 1v1 tournament, like the Brazilian Dynasty, but also a very big part of the Age of Empires scene are team games. And we are having a massive, massive 3v3 tournament just starting 2 weeks. And with me is the host of the tournament, Daniela. Tell me a bit about this massive league coming up.
Thank you, Neely. Well, one of the co-hosts. I'm hosting this tournament with 2 other amazing people from the community. Arbase and Sieste, which will be adminning the tournament as well. I'm pretty sure you guys already have heard about them. Yeah, so this basically started as Sieste's idea. He wanted to have this in mind, like a league format for a massive team game tournament. And of course, with World's Edge support, we are able to make this happen this year. Sign-ups start, and actually already started, and on the 14th of July. So I know you guys are busy with the Brazilian Dynasty and other stuff, but chop. We're going to have 2 divisions. There's going to be bigger one, Division 1, that's going to feature 9 teams. They're all going to face each other in a round robin. And all of this, of course, after the qualification stage. And then there's going to be a second division with two main groups that, of course, round robin are going to just battle each other. The most important part and the most high part about the bigger division, the division with the 9 teams, is that 2 of those teams will face each other in a LAN event. And that's something big for the team game scene. That's something that hasn't happened since 2015, if I'm not...
I would say 2019, but
okay.
Who's counting,
Who's
right?
counting?
$75,000 on the line, 9 teams, as you already mentioned, right? Mm-hmm. The best of the best, right? We will have Onimaru there, we have Vitality there, we will have a Chinese team as well. Who are you most excited for?
Oh, I'm just waiting for that list of sign up, to be ready, and then I'm going to have my prediction. I'm also, the most curious on those 8, 9 places.
Mm-hmm.
Like what are the teams that are going to make it last or like barely make it? Because I also feel like those will be the teams that will prepare the most. Usually, that's how it goes in every tournament. Usually, like I felt like even in this tournament, some of the underdogs came the most prepared.
Yeah. Also, you have to think about it. Qualification starts in 2 weeks, right? Some people can already practice there. The Germans are practicing. Argentinian teams. The Wonder team is obviously something I'm really excited for. We have Sebastian, ACCM. So yeah, those will be fighting, and they will be really well prepared. I know Onimaru is thinking about sending some teams. If you were the team captain of Onimaru, who would you send as your A team?
Ooh.
Dowd, obviously.
Dowd.
It is the main team, so it has to include Dowd.
And
who else? Who are the 2 side actors?
Now, there's a discussion to be made, right? What do you do? Do you still keep that group and the synergy that some of the players have from their former teams, from GL, or do you mix them up? I can see a team like maybe Viper, Andy, and Winchester being absolutely cutthroating. Maybe that's my A team from Onimaru.
Okay, that's your A team. My team would be Viper, Winchester, Taro.
Okay.
Right, that's what I could see. Obviously, Dowd, he might be the captain for another team, and yeah, would be really interesting. And as you mentioned, we will have the big finals, the best 2 teams in the world playing in an offline event in front of a crowd of maybe up to 1,000 people in Hamburg, Germany, and that's combined with the Garrison. And we will take a look at the trailer for that one as well.
in front of 1,000 people in Hamburg, Germany. End of November there, the cooperation of Being Esports and Team Vitality making it happen there. And we are hoping for great, great games. What would be your dream final there when it comes to the teams? Who do you want to see? Onimaru A against Onimaru B? Do you want Vitality?
I think I would love to see Onimaru A versus Vitality. Because in my opinion, probably the best lineup from Onimaru should face the other best, greatest team in AoE. So I could see a final like that. It could be two teams from Onimaru. It could be Wonders. Wonders have been putting up a crazy lineup lately.
Chinese team. Looks Vivi,
It
Mr.
could
Yo
be Chinese. There's going to be a lot of teams. And talking with you and in front of you guys about this is making me more and more excited because the qualifiers are starting in 2 weeks. So there has been a time, a while, I mean, since we've had any team game action other than, just the random show matches or ladders and so on. And while I still have 1 minute here, I just want, as a co-host of this tournament, to just throw a huge, huge thank you to the Garrison for being able to include our final in their, in their event, and of course to Team Vitality, who, from my understanding, they're jumping in with a considerably contribution to making, especially this LAN for the 3v3 possible. So, guys, please, from me, a round of applause for them.
So if you're excited for another LAN in Europe, especially in Hamburg, if you maybe missed the Red Bull Vololo, if you were there and want to experience something similar again, end of November in Hamburg, Germany, tickets are available right now. Multiple hundred tickets are already sold, but I know that we still have some in stock there as well. VIP tickets, if you want the full treatment, it's going to be absolutely incredible. There will be a $50,000 1v1 event with this together, which is actually the main feature for us. Now that we are so excited for the 3v3 event, that is going to be a full day. We think about the setup. It's going to be really nice. Daniela, excited, glad that you're hosting this tournament. And we have more for you now as the crowd. We prepared some of the most beautiful faces the AoE scene has to offer. Nelson, Mr. Masmora, is taking over a quiz before the grand finals. Take it away.
Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Lily. All right. Don't be shy, boys. Don't be shy. Follow me. So, to those of you who have heard about the Kings and Plebeians quiz show, rejoice, because we're just about to play one. So, it's going to be a 2v2 quiz. We're going to be having, I believe, Tato and Dark. So, Tato is sort of the big champion here of the quiz show. Where's Jordan? There's a microphone for you right there. Beautiful.
Hello.
So it's gonna be a quiz show, 2v2 quiz show, Kings and Plebeians. Winning SDA tournament and all. winning SDA tournament and all, it's cool, but this is where it's at. Quiz knowledge. This is what we care about. Tato and Dark, they're gonna be playing against Jordan and Doubts. So I'm gonna be totally honest here. I'm gonna be totally, completely open with you. The preparation for this quiz was kind of sudden, so we didn't have a lot of time to fact-check questions or anything of the sort. So we're just gonna be here winging it a little bit, all right? So just be aware of that. So, excuses already? Yes. So you guys need to share a microphone just in case everybody's got something to say. Let's start. I believe we do have the questions ready to show on screen. Yeah, so that's beautiful. We're gonna start. I'm gonna give you guys the first question. So this is, just give us a second. So this is going to be 1 point per correct question. No. This question is going to go for Team Doubt and Tato first. Sorry, Doubt and Jordan first. If they get it wrong, the other team will have the chance to steal. So question number 1 for Doubt and Jordan. Sappers increases the efficiency of lumberjacks. Is this true or false?
Come on, give me better questions. I play forest nothing for a living. Come on.
I just need to know if it's true or false, Doubt.
I let Jordan answer, right?
It has to be true, yes.
True, okay. Then I'm going to give the chance to the other team to give an answer as well. Do you guys say this is true or this is false?
Yeah, this is true.
This is true. And that's correct. Well done. 1 point for both teams. Well done. And it increases the efficiency because villagers fell trees in one swing as opposed to several ones. So that's 1 point for both teams. I hope someone is keeping track of score. Okay, beautiful. Beautiful. Question number 2. Team Tato gives the first answer. All civilizations have access to all market technologies. Is this true or false?
I think it's false.
You think it's false. Team Doubt and Jordan?
It's false, guild.
And the answer is false. Well done. Another point for everybody. Yeah, Doubt, relax. We're starting slow, okay? We're starting slow, Doubt. This is going to ramp up, don't you worry. So that's 1 point for both teams yet again. Well done, everybody. So I think we're ready to move on. And now it's going to be Team Doubt and Jordan giving the first answer again. Strictly less than 50% of civilizations have access to bombard cannon. Is this true or false? Less than 50% of all civilizations have access to bombard cannon. True or false?
So what would we say?
Who come up with those questions?
I don't know. Don't look at me. It was not me.
But I would say it's true,
I'm just
right?
reading them.
It should be less than 50%.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
We log in, it's true.
You say it's true. Team Tato and Dark, is this true or false?
True.
And the answer is true. Look at these guys. Beautiful. 1 point for everybody. Easy. And yes, indeed, 25 out of 53 civilizations have access to bombard cannon. I kind of believe the new civilizations all have access to bombard cannon. That's what it feels like most of the time. So we're going to move on. Question 4, that's going to be Tato and Dark giving an answer first. All civilizations have access to at least one of gold shaft mining or stone shaft mining. Is this true or false? Is the question understood?
Yeah.
First of all. Okay, we don't have all the time in the world. I can give you guys a couple of seconds. All civilizations have access to at least one of gold shaft mining or stone shaft mining.
All right, we say it's true.
You say that it's true. I'm going to give the opportunity to the other team as well to give me an answer.
I'm pretty sure it's not true. That what you say?
I agree with Jordan always.
Yeah.
So, okay, so the answer is false, which means Doubted Jordan get the point for this one. Well, you win 1 point and they don't. So you know. Yes, Dravidians, that's exactly it.
Of course.
Dravidians is the only civilization that lacks the second gold and stone technology. All right, so again, I hope, can I get an update on the score here, production? I believe
4-3.
4-3, yeah, it's 4-3. I believe it's 4-3. So it's 4 points here for Doubt, and it's a 3. You get 1 point per correct answer, obviously. So question number 5. And I don't remember who they start first. Thank you very much. All civilizations have access to clinker construction and to careening. Is this true or false? All civilizations have access to clinker construction.
What the hell is
and
clinker construction?
Okay, I can actually let you know that. I don't think that's a problem. Clinker construction is the speed on the ships, and careening would be the first armor. All civilizations have access to it. Is this true or false?
I would say no. I don't think everything. Does every civ have that? I don't
Tick-tock,
think so.
tick-tock.
C!
Was that a C? Did I hear a C? So that's true. Claims Team Doubt.
Let's go.
Let's hear here Tato and Dark.
C as well.
C as well. And the answer is C. It's true. So that's a point for everybody yet again. Copycats. Indeed. Every civilization has access to clinker construction and to careening. Though we'll get it for free, if I'm not mistaken, right? Okay, we're going to move on. And now this is going to be here, Team Tato and Dark. Question number 6. Name the civilizations that have access to Arbalest, Champion, and Paladin. I'm not going to say how many there are.
Yeah.
Name the civilizations that have access to Arbalest, Champion, and Paladin. What are we thinking, boys? Let's hear your thoughts out loud.
It's Byzantines.
Maybe.
Yes.
Is that a final answer?
And it is Magyars.
Is that the final answer? Yes.
Yes.
And that's correct. So that's 1 point here for Team Tato and Dark. Now, no worries. Of course, there's going to be also the opportunity here for the other team to have a question from themselves. And that's going to be the next question. Question 7. Name the civilizations. It's a little bit harder, but again, there was an autoplay. Again,
need to keep the hype always there.
For the record, I've seen the questions for the first time myself. Name the civilizations that have a campaign in the original Age of Kings release. Okay, listen. This is a little bit harder. There are 1, 2, 3, 5 answers. So I'll be happy if you can give me 4. Okay, if you give me 4, I'll give you the point.
Britons, Celts, Teutons. Fuck. Oh.
PG-13?
Saracens.
So what was the answer? Do you have a final answer?
I'll just give you the answer.
Okay, well, go through them all again, please.
Britons, Celts, Saracens, Teutons, Barbarossa campaign. I know that. I played.
Is that your final answer?
William Walls. They didn't have campaign.
But okay, so we go with Teutons, Celts, Saracens, and what was the last one?
I forgot.
Me as well. Britons, right? We said Britons.
I'm not so sure what with Robin Hood. There is a Robin Hood hero.
Let's go for Britons.
There is more. Give me one more.
Okay, guys, let's hear an answer.
Vikings?
No, I think they had like a special scenario battle.
Byzantines?
It's a pretty tough question. I'm going to give him the time. It's a pretty tough question, to be fair.
Then let's go with your answer.
But we can be maybe there are more. Okay, that's our answer.
Okay, let me hear them again with no pause this time around. I mean, you guys said so many things, I forgot.
We have Teutons, Celts, we have Britons, Saracens.
4 is enough, right?
That answer is incorrect, unfortunately. We're going to give the opportunity
Which
for
one
Team
was
Tato
incorrect?
and Dark. I cannot say that, obviously. I'm going to give you the opportunity to Team Dark and Tato to steal the point. But we need to make it quick. We need to make it quick, boys.
France?
Okay, can stop you there. That's incorrect as well. That means no point for anybody. So Britons did not have a campaign, unfortunately. So
Robin Hood.
The Britain. I'm reading the answers. Apparently, no. TYS would know. TYS Robin Hood. That's not a campaign. That's not a campaign. So I'm sorry.
What is the answer?
So the correct answer would have been Celts, Franks, Saracens, Mongols, and Teutons.
Oh, Genghis.
Genghis Khan would have been a quite obvious one, indeed. As soon as I heard Goths from you, it was clear that it was gone, so... Okay, so we have one more question, and I guess this one needs to be for both teams at the same time, because this is going to be the last question of round 1. Yes, we do have several rounds.
I need to sit down at one point, man.
I don't think we get to sit down. I'm sorry. So this is actually not too difficult. Name the civilizations with access to fire lancers. Okay, this is not too difficult. We're gonna go. Yes, we're gonna take turns, and I guess because you guys had the more difficult question.
Oh, really? It
beforehand,
was more difficult?
We're gonna, yeah, well, slightly, slightly more difficult. So we're gonna give you guys the first turn. One civilization with
Korean.
access to fire lancers.
Koreans.
Korean is correct. Moving on to the next team.
Vietnamese.
Vietnamese is correct. Back to Doubt and Jordan.
Jurchens.
Jurchens is correct.
Khitans.
Khitans is correct as well. One is left.
Vietnamese.
And Vietnamese, that means they
you
get the
don't say
point
that.
because it's 3 and 2 correct. Sorry?
You said Vietnamese?
Yes.
We say that.
No.
Oh, audience, did they say
Chinese then.
Vietnamese? Uh-oh.
Why don't listen to them?
Uh-oh. I don't make
Chinese.
the rules. Well, Chinese. I don't know what to do. You all.
It's
I'm gonna give him the point because it's
a
an
campaign
easy
question.
one. Yeah.
Give us a half.
It's a campaign question.
Okay. Judges say it's point for team, or it's no point for anybody. It's no point for anybody. Yeah, because it got 2 points. You got two. Both teams got 2 correct, so I guess it's 1 point for both teams. Let's do it like that once. Yeah, you're getting a point to both. I'm hearing from the judges. Okay, that's how it's going to be. This is the end of round 1. So let me hear an update on the score, production. 1 second. Okay, they need a second. Then I guess I can already explain what the next round is going to be. For the next round, I'm going to need a volunteer from the audience because it's going to be a Pictionary round. Do we have any markers in here? Well, actually, we don't have any markers. Production, we need some markers, please. So, this is what's going to happen. We're going to have someone from the audience. Do we have? Oh, beautiful. Do we have a volunteer? Someone? Oh, okay. I take this volunteer. I've never seen. I've never seen this individual before. What's your name, sir? It's good to see you.
My name is Darko Dautovic.
Could we get an update on the score, by the way?
It's 0-0, but Norway should have been in the lead.
Oh, well, I'm not sure.
Feels like your story in Brazilian Dynasty as well, man.
So, the way this works, Mr. Darko Dautovic is going to be drawing AoE2 terms. This can be literally anything. So if I see you guys are not getting it, I'm going to give you guys a tip. Okay? So you need to watch out. Mr. Darko Dautovic is going to be drawing. I need you to come here and look at the terms. So you'll do the first one. Okay, so the way this works, you all can guess at the same time. There's no guessing order. Just shout your answers, and if I hear the correct answer, I will call it. All right, so whenever you're ready.
House. Trebuchet.
Villager.
Villier. Lumberjack. Sappers. Builder. Double bedax. Farmer.
Minimap?
Dog.
House. Builder.
Okay, it's an action. It's an action.
Patrol?
Building.
Farming.
Fishy.
The person drawing is very famous for these ones.
Quick vault.
Quick wall!
Yeah!
Where did you see it? That was a river, not a sea.
This Darko.
Beautiful. So that's 1 point here for Team Doubt. And by the way, can we get an update by now, production? Do we have an update on the score?
No.
I guess that's a no. So we're going to move on. Second term. Did you see it? Okay, get ready.
New paper.
Hey, it has delay. It has delayed out. You need to watch here.
Man at arm.
Man at arms!
What the fuck is this?
Man at arm.
Wait a second. Production, point for Team Doubt and Jordan. Oh, yeah, there we go. Ah, beautiful. What's that? Tadark. Tadark. Yeah, well done, Cal. Well done. All right.
How long is this taking? Norway starting soon?
Well, I guess we can replace you in a couple of minutes. Okay, ready? Let's go for the third term. I mean, it could just wrap up the first page if you want.
House.
DC!
Yeah! DC? What's wrong with you? How the hell is that DC?
There might be a little bit of a bromance advantage here. That's what I'm seeing right now. All right, so that's another point here for Team Doubt and Jordan. Did you see the other one? Okay, so I believe we're ready for the next. Yeah, just flip the page. Okay, this one will be good. So fourth turn prediction. Let's go.
Longbow. Fletching.
Lambo, fletching, botkin, chemistry.
Poison damage.
Fire archer. Tupi archer.
Blackwood Archer.
Blackwood Archer. I heard Blackwood Archer was from Dark.
Tupi Archer is not that can be Archer from the
He
ring.
said Blackwood. He said Blackwood. He did say Blackwood. I heard it. I heard this. I'm not cheating this time. I promise. He said.
Tupi Archer. That's
So.
not a Tupi Archer. You can clearly see that's a Blackwood Archer, not a Tupi Archer. I don't know.
He said Blackwood archer.
He said Tupi Archer.
Yes.
Yes, and then he said Blackwood Archer.
I did not.
I'm pretty
Did he
sure
use a
I heard
microphone?
it- I heard on my earphone.
But did he use it when he said?
Trust me.
VOD?
Dennis. He doesn't trust me. How did VR? All right, so point for team Tadark. Do you see the next one? All right, let's do it.
Blackwood, by the way. Conic. Kankar. Caravan.
Wheelbarrow.
Trade card. Here we go.
Wheelbarrow.
Well, it can be the Atex. Right? Wheelbarrow isn't. Who pulls a wheelbarrow like this?
That's in front, not the back.
That's pretty good. Well, it is kind of a trade. Yeah, it is kind of a wheelbarrow. I have to agree with that.
Give me the eyes.
It depends what way you look. Yeah.
How's your time?
I don't know. Has the match started?
Well, not. Okay, so I guess we still got a little bit of time. So, turn number 6. Do you have it? So this one's a good one.
One more for us.
Yeah, this one is a good one. So I need you to focus.
Castle. Relations.
Arson.
Marehold.
Citadel.
Kepos. Dungeon.
Doubtcastle.
Doubtcastle!
Beautiful face.
And Doubt gets the Doubt Castle. Who would have thought? So that's another point here for Team Doubt Jordan. Easy. So, okay, just wrap up the prep if you need. All right, cool. So let's go for term number 7.
Horse.
Camel archer. Fleming camel.
Sheep.
Fleming camel. Sheep. Mameluke.
Llama.
Fleming sheep.
Sheep is correct, sorry. I was reading the other one for whatever reason. So sheep, that's correct. Point for Team Tadark. And okay, so then the one I was actually looking at.
Did the game start?
Yeah, sheep was pretty good actually. Sheep is not bad.
Is the only one that matters. 1-0. Draw fast.
Vamos.
Yeah, go.
We are getting even closer.
Longbow.
Longbowman. Wow. I believe Team Tadark is catching up at this point. I believe they're catching up. So well done. Another point over here.
That doesn't.
Can we have an update? Can we have an update on the score? No, we cannot. Okay, so let's go for the next one. Let's go, Mr. Dautovic. Oh, that Siege Tower.
Come on, focus.
That's a chocolate bar.
Yeah, a little bit more effort wouldn't have been bad on that one, but that's point for Team Tadark. Last one.
We're ahead.
Okay, this one's pretty difficult, potentially pretty difficult.
No, he has something. He's cooking.
He's cooking something. How is he even going to do it?
Grenadier.
Oh,
Karambit.
Oh, that's good. Oh, I like that.
Forest nothing. Black Forest. Rage Forest.
Rage Forest.
That's why I'm disappointed.
That was pretty good, and that concludes our Pictionary round. Let's have a round of applause for Mr.
Thank you, Darko. Thank you, Darko.
Let's have a round of applause for Mr. Darko Dautovic. All right, so this does not feel like it's correct.
It's about right to me.
But
We are even.
we will never be even.
Okay. Okay, it's getting there. Yeah, this sounds about right. Okay. Okay. Live update. I'm scared of this face. Like you face him. All right, so we get a draw. It's 11-11. A lot of quiz to go. No worries. A lot of quiz to go here. No, don't you worry, Doubts. Are we ready? Yes. Actually, we don't need the whiteboard anymore. Jordan, can you maybe just put it to the side or something? Yeah.
Bravo.
Well done, Jordan. I guess
Jordan.
the PC carrier was Doubt, but...
He's better.
Restart. It's advantage.
We give him 1 point if I can sit.
Okay. I think we need a camera here on Doubt. Because he's willing to give a point to the other team for the permission to sit down. Okay. So we're ready to go for round number 3. You guys ready? It's going to be the same thing. So we're just going to go on turns, and everybody's got the chance to steal. We're going to start with, again, so we're going to start with you guys because we started the first round with them. Okay, here we go. Team Tadark. The Bengalis bonus of +3/+3 armor for monks originally was a unique technology for the Slavs. What was the name of this technology? The Bengalis bonus of +3/+3 armor for monks originally was a unique technology for the Slavs. What was the name of this technology? If you guys don't know it, Team Doubt is looking like they do. No pressure, though.
We know it.
Oh, you know? Oh.
Well, then, let us hear it.
Orthodoxy.
That's it! Well done. Well done. 1 point here for Team Tadark. Okay, this one's not too difficult, I believe. And it's going to be a question right now for Team Doubt and Jordan.
Orthodoxy. Oh.
What is the only civilization to lack both masonry and hoardings? What is the only civilization to lack both masonry and hoardings?
So Doubt and I think it's Vietnamese.
Is that the final answer?
I'm not sure he's mind game.
But Vietnamese?
No, ask if that's the final answer.
I mean, Aztecs have also very bad castles, right? I think it should be Aztecs.
Yes, he does. Yes, he came to it on his own.
Is it Aztecs or Vietnamese?
All right, boys, tick-tock, tick-tock.
Somebody in the audience, like some cheating, like in the class.
They're all checking their phones. Doubts, trust somebody on their phone.
Okay, then we go for Vietnamese.
Vietnamese is wrong, unfortunately. That's incorrect. Chance to steal for Team Tadark.
Aztecos.
That's the Aztecs, so that's a point for Team Tadark. The mind games are strong on this one. Tato is actually being honest, and you guys just could not trust him. All right, next question. I forget again. I think it's for you guys, right? After the naval rework, no civilization has access to all university technologies. Which civilization misses exactly one technology? Pretty difficult one. Pretty difficult one. Give you guys a couple of seconds to think about this one.
And I guess.
After the naval rework, no civilization has access to all university technologies. Which civilization misses exactly one technology? Boys, let us hear your thoughts. Take your microphones to your mouths so that we can hear your thoughts.
We say it's Koreans.
And is that the final answer?
Yes.
That answer is incorrect. A chance to steal here for Team Doubt and Jordan.
So we would guess it's Spanish.
Is that the final answer? That's also incorrect, unfortunately. Do we have someone in the audience who knows this? TOS not allowed. Daniela, I believe? Byzantine is incorrect as well. The correct answer, funny enough, is the Italians.
What's funny about that?
Oh, because they get the discount on the technology, so I think it's funny. That's why. So no point for anybody. I don't think it's particularly funny. All right, well, you're allowed to have your opinion, even if it's the wrong one. So let's go for the next question. It's going to be you guys with a chance to answer it first. Not particularly easy. Name the 2 civilizations that miss bloodlines, squires, and thumb ring.
Whoa.
Name the 2 civilizations that miss bloodlines, squires, and thumb ring.
What about Mapuche?
Pretty difficult.
Yeah, and what was the third one?
Yeah, let me hear you.
Bloodlines?
Name 2 bloodlines, squires, and thumb
They
ring.
have squires. Aztecs have squires. Yeah. But
yeah, let's hear your thoughts.
So we think Mapuche, right?
One. Yeah, Mapuche.
And
don't trust me, Doubt.
Oh god. Oh god.
All right, let's hear some thoughts. Just think aloud, Jordan.
Okay,
just think aloud.
I'm thinking about Celts. They don't have bloodlines. They don't have squires. And what thumb ring? No, they don't. They don't. 100%. Yeah. It has to be Celts, and it will be Mapuche.
So, is that your final answer? And that is correct.
Yeah!
Very impressive. Very, very impressive, that one. All right, Celts and Mapuche. I mean, I thought Celts would be sort of easy to figure out, but Mapuche, well done, everybody. That was pretty impressive. Yeah, it was. Well, you had one strategy to figure out one of the tips. Okay, so that concludes the next round. I'd love to hear a score update, production, or maybe you can show it on the screen. And I can already announce what the next round is going to be. A round that everybody loves, players included. Name the civilization jingles. Everybody loves this one. Everybody loves this one. And the current score, it's 13 points for Team Tadark and 12 points random. And 12 points for Team Jordouts. Okay, production, do we have the jingles ready? Can I get a confirmation on that? Yes, no, yes, no? Yeah, we do have them ready, apparently. So I believe we're ready to play them. So let's go for the first jingle. I believe everybody should know this one. So wait a second, you guys start. So it's going to be here, Team Doubt and Jordan giving the first answer.
We will go for Britons.
Is that your final answer?
Yep.
Britain is correct. Well done, well done, well done. Okay, 1 point for Team Jordouts. So let's go for the second jingle. Very easy. Okay. Okay, so my list has another jingle here, but I actually happen to know which one this is. So my answers here are wrong, but I happen to know which one this is.
Celts?
That's correct, I believe. Please confirm, production, this is the Celts. Yep. Okay, so that's a point here for Team Tadark. And it's time to go for the third jingle, and that's going to be Doubt and Jordan guessing first.
Mongols.
Is that your final answer, Doubt?
Don't do that to me anymore.
Mongols, of course. Of course, the Mongols. So that's going to be a point here for Team Doubt and Jordan. All right, we're going to move on. And now it's going to be Team Tadark answering first. If we actually get the jingle. Okay, again. This is not the one I have on my list. Can I, production, which one is this? Which is? Okay. So, Team Tadark.
No.
You skipped the number 3, production,
Do
which
you
was
have?
why I was asking. So, you want to hear it again? Yes. So let's have it again, please. Just say something. Just say something.
Students.
No.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
That's incorrect. Chance to steal here for Team Doubt and Jordan.
I think it's wrong, but I don't have a better idea. Okay. Yeah, Byzantines.
Byzantines is wrong. What was the correct answer? Does anyone know here in the audience? What was it? Burgundians. That's incorrect. Georgians would have been the correct answer. The Georgians. Okay, so let's go for the next one, and I believe it's now turn here for Team Doubt and Jordan. I dig this one. I dig this one.
We're thinking about Franks. Doubt is still thinking.
I'm not here.
Can we hear it one more time?
I'm gonna hide my eyebrows. Doubt always looks at my eyebrows.
Yeah, me as well. Huh. Do you have a better idea than Franks?
What about Franks?
What about Franks?
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
That's wrong, unfortunately. Chance to steal here for Team Tadark.
We think it's Magyars.
That's correct. Well done. Wow. Wow.
Hard one.
Beautiful. We're going to be going for the next one, and it's going to be Team Tadark answering first. It's a little bit quiet here.
Is that everything?
That's everything. Maybe you can hear it again, production.
You know.
Very serene, very calming. What could this be?
Or maybe.
Don't look. Don't. So let's hear an answer here. Team Tadark, give me something. Tell me what continent are we thinking about?
The Latin.
We're thinking about the South American continent.
Aztecs?
Aztecs is incorrect. Chance to steal here for...
Was it Latin America?
I don't know. No, I just asked. I didn't say anything.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, we will go for Ketons.
Ketons is incorrect, unfortunately, but you were closer. It was the woo. So it was... Yeah, no, with the flute, you could think of the pan flute. No, unfortunately, no. You think about the pan flute and all those things, Yeah, you were within the same DLC, that's true. Although it's a DLC with 5 saves, which is a little bit unfair. Okay, let's move on to the next one. It's going to be Team Dow Jordan answering first. I see what you're doing.
We have to do
again.
Do you have an idea?
Saracens?
I don't think it's Saracens. But maybe, is it Persians? I think so. I've known that one for quite some time.
My poker face is too good,
Byzantines,
my poker
right?
face is too good.
Byzantines is, I think, different.
Persian or Byzantine, one of those two.
Then we go for Persians.
Okay. Sorry, what was the...
Persian.
Persians is incorrect. A chance to steal here for Team Tadark. And we need to hurry up a little bit, guys. Players are getting slowly but surely ready.
We think it's Mayans.
Mayans is incorrect. Khmer would have been the correct answer. I'm pretty sure Hera would have known this one, to those who follow the Kings and Plebeians quiz show. And we're going to move on to the next one. Team Tadark gets the chance to answer first.
I'm scared.
Yeah, we can feel the whole stage vibrating with this one. So Team Tadark.
That's hard.
And maybe production, let's give, because we're very, very fast getting to the end of the quiz. So can we get an update on the score here, maybe production?
Just write random
Just getting random numbers. If you're not sure. Oh, okay. Very important moment. Very important moment. 50 to 15. So, Team to Dark, let's hear it.
I don't even remember how it sounded like anymore.
It didn't help when you remember. So.
Okay, 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3.
Kitans.
Kitans is incorrect. A chance to steal here for Team Doubt and Jordan.
Say something. Fast. 5, 4.
Again, you're closer, but it's the Mapuche. So, again, a little bit closer. We have 2 jingles left, and we're tied in score. These are going to be the last 2 jingles, then the quiz is over. So we're going to go to the next one, and it's going to be Team Doubt and Jordan answering first. Production.
That's Aztecs.
We played this one.
This is good. It's a nice jingle, too. It's a nice one. I like this one.
No. You Byzantine. One time we have to be great.
Give me 52 jingles.
We need to hurry up. Boys.
Ooh. Why do you put Koreans in my head now? Is it Korean stuff?
And we say...
We need an answer.
Koreans.
Koreans incorrect. Chance to steal here for Team to Dark.
Italians.
Italian is correct. Ooh, wow. Pressure. Ooh, the pressure. Okay. So then we're going to play the next one. And that's going to be Team to Dark with a chance to answer first. And again, the floor rumbles.
But it has, like, it would suit. It would suit. Who's similar? I don't think it is, but it should be.
Thing is Kitans.
Kitans is incorrect. Chance to steal here for Team Jordan and Doubt. Hans is unfortunately also incorrect. And I believe, can we get confirmation? I believe that means Team to Dark wins the quiz show. Can we get confirmation on the screen? Can we get confirmation? Indeed, 16 points here for Team to Dark. Very close quiz, though. Well done, well done. Very impressive with the Celts and Mapuche. Let's have a round of applause to the team, to both teams.
What was the answer?
Oh. Good shout, good shout. The answer would have been 2P. So
2P?
Pretty difficult. The 2P would have been. All right, everybody. I believe players are getting slowly but surely ready. I believe they're already drafting. So we thank everybody for their patience. I believe we're going to be throwing it now to one of those Tiramas videos, one of the recap Tiramas videos. And when they're back, I believe casters might already be ready to bring you the grand final. It's going to be the grand final in just a couple of minutes. It's going to be Hera. It's going to be Leary. It's going to be amazing. Don't you guys go anywhere. And we're going to be right back.
For the first time yesterday. Yeah. Super cool. Ryut as well. We get to see Jordan there from the waist down, which is something many people have dreamed about. And we're here in Brazil. First day of the Brazilian Dynasty group stage. Oh, the line! Mr. Yo gets the wall up.
Yeah, but like how much of the wall was it? No! The units can run around!
I'll be playing later today. Are you cheering for me?
I will be doing winner's interview. Hopefully, I will not do an interview with you.
No, don't say that.
Wait, let him go.
This is the lowest point of my life. I'm carrying players' PC to the room to play. And I never, I was thinking I hit the lowest.
You used to laugh at this.
I will not even sign up for qualifiers anymore. Like this is the lowest. Like.
So why do you agree to it though?
Here, can I give some change? Please. You mean so much about it. For good luck.
Okay, well, why do you agree to do this? Like, why don't you
Like, no, I'm here. I'm a caster or an analyst because I'm a pro player and I have dignity. What is
I'm still not a caster. If I'm caster, I would be like, there would be like a game behind me, and everybody would like, I'm not there yet.
Bro, when they're on
Mr. Doubt, sit down. Like, Seba. I'm working, better than casting.
More villagers exposed.
Oh, transport trip. Please.
What did I say?
Please.
Oh my God, Leary. Leary, don't
Please,
get in there.
please.
Get in! Oh, how many villagers?
No way.
How many villagers just got in there?
9 or 8.
It's funny. Just do it.
Please,
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it goes down. It's the 4th one. Oh no.
Say again, production didn't get that, sorry.
I'm feeling like a DJ.
Congrats, mate. Well played. You did good.
Thank you.
I'm not sure what else to say here, but well played.
Thank you.
You're supposed to ask Hero questions about the
Oh.
games.
What do I do?
22. What a young guy. Okay, I guess here we have the king. Here we have the king, and oh, wow. Okay, it's not just one king, it's several. One for your face? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Happy birthday to you.
I'm going medium craft. I'm going here. I have to talk with him.
Are you even in the top?
Bro, it's 350 limit. That makes no one.
He won't move.
From normal Buchholz to medium Buchholz or to weighted Buchholz?
I think the weighted Buchholz is a bit better than the medium one.
Really? Only the 3 rounds as well?
Yeah, don't you think so?
No.
Do you prefer the other one?
I think weighted Buchholz only makes sense after 5 rounds.
Yeah, maybe actually now that you mention it, I think I agree with you.
Okay. What are the upsides of weighted Buchholz? Over medium Buchholz?
I think that's why Doubt is here, no?
To explain that.
Yeah, exactly.
And now we're cutting over to Doubt.
If well, then projected, blah, 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 blah.
That explains everything.
I don't understand. Wouldn't do it even better than that.
What time is it now?
2. A little bit after 2.
Look at it, how he has to stand.
Feeling comfortable there?
Only banger sets today.
Then Portugal, Austria, Spain is a banger. Since when?
Since Austria's playing.
Oh, no, it's
not true. Right.
And tomorrow, who will play?
I have no idea. We have to dominate tomorrow.
Tomorrow you play Luis.
Leary.
Zero Buchholz guy.
Well,
and you lose. And you lose.
Thank you, Doubt. You're very
we
great.
need to find a solution to
Working. The guy was asking me what I'm trying to do now. I said, I am with the stars. I will send a photo of these tapes with the name of Viper and said,
put my name instead. I got the tracked version. Never bought the game.
Welcome in, folks. I'm Dave, and you can't see me right now because it's literally black. But I'm here with Lewis.
To just stay on a back foot a tiny bit, it turned into, you know, an absolute full production from him.
Is that Vinchester? Vinchester, the biggest fanboy in the crowd there.
No. That's a dictate paparazzo. How you always catch me when I'm doing stupid stuff?
Paparazzi.
Welcome in, everyone. Welcome to our grand finals here at the Brazilian Dynasty. We're looking forward to this one. It is a repeat of what we've seen many times before, but the path to get to this finals for both of these players was excruciating. Today, a test early for Leary up against Mr. Yo, and then Hera went through a slog there against ACCM.
Absolutely. It's been a long day. It's been a very long day. But, I mean, hey, players knew what they were getting themselves into. And not only just today, Dave, but I'm just thinking about the path for Leary and Hera. People had them at number 1 and number 2.
Yeah.
That's not how things shaped up after the group stage either, right? They dropped some games. Leary got swept by Viper. Then you had Hera lose a set. And so everyone's like, hold on, what's going on? This is going to be a very different final, right? And, well, here we are.
We've
Final
been here
series.
many times before, but it
Yeah.
kind of feels different this time. I mean, we've seen some cracks in the armor from Hera. We've seen some adaptations from Leary that maybe weren't there before, right?
Yep.
You look at that set against Yo. Yo had some really innovative strategies, and it felt like Leary was just reading his mind as he was coming up with them. It was an insane, not only micro and macro as we usually see from him, but strategically, it was also incredible from Leary.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I think the weakness for Leary has always been he lacks the out-of-the-box thinking, right?
Yeah.
And to me, it really feels as though that's been solved this tournament. We've even seen some changes within the tournament on that. And let's not forget that the previous S-tier event went to Leary after Hera had that very long streak. So these two know each other very well. When they've matched up, Hera has normally had that one extra game win against him. But, I mean, should be a very good final here.
And we're already looking at the draft here. We have the neutral map, Valdez Silva, and we pull up the series count. I mean, this one's pretty lopsided, right? We've got 31 wins for Hera. We have 8 wins for Leary, most of those coming a few years back. But the game count as well, 58% for Hera. They played a lot of games.
Well, that's the thing, right? You see the series counts, but then you look at the win rate, right? And that is pretty much what we've said, right? There's just like that 1 or 2 extra games that Hera's able to snag. And often I would say that is the case with Hera when he wins against anybody. And I think the semifinal we just came out of is evidence of that, right? There was one game that I'm thinking of that ACCM maybe could have won, had a 30 population lead in game 6, let it slip away. Hera comes back. That's what Hera does really well. And, you know, Leary's going to know that. And hopefully for him, he's got the draft that gives him that little bit of an edge. And I think with best of 7 between these two, my first thought was what are the maps going to be?
Yeah.
And actually, I think it's a fairly standard map pool, right? There's not a lot of water incorporated. There's just 2 maps that incorporate water that's going to see any type of docking. That's rare compared to some of the other sets we've seen in this tournament. And then, like, I expect lots of known strategies here. Lots of known openings, scouts into archers, men-at-arms, Valdez Silva, Serra dos Carajas. All these, like 5 out of these 7 maps are strictly land. And I don't know really who that favors, to be honest. I think that might favor Leary.
A little bit, right?
A little bit, yeah.
The
maybe.
less hybrid maps potentially favor Leary. He's just all in on massing up the military and then snowballing to victory and getting those little fights, especially in the feudal age.
Yeah.
He likes to carry an advantage from the feudal age towards the castle age. Obviously, all players want to do that, but he's so good with it. His timings are amazing, right? When you have water involved, it's a little bit less of a factor on that front. Valdez Silva, as I was saying, first map, I mean, super close. I think we're going to see Leary just kind of dance around Hera's units. Hera might go for a little bit of an innovative strategy there to deal with that. But the thing you pointed out when we first saw the drafts, Fernando de Noronha, Vikings for Leary, right? It's a pure water map. We have Celts for Hera. He's, you know, been up against the Celts. He's lost games against the Celts. Also lost one there against the Dravidians. So he's looking for a potential counter to Vikings. I'm surprised it wasn't banned, to be honest.
Yeah, I thought it would be banned as well. I joked that they were going to have a gentleman's agreement and
just
go Vikings first, which they didn't. I do want to point out this overlay on screen needs to be flipped. The civilizations and the maps are opposite of what you're seeing here. So it was first pick Vikings for Leary, and, you know, the rest continued on for Leary. We'll get that flipped, and there we go.
There we go.
So this is actually how things panned out. The maps as well also need to be flipped because you had Leary picking the water maps. So Leary picked islands, and he picked Lenswall. So we'll get that sorted. But, yeah, hopefully a good best-of-7 final. Thanks to everyone for watching, and it's been a great couple days here, man. But you want every good event, every LAN event especially, to end on a high. So the storylines are written. These two have met yet again. Will Leary, after winning an S-tier tournament that he was after for so long, be able to get another one? We enter game 1 here, Dave.
Val de Selva, game number 1. Leary playing as the Burmese, and Hera playing as his first civilization pick, the Khmer. Now, Leary played Khmer earlier today. He picked them to counter a fast castle play by the shoe from Mr. Yo, and he got there so much faster, right? The build was disgusting. He went into Scorpions. He had so much pressure. Is there something that Leary can do on this map to try and counter a play like that from Hera?
Well, you know, I think this is an interesting situation to start a best-of-7 final because Leary has a very late pick here with his Civ. So this is not a game plan that he weighs highly at all. If he's able to win here, he starts the final taking down Hera's #1 Civ. That is not often. Most people are going to save their #1 pick for later on in the series. So I think if you lose, it's like, okay, whatever, back to the drawing board. I still have my best Civs. As for how to handle it, I think the first thing we need to point out is the amount of food that they're going to be able to bring back to their TCs.
Yeah.
Both players went out to the sides to get some capybaras. Hera's actually stayed out there a little bit longer. Leary got some, but Leary has come home to push deer, which is an indication to me that he might want to open Man-at-Arms and wants the guaranteed fast food income.
Yeah, Leary wants that hunt under his TC. Hera looking for more consistent food income because he's going for a fast castle approach, like you said. He wants more under the TC for longer. He's actually finding some more capybara from the center, and he can still end up there and push a couple deer of his own.
Yeah.
So it actually works out, I think, a little bit better here for Hera as they're just going to trade HP. This probably benefits the player that's going fast castle a little bit more than the player who's going feudal because Leary's scout will be weak when he gets to feudal age.
So I caught that game, but obviously I wasn't casting it, so it's not the same. Remind me and remind viewers, was it a straight fast castle when Leary played Khmer, or was it like 2 to 3 scouts into a castle age?
No. It was 21 pop fast castle.
Okay.
10 seconds of idle TC time. He got there at 9 minutes and 57 seconds.
Okay. Well, I mean, Hera has gone for pretty fast scout rushes with the Khmer. He would have probably clicked up already if he was going to be doing that. So, yeah, maybe it's the same thing here from Hera.
Yeah, we'll see if he goes up with 21 population. Leary pushing in another deer. I mean, Leary was right on the edge, but every single time he needed a unit, he could like precisely afford it. It was a fantastic play from Leary. He didn't make any walls. He didn't make anything excess. But then again, he was up against a player who was going fast castle himself. And Leary might be going fast castle here too.
Looks
we
like
might just have fast castle from both.
Yeah, it kind of looks like both players are happy to have brought in some extra food and now going to push the deer. I do want to point this out. You need gold for a fast castle, and Hera's golds are on the front here. So you go in with the idea, the strat in mind.
Yeah.
But on some level, you do also need to keep your map in mind. This is a bit unfortunate, but it's only 4 tiles of gold, and that's all on the front of Hera's base there.
Leary going up with 22 population, so only 1 less than he had with Khmer. Hera's still queuing villagers, so he feels like he can get away with a few more villagers in the Dark Age, maybe get some walls up, maybe have a more consistent eco when he gets there. I wonder if he's confidently read Leary's strategy here, or if he's still kind of wondering if there's going to be some sort of feudal pressure.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, right? Because we saw Burmese from Lewis in group stage. It was in that match, which didn't have a lot of like hope for either player. And he went fast castle with walls, and then he played into monks. But like, I don't like that against scouts. Adding in spearmen feels like it's gonna be necessary. I like what Hera's done actually. If it's fast castle v fast castle, and there's no pressure, adding that extra villager too is kind of nice. So
will Leary even have enough wood to make his buildings?
Yeah.
Like maybe this is an adaptive play. Maybe this is kind of a mind game from Leary to go up a little bit later and then actually end up adding in some feudal units. I mean, it's always kind of tough on these custom maps, especially when you start with 9 builds, to judge something just based on population.
Also, we do need to know if Leary's aware of the hole on the left side. I know he's not fully walled yet, but there is a gap. I would think he's more
aware.
to the barracks there.
Yeah, he's aware.
So hopefully he ends up getting the walls down.
Okay, Capybara coming home from Leary. We still have some roaming around the map for Hera. He did click up. He's got 24 population. And he is going to be able to click up to Castle Age immediately upon reaching feudal. He doesn't need those extra buildings with Khmer.
Does he have loom? I got to see if he's got loom here. Feels important. No loom.
Nope.
So a bit risky.
Greedy boy.
A bit risky.
He did take out some HP from the scout from Leary earlier, though, and he knows that. So he can use a combination, popping in the houses, and maybe fighting back with the villagers, and he should be fine against that feudal age scout. So if he's going no loom, he's probably identified from the timing from the civilization that Leary's also just going for a fast castle play. And I mean, he's going to click up to the Castle Age a little bit sooner. He actually gets double bit X, which Leary gets for free, which is nice in Leary's case. And Leary will click up now. Is it a Monk Rush? Monk Siege?
I don't think so. I think Leary's going to adapt. He's going to play Scouts and Spears. It's harder for him to go for the Scout approach, and it's harder for him to get a good Castle Age time. But my expectation here is Leary's like, okay, you've got the better Civ for this, but I'm going to skill check you a little bit, Hera, and we're going to see just how good you are after those 7 games. Again, Leary will look at this as like half a loss if he loses this game. This is Hera's #1 Civ on the draft. This is not a Civ that he personally planned to win with the Burmese. This is just something that's reasonable that gives him a shot.
Poor T-West, man. He designs this map. He's got a path through the center you can't wall. The players are completely open. They're right next to each other. And what does it end up being?
Fast Castle.
Fast Castle.
Well, there's been a lot of capybaras on these maps. And I think without that outer food, we wouldn't have seen it. I saw Mr. Yo and others go very aggressive in Feudal Age. I think it was Andy, I remember, in the group stage. He just like went up to Castle Age very quickly.
That's a nice snipe.
Very nice
Very,
snipe.
very nice snipe. It was the weak scout from before, but Leary manages to corner that with the Spearman. He takes it out. Siege Workshop now coming in for Hera. Loom is on the way. There's no house for them to immediately garrison into. The Scouts find a really good spot, but Hera gets away safely. Nice job from Hera. Leary's still trying to be annoying, and Hera's farming behind it.
I love that.
Oh, my goodness.
I love he puts the villager on the farm there and is like, go ahead, come over here.
I'll hop back in again.
Yeah, that's funny. But, I mean, still not bad for Leary. I think the nice thing for Leary is that he was in a situation where Yo tested him when he played Khmer, and he got to experience some weakness and maybe some worry and some thinking of, okay, if he does this, if he does that, I have problems. So considering he used the exact same strategy Hera has, I think for now he's going to be able to think it through. Interesting decision. I wasn't expecting it, but I think we've got a monastery from both at the moment, as Hera's gold is still exposed.
Yeah, Leary's waiting for that light cav upgrade to kick. He's got a couple weak ones there, so Hera's pretty confident taking this fight. Leary might have gone for the monks, not only to collect the relics to give him a bit of map control, but also heal up his units, because that's just the type of thing that these two will do. And while Leary was adding in the monastery, while he was making the light cap, he also fully walled his base. So Hera's not going to be able to just run in, snipe a villager. He'll have to go under the TC. And while Hera maybe doesn't respect the TCs from some other players, I think Leary is one of the exceptions.
Yeah. These guys, when they play each other, they never dive for villager kills.
Yeah.
It's all about conserving army, because if they're behind by 1 military unit, they feel like that could snowball it. And that, like, scout from Hera going down, that felt even better than a villager kill for Leary. Seriously, it's really impressive.
And it's just like constant skill checks as well. Like you see Hera diving in there with the light cap, like, okay, is he on it? Is he on it? Is he on it? You know, and he's also kind of holding the military at home. If he finds an opportunity to get that monk, it's great. He's going in now with the 2 light cap, like I said, and then he just leaves.
Yeah.
Because he can heal them up behind.
Yeah, exactly. But that, again, you're going to see them test each other and get a feel. It's like, especially in the first game or two, on a map which is relatively simple like this, it's just all, it's almost like a boxing match where they're going to fake, they go for the kill shot, but the opponent, isn't necessarily going to do so. So relics can come in. Burmese know where all the relics are. Hera's gold being on the front could still be a massive concern here. He's got to be careful.
Yeah, Hera's got an unfortunate map position there with both golds on the front, like you said. The relics are coming in, though, as you mentioned, and Leary will go for the second TC. He's still roaming around with the light cap. He does have the advantage, and he does have husbandry now as he brings in a relic from the side. Leary's just kind of holding Hera in at the moment.
He might want bloodlines, because he sees the flags. He doesn't realize how many scorpions Hera is massing in there.
Yeah.
There's 4. And you're maybe expecting 2 max at this point, because people don't frequently
it's like
hide their army like that. Yeah,
it's like he knows. Hera's getting bloodlines. Leary's getting bloodlines. Hera's bloodlines will kick slightly sooner, but Hera still has the stronger army here with the Scorpions. Third TC from Leary.
I really feel like Leary, if he knew it was 4 Scorpions, he wouldn't go 3 TC. He'd go Siege Workshop.
Yeah,
he'd add a Magano.
Yeah.
So this will just come down to what the others notice here. Hera takes the fight with Bloodlines. Leary has Bloodlines on the way, but it's not in yet.
Bloodlines comes in now. It just kicks. Maybe Hera didn't check. Leary trying to take advantage of that. Leary has the better initial fight here. However, Hera will leave after taking out 2 of the light cav from Leary. Nice little block there from Leary. That light cav will heal up. He gets some more additional damage here. This is buying him maybe some more time to add that TC. Hera gets away.
That's so crazy, though. The amount of clicking there, I mean, it's faster than you and I could click if that's all we were doing. He falls back, and he will heal up the light cav. Snagging Horse Collar, which Hera doesn't have yet. And honestly, just kind of perfect clean play from both. A big difference, though, is that Hera is investing more into the army, and Leary's investing more into the economy, which does mean that the difference for Hera is the military. He's got to freaking show his military. He's got 5 Scorpions soon.
He's waiting. He's waiting, and I really think he's maybe waiting too long.
You just don't know.
Against Leary, right? Like, Hera's expecting military follow-up, maybe siege follow-up from Leary. He doesn't really have any vision, and now he sees this, and let's see if Hera starts to move.
I think if you see that eco, that tells you, and they're just passing.
Leary,
okay.
hello?
Let's see if Hera immediately ejects now. Because I think in his mind, it's like, oh, he's got eco, I got to push. Monk survives. He's got micro for an old man.
How many Scorps? He's got 5 Scorpions.
Dude.
5 Scorpions, no ballistics, just some light cav as well. Sanctity on the way for Leary. Already 3 relics. Every single relic has been collected already in this game as they're, primarily massing light cav, which is impressive in and of itself.
It's both impressive, but also disappointing from both. Like, one light cav could possibly be out. There's the Scorpions. And the light cav somehow do not get hit, but how do you deal with this if you're
Second
Leary?
stable is canceled by Leary. I think I would prefer a Siege Workshop.
Oh.
No, he's making this stable at home. So he didn't have faith in the villagers building it there. Didn't want it right at the front. We've got 8 light cav for both, and Redemption is on the way. Now, Redemption can be a solution to Scorpions, but your micro is going to have to be really, really good. You're going to have to body block those light cav.
Hera's going to know Leary's in the middle of the map now. Like, there's usually always an army here. Hera's moved forward. He has to expect that his reinforcements are going to be cut off. Look at Hera's queue. He's got rams. So Leary already expected if he built the forward stable, it would just get rams down, which is smart.
Dude, that's a masterclass from Leary to keep his light cav in the center.
Yeah.
Because now Hera has to pull the entire army back.
And the Scorpions.
That opens the door for Leary to maybe convert some of these Scorpions, although the range on those is really aggressive. A Siege Workshop at home maybe might have been the better play there for Leary.
Dude, look at the red dots there, though. I think if the monks can move forward and not stack up...
These monks are dead. Brother, these monks are dead. He gets
not
1 Scorpion, 2 Scorpions. He's going after the monks from Hera. He loses all 4 of his, but the Knights are coming in. Maybe it's a masterclass here for Leary as he chases away the monks with the converted Scorpions. The light cav are coming in, and the Scorpions are all going down from Hera. Not a single conversion for Hera.
Yeah, that's worth it for Leary. Now, you can't lose the light cav as well, though. Losing the light cav as well still gives Hera a lot of time, but that was, in the end, worth it. And we saw the Burmese cheap monk upgrades paying off there for Leary.
More Knights coming in. He pulls back the weak Knights. 51 villagers for Leary. 46 villagers for Hera. Leary does have Wheelbarrow in addition to Horse Collar. So Leary is ahead on the eco upgrades. He's ahead in the overall economy.
The thing is, like, Hera had 3 monks, which completely shut down any Knights. It was very foolish in many ways to even consider Knights. But after that swing and the monks are out of the picture, Knights match light cap pretty nicely for Leary, and he's fine.
That all happened because of the positioning on his light cav, too.
Yeah.
It forced the main army back from Hera.
Hera chased, and then Scorpions are very slow, as are monks, and he wasn't really sure what to do there, Dave.
3 stables from Leary, by the way.
Wow.
I think that's 3 stables as well. That's the 3rd one coming out from Hera. So it's full into Knights now. We've got a good farming economy from Leary, 31 on food. We've got Khmer farms for Hera, so it doesn't even matter how many he has. It's always going to be good.
Yeah.
As the food continues to come in. 2 Rams behind this that still haven't really gotten any value for Hera, but could matter if he manages to snowball a military in front of it.
Hera runs in. I mean, we'll see if he can get away. I feel like Husbandry's missing right now for Leary.
No, it's
Maybe
in for
he
both.
did get it? Okay.
Yeah, it's in for both.
Light cav just a little speedy there. And also, since Scorpions are gone, you could consider Spears at any point in time right now if you're Leary.
God, this pathing for Hera.
Also, TC didn't fire.
TC didn't fire at all. I don't know why, because it definitely had the villagers. I didn't hear it fire.
No,
I didn't see it fire.
I think that was a bug there. Yeah, TC did not fire. And maybe it would have led to a kill. We never know. Big army incoming from Hera. He knows he's behind an eco.
4th stable for Leary. 4th stable for him.
Devotion is going to be a big tech here. He got it. And the fact that that's cheaper helps. Hera needs his conversions here.
Is Hera sending the Rams over to that other town center?
Kind of feels like it.
I think he is.
Can Hera
Lightcap
block?
now coming out for the monk. No, there's no way. Not with devotion. That monk is dead. The knights are pushing out as well. It's 11 knights for Leary. It's 9 knights for Hera. The eco for Leary is looking fantastic. The food count for Hera is looking good. But where's the gold for him?
Yeah, Hera does have +2 attack right now, and I don't think Leary's expecting this. See, Leary's gone for the really fast TC timings, which Hera would typically as well, but Hera's leaning towards the upgrades. Leary's conservation of his knights here has been insane, though.
Yes.
He hasn't lost any weak units, and he's always going to fall back to those monks.
After all these fights, we look at the KD, 22-23 in favor of, well, not in favor of Leary. I guess he's lost some villagers to Gaia along the way.
Yeah, something's been going on there. Hera's going to take the gold on the side, which we shouldn't forget about because he still doesn't have like a real main gold locked down. And
now Hera's pushing over here.
Leary wants to wait, and Hera's not going to give him that opportunity.
If you see Hera pushing that town center, is there a way that you can go for a counterattack now?
No. Not
You
with
have to deal
the
with
TC.
this.
You have to deal with this. But I think it's okay because it's some desperation from Hera. At a time, he wouldn't typically be desperate. Let's see. But I think that in many ways, if those monks can get conversions, Leary will win this fight. Villagers leaving, though. TC's down.
Yeah, the villagers are running towards Hera's base. Leary's trying to bait them into the army. The monks are going for the conversions. Great micro from Hera with the light cap, but Leary body blocks that. And I think he saved every single villager from that town set for the time being.
I would not want to go back to work here, but I guess you have no choice here. Hera forcing it in, really hoping to get the light cap. He's not getting the light cap.
Great blocks from Leary.
Leary's going to get the conversions here, I think. The numbers are there for Leary, and Hera's going to lose some monks. And does Hera have the military to hold? Because if he does, he can actually kill those villagers.
I think the numbers initially were better for Hera, but Leary now evening them out. It's 11 knights against 10. The HP is there for Leary, and Hera is going to have to run away, and Leary saved every single one of those villagers. Another replacement town center is coming up. 77 villagers for Leary, 55 villagers for Hera. What a hold from Leary.
Yeah, back to work for those vills. Good luck out there. But I mean, Hera is in a state where he has to wait. And he's also in a state now where the opponents research pikemen. And this is Burmese. Burmese get the extra attack on the military. So it can be knights, monks, pikes. Hera's stuck on just knights and the occasional monks. So I think some real concern right now as we miss some knights going down there.
Those were the weak ones.
Concern for Hera.
They were waiting to get healed.
Yeah.
And Leary pounced. That's normally the thing that Hera would do against another opponent, right? But Leary and Hera is just a completely different game.
Oh, wow. And Hera also made the judgment call to leave. Loses another knight to a conversion there. It's been a rough minute or two for Hera, and the vill count's still rising for Leary.
Yeah, he's trying to do all those little things that he does against everyone else. But it just doesn't work at this level against Leary. Leary is playing amazing at the moment. Hera is still massing knights, though. He's still got monks behind. He hasn't lost a single villager yet. Actually takes a sip of water, so he kind of mentally resets himself.
Which is crazy. Like,
yeah.
I'm wondering if Leary's reading the situation, because like losing a TC, it does not ever make you feel like you're ahead in eco. But the scores at the bottom right's telling you you're okay. Because I think if he could full see the map right now, you just camp at home. You never push, you never take any poor fights, and then you win this game. Let's see. I love this. He's done this all game. The light cap moving forward for the monks.
Yeah. The one thing he hasn't done with his light cap is explore the extra resources to see what Hera's doing.
True.
Hera's got a colony in the north, and then he's got more villagers heading out to the right side, looking for the extra gold that he doesn't have in the front side of his base. Hera now patrols in. Leary patrols in as well. The monks are going to go down, but not before they get the conversions. Looks like Hera initially has more knights in this fight, but it's defender's advantage here for Leary. The HP is going down for Hera. It's more HP on the units for Leary, and he's healing up behind with the monks as well. I think this should be advantage Leary.
The big thing is Hera needs the monks, and there's no more monks. Leary wins game number 1 against Hera's #1 Civ pick. And I know we just came out of semifinal number 2 where Hera was able to turn it around, but that is a perfect start for Leary.
I mean, that was an amazing clinical game for both.
Yeah.
And Leary just took his small little advantages. Also, the fact that Hera, I think, assumed that Leary was going to push him and had those 4 Scorpions sitting for so long in his Siege Workshop was the big difference maker. Leary made a judgment call to go for that 2nd and 3rd town center, and it really paid off.
So I watched that cast where Leary played against Yo, and the one thing that Yo lacked, and I'm not talking military choice, is just any type of distraction at Leary's base.
Yeah.
and it allowed him to always trickle forward with one Scorpion or two. So as we watch some of the highlights here, Leary did play that, and then probably felt in the moment, if I got distracted, this would get rough. And that's what he did to Hera here. He went to Hera's base, Hera pulled his light cap back, and then all the Scorpions and Monks in the middle got cleared. That was the defining moment of the game, in my opinion.
Yeah, as you can see some of the fights here, players tracking HPs, right? Especially Hera. He's going to want to save those light cav. Leary just so good with the body blocks too. Like just taking out all of the weak units. You saw those knights later on that he saw Hera was healing at the beginning. And then this is the important moment where the light cav are behind, pull the army out of position, and the two converted Scorpions push the monks away.
I don't think Hera realized how bad that was going to be because he was going to kill those monks. But what he didn't think about is how those two Scorpions would kill his monks, and then there'd be
I don't
knights
blame
there.
him. It's not something you think about in that situation. You see 4 monks stacked up, and you've got commerce Scorpions. You're going after those.
100%. But Leary is just so fast to the town centers here, Dave. And like he lost the town center, and he still had a big eco lead. So crazy stuff there from Leary. Hera has been here before. He's faced up against Leary, lost game 1, lost game 2, even lost game 3, and he's been able to turn it around. But I don't know about you, but there has been this feeling the last couple events. I feel like people are starting to wake up to the fact that this Hera player is beatable at times.
Chipping away.
And chipping away, and I think Hera feels a little bit more nerves at times. I think he's doubting himself a little bit more, and I think Leary can sense that himself maybe.
I mean, Leary's just playing at such a high level too.
Yeah.
It's crazy. They matched each other in every single aspect that game, it felt like, except Leary made the judgment call to add the eco, and Hera was expecting Leary to do something, and Leary just didn't play out towards, you know, what his character is, the full-on military push. He added the eco behind it.
Here's a really fun stat for you. How many villagers did Leary kill from Hera that game?
0.
0.
0.
How many villagers did Hera kill from Leary?
5.
Yeah. So, I mean, Leary's like, doesn't matter. I just win fights. I win the game. And, yeah, incredible start, like I said. So, draft-wise, Hera's going to want some type of turnaround, I would say, as we have a round of applause. And I can't tell why.
Viper's coming in because I think Norway just defeated Brazil 2-1.
And Viper is gloating to the Brazilian crowd.
Yeah, you got to be careful here, Viper. You got to be careful.
We have a Brazilian-based production, so except for one person who has reminded us, and yes. Thank you for the update. I appreciate that. What were we talking about?
We were talking about Hera and Leary and how they matched each other in every single sense, and you said something else, and I can't remember.
Yeah, same. I think we're talking about a bounce back here. Normally, Hera, or anyone who wins a final, you're going to have that like 5th or 6th pick, which is supposed to break a #1 pick.
Yeah.
What would be sick? Now, I'm going to say this, and it's not going to happen. It's going to be Panthenol. But if you go late pick here and break a top pick, and maybe this is it. Jurchens was a very late draft pick from Hera.
Yes.
He's going to go up against Chinese, the #2 pick from Leary.
And Chinese feels like one of the tier 1 civilizations on this map, right? Like any nomad start, you get the TC up, you're taking food on the outside, which I believe Leary is. So he will have some food in the bank to create villagers right away, and he won't really have that idle time that you usually get. You just get a free 3-villager lead.
Yeah, it's considering it's a 9-villager start, here you end up having a 12-villager start essentially with the Chinese. But the Jurchen hunt never decays, and there's a lot of hunt, there's a lot of livestock here, so I think Hera can bring in a lot of food, and my brain immediately goes to some of the more unconventional fast castles. Jurchens could go Fire Lancers with Siege. Jurchens could go Grenadiers, right? Obviously, they can go like Lancers and Scouts, but I feel like the Jurchens, it's a type of civ Leary doesn't want to be up against because there's so many things they can do, and you only really find out when it hits you.
And a lot of this, I mean, a lot of Leary's strategy will also be predicated on his early scouting, which is generally pretty good. But you only get the capybaras here. So how quickly does he realize that Hera's on the same area? Like, how many of these javelinas can he find? How many capybara can he find? Can he get a really, really good feudal age time to pressure Hera early and maybe deny that fast castle? Or maybe he gets a fast castle of his own.
I want to see how many villagers are actually walking here. Is that a villager from Hera in the south by chance? Because, like, I've seen so many fast castles on this map. I think people should be walking around with 2 vills and just collect all the capybaras, man. Like, there's been a lot of extra food on these maps. There's that villager from Leary. And I think he's got another villager walking around, but guaranteed vill lead for him.
I think the thought process is like scout with the capybara you find initially, find the
them.
extra ones, and then if you're on the way to get a javelina, you can then collect those Gaia units.
Yeah, I think that's I like that approach a lot. But opening-wise, I've seen Leary go fast castle with Tatars. Otherwise, I think earlier today in his semifinal, this was a weak map for him, and he was the way, I believe, and tried to go Feudal Age against fast castle Campbell Archers from Yo. It didn't work out.
Well, he was in a tough spot because his TC was right next to Yo's. He couldn't find as many Javelina.
Yeah.
His food supply was really rough. He lost a villager to the TC, right? So Leary's going to be learning from those mistakes. I mean, Chinese means that you just basically have an eco lead through the entire start of the game. Jurchen's is also very nice because Hera can take 1 million Javelinas under his town center and then they won't rot away. He'll get the maximum amount of food from that.
What have you been seeing from players who use these? Ooh, that was really close. What have you been seeing from people with the additional 3 vills, Dave? Because I feel like you're going to run out of the hunt if you're Leary, and those 3 vills over on the right side are just going to need some type of task.
It really depends on the positioning.
Yeah.
Most of the time, people don't let Chinese through the draft if Pentanel's there.
Yeah.
Hera did, and Leary managed to snag them second, but I think you can play into Feudal with Chinese. You try and shut them down because you're going to have that huge lead early, and you should be the Feudal Age sooner. And then get a decent Castle Age off that, and then once you're in Castle Age, similar to the Jurchens, like you can go for the Fire Lancer, you can go for the Rocket Cart.
Just kind of curious because I don't think there's berries near those mill villagers on the right side. I know there's a lot of other things, but these vills got to go somewhere, right?
No, there's no berries, but there's some pineapples.
You can also, yeah, I think because you need the food right away as Chinese, he was forced to place a suboptimal mill.
Yeah.
And now the vills are wandering around. They might end up finding the Hera's vills are over here, though.
I think they will. I think Leary might spot that. Does he see the house? He does. That's a really good indicator. That tells Leary exactly where he can do damage early.
Yeah.
And he didn't give up a Capybara to Hera, so Hera won't immediately know that Leary knows it's out there. Barracks coming up for Leary. It's forward. Does he see where Hera is? He does because he almost lost the village to the town center.
Okay, now this is interesting. If we can see that again, does he know the gold is right beyond Hera's TC?
No, but he has to assume. You always TC on the gold. I don't know if mentally he's going to recognize that, but I think if he thinks about it for a couple seconds, he'll know.
Because the reason I bring it up is
hello, Hera.
These are that's how baby barracks are made.
Yeah.
But like, I think I'd be thinking Tower Hera's gold, and so that might lead to a suboptimal tower. I suppose you would be towering that wood line, but Hera's got other wood to move with as well, and I'm feeling like Fast Castle Grenadiers from Hera right now.
I mean, it definitely feels like a Fast Castle build. The question is, what position is he going to be in when he gets there, right? That's always the question for a Fast Castle against someone playing Feudal Army. But, I mean, the food still coming in as Leary tries to lame this. He's walling it in.
Who was bringing it in initially, though? I don't even know. I guess Hera was.
Unbelievable play from Leary. The quick walls come down. He's trying to cheese the Javelina from a Hera, and Hera kind of needs that food, too.
Yeah.
We're looking at the food count. He's getting Loom right now. That'll take gold away that he needs to click up to Castle Age as well. It's not the cleanest start here for Hera as Hera kills the wall, but the Spearman comes along. Leary's trying to block the villager and get the extra damage with the spear now, and Hera is forced to defend against this tower, I think, that's coming up behind the wood line by Leary.
I was in the back room when you were casting Leary's semifinal. I was very judgmental of Leary's tower.
Yeah.
Because I felt it didn't range Yo's gold at all. And I'm feeling something very similar about this tower. So let's see. It's hard to get it right. Maybe he's just placing it for the wood line, but here's the replay. That is sick.
No, he's having fun with that one.
That is sick.
For sure. And it just went out of range of the villager from Hera, so he managed to re-aggro it.
Yeah. Also managing
awesome.
his eco very nicely as well there. But let's see. It looks like the tower is pretty dangerous because Hera is going into a counter tower here because he's going to want that gold. And Leary's tower might not go up, but Hera's got a weak vill in there. And yeah, Leary notices, and Hera has to pull that back.
I think it's not only the gold, dude. Like, it's also that tower can kind of range some of your hurtables. It takes out the wood line. Like,
okay.
It's actually a big threat there. Hera will have to idle 5 villagers or 4 villagers inside that tower to shoot back. And right now he's only got 23 vills. Like, his eco is super stretched.
Yeah, he's trying to go skirmishers, and a number of skirmishers, which tells me maybe he feels like that's going to be his long term. I know it's only 4, but I guess he wants to take down Leary's archers. If you ever have an opportunity to do that, you'll go for it.
No armor.
Yeah, no armor yet for Hera. He is stretched. When you go for the fast castle, you're so stretched with your resources. And he's stretched with space as well right now if you're Hera.
Exactly. Woodline availability, very, very low, right? He's got the gold, sure, but without the extra javelina, like even the food supply under his TC is dwindling, even as Jurchin. So
look at Lear, like he's getting so close to that town center, but he still never gets hit by it.
Outpost now going up for Leary. He wants to see if Hera starts expanding. Hera still does have 3 villagers on the outside. We have to keep that in mind. And Leary hasn't gone over there yet, even though he saw the house. So at any moment, Leary could just send a couple archers over there and maybe get some additional damage against Hera.
I loved the forward archer range for pressure. I hate the forward archer range if Hera starts to go siege to push that down right now. Leary is still massing lots of units. He's wondering what Hera will do. But he's got a 10 villager lead just because Hera's gone up.
He's going to click up soon, too, I think.
There, see what he's queuing up here, Hera.
Yeah, Grenadiers.
He's going for Grenadiers. So this unit, it throws bombs, guys, which sounds OP. It can be very, very strong. If the units are spread out, it's weaker because there's a bit of splash damage involved. So let's see. They're also very low HP, so Hera has to be careful not to overextend with them. Yeah, and just like that. Now he's going to jump from the other side. That's actually really good from Leary. He jumps on them. We'll see how many units he loses, though.
Yeah, Grenadiers, still a Castle Age unit, right? Leary just sitting in Feudal Age. He's trying to delay Hera as long as possible so he can click up. He's got the resources he needs. Just waiting on a little bit of food, but he should be on the way to the Castle Age. Now the question is how much damage can Hera do with these Castle Age unit and also with the position on the front side of Leary's eco until Leary gets the Castle Age.
Because they're both so meta, I feel like there's a very good chance Leary hasn't faced up against this unit that many times. He really felt like he was going to completely destroy Hera with that little split maneuver. But Hera's Grenadiers, they're proving their worth so far.
Can Leary get another couple of skirmishers? Garrison in the archer range. So far, the young Garrisons have been really nice, whittling away at the HP. Splits around that. Still maybe getting some shots against these. He's looking to kill one. Hera. Can he save the Grenadier? Leary, last hit. No.
Let's see if he can get the other two. But now there's skirmishers in there, and now the rocket carts come out, and now you have to plan for life without an archer range, I think, if you're Leary, because this is going to get really dangerous.
I think he's planning for life with his stable.
Yeah.
As he's adding his stable behind. Wood upgrade now on the way for Hera. Wood upgrade, this is probably the latest map for wood upgrades in this tournament, as we've seen people go into Castle Age without it, so it's a good thing that he remembered that. Eco's still very stretched. For Hera. Very
the players are so reliant on the capybara for so long and the hunt and stuff that they don't have time for farms. So like Hera's going to run out of food and need to switch. Any switch will probably have to be, as we see the rocket carts come out.
Excellent micro from both.
Yeah, seriously.
Double attack round from Hera, double dodge from Leary with the skirmishers and staying within minimum range. He's just trying to take out the Grenadiers. Not going to be able to, and he will in fact lose this archer range. Does still have some skirmishers alive, but only 5 seconds away from Castle Age is Leary.
I think Leary needs space for a proper siege workshop. None of this siege workshop in the back of the base. Yeah, proper siege workshop, he can go for mangonels. And then Knights might actually be better suited around the outer region. If we could see Leary's scouting here, Leary's got a good understanding of where Hera could go for outer resources if he makes a move.
Armor coming in for Leary. He's got the outpost on the left side, so if Hera decides to run that way, he'll know. Also getting Town Watch, so really good vision, like you said, on everything that Hera's going to do. Leary adding in a rocket cart of his own, but Hera can see that.
Hera's making a lot of units right now. And this is what he should do. And like we said, if he wins this, it's suddenly very even, not just in the scoreline, but with the way the draft is situated. But Hera's eco should start to fall off a little bit. And yeah, there's the rocket cart. Now beautiful
big
attack
shot.
rounds.
Big shot. Hera knew he was going in a little bit too deep there. You can feel it, right? Like he just kind of backed up as Leary just misses that shot there. My question is, where do you send the Knights?
Units from the other side as well, right below this. The Grenadiers are engaging on something, and they all went down. Not exactly as Leary drew it up. The Knights, I think, wait for expansion.
I think you go for counter rates with the Knights.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Hera's micro is so good.
Hera can't see that. He has no idea there's a stable there, let alone Knights. He has no idea. And now he'll see the Knights coming in, and he's going to be like, oh, boy.
But now the rocket cart can pop out. And Hera knows, Leary knows exactly what's going to happen here. Hera goes for an attack round. He damages his own rocket cart. He can't get a shot off either. And Leary is pushing this back entirely.
But good attack rounds there for Hera. Leary takes out another rocket cart. He's probably going to lose all of his knights. Can he get some additional value with it? Excellent micro from Hera there.
So weak.
Unbelievable micro from Hera to take out all of those knights and still have something alive.
Okay, economies are so bad right now. We need a quick look at their economies. Where's their food? Who has food? I'm not seeing any farms. I'm seeing hunters that are running out of resources. We got villagers going to berries. We got villagers over here. The economies are so weak right now.
That's why I'd like to see the knights just kind of roam around, right? Leary's outpost is going to be huge here. Hera's trying to stretch out for stone. Hera will see the outpost, and he's going to be a bit nervous about Leary sending those knights back around that side. Another good shot from Leary, just misses the Grenadiers.
Oh, that
one didn't.
That shot was really good, though, because he was always going to lose that rocket cart, and he gets another very nice shot. Micro from Leary, impressive. Hera's turn, though. Hera goes for the splits, and Hera's units are weak. Leary just needs to save the rocket cart, and he will.
Yeah, he can defend his base now, I think, with those 2 rocket carts. Once again, send the knights.
The micro has been better for Leary so far, in my opinion. And the macro, it's also been better. But for Hera, I think he's still got the potential to push this. Loved what we saw from Leary here with the rocket cart micro.
This sequence was sick from Hera, though.
Yeah.
Really, really cool stuff from him. Really precise attack rounds there with the rocket carts.
Oh, God, Leary lost 2 units.
Another rocket cart. He went 1 for 1. We'll see it again. We're going to spend this whole game in highlights, I guess, over and over again as they trade right there, and then Hera gets another one.
Yeah.
So Hera's on the attack now. Leary does have 1 knight on the field. I don't know where it is at the moment.
Well, he's got to notice it, and it's really hard to notice it that Hera's on the outside when you're under this much pressure.
Yep.
Your best defense for your outer eco is just offense if you're Hera, and he's kind of locked in again.
1 military, 2 military right now for Leary. 1 rocket cart, 1 skirmisher.
Yeah.
And a knight on the go. I mean, the eco is super strange. Hera's eco looks much more comfortable.
At what point does Hera send something to the outside? Like one unit to the outside, he's got to know there's stuff out there.
Oh, it's so close.
I think he is as well, Dave. I think we might have a little bit of action. Yeah, there's some Grenadiers, but the knight is actually going to go clear that up.
Yeah, the Grenadier's not good at close range. All of those are weak as well. Hera will extend for a second town center. This is also something we have to consider, right? Like, where's Leary's gold access long term if he gets pushed off that area?
Honestly, you just can't, because this is such an important situation for your economy as a whole. You really need to hold this. I think he needs his own Fire Lancers. Fire Lancers are a really nice addition here. They cost wood and they cost golds, and both civilizations get them.
Leary had to be really careful underneath the TC. This is not a great spot to defend with your rocket carts, especially when you have limited gold supply if that town center goes down. Looks like there's 3 knights here for Leary, but one of them's going to die to the Fire Lancer, potentially. Nice save.
That's a crazy save, actually. Yeah, I feel like with the amount of wood and golds, we could see some Fire Lancers. Leary's going to try Cav Archers. That can't be the play against rocket carts.
Is that for raids?
I mean, he's going to have to do something away from the rocket cart. So yeah, I would assume it's for raids.
The question is, like, where is even that archer range?
I don't know. It's probably in an insignificant area for the time being. It's in the back, and the rocket carts again are going to trade 1 for 1. And no, they're not.
No,
Hera
Hera's just
actually
been
saves
better.
that.
Hera's just been better. It's been tough for Leary behind this wood line.
Oh!
Really tough pathing. He gets another one, dude.
That was so good. That was so good. Hera has really turned up the micro. Initially, it felt like Leary was kind of styling with the micro, but man, has Hera improved things.
Okay, so this will make things a little bit uncomfortable for Hera. He still doesn't have a wood line really away from that as Leary comes in with the knights. He does have the TC on the other side, though.
The thing is, Dave, the level's so high, you need your rocket cart to attack this when he reacts to the Cav Archers.
Yes.
You can't have them completely separate, so there has to be a counterattack now, and then Hera will look away from this, maybe.
Oh, the attack rounds from Hera have just been so on point. Both of them attack rounding the same spot is a sign that they're on the same wavelength.
Hera distracted now.
Where are the rocket carts? Why are they away from the Fire Lancers? 2 rocket carts going down. He won't be able to get a third, but that's a nice snipe from Leary, and that's the benefit of having those Cav Archers forward.
Exactly, yeah, that's what he needs to keep doing here. And man, what a back and forth game. It's super close. Eco upgrades are better for Leary. The Fire Lancers just don't trust themselves to ever go in towards this rocket cart.
Nice snipe from
and
Hera
a beautiful
again.
snipe from Hera again.
Amazing job from Hera with the rocket carts.
Dave, you mentioned it, the gold. It's getting real bad for Leary right now. He needs to move forward fast, and that Knight can't get away. He's running out of gold.
I mean, at this rate with these attack rounds, I would have thought that Hera already had Siege Engineer.
True, which a Civ can do.
Yeah, exactly. He can get Siege Engineers in the Castle Age, but I mean, he seems to be just one step ahead of Leary with these rocket card engagements, with the attack rounds. Leary now behind in Villagers for the first time this game, ever since he got that 3 villager lead early. So really, really solid stuff from Hera to push this one back. It looked like Leary was just gonna cruise control at some point in this match.
Yeah, but Hera did a really nice job just staying consistent with the production, and I think that's been the issue for Leary. It hasn't been the fights as much as he hasn't been able to consistently produce. And Hera also has the better unit mixed in. I think the Fire Lancers are easier to produce. They're more value to protect your siege weapons. And Hera predicts the micro and gets it again, and he's always 1 or 2 numbers up in the military numbers there. And that is the gold income. Tell me he can see that.
Another TC from Hera. That's the 3rd town center this match for him. Still only 1 town center for Leary, and Hera sees the gold.
Thing is, the Fire Lancers have a ranged attack, so you can't really wall them out.
There's
and
a
the rocket carts are going to be on the way as well. That is the only gold income that Leary was planning on.
Yeah, Leary's got a full commit to this now. It's unfortunate for him as well that there was a hole on the top side of that house. We see the rocket cart coming in from Hera. It's going to get sniped by the rocket cart from Leary. Leary's got that in defense, but I just have no faith in these rocket cart engagements for Leary after what we've seen this game.
Yeah, also the Cav Archers lack Bodkin Arrow. There's not really an economy to get Bodkin Arrow, and Hera's now in a state where he doesn't have to push. He's starting to really balance that eco on 3 town centers, and Leary's desperately on 1.
Look at that 2nd town center for Leary. It's right near the town center from Hera. Leary doesn't know there's a TC there. He can see a farmer, so maybe he assumes, but he just needs some sort of gold income locked down because the gold at the top side of his original TC is all gone at the moment.
I mean, Hera's got to now decide which area he focuses on. And that might get a little bit confusing. And if he starts to get counterattacked, Chinese can come back here. So let's see what Hera focuses on. He does land a crazy shot there with the rocket cart, but he's moving. Yeah, directly over there. But the distraction pays off again, Dave. That's what Leary can use this game.
Damn, getting 2 rocket carts with 1 shot. All the Fire Lancers now going down with the Cav Archers ranging them behind. Good attack round there. 1 rocket cart in exchange for 6 Fire Lancers and 2 rocket carts from Hera. You'll take that trade any day.
Yeah, I mean, I can't do math, but that seems like a pretty good trade right there. 2 TCs for Leary as well.
And now 1 military for Hera.
Yeah.
That's how he's been winning this game. Military pressure, military control. He's got the TC over here. That's great. But if Leary can snowball an army, it's still well within reach.
They are both so inevitable when they have the lead, unless they're up against the other one, it feels like, right? Like in the semifinals, when these 2 got their leads, they always won. But they also had a comeback or 2 mixed in. And Leary's going to have to notice he doesn't have Bodkin at some point, Dave, because it's looking pretty bad without that upgrade. He's just not doing enough damage.
Jeez, Hera is making rocket carts look so OP this game.
Yeah. Hera, he's supposed to have the eco lead, but that's his eco lead right there, Dave. So things could get dangerous. I think Hera needs to spend those res, get some armor upgrades on his Fire Lancers, get some attack upgrades, get some more buildings out. He's really banking up the resources, but his micro's insane. Look at Leary as well. He actually physically reacted there. Could see it on screen. He cannot believe he ran into this.
I mean, I'm not surprised, right? He just keeps losing these trades over and over and over again. Especially with Cav Archers, you would expect Leary to dodge it, but Hera's attack round's been so good. And Leary lands one at maximum range.
Yeah, okay, so there's this scenario called Mangonel Dodgeball. There's not a rocket cart version to my knowledge, but Dave and I have played it a lot. That's what this is starting to feel like right now. This is crazy. They're both just taking ridiculous trades. I can't wait to see how many rocket carts they've created.
Yeah. I mean, in that scenario, you always get into the phase of like, all right, I've got this guy figured out. You know,
yeah,
I know what he's going to do.
True.
And then he absolutely dusts your
And there we go again.
There we go again.
But I think if I've learned anything, it's now Leary's turn. So let's see. And nope, not yet. Wait for it. Wait for it. Leary's going to dominate. Leary's going to dominate.
It's a 4th TC, by the way, from Hera.
That's crazy.
83 villagers right now. Finally using that res to get some upgrades. Still floating a lot of res. Leary has kept himself safe, but only 60 villagers for him.
He has Bodkin on the way now. But Hera's getting hand card here, and he is getting armor. And I've really wanted to see a second and a third barracks for Hera as well. Like, I think the Fire Lancers, if they have a little bit more production and tankiness, it pose a much bigger threat here than the Cav Archers.
It's always so frustrating when you attack round something, and you would have had a much better result if you just right-clicked it.
Yep. That's why my plan is to get really good at attack rounds, and then I never have to again. I can just right-click.
Yeah.
I'm still working on it.
Ballistics on the way for Leary. Cav Archer mass is still dangerous, but he only has 6 of them. As he tries to take out another rocket card from Hera. So frustrating, it's so weak. But he does finally take it out.
Hera's about to drop a castle
Double
somewhere.
rocket card, he's distracted, he's in the market. Still takes out both from Leary.
Leary will be confident now. He'll run in after this because he realizes he didn't have Bodkin before. Bodkin's a big difference for him. And he splits again, and that rocket card can go down. More shots here from Hera and from the Fire Lancers too. Hera's dropping the castle on the right here, and there's nothing Leary can do about it.
Yeah, Leary can't counter that at all. Remember, that's Leary's only goal near that town center over there. There's a second one that he's maybe taking as well, but it's ranged by the castle. We have the Fire Lancers coming in. The Cav Archers will be able to deal with this, but not before at least one of those rocket cards goes down. Two of them.
And that's without Gambesons, that's without the second armor upgrade, and the unit doesn't cost food. So I think Hera can really be spamming a lot of them. But he's maintained this eco lead, Dave, and Leary knows it, and they tap out 1-1.
You were talking about breaking the priority civilizations with a lower civ on the draft. Now, Leary did that game 1. Hera's done it game 2. Perfectly balanced 1-1 heading into game 3.
Yeah, if you want an even final, that's exactly what you want. That could have really hurt for Hera if he lost that first game and couldn't rebound there. I like the strategy, and the more I watch this map, the more I feel like Fast Castle just puts the opponent under so much pressure.
Versus 16.
Yeah. I think maybe the difference there is there was always a unit that could protect the rocket carts for Hera.
Yeah.
I didn't feel like the Knights, while there was like 1 or 2 good engagements, I just feel like the Knights didn't offer nearly as much. Even the Cav Archers didn't offer as much as the Fire Lancers Hera had.
I think Leary could have made a justification for sending the Knights into Hera's eco.
Yeah.
He saw where those 3 villagers were on the right. Knight could get there pretty quickly, right? Maybe send the Knights to the woodline or the gold and just distract. Then you get a better engagement with your rocket cards.
Yeah, I've just seen so many games on this. And it's like, people have really good attempts in Feudal Age. I guess we're not going to see it again for a while because this is the final of this event. But Fast Castle is just really, really strong there. Well played. I like this tower from Hera. He was always planning on having to push heavy military. There's nothing wrong with just freeing up your gold. And there's other rocket card civs, but the Jurchens just feel nice because you save so much of that food underneath your TC.
Yeah, we had all the Grenadiers being saved early against the Skirms too.
Yeah,
so they were there to protect the rocket cards. This was a big shot from Leary though. That was a nice job.
It's pretty cool, dude. It was what, 16 versus 17 in terms of rocket card numbers. That was amazing. The one thing that Leary did a great job of though was distracting Hera. That worked. But if he wasn't distracting Hera, then Hera would always have the better engagements, it felt.
Like that push with the Knights, maybe a little bit impatient, right? Good rocket cart snipes again from Hera.
But like if you have a Fire Lancer or 2 there, it just feels like it's so much. You have that little range damage you can use. The bigger thing for me is just there's just no food for Leary the entire game. He didn't have Bodkin. It was tough to make the Knights. Another big shot there from Hera. And behind it, Hera just improved his economy. Eventually got to the castle, of course. Leary could have probably played on a little bit longer, but I think he realized his eco was.
I mean, Hera had 50 plus villagers at the end there. So
I don't know how common it is. We've seen Leary in finals a lot. I can't remember too many times I've seen him like physically react with some frustration like he did with some of these shots from Hera. So he might need to resettle his mind a little bit here.
It's an excellent castle from Hera as well. Shutting down the gold on the right from Leary. While he's putting the castle down, of course, he's taking out more rocket cards from Leary. And damaging the Cav Archers. We're about to head into game 3 here, folks. It's Leary's pick now. Won the first game. Hera gets the second one. And where does Leary go? It looks like Fernando de Noronha. It's going to be the water map.
I'm just so curious about the draft. I'm such a nerd. I'm thinking about draft priority more than the games. But like, game 1, Hera loses with number 1 pick. Game 2, Leary loses with number 2 pick. Now we go game 3. I'm thinking it has to be number 1 pick for Leary. And then it's going to be like number 6 pick for Hera, right? Because like Vikings are insane on island maps. It feels like, in my opinion, they're the best. Celts might be in the top 5 though. People have been taking a lot of good wins with them.
Yeah, I mean, Celts is just, you get that extra wood income, and then you just spam units.
Yeah.
You don't really think about it. I think when I talked to Andy and he was talking about his match, Celts versus Vikings against Hera, he actually felt good about the Celts even after the loss. He just made a mistake on when he went up to Castle Age. And felt like he should have spammed more units.
And Hera just played Celts. I think it was against Dravidians in his semifinal. And I think it's very easy to just look at that in the time we had in between and just be like, okay. Because I think he felt good. He had a good position. Like, where do I need to tweak things? In that game, maybe a slightly faster Castle Age, and he still ends up winning. So, yeah, it's a fun one, guys. But we're not going to see too many ships in this semifinal. These players like their lands, but we were right on the Civ suggestions here, or the Civ guesses. It will be Hera playing as the Celts, which has been kind of a new addition on the water maps here. And then we got the Vikings for Leary. I think that the Vikings are superior, but the Celt wood chopping bonus is pretty insane if you can end the game early.
And I think the Celts just make the game a little bit simpler as well, right? You just spam hulks, you spam fires.
Yep.
If you absolutely have to add in the war galleys or the galleys or whatever, you do it behind if your opponent is going to mass amounts of hulks, which the Vikings can also do for a discount. But Celts just simplify the game, and you always have the wood.
Yeah. So we're going to have to talk about whales. The whale in the room here, because some players have been skipping them. Hera's actually been skipping these whales, and he's been going for a mining camp on gold. But I think in his other series, he didn't end up docking the front. And we've got a dock kind of on the side from Leary, but from his perspective, he might think it's more forward. And the dock on the front there from Hera.
I think it's close enough, right? And a dock on the side is more likely to be closer to the whales than the dock super forward. It's kind of like in between the island and the shoreline, right? So the whales are consistently on the sides of your island. I think the priority from Hera to not take the whales is more like, if I get pushed early by Navy and I'm prioritizing taking gold from the whales and I don't have the mining camp, if I get pushed off the whales, I can't make any Navy at all.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, on some level, you would hope that Hera would have the ability to adapt to that, but I think something that Hera does really well is he doesn't take any risks, and I think that could possibly be a risk here. It's been interesting to discuss it. You know, I've talked to Hart quite a bit, who predicted that this would go to 7 games, by the way. And he's close friends and teammates with both, so I won't say which way he said, but yeah, Hart seems to really, really believe that integrating the whales into your build order is just a better way of getting the additional docks up later, because you can have more on wood. But the whales are still new, you know? And every map that incorporates them is slightly different than this.
Did Leary bring in the javelinas with his scout?
I can't.
Hera did. He brought in both of them. Okay, so Hera's scout is quite weak. Probably won't matter here.
It's cute. And it should give you a slight eco lead, but I don't really know how much it matters, to be honest. It tells us, though, Hera doesn't think that landing is going to be a possibility. He just thinks he needs to win water here, so.
Feudal Age on the way first for Hera. He shifts all of his villagers off of food. He is going to put them on wood. He's going to put them on gold, and he's just going to go full Navy production. Leary's going to click up now. Remember, he has the ship discount, but Hera has the faster wood chopping.
This is maybe a very weird thing to say, but I think it's relevant. I think Leary's wood situation is a little awkward in terms of where to place the lumber camps. I don't love that wood line. Don't love that wood line. The other one's near the stone. The other one's kind of blocked up by another stone. I think I'm just talking. I think I shouldn't have brought this up.
Yeah, you're weird.
It just bothers me compared to Hera's wood
I
lines.
agree. That one's a little too close to the shoreline, and the other one, the stones and the golds are griefing him a little bit. But at the end of the day, I don't think Leary would even notice.
Yeah. Well, actually, I think Leary might, but he did notice the whales, or at least I think he will. We'll see if he moves that way. And yeah, he knows the whale is there. So what I've been seeing, because you don't get loom, so you have 100 gold, you shift over to the whales kind of right before you hit feudal, just like Hera did.
Yeah.
So Hera will take them now.
Is that 3 docks for Hera? Yeah, 3rd dock coming up. Still only 2 on food. You just need enough food to keep the villagers coming out and to get fletching eventually if you're going to go for galleys. Should be fine, though, since he's actually opening galleys. Interesting. I thought he would open a Hulk or fire.
We've seen some games where how quickly you find the enemy can snowball this so hard. Like if Hera goes directly where the docks are for Leary, Leary could actually have a little bit of a problem. But if Leary has an extra 30 seconds to wait for his fires, he's completely fine. So there's a little bit of luck involved. Usually it evens out. I think it's likely Hera actually goes the wrong way from what I'm seeing right now.
Well, if you're the Vikings player and you're playing up against the Celts, are you wanting those docks forward? Like, where does Hera think the docks are going to be? On the side? In a forward position?
Well, he's thinking forward, but it is on the side, yeah.
He's going to the other side, so it's a long way around for Hera. Those will be annoying if he keeps going eventually for Leary. They will show up in his fish when they're probably fighting in the center. But that means that Leary can come forward with his fires, and Hera's going to have basically a full navy full of galleys at the moment. And the fires hard counter those. However, Hera now queuing into a few fire galleys behind that.
So I talked about it with T West. We haven't had a chance to talk about it ourselves yet. It's been crazy to me just how many docks we're seeing.
Yeah.
Because the fires can take down the docks so fast, people aren't just going 3 docks and like min-maxing and just getting to Castle Age with the market. Like we're seeing 5 and 6 dock production here. So I expect big numbers, and I also don't expect a single Hulk at this point. There's too many galleys, there's too many fires, and people seem to love those fires as Leary snipes his ship there. Well played.
Yeah, nice job there for Leary. He's also adding in galleys behind this. So this oftentimes happens, right? The player who opens, as he's housed right now, should be able to get that sorted out. The player who oftentimes opens galleys, 5 minutes from when they open galleys, they'll have less than their opponent, right? Because their opponent goes hard into fires, then they go hard into fires themselves, and then their opponent senses a timing window to go back into galleys, although Leary, now that he's getting to 5, is going to add in fire galleys. It's a constant, like, kind of tic-tac-toe between the two of them.
Yeah, forgive me, viewers, and forgive me, Vodka, but I need to just see the scouting from Hera. Did he come back with those galleys? I think he did. Those galleys, okay, so he actually decided, let's not waste the opportunity to go back there. I think that's smart, because past a certain point, you need to have all your ships together here. And that is dock number 4 from Hera, I believe.
I think so.
And I think it's already 4 for Leary as well. So big ship production from them. And it's an even mix right now, but no fletching yet for Leary's galleys.
So if this does carry on, and it's kind of a stalemate, right? And we just keep slowly building up, and I'm assuming they both click up to Castle Age around the same time, it should be heavy advantage for Vikings.
I think so. But I think in the event, it becomes a heavy advantage if they can turn this into longboats. And they only turn this into longboats if they can somehow keep the galley number down. Now, people are going to be like, wait, what, galleys? I thought fires countered them. But in my opinion right now, longboats actually shred fires very quickly. So it's actually the galley count which Hera might prioritize. We'll see. Both players engaging here. Hera had a really good stack, though. All his ships were engaging. It's kind of hard to tell, but I think this fight is... I think it's better for Hera.
It's even HP. It's even. Just look at the HP bar. It gets very confusing when the ships are stacked on top of each other, but it's almost completely even on the HP, and now Leary has defensive advantage here. His reinforcements are getting in quicker. He's got 5 galleys. Hera's only got 3. Leary has more fire galleys in support, and Hera's going to have to wait for his reinforcements to come in. So it's actually advantage Leary there. Very confusing fight.
I've got a new theory, and there's no better time for this theory to be completely ruined and embarrass myself than in the finals. First person to build the market loses. That's my theory here, because I am all on board on just huge ship numbers, and I feel like even 5 docks could push because you can just smash people's production. Again, I'll probably embarrass myself, but I really feel like any other time in our water meta, we'd see markets before a 5th and 6th dock.
Yeah. 5th dock.
5th dock.
For Hera.
It's crazy.
Let's see if we get a 5th one for Leary as well. I think he's still sitting on 4. He's still producing from 4. Fire galleys stacking against fire galleys. Would love to see demos in the meta right now because they could go crazy over there. But Leary is full focus on the fire galley mass from Hera. Once again, I am simply HP bar watching. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, man. I mean, they're clearly shifting a little bit more towards the fires, right? Like, the fires seem to be dominating, but you can't lose your galleys because the second you do, a Hulk switch can come in, and then you get completely wiped. So that ratio is still really important. Still not a market from either player. Still with crazy production.
4 docks versus 5.
Hera's actually on 5 docks right now.
4 docks versus 5. Hera goes for the market. Okay, he's done.
He's done. GG.
He's done.
GG.
It's over. Game 4 coming up next.
I acknowledge the statement was stupid. All right.
No, I think there's validity to that statement.
Yeah.
I really think that there is because I've talked to some players
Well,
that
look,
have
he's
lost.
not producing. He's not queuing out of all of his docks because he built it, right?
I've talked to some players that have lost on this map, and they always say, like, I made a mistake. I went up too early.
Yeah, it happened with players against Hera, right? Hera won because he produced. But then he did just come out of a semifinal where he did do a really good job producing, and then he was late to Castle Age. So maybe you're damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Market
Maybe this
for
is the
Leary.
Vikings difference. But look at that is
but
pretty much
look at
just
the resources for Hera here.
Yeah.
He just bought 200 food, and he's only got 400 food in the bank. I mean, Leary's way more consistent with the resources to click up.
Yeah. I mean, you do save a lot of resources on Viking docks, Viking ships, and then the Celts have the greater resource income with the wood, but there goes Leary on the way up.
Is Hera close?
Oh, it's painful.
He had to cancel his queue?
The score dip, by the way, bottom right, that'll tell Hera that Leary's up. I think he idles here. I think you stop producing builds.
Well, Hera's going to try and come in because he expects Leary to have a smaller navy than him. But if you look at the military count, it's actually superior for Leary as we see them both at 1,500 to 1,600 HP.
Dave is not looking at the battle at all.
Bottom of the screen, baby.
But hey, viewers,
1491 versus 1497.
Viewers, you can look at the fight. We'll look at the HP. Don't you worry. We've got you covered here.
Now, this is a fight for Leary.
It's also really hard to do this in-game. You can't select all the HP bars for the enemy, so...
Exactly. This is a clear up for Leary.
Yeah, it does feel like it. And Hera's on the wrong side of the island, too. He can't come back. He's committed now, or he gets chased down, which
Committed
could be really,
with
really
what?
bad.
2 weak fire galleys?
Yeah, well, I meant you can't retreat. KD's even here. Hera's still not up, Dave. He still hasn't clicked up. The micro's been there, the production's been there, but Leary just slightly better. Kind of reminds me of game number 1. They're doing very similar things, but Leary seems to have maybe the slightly better management if they are both going for the same thing.
Can we look at Leary's eco at home? What did he have around there? I think he just sent villagers out to the berries a little bit sooner. And he took the deer, and he had the villagers on the fish as well.
I think he also switched off of the whales and had like a bunch of deep fish. And I think Hera's been very, very whale heavy. Yeah, just probably switched off the whale. I don't know. We'll have to check the food collected later. But Hera's going to see that, and that's bad.
That's really bad,
That's
especially
bad.
when you're playing Celts here against Vikings, right?
Yeah.
You want to have the initiative. You want to be the one pushing, killing his docks. Unfortunately for Hera, he's in a situation where Leary just has cheaper ships. Leary's going to have more military coming forward, and Leary's going to have a significant timing advantage to these upgrades.
Viewers, go ahead and guess how many docks Hera has when he makes it to Castle Age, because I'm going to go with 2 or something, because Hera can't fight because has worse units, and if he doesn't fight, his docks go down. So there's 1 gone, and
Instantly.
now and now he's going to have to just rebuild them all the time.
University also going up for Leary. He'll probably prioritize the speed upgrades
I'd go
from his
Siphons
university.
as well.
Actually, Siphons is really good because you're working away on killing Hera's docks.
Yeah.
That's dock number 2. He had 5 to begin with. He's also working on 1 in the north. Perfectly comfortable taking this fight right here with the upgraded ships. And if you're an HP watcher, I mean, look away because Leary is clearing up this fight, and Hera will have nowhere to go.
I mean, you might as well, right? You might as well take that fight if you're Hera. The game is over at that point. Leary bounces back, and so Leary wins with his number 1 civ. Hera took a risk, pick 6 to try and win with the Celts. It didn't work out, but I gotta say, like, it kind of felt like they were mirroring each other, except for the Castle Age time.
Yeah.
So can we see resources collected, food count, maybe?
Never make a market
Yeah.
first. Always second.
I mean, he collected 600 more food. Hera collected more wood and more
I think
gold.
it was the deer. I think he probably just had 2-3 villagers on the deer. He took a couple of them.
Yeah.
The berries, the shorefish.
It's tough. I will tell you that, like, sometimes these maps where you hard commit your resources onto heavy wood, heavy gold, it feels a little mindless. And I think for viewers as well, they probably think like it's just brainless. You just spam boats, right? But there is some logic to it, and that level of macro there was the difference.
Fantastic job there from Leary, getting a win with his first civilization pick. Hera tried to go and break another early civ pick with something that was late in his draft. It worked for him on the previous game, but doesn't work here. We actually get a short one. All
yeah,
things
this is
considered on this
super
map.
close. You can see now 14 on food for Leary, 8 on food for Hera.
Yep.
So Hera just went too heavy on the wood and gold, which is maybe an option if you can use the market, but he kind of tried that, and it didn't work. And Leary, I think, was also a little fortunate that Hera went to the wrong side with those first 2 galleys.
Did Leary lose a single galley that game?
I'm not sure, man. It didn't really feel like it.
I don't think he did.
Yeah.
I think he went up to 5 galleys and he just stayed there.
Yeah.
Watch him lose a galley right here.
Also, Hera fires on
Yeah, he lost one.
Nice call out, Dave. Nice call out. Everyone's very impressed. I mean, again, it feels like a Game 7 type of final to me because so far, every time I see a player lose, I'm like, all right, that's fine as long as they get the next win. And Hera, it's going to be on him now to try and turn this around. And I would say Tepui would make a lot of sense because he's got Burgundians, his number 2 pick. And Leary, I'm not really sure what he'll play there, Dave. Like, Romans we've seen. We saw Andy try the Scorpion play, but I don't really think the Scorpion build is good for Leary. Or he's not really a fast castler. What else can you do? We've seen, like, heavy man-at-arms.
You can play Georgians on that map, I think.
Okay.
I think there's an argument to play Saracens if you're going to try something a little bit new, right?
Dravidians, maybe? Man-at-arms?
Dravidians is a possibility. I
Yeah.
mean, where else are you going to use that? Lensois Mariniensis,
I think that map, it's pretty damn strong as well. I don't know. But yeah, guys, we are here. Best of 7 in Brazil. It's been a good one so far. These players, it's like, in 7 games, they'll have like 1 or 2 super late game bangers.
Yeah.
But then the others, it's like...
Snap, just fast.
Yeah, I compare it to like tennis where it's like one guy's serve and he like never loses on his serve, right? And that's kind of what it feels like. So it's been fun. Leary warming up the hands. Apparently it's a little chilly on the stage. That's what I've heard from a player or 2.
It's winter here in Brazil.
Yeah, true. True, it is.
Jordan Chance going through the crowd. People appreciate him. I think Jordan's going to have to head out pretty soon.
Typical Jordan. It's Jordan's bedtime, guys.
Yeah. No, it's his flight time.
Yeah, true.
I think he might be taking the same flight with Viper and Tato. I told Viper, you're not going to have any friends. If Norway wins, you're not going to have any friends at the customs. Leaving the country.
What was the result of that game? Should we bring it up?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think we should touch on that.
I don't think so, dude. I know any Brazilians out there, I know how you feel, okay?
Yeah,
Canada
you don't.
struggled yesterday.
Yes, because Canada has such a bright future in the sport and such high
I'm
expectations.
trying to relate to the people.
Sorry. My bad. That was a low blow. We're going to move in to the next game here shortly. And I've actually been told that Hera is checking the World Cup score right now.
Well, I mean, it makes sense. He wouldn't know.
Okay. Well,
he wants to find out.
Yeah, all right. Well, we've got our little break here. Let's just try and speculate on what Hera might want to go for. To me, he's actually like the map that he was able to win. It was pretty close quarters. So against ACCM, I was saying to T West, I'm like, if I'm Hera, I want some distance between us, dude, right?
Yeah.
But they were very close together. Hera got the aggression early, and it worked well. So I'd go Tepui, man. Tepui Burgundians, that civ has looked so good, and there's not a clear civilization that Leary has on the other side.
You sure you don't want to like slow it down and just go for that long, grindy game? I feel like we've been talking about that one game that Hera maybe shouldn't win in every Hera versus Leary set.
Yeah.
And that it's usually an hour and a half long, boomy game. I'm looking at that park map, right? It's generally a very, very boomy situation as we see Tepui. So you were right. Hera picks Tepui. Leary playing as the Georgians. Hera picking the Sicilians, which he lost to.
Yeah.
Against ACCM in the previous set.
Well, I'm a little bit surprised. I assumed Burgundians was going to be played here, but I didn't see Sicilians at the tail end of the draft from Hera. So, yeah, he obviously knows how strong it is because of that loss. And, yeah, Hera's in the blue. Reminder, though, all your wood, all your berries, all your gold, all your stone is somewhat forward here. So it is very, very difficult to keep yourself protected. Though I will say Hera's got, like, kind of the side wood. And if he walls from that other wood line right in front of the gold, I could see himself having some safe resources there.
Yeah, he could potentially wall himself off, but the resources are just so brutal. Even with the donjon to protect you,
yeah,
there's just so many open spaces on this map, wood is probably the biggest concern out of everything. Initially, your concern is maybe gold or stone, but as the map progresses, we've seen so many players, especially Mr. Yo, that one game without wood for about 6 minutes.
Yeah,
at
seriously.
the end when he was playing Byzantines, and it's just rough.
I don't think we should forget about the potential to add some churches later.
Yes.
If this game goes late, right? The churches can defend. They can also help push. I don't think it's as likely, but it is doable. Do also want to see, does Leary have a mill yet? Because if he doesn't have the mill, okay, he does. The reason I was concerned here, you need 2 buildings. And I had a game not so long ago where I tried to go all on food, didn't build a mill, and then I couldn't go feudal age. So
Bad.
we're good. We're good. Leary's fine. And he's going up 17. No way 17 pop's doable.
17 pop with Georgians?
No way.
I think
that's
it
doable.
is.
No way,
I
dude.
think it is.
No
Let's see him drop
way.
off the food. Pop, bing!
Wow.
Up to the feudal age, 17 pop. How much idle TC? Read that out for me.
That is a 0-0-0.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. Viper is saying goodbye. And he said, don't talk about it. But see you, Viper. Love you, bro. Take care. This uptime gives you an opportunity to get ahead of the Sicilians.
Yeah.
Because not only do they not have any eco bonuses like the Georgians, but you need to build the donjon. You need to wait till you're in feudal age. So I like the play. I haven't seen it yet. I'm still questioning how fast it is. I feel like you can't go for scouts because you're not going to have the food. But super fast archers, hold the map, could make a lot of sense for Leary here.
I heard about half of what you were saying because the look that Dogal gave Viper when he said goodbye. Disgusting. Oh, man.
Well, knowing Viper, I'm sure he had a joke to crack there.
Yeah.
So.
Super fast archers, though. That's where you were going.
I think.
I think it could do a lot of damage, right? Like, scouts can always be quick walled out. Gives you some element of map control, but archers are also just like way more consistent against the sergeant play, especially
ready?
once you get fletching.
This is what we call an anti-hype moment, right? This is the fastest feudal age I've seen in this entire tournament on this map.
Yeah.
Watch Hera's reaction. He's gonna freak. Ready? 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 Yeah, like I said, anti-hype moment. No reaction. But he does run away, so there's that.
I mean, his scout taking a little bit of extra damage. He's still building the donjon at the front side there. We're going to have a villager walling up a little bit. And like you said, the walls come down easy with that map setup from Hera.
I'm really surprised Hera's gone double lumber camp as well. Like that is a build you go for when you've got space and time. Hera tries to get the trap. But
Trying to get a little spicy here.
There's the donjon, and the donjon's really nice actually. It protects the berries and the gold at the same time. So that's even better than the one that we were able to see from ACCM.
Out there taking the foxes is a villager. I mean, the foxes are such an important part of this map.
Yeah.
The players usually have just one roving villager around the edge trying to find all of those, and it brings in gold so quickly. Now, Hera still going for the archer range behind the sergeants and still ahead on resources collected too. So much more consistent eco for him. It's a tough build for Leary. Going up 17 pop.
This is just so... It's so much harder for Leary now because Hera's walled and Hera's got the donjon and the map's so freaking small you can't do any damage anywhere else. Hera going for the block. There's also the blacksmith villager here, but you see the confidence Leary has.
Yeah,
in that
if
fight.
anyone can pull this off, like having 2 archers on the field and feeling like you're in the dominant position, is probably Leary.
Yeah. I like that from Leary. He doesn't get too desperate. He goes, go ahead, go heal that. I know it'll take 10 minutes.
It'll take forever in that dungeon.
Yeah.
And fletching is on the way for Leary. So now he can pick away at the wood line. Then he knows Hera's walled too. He can avoid that donjon because it will be protecting the gold and the berries there, but wood is still going to be an issue. One big thing about Sicilians on this map, because there's such a lack of wood, that farm upgrade means a lot. Those farms are going to last forever. If we can click on one of the newly built farms just to show people like how much food is available, we'll watch it once it completes here. With the farm upgrade with Sicilians, I mean, Hera's going to have 344 food.
That's a lot of food.
That's so much.
Yeah, also, if this goes into ranged units, Sicilians, they resist bonus damage. And that's not just ranged units, that's all units. So spearmen are less effective and skirmishers are less effective. So I think that we found out more and more just how strong Sicilians are with those bonuses. And that's before we have to remember the donjon's defensive, very nice for Hera. The eco's walled, and he could even move forward with sergeants at some point.
I think the only thing I don't like for Hera, in this map right now is that Leary has a bigger group of range units.
Agreed.
And Leary is going to dominate the map, and Hera's going to have to catch up with his skirmisher count at some point. I love the walls, I love the donjon, love the farms, love the way the eco is setting up for him, but like Leary with map control with a big group of range units makes me incredibly nervous.
You know what ACCM did when Hera was in a situation like this? He immediately countered him. He says, okay, I'm basically walled, you're not, and you're coming to my base, and he counterattacked right now. But we'll see if Hera ends up doing that here, or if Hera reacts.
No. A hole from Hera, bunch of weak villagers. He gets pulled away from the Wood Knight, now going on to the Blacksmith, slowly massing his skirmishers behind. It's 28 villagers for Hera, 28 villagers for Leary, so only 8 seconds idle TC time difference. It's so close. I mean, look, I've been watching the res collected. It hasn't really moved more than like 20 difference the entire time.
Look at Leary's scout right now. Leary is thinking he could counter me. I need to know if he's coming to my base. He misses the sergeants though. So the sergeants are going to go in. It's actually a really good call from Hera.
Are those the weak ones from before though?
No, they're not so weak anymore.
Yeah, one of them's about half HP. Leary fully focused on these skirmishers, dodging the shots from the donjons, still keeping his weak scout alive, but the sergeants are attacking the wood line behind. Does Leary notice this? Yeah, looks like he's pulling away the villagers now, trying to fight those, but they're actually pretty decent against villagers.
Also, same time, Archer went over, very wise, and that's going to just poke. I think Hera will send some units over. Leary also comes back here. He drops some houses and palisades, and Hera's clearly going after the Archer.
Rare moment here for Hera, not watching his units forward, and Leary gets a lot of damage against those, and that's the counterattack. That's the distraction from Hera, just dying for free.
But this is also the level. The KD is 2-1, and we've gotten that excited.
Huge advantage for Leary.
The KD is 2-1, and it's like unbelievable that this has happened so far.
It's also unbelievable how consistent Leary is. Like, you see all this stuff, taking all these fights, and then I just look up at the resource bar for him.
Yeah.
Like 200 gold,
so
300 food.
Yeah.
Like, it's insane.
Watch his wood spend. Watch the wood spend from both. We actually have the market there. But like they spend their wood so quickly on farms and on military. And it really is how you spend your wood in AoE too that separates players, right? Because to get food income, it's farms. To get siege, to get archers, so much of it is wood town centers. So
Hera's still not on gold either.
Yeah. You know that, and also he's not only is he not on gold, but he's not really floating enough stone to sell either because he built the donjon as well. Well, Leary's like, kill my scout.
Just kidding. Dude, I wonder if that was deliberate. I don't think the first one was, but he definitely waited there until Hera fired.
There's nothing more fun as a caster than expecting that.
Yeah,
right? Like we could say that and know with certainty that scout is going to get moved.
All right, so the market is up for Leary. He actually buys wood instead with the market. Wheelbarrow coming in for Hera, and Hera's on gold, so the uptimes aren't actually going to be that different for these two.
Hera, though, if he just doesn't die with Horsecollar with Sicilians, he will float so much wood.
Yeah.
He will be in such a good spot. So I think this is actually fine for him. He just needs to have a competitive time, and honestly, as we've been waiting, he's going to have a very competitive time even without the market here.
Yeah. Leary didn't really hammer the market early. There we go. He sells the stone. He's on the way up to the Castle Age. Hera's only going to be about 30 seconds behind him.
Yeah.
Like, not that far at all. And Hera's actually taken some pretty good engagements with the skirmishers. The KD is a whopping 4-2 now after they've been fighting the entire game.
Frustrating for Hera. If you went to go a little bit faster, he's probably already on the way up.
Yeah.
But he'll get there. He's dropping off now. And just ever so slightly delayed based on what he would have wanted. And there he goes.
Yeah, about 40 seconds.
That's nothing.
Nope.
That's nothing. And I still think Hera's base is like super OP right now. He's got the walls. Leary's got to shift the wood line, which is fine. Both players now going to add a statement because they know that with the amount of skirmishers out, the Knights could be very strong.
Leary could make fortified churches to protect his base, but the issue is going to be what you mentioned before, spending the wood on the farms.
Yeah.
Right? Like keeping that food income going, whereas Hera has all this food available on those Sicilian farms. Leary's just going to have to keep reseeding them, and he still doesn't even have Horsecollar.
Yeah, and I think there's an argument to get Horsecollar.
4,400 food on the farms from Hera.
Versus what?
Let's click the farms from Leary.
Yeah, 1,500.
1,500.
Yeah, Leary needs to win this game in the first 2 minutes. He needs to really force the issue. Now, skirms lead to Knights. Knights are going to lead to Monks. And then the skirms actually then become the monk snipers. That's how these two will play this most likely.
I think Leary wanted to go for
a siege
forward
workshop
siege somewhere. He's got these 2 villagers out here in a random position, and Hera's going to see those. And that'll kind of put Hera on notice of what Leary was planning. Bodkin arrow now on the way for Leary as he reaches the Castle Age. Armor coming in for Hera as well. Resources for Hera looking phenomenal when he gets there. He's going to be able to produce right away, and he's got double Sable.
Yeah, I think that Leary should sense this, but he hasn't scouted it yet, so we really don't know.
Where's the wood for Leary? Did that just go into reseeding his farms? Like where?
Elite skirm. Elite skirm.
Elite skirm. Okay.
But I mean, siege is not an option here, Dave. Unless you buy and sell some res, like siege, monastery, that takes some time.
It's not going to happen. He's only got 8 on wood.
Yeah. So looking good for Hera right now, if you ask me. If Hera can just conserve his numbers, get these skirm upgrades, mass a couple knights. There's no monk set or anything from Leary yet. The Sicilian farms are looking real good for Hera.
+2 armor coming in for Leary.
What's Leary's vills doing on the right? We got 4 vills in the middle now.
I have no idea. Were those fox villagers? Were they chicken villagers? I have no idea what they were doing
This
over
is
there.
Hera's gold income. So he has the food and he has the wood, but this is his gold income. And not sure what those vills were doing, but +2 armor's on the way for Leary, and his knights do regenerate a lot faster. So no regeneration at all for Hera. And yeah, the vills maybe over there getting some food.
I am wondering why you prioritize +2 armor.
I think that the dungeon really makes you scared.
Okay.
I don't love it over the numbers, but I think if you have monks, you don't need +2. If you don't have monks, you probably need +2, at least right now.
There's the first fortified church from Leary. Still no siege workshop for him. He was just really, really strained on wood. Hera had plenty of resources available. Hera's going to take the fight. He's going to snipe a villager. +2 armor is in for the cavalry from Leary, so there's an advantage there over Hera as the blocks come in, and Hera's still trying to snipe the villagers, but Leary's trying to take out the knight. Another villager goes down.
Yeah, I actually thought that Leary was trying to block the knight so Hera couldn't escape and get the healing. Maybe I'm wrong there. Monks are in there somewhere from Hera. And Hera saves those weak knights. Really good save.
Yeah, really, really good healing from Hera, as always. 3 villager kills from him in that sequence. The fortified church is up. The monks can come out, maybe get some relics, but Leary's still really far behind. Look at the food count from Hera. Early wheelbarrow with all those farms still working. It is insane.
Yeah, Hera, if he recognizes this, shouldn't actually push that much. He should just hold. He should wait for the bigger mass. But he's kind of getting pushed here, and he won't stop to convert because he's scared he's going to lose his monk. That's brutal.
Hera maybe a bit upset with the way that those skirms ejected out of that dungeon. I mean, it gave Leary a bunch of free kills on those. And like you said, the skirms become monk snipers. Leary is here with +2 knights. He's got the skirms under the dungeon. I mean, by all accounts, Leary should be, you know, behind in this game, but that one moment, Hera gave him a little bit of space. Leary's been taking advantage.
The fact that Hera has a market to sell and the fact that he is still on that other gold means he's okay here. He can still produce some units. He's actually whittled down the skirms, which means now his monks become a lot more useful. It's really nice hold. The dungeon, again, just pays off so nicely. If he doesn't have that there, it could be game ending.
Leary's sniping the relic forward while he had a chance. He's also going for a fortified church behind. That'll boost his eco, plus give his villagers somewhere to hang out if the raids come in. 7 knights, double stable production for Hera. Now it's 9 versus 8 knights, 1 stable production for Leary, and the upgrades are about to be even here as the second armor comes in for Leary.
I think we're going to see Leary sell the stone. I think a lot of market gets used here, and I think we're going to see both players remain very tunnel visioned. There are abilities, there's areas to raid the sides, like Hera in the north is very exposed, but Leary can't move anything out of the middle, otherwise he just dies, right? So it's going to come into one big fight, and monks might swing it. There are more monks out there for Leary, but on the flip side, Hera's got more skirms to snipe those monks.
Second relic coming in now for Leary.
Oh, the monks. The monks. Oh, Hera didn't fire.
Monks can hop inside. One of them did go down. Skirmishers are still hanging out, ready to snipe those monks.
Hera's waiting for him.
Even now.
Hera's waiting for him. He doubled back. He knows that there has to be conversions. Otherwise, Leary's in trouble. And the skirmishers just being there means the monks can't convert, and Hera has the numbers and the upgrades.
Monks hop out now. Leary's still trying to get conversions, but Hera is waiting. Like you said, he's sniping the monks down. Another fortified church for Leary, but he's behind on eco, significantly behind on military, and he doesn't have the upgrade advantage anymore, and he's going to tap out, call the GG 2-2. We're going to a game number 5. This has just been neck and neck the whole way.
It's crazy, dude. I mean, I have experienced deja vu for the 12th time in the last 3 years or
Yes.
2 years. Like, it's just back
We've
and
been
forth.
here before.
We've been here before. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But ultimately, while the feudal age time was impressive from Leary, he didn't do anything with it because Hera set himself up so defensively.
Yeah.
And if the Sicilians can place that many farms with horse collar, they're always going to be in a better position there. So very well played. And I don't think there's been any major surprises from either of them.
No.
They know each other very well. Maybe here, like maybe Leary goes for that one kill and things are slightly different, but I didn't have an issue with that, to be honest.
I don't really think so. I don't think that Sergeant really added that much, right? It just died in the back of Leary's eco. I think it was just the walls, the later uptime for Hera, more consistent economy, and just the fast archers didn't do enough.
I find with other civs, there's too much to wall.
Yeah.
So you can wall like part of it, but then some of your eco's exposed.
But the donjon protects so much.
Correct. So here with Sicilians, you have the donjon, and then you just partially wall somewhere else, and then your opponent's out of luck. And that's what Hera experienced against ACCM. So this is a good start for Hera. Those knight saves was very nice from him, and this was also some nice patient play. It looked rough initially, but he just had so much more production.
Yeah, Leary hung out underneath that donjon with these scrims for so long. It's like he didn't know he was being fired on by the donjon. He lost so many of these scrims.
Well, also, you're thinking about your knights there, but look what the donjon focused. It focused the skirms, and once the skirms were gone, then the monks for Leary were useless. So that was pretty smart from him.
And then by this fight, I mean, it's already over.
Yeah, it's already over.
Hera's spamming from 2 TCs.
Look, he doubles back. He doubles back because he knows the monks will eject, and the monks can't get the conversions. Beautiful play there from Hera. And now we're down to a best of 3 for the finals. And it's been a long day. Both players had to win best of 7s. They will take their... well, I thought they were taking a planned break.
I think Hera's gone, but Leary's still there.
Yeah,
I believe.
It is planned break time, so we may have a little bit until we get into the next game. But the map's coming up. We got Park. That's the one map remaining on Hera's side.
Park do what?
Park do you say it?
Park, do you say it? That's not what I'm reading.
That's
right
what
there.
I'm reading right there.
No, you first, by all means.
Parte Iparanga.
Hey, there we go.
Parque do. What I said the first time.
That's the one.
Série de Carajas is the other map.
Carajas.
And then the other one.
Lençóis Maranhenses. I'm
Dude,
close.
You did a really good job. We
close.
actually had like a little powwow pep talk on how to pronounce some of these maps.
Yeah.
And Dave said, don't worry, no matter how bad you do, T90 will make you feel very good about yourself. So always so supportive, you know?
Game 5, where are we going?
Leary's got 2 maps. I'm trying to think. Hera's wins so far. Pretty much standard land on the Nomad map. That map right there, standard land. And Leary's win was standard land. I don't know. I think the draft gets a little bit more interesting now.
Yeah.
Because Hera's got Burgundians and Persians and Malay. Like, he's got 3 really top picks for Leary. He only has Dravidians at the top of the board, so that doesn't look great. I think you try and get the win with Dravidians right now, and I think that's probably on Lensois. I think you get the docks down. The thing I want to look for there is, does Hera Vilrush? Because he went for Loom and the forward scout to Vilrush the woodline against Andy. I know Vinchester did that as well. And he did it with Malay, which he has picked here. So I think if you know it's coming, you can just scout for it, and you can beat it.
Yep.
So, and Andy also said, not making an excuse for him, but apparently the lag issue he had was like right when Hera arrived to his woodline. So, yeah, I would go there, I think. Hera clearly doesn't want to play hybrid against this guy. He went full land.
Well, that's excellent analysis, T90.
Oh, thank you.
I appreciate it. I was thinking along the same lines. We're going to take a short break here, though, as the players recharge and rest. They've already played a best of 7 earlier in the day, and we're just going to take a short break, so stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
Well, I would say that practice this time around was limited just because I had just finished the King's Gauntlet tournament, so I hosted a tournament for like streamers and whatnot, which is honestly a fantastic event. I really enjoyed it, but it does mean that I had less practice for this event. So I would say probably like 3 days before I flew, so 3 days worth of practice, and now I'm practicing here. So it's gonna be like in total 5 days of practice, which is like, in my opinion, super low for next year event, but we're just trying to make the best out of it. I would say, well, first of all, I really enjoyed hosting the King's Gauntlet. I think it was such a fun event. I had such a good time. It was probably one of my favorite events like ever, just because of like how interesting and how unique it was, how like close the sets were. I just really enjoyed every part of it. Now going into the Brazilian Dynasty right after, I feel like my motivation is actually unchanged. So I'm actually feeling very motivated, very excited. If there's anything, it's just a lack of time. That's nothing more. But as far as my mentals and my motivation, always high. And you know, I love playing Age of Empires. I love the people, I love the community, love the game. So I'm really excited to be here competing. Yeah, that's a good question. First of all, it is really funny that we're gonna spin it now to be like X LAN events in a row. You know, if I win this one, like that's the new tweet, that's the new like streak that we're gonna go with. This is how you frame it, which is really funny to me. But in seriousness, I actually don't know how it's gonna affect me. Like, I could see a world where I'm gonna be less confident and maybe second guess myself. I actually don't know. I thought it would affect me a lot more actually, that I would be like depressed for like 2 weeks, like can't get over it, or like, you know, very upset by it. But truthfully, I was upset by it like any other loss. Like I was disappointed that I lost, but I was streaming the same day. I casted the finals of the event. Things that I don't usually do after a loss, I was doing them. So I think there's a lot more to life anyway than hanging on to like one loss. So I feel great, but I do wonder if it's gonna make me second guess myself. So we'll see after the event. I can kind of talk more about that probably.
Yes, always is. Over the last couple of years, it's a pretty good goal to have. Obviously, usually I get disappointed, but looking back, you know, it's better to aim for the stars and not quite reach than aim for, I don't know, like some trees and you make it and then you're still not happy. So I think it's better to have somewhat realistic goals, which are a bit further away, and not hit them than set your bar too low and then exceeding those. It's honestly an honor. They're one of the biggest esports teams out there in multiple games. They have like a hero run in CSGO, they're competing in Esports World Cup, all the good things. They're like top 3, top 5 team in the whole world. So it's huge that they picked us up. Obviously very motivating as well. Everything has been going great so far. Obviously we're not their biggest team game-wise. They obviously have CSGO, other teams, etc., which have more focus on, understandably. But our manager is great. We get a check-in every once, twice a month, see everything is going smoothly. We plan some things, we have some projects, like the Garrison, for example, in November. The league, the free league, the team game event that people have been hoping for the last couple of years after BOA is happening also because of being esports, but also because of us. We're advertisements, and obviously it's a huge event that's going to happen. So yeah, it's hype. They're obviously putting in lots of effort. They're obviously doing great with us. Our results have been great so far. And now in November we're gonna have a tournament, so gonna be hype. Looking forward to it. Yeah, I play a bit more, definitely. Usually I have like 10, 15 games on my stream, like 3, 4, 5 hour stream, which in the past I haven't really done, which helps a little bit. New civs, you know, experiences, there's lots of new stuff, so it helps in that regard. But I've been pretty motivated with streaming, so I'm gonna keep that up for the next couple of months, once or twice a week on average. Don't wanna overpromise, you know. Now I have my other job as well, so it's a bit tricky to find time. But I'm sure I will keep the once or twice a month going for the next couple of months. So it's gonna be good. Thank you.
All right, folks. Well, we are back. We're about to be back into this. It is 2-2 here in this amazing final of Brazilian Dynasty, and the winner will get this magnificent trophy. Looking absolutely sick up there in the middle of the stage.
It's so
Dave.
cool. And it was made by Chupta, who's here, and his class of students who are, I think, 11 to 14, 11 to 15. So really, really impressive stuff from him and his students as well. And they also made a bunch of mugs. I already have the Aztec one.
Yeah.
Chupta gave that to me today. I don't know if you've dibs one as well, but they're super, super sick.
Yeah, really, really cool, dude. I love that.
Yeah.
I don't know. It feels very well themed here, you know, to the rest of the tournament and the rest of the graphics. And cameraman is zooming out here.
It is actually, it's a helmet like a jaguar helmet, and then there's a skull in the middle.
Is that the one that we tried to put on our heads?
No. That's like a copy of that. That was like their test.
That was
version.
their okay.
Yeah.
You want to tell them how that fit on your head?
It doesn't. I've got a big head. Like it went on, but then I couldn't like tilt it down. So I got a big head.
I was able to get it on, but very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Would not recommend.
Yeah.
So, but now really cool, dude. It's been awesome, and there's so much of this event's been awesome. Obviously, we've had our growing pains here or there, but it's been good fun. And now we're close to the conclusion, which for me is always this little bit of like a mix of sad and excited.
Sadness and hype and everything. Yeah.
But I mean, to dial in here, we've got a best of 3 for the final, and it was mentioned in the interview. Now the interview was taken prior to the event. Like Hera no longer has that S-tier streak, and I've felt at times I'm seeing Hera not doubt himself, but I'm seeing he's up against opponents who believe he can be taken down a little bit more at this event, and almost happened in the semis. We'll see though. I mean, the LAN streak is still alive. For Leary though, he has so many second place LAN finishes.
The curse.
It would be amazing for him to
curse.
break the curse at some point. Yeah.
But can we call it a curse? Is that cursing him even more by pointing it out? I don't think so.
I don't know.
We've been here before.
Yeah, we've been here before. He's got some heavy lifting to do, because when I think of some of like the best civilizations in Age of Empires, Burgundians is on that list, depending on the map. Persians is on that list, depending on the map. Malay, Vietnamese on that list. These civilizations for Hera are insanely good. So right now, I give him the slight edge to win another final here. He actually goes for the Civ. I didn't mention, Hera's going to go with Gurjaris here, game number 5. And this map, we've seen a lot of crazy games, Dave. It's similar to Coast to Mountain, where you have that coast, and then your wood is typically on the mountain on the side here. Leary playing as the expected Dravidians.
Did you see them practicing Gajaras?
I did not.
Okay.
Did you?
So there was Viper and Tato were practicing Gajaras, and I can talk about it now that they've been eliminated from the tournament, and more specifically that they've left the venue to go get a flight. But their idea was fast castle with Gajaras, elephant rams, and monks and siege through the center.
Do they dock as well?
They dock as well, yeah.
Okay, interesting.
So they dock, and then you can garrison more fish still with the Gajaras in the dock, and you get a few more arrows.
The thing that I really like about that is I feel like the fast castles are really good against man-at-arm archer.
Yeah.
Right? Against civs that can just shift into a stable and go for heavy scouts, it can kind of struggle. But also, you know, I have lots of memories of Hera really liking the Gurjaras. And there's a lot of extra sheep on this map. So I think that maybe for Hera, he's just gone for the early mill.
Yeah.
He's going to throw all the sheep and the capybars in there for the food
He will
boost.
go for a dock eventually, though.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm pretty sure that's part of the plan, and here comes the villager over there. So
But it's late.
Leary is there.
It's late.
Leary is there.
It's a late
The
dock.
villager doesn't
It's
have
a late
loom.
dock.
Leary didn't notice the
He can't
villager
build the dock
immediately,
yet.
but he can't build
He
the dock
can't build
yet.
the dock. Leary needs to go back.
Leary doesn't go back.
That's crazy to me. You actually can't build the dock without deleting there if you're Hera, but maybe he just expected it would have happened anyways.
I mean, also with Hera's quick wall abilities, might have been able to build himself a little pen to make that dock somewhere else, right?
I have a very distinct memory, though, of another situation where Leary was in a final against Hera, and he was up against a dock villager, and he just missed out on it. So maybe that's something to look at.
Maybe
there's
it's a
not a lot
trend.
of there's not a lot of tips you can really give Leary, but
So Hera goes out for that mill early. That means Leary has the advantage with the fishing ships. That's great, but it also means that Hera can find some synergy with the Gajaras that isn't really found on most hybrid maps, right? Gajaras aren't really picked on water maps because you want to go for that dock as early as possible, but you also want the mill.
Yeah.
And this is a nice little kind of mix-up of the two for Hera.
See those 3 palisades from Leary?
Yeah.
That's because Hera went Vils, 2 Vils, fast loom, and scout to attack Andy. That is Leary remembering the potential. It's not going to happen here. He realizes that now, but I just really like that detail.
That's really good. And then as soon as he realizes the timing is gone from that, he just deletes it. He's like, I want my wood back.
The other thing to mention here is it's a fixed TC start for the most part, so you should never do this. You should never, ever, 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 ever be underneath your opponent's TC. Did he just lose HP? Nope, he's fine. Never mind.
Never do that. Always lose HP.
I mean, it's a best of 3 at this point. You got to be pretty intense about it, but I like the walls from Hera. Every player should do this, in my opinion. I expect the same from Leary. You can't allow access to your wood line from that angle.
Nice little wall off there from both players. Is there a path behind?
What?
There's a full path There's a dude.
No, they'll never find it.
That's the magical trail behind the woodline.
The magical trail will never be found. It's not magical. They will never assume there's a gap there. But if it gets found, it could be a real problem for Hera.
Wow. I would never expect that. I don't think I've ever seen that on the map, Jay.
Yeah, there's some weird situations, but that's a pretty big gap over there.
I like the second dock way further forward from Leary as well.
Yeah.
If he's going to pressure, right? He saw where the villager was. He knows where the dock is from Hera. And having a second dock near your first one is going to mean more travel time, less ability to pressure right away. The ships are going to come out early. Hera, resources are looking pretty good here as he gets up to the feudal age. Leary's going to go for the ships immediately.
What's his plan, though, Dave? What's his Hera building right now? He has nothing on golds.
Yeah, he's going to go Siege Workshop forward. Elephant rams.
Interesting. So he's going to give up water.
Scorpions, elephant rams.
And he gets Castle Age by selling his stone.
He just he forces Leary to overinvest in water by contesting a little bit.
Interesting.
That's what I saw anyway.
And you saw this was Tattoo and Viper training?
Yes.
Okay.
It lost, but that was the strategy that they went for.
Well, I mean, Hera feels like he needs to take a risk.
Yeah.
He maybe doesn't like this matchup otherwise, and there he goes on the way up. And he will shift to the back gold. So the main issue for him is going to be food eco. Will he have the food eco is the question. We know the food eco is probably going to be there for Leary, but Hera does fight back with one Hulk, just delaying the pressure.
I think if you're going fast castle and you have fish, you should at least make one hole, because then it forces your opponent to kind of overinvest.
Yeah.
They can't just sit there with maybe two and
No,
save
I
your
agree.
fish.
You don't want Leary right now to have an easy access to land pressure with archers. So
now I just wonder how quickly Leary makes that one fire ship that he needs to take the dock down, and then how quickly he adds in extra fish behind that.
I also want to know what his scouting looks like. Did he see the blacksmith market? Because I don't know. I don't know. We saw it.
He's got to assume.
No, the feudal age time is not a fast castle time. It's a fast feudal time.
I mean,
so
what
he
is
might
the
be
fast
confused.
castle time on a 9-vil start on this map with all these extra res?
Well, I could tell you, I don't think Leary knows because I don't think he would ever do this himself.
I think he knows.
He's about to know.
Yeah, he's about to confirm right now.
But he's making skirms because meta is archers. He's not making skirms because he thinks this is fast castle. I think this is going to catch him off guard.
Yeah, you have a point, actually. Unless he knows about the magical path,
yeah,
which I don't think he knows about.
Someone just walked here and they're like, someone just joined and they're very intrigued.
The magical path.
Yeah, Hera's going to go for this. Now, the bonus is what, 20%? Maybe 25% extra damage from mounted units? So that would apply to the siege elephants, assuming that is what Hera's going to go for.
The TCs go down extremely fast. As you see, the Hulk's now shutting down the fishing ships.
Uh-oh.
Couple extra fishing ships.
Uh-oh.
Were created there from Leary, and it's double Siege Workshop here. It's going to be a mix of elephants and scorpions. Now, Hera will have a problem getting the food for these elephants.
Yeah. If this was 3 archers, this would shut this whole push down. But Leary did not expect it. He was expecting the meta here. And, dude, I'm worried about his town center. I have a lot of faith in this because Hera will hard commit, right? People who go for this sometimes, they want to boom. They want to drop TCs, but I think Hera knows.
Hera also did this day one against Winchester, if you remember.
Yeah, was it the Japanese Romans game or something? Or some other game?
I think so.
Yeah.
I remember he had 2 Siege Workshops forward, and then Winchester had to commit like 15 villagers to try and save the starting TC.
Yeah, so maybe a lack of homework as well from Leary. This is Leary's home map. The Scorpions are out, and it's going to be 2 Scorpions into 2 elephants. Those elephants are designed to take down the buildings.
Castle Age is on the way. It is all about delaying here. You have 8 fishing ships with the Dravidians. You should have a better eco than Hera does. He has more res collected.
Ooh.
Stone walls is really nice.
Yeah,
from
seriously.
Leary.
Because if you get to mangonels here, you're probably completely fine. But you need to get the mangonels, and you need to wait 2 minutes.
I've seen disgusting things done with these elephant rams against town centers. Like, I don't know if stone walls are enough.
I'm with you. I don't think Leary makes a Castle Age.
No. I watched Sudden Disaster.
Yeah,
I know what happens.
I don't know. I think Leary's realizing as well, like, holy crap, my barracks is going down.
Spearmen are out, though.
Smart. I don't know if it was intentional or if it just ends up happening, but he needs to keep these things away right now. And he's actually saving quite a few villagers.
Oh my goodness, Leary.
What?
He's saving his builds somehow. He's getting the stone walls up behind this. Leary is buying himself time. I mean, even if he gets the Castle Age, it's not going to be easy. Finally does lose a couple villagers. He's committing more and more and more. It's only 52 seconds away. Hera just trying to make it through the gap. This is deja vu to the Hera Winchester game.
Dave, I don't know if he makes it. This is Gurjara Elephants. It's really strong. Leary's got to bring everybody, and so much can die as well, so it might not be worth it. 25%. The TC's like halfway down right now. The villagers are so weak.
It's not going to make it. I don't think
so.
he will.
I don't think
the
so.
villagers are all going down. It's 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He makes it, but he loses so many villagers. So many villagers. Deja vu. I've seen this before.
Yeah.
Hera did this against Winchester.
Yeah, it was just a the incorrect call from Leary. He did not scout it. He assumed it was going to be archers because that's what everyone else is doing. I feel as though the Civ could have been a tell here, but maybe the knowledge just wasn't there from Leary. The strategy has worked so far for Hera. He has to be careful because now that there can be a Mangonel, all of this can go down, but his eco is pretty damn good.
The elephant is just going to come up there and chase that Mangonel around. I mean, Hera's sitting in a risky spot with these scorpions for sure, but it is 6 scorpions.
Wait for it, wait for it, wait for oh, Camel's a problem. Splat. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that's fine for Hera.
He took out 3. He took out 3. That's absolutely fine
Siege
for Hera.
Workshop will go down before the next one can produce.
Yes.
And he calls it.
GG. I told you, it's a dangerous strategy, and Hera's done something very similar before. He does it here. He gets the win. 3-2 Hera.
I am 100% convinced that came as a surprise to Leary, because the 3 skirmishers, that tells me everything, and it's going to be a painful one. And this is the first game in the whole series where the other person shocks the opponent with something. I think everything else was known. And that's that little bit of extra creativity, maybe preparation on Hera's side. You look at the civs now when we get to this draft here in a second, and things are looking bare bones for Leary in terms of his priority. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 picks all have been played at this point, and he will have to go down to some civs that are capable, but just not quite as strong, at least in his mind.
Imagine if he had killed that dock villager.
Yeah, true.
Right, if he was looking over there with the scout, if he was on time, he could have sniped that with no loom, and then Hera has a way rougher time getting up to Castle Age. Also, imagine if he had archers here, like you said.
I think if he sees Market Blacksmith, he always knows Fast Castle.
Yeah.
And I think he can have a Castle Age time that's a bit faster. Also, the stone walls on around the barracks was after he realized that he needed them. I think he had the time to add them before the Scorpions arrived. And maybe all this slight differences can change this game. But that's a crazy strat from Hera. I love it. Because everyone focuses on the water, right? And everyone just smash the walls.
Just like every time I watch a Leary game now, there's just one instance of an age up being denied from the TC. Like, it happens so often.
Yeah, not something he'll be happy about. But he's got 1 home map remaining. Hera's got 1 home map remaining. Advantage Hera. Leary will need to win 2 straight. Hera's got to be feeling good because Burgundian's still available, Persian's still available, Malay's still available. Those are the best civs he's got in the draft. What a strat there, Dave. That was sick. That's one of those that's just... You're not going to remember any of the other games if you win this final.
No.
You're going to remember eating Leary's TC like that. That was sick.
Very, very satisfying if you're Hera. And the fact that it worked twice is crazy, right? Like, maybe Leary should have been looking at some screens in the practice room. Because
yeah, true.
They played a couple.
Well, it's also interesting because Leary and Hera they're so close, and they typically train a lot together. Now, they also train with others too, and word gets spread around, of course. But, you know, I kind of want to know where that scout was for those 3 minutes. You know? Like, he was everywhere.
He went to the dock. Then he came back.
He went around the back.
Maybe to find some hurtables or something like that. But and also the way he scouted the base, like he scouted the back of Hera's base instead of the front where the production building's going to be. It was a little unfortunate with the scouting from Leary overall.
Yeah, I think unfortunate. And it's probably just not something you're used to. There's not a great sense of urgency to scout anything on that map because everyone always goes archers, at least so we thought. So civ-wise, I think Romans is one of the best civs out there for Leary.
Yes.
Very efficient civilization. Tatars as well, I really like in his hands. So I could see him going to Serra de Carajas here, playing in towards some scouts, maybe some men-at-arms, maybe some archers. But that's going to be basically Arabia style. And if that's the case, I like Hera's options as well. He's got Persians, he's got Vietnamese, and I mean Burgundians as well. People that played them on a lot of different maps, but I'm kind of feeling Vietnamese for Hera.
I think I like Leary's civs better for this map. For the next one,
yeah,
it's a little bit of a question mark, right? We saw Nikov try Malay on that map. We've seen Vietnamese from Lewis on the final one we're talking about, Park. And then Persians as well have been really popular there.
Yeah, we don't know which map. It looks like it's going to be Serra dos Karajas.
Yeah, close enough.
And I think that's going to be the map where we'll probably see Romans, if I had to guess. Maybe Saracens. Leary's very dangerous with Saracens. Can play towards the archers, utilize the market. It's
going to be Malay against Huns?
As well. Interesting.
Malay against Huns. So Leary is going to play towards that more open map style, right? Probably not going to full wall his base. Probably going to go like archers and the cav archers, or archers scout into cav archer knight, and then Hera. That's the question here with Malay. Like, what does Hera play?
I actually would not be surprised if he just plays scouts and adapt.
Okay.
I don't hate it. I think we saw in the other game with Malay earlier, like Hera doesn't actually have to kill much. And if you just make it to Castle Age, you have a guaranteed villager lead with the Malay. So Hera's going to play low risk. We might see infantry opening. It can give Huns a big problem. Huns can't house wall, and here we are. We'll see if Leary can turn this around, because he started off hot here, but Hera's got 2 wins in a row, up 3-2 now, and this map's fairly open, Dave. And I find that players tend to naturally wall this up over time. One thing you don't naturally do as the Huns is build houses, which can sometimes be an issue defensively.
Although he does have the houses near the TC, which always kind of throws me off.
Yeah, true. I would delete them, you know, but you can leave them there. Dave, look at the golds for Leary. That could be an issue. And the berries on the front as well. There's some back options here for Hera in the long run.
I think the thing with Huns, unless you're going FC though, unless you're going fast castle, you're going to have tons of military on the field. So forward golds, if anything, matter less for the Huns, just because you're going to have such a map presence.
It's actually good in many ways, because think if you're the Huns player and you do have the back gold. Yeah, exactly. It forces you to be very aggressive. Agreed.
See both of them pushing in the deer, trying to get those in there. Leary isn't really a double deer push guy. He can do it, but he'll do it one at a time. He won't try and set it up.
Yeah. Oh, they got the time here.
The only player here that really tries to set that up is Yo.
Yeah, Yo does it. I think Tapta does it as well.
Yeah.
I think it's way more worthwhile in the 9 villager start, because you have less overall time to do things in the Dark Age. But they're bringing in the food here. Hera, 2 on wood, indicates to me that he will not go for the big man-at-arm opening or anything. And he's actually walling already. Kind of crazy, dude. Like, he's walling 16 pop on, like, the right side of his map right now, which is kind of along the same lines of what he did with the Mayans. He really likes to wall where he can and then play towards the fast archers.
I mean, I think the last time he played this map as well, did he play this map against ACCM?
He played it against Sebastian.
Sebastian.
And that was when Sebastian was Mayans and he was Romans.
Okay.
Played out a bit differently, of course. Romans are going to have different openings.
If he's in a corner, though, he's going to want to take advantage of that.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he's doing right now.
Yeah, and it's purely because he's safe gold.
Yeah.
Right? And Leary can't even envision that. Like, that's not even on his mind. So Hera's now just already, he doesn't know what his opponent's map looks like, but he knows his map is amazing. So he's just like, all right, let's take advantage of it. And then also maintain my villager lead, which I essentially get for free once I go fast feudal here.
Malay are always just going to be 2 villagers ahead. They have to invest. It's not like Bengalis. Like, they have to invest the 100 wood or food for it.
Yep.
But 2 villagers is a massive difference.
Yeah, it can be tough to judge in these situations if you're Leary, because if you encounter walls, you feel like you shouldn't produce army anymore. But when your base is exposed, you then have to produce army. So you have to keep a very close eye on what Hera's doing. For now, Hera has no clue what Leary's base looks like. He's going to move forward.
And I'm pushing in all the deer.
Yeah.
Leary will do the same thing. But like you said, 9 villagers start. I mean, it feels like you're up to the feudal age so fast. And a lot of time, if you're pushing all 3 deer, you don't have time to scout whether your opponent's full walling like Hera is.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I think they're just going to push the deer and assume, as is often the case in these games. And there's the barracks there from Leary. Hera forgot the mill, actually. So he is a little delayed in clicking up. But I think my personal preference is I like 22 vills minimum with Malay. Sometimes I add an extra vill or 2, because you sometimes can't afford the barracks on time, just because of how fast you're up.
Does that change on 9 vill start versus 3, though?
I think it doesn't change too much. Yeah.
Ooh, Hera getting awfully close to the TC from Leary. Spots it
Spots
and moves away.
Spots the house, bro. Delete the house. Your Huns. I want to know if there's a higher likelihood that someone runs into a Hun player's TC than any other player's TC. Someone's got to have the stats out there. I would say that there probably isn't a difference, but we're going to pretend there is. There's the barracks from Hera. And he gets a pretty good runaround to see what the map looks like. And Leary's going to discover some walls here. And he's only going to see one forward gold. So I think he's kind of like not a fan of what we're seeing at Hera's base here.
Maybe you could pressure the berries, but then you just have the Malay Spearman as well if you're going full scout.
Yep.
So he will need to go into a range. And then the question is, how much do you invest into this push, right? I don't see Leary as the kind of guy that's going to, tower forward something like this.
Yeah. Again, you just got to judge it. I think you can make a couple scouts, and then you just have to be very, very cautious. Hera's going to open archers. And Leary, he doesn't see the gold, but I think he can assume there's one back there. But, dude, encountering that, the Great Wall of freaking
it's so
China
intimidating.
Is so intimidating.
When you open scouts, and then you see the walls, and you're like, oh, God.
Like, if you're going to play walls, you would have played Saracens. You love Saracens. They can play archers.
It just adds another 5 minutes to your feudal age, and you know it.
Yeah.
Now you're going to have to try and find damage. But at the same time, like, Hera can't play too passive.
Agreed. Yeah, and he's got to be careful. And actually, it's important Hera keeps the scout alive because he needs to see if there's any type of transition.
Yep. It's also useful if the scouts are attacking you and you feel like there's a range.
Jag's on 2 HP.
If you feel like there's a range unit behind, the scout can be used to snipe
Jag's
it.
on 2 HP right now. Oh, it's switched targets. Yeah, there we go. Leary
going after Hera.
Getting a little bit of help. And Hera's going to fall back and probably heal up inside the TC.
Dead.
Spearman's going to say that he did that when he tells his friends at the bar.
Of course.
Yeah.
I would too.
Yeah, take full credit.
Spearman from Leary now dead. Archer's coming out from Hera. Archer range is up from Leary as well. Skirmisher's just coming across. And once again, that scout HP does matter. Because if that scout runs across and hits the reinforcements, Leary's going to lose at least one skirm there.
And Hera didn't scout the transition because his scout was running now. So he's going to get forced away from this area a little bit.
He would have expected it, though.
Yeah, and he has horse collar, and he has lots of farms already. So his food eco is still fine. And this is the extent of the damage that you can even hope for if you're Leary, with how Hera's been able to wall up with this map.
Like, the thing is, you're playing against Malay, so you know you're those 2 villagers behind.
Yep.
Right away. As the scout comes in now, he doesn't want to take the fight against the skirmishers because he's weak. Leary wants to snipe the spear. It won't happen. Leary wants to push the villagers away. I don't know if that's going to happen. That is an unexpected loss from Leary to lose that starting scout to the spearman.
Honestly, as suicidal as it looks, it is the correct play from Leary. The way to beat this when you don't have as many vills is you do 0 walls. Because you need your eco, you deny some res, and your eco is more efficient. And then later, you can drop like town centers and stuff. But Hera's not counterattacking, you know that, because you see his range. He's already thinking, skipping blacksmith upgrades, getting to Castle Age, and look at Hera, he got fletching, and he's gonna wait here, and he hops out.
Yeah, Hera's still scouting, though, in the center of the map. Like, he's looking for more skirmishers coming forward.
Yep.
Leary has read that Hera wants to sit and play defensive and take advantage of his better eco. But Hera might read that Leary wants to go up to Castle Age soon, and then Hera might push forward.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, that fletching investment, that's something that Leary wasn't thinking was going to happen.
Yeah.
Where was the blacksmith for Hera, by the way? It was off screen for him, right? Yeah, he hid that.
Excellent economy for Hera here. He's still ahead on res collected. Leary can try and hit that Castle Age timing, but those archers are awfully close. Takes a while to get up there.
And Leary can still get some value with that scout, and he hits that skirmisher, and that's a free skirm kill as well for Hera. That's so nice. And I think Leary is just going to depend on a couple outposts here.
And forced into fletching. So the Castle Age timing gets delayed again. He's still making more skirms at home. The market goes up for Hera. He's not really over-investing into this. He just called out the fact that Leary wanted to be a little bit greedy with the Castle Age timing, and now he's forcing Leary to invest. Does Leary cancel fletching here?
No.
I think you still get it.
You might need it, yeah. Also, I think since the scout is weak from Hera, you can just sacrifice a scout or two and just get on the other side of this. Yeah, just like force Hera to stop, and you actually don't fire. You wait. Hera's gonna well, that's he clears it up.
you do this, and then don't tell Leary what to do.
I don't think I need to over-explain that situation. Leary's on the way to Castle Age, Dave.
Yeah,
But look at Hera.
Hera's going to be there first.
Yeah, but Hera hasn't clicked up yet. But the problem I find with Malay is sometimes you're up so fast.
Yeah.
If you lose your first 4 archers, you get to Castle Age and you have like 6, and you can't feel comfortable with that at all.
Yeah,
there goes the archers. We need to see. Oh, dude.
That's so sick from Leary.
Will Hera see the outpost and run away?
Will Leary see her? The archers? No. Did he catch a glimpse of that? Did he see the archers? I think he might have. It was for like half a second.
Yeah, he's got outposts going up kind of everywhere because he feels like his map gives him no options. And the archers are going the long way around from Hera.
This Jaguar.
The animals.
This is just
the
ridiculous.
animals really must not be fun to play with here. The
villagers are still chasing it.
Oh my God! Will he see the archers?
I think he caught a glimpse of them. I think he caught that one
Dude,
little glimpse.
is that Jag on steroids? How is he not dead yet? Kill it.
There we go.
He's looking.
He's looking.
He's got the
he
sense.
missed him again though. Hera's being so sneaky with those.
Yeah, I love the game
Skirmishers
sense.
are looking everywhere. Hera's just in the corner. If Hera can get crossbow upgrade with those and Leary pulls the skirms away.
You know, for me, I would assume
Will
there's
he
no
find
army
them?
here.
He finds them.
Wow.
Amazing from
wow,
Leary.
Dude, that's huge. He'll clear it too. That's so important. If this army got value, he would be at such a disadvantage, but he gets to clear up. Well played, the Leary. What is that game sense?
That's insane from him. Another scout goes down. That's the final scout from Leary. So Hera did get some value while he was getting those sniped. He's coming out with his crossbows, but Castle Age is in at about the same time for Leary. And he does have 11 scrims on the field, so he does have an army to push this back.
Thing is, Hera added a stable, and he's showing that now because he's adding a new scout. But Hera doesn't know that Leary's just going full outpost mode. So he might not expect to be spotted. But that's
Second
not the goal
armor
that he's
upgrade
taking.
And elite scrim.
Yeah. Hera will add in an elephant, which should be fairly transparent because he showed the stable when he added the new scout, and Hera, interestingly enough, shifting to the forward golds. Feels a little early, but maybe he's running out.
Nice value here for Leary, trying to find the reinforcement crossbows. Same thing that Hera did to the skirmishers before. And that crossbow goes down, and it might also give vision for Leary on the main crossbow army as there's more wildlife to clear up. So frustrating for these players.
I think normally you would add, you get ballistics, but I think if there's going to be elephants out there, you might want to consider a monastery there if you're Leary. Tosses away a knight. Has killed a lot of crossbows, though. This has been very valuable.
I think Leary doesn't value ballistics as much as other players, too.
Yeah.
Like he rarely prioritizes it.
He's gonna need to prioritize a woodline at some point. This is looking rough for him. But he has to win every fight because he's always behind Invils. Always. That is a guarantee with the matchup. Hera as melee behind walls is super dangerous, and elephants are pushing things back. The Cav Archers will do more against the elephants, but the crossbows are going to be there as well.
The elephants have no armor upgrade, no bloodlines available to them for melee, and they're going to be very, very weak against even low numbers of crossbows.
Oh, man.
Cav Archers.
I was just going to say, this is the first siege sighting, and Leary didn't get surprised by it. He could have so easily been surprised by that. And the elephant gets away on low HP. Nice hold from Leary. I think we can all agree that things shaped up here to be very difficult in this game. I think the next game might be an easier situation for him to get a win, but Hera's got 2 Mangonels, soon to be 3 on the hill as well, and it's a second TC for Hera.
Might be a situation, though, where the later it goes in the game, I mean, the better it feels for Leary. Which Civ would you rather have in the late game, Huns or melee?
It all depends on crossbow numbers. If the
Yeah.
melee can get to like 25 crossbows, it feels like they can get imp in an instant. And even Bracer can take down everything. This has to get messy for the Hun player.
Again, Cav Archers against Mangonels. It was rocket carts in that one game. Now it's Mangonels here. Leary really struggling against the attack rounds from Hera.
Well, Hera's got the hill in every single engagement, right? He's always dictating the fights. And Leary is really struggling to engage against the numbers here. But Leary, at the same time, kind of has to engage against the Mangonels with the skirms, and he does.
Snipe.
Beautiful job.
Yeah, beautiful snipe there from Leary. He's also going after the other one. Skirms feel
man.
way more consistent against these Mangonels
Oh
than
my
the Cav
God.
Archers
Oh
do. And
my
Leary
God.
takes it out, and Hera has to run. That's +2 armor on the Skirms.
Don't do that. You just don't do that, guys. That's not Age of Empires. Normally you run away from the Mangonels or add your own, but Leary runs at them when he has to, and he might be tempted to do it again, but all it takes is one big downhill shot from Hera to end this army.
Did he even need the Siege Workshop? I mean, just make more skirms and you kill all the mangonels.
At a certain point, Hera's going to hit his shot, and I think Leary has to respect that. Second TC will come up. It's real important to be on even grounds or on the top of a hill right now if you're playing with Siege.
Hera also working well on the outpost, so Leary doesn't have advanced warning. Leary is on the top of the hill, could hit a massive shot here. Misses the mangonel and misses the crossbows as well. Now he's in a precarious position.
Hera's turn. Hera's turn, he lands the shot. Crossbows do more against the Siege, and Hera maintains his position, Dave. Nice villager lead for Hera. Continuous mangonels and crossbows. And as
Leary
the skirmishers
run
underneath, he's going to get another mangonel kill.
I thought for sure that was all of the skirmishers dead.
But with the Cav Archers, Dave, I'd love to see Leary get the Cav Archers somewhere else.
Yes.
Remember that other game. Get the Cav
Distract.
Archers to Hera's base.
Look at that gold.
Yeah.
Look at the gold. There's plenty of opportunities there. He just doesn't feel safe at home. Feels like he needs to micro his way to the victory, but sometimes it's about sending the army somewhere else to distract your opponent. He has a mangonel defending his economy back here. Hera's still pushing in. The Cav Archers could do much more elsewhere.
Yeah, this is just so tough. The whole game has been made so difficult. Hera, with his just safe approach, has made it so difficult for Leary, and it's just so difficult to mask the Cav Archers and keep everything alive here. The siege goes down. The siege for Hera survives, and it's just getting worse and worse for Leary.
2 mangonels on the field for Hera, 2 more in the queue, 1 mangonel on the field now for Leary. It's inside of the Siege Workshop, but look at this micro from Hera as he tries to snipe down the Cav Archers. Leary just holding the line. He has the second town center. He's stretching forward for a third, but Hera's had 3 TCs for a while now. He's at 65 villagers against 58 from Leary.
Ballistics is a problem. The only reason that these Cav Archers aren't dead is because Ballistics hasn't been in.
Oh, great
and even
dodge.
without Ballistics, as Hera dodges his own shot, this is still dangerous. It's desperation for Leary. He'll get the kill, but at what cost here, Dave? This is getting really, really bad for him.
Sees another mangonel. He might be able to snipe this. He will. So Hera loses 2 mangonels there. Leary pushes Hera back across the map.
This map is so difficult for Leary. All his gold still in the front. He's had to take some questionable fights because of the pressure from Hera. And yeah, now this just gets so bad.
And now you see 2 extra TCs, which he had no idea existed
And you lose
before.
the whole army.
Yeah,
Ballistics.
now he's got Ballistics.
I think it might be over, Dave. I think it might be over. How do you come back from this? Malay are just so good. And Hera saw his map, walled it up, played to the eco, and now it's full army. And just like, Huns want that open, aggressive feudal age opening. He was never able to find that here, Leary. Hera was down 3-1 in the semifinal, by the way.
And the resources are looking really, really solid for Hera, and he has Malay.
Oh!
Leary jumps out though! Gets a massive shot against the crossbows. I didn't see that coming. Hera didn't see that coming. Will it make a difference?
I don't know if it will. It was an epic shot. Leary needed to kill every crossbow there, I think. There's still more crossbowmen. There's still a better eco for Hera. And there's still the big question on where does Leary take gold if he can't take those 4 tiles there.
We talk about it all the time. Hera having that one game where he kind of claws back against Leary, right? Does Leary have that game in him? He lands another big one!
Dude, I mean, this is where Hera wants to go imp. Hera's going to need some army here. This is do or die for Leary. And if the crossbow number's low enough, Knights become an actual option to snipe the siege.
Huge shots from Leary, keeping him in this series, keeping him in this tournament.
Oh my goodness.
We want a game 7. Leary wants a game 7, but it's an uphill battle, literally and figuratively here. 3 TCs for him, 74 villagers against 82 villagers from Hera, and the resources are there for Hera to click up to imp shortly. He just needs that crossbow mass, like you said. Leary's now finally going for the counterattack.
Hera should actually hold now. There's no reason to push. You're about to be imp. Stick to the hill, repair your mangonels, keep your crossbow count alive, and just full-on idle vills. You've just got to click up. Check for holes, because Leary might be coming in at any point.
Leary's
and
coming
just wait
in.
for this.
The crossbows went forward. The crossbows went forward, and Leary is now on the gold. He finds an opportunity to get some villager kills, but he has to make sure he can't lose these Cav Archers against the crossbows.
There's got to be some siege at some point from Leary. I don't know where it is. Leary's got to be advancing
Dodging
forward
ballistics,
with mangonels.
sniping the villagers, dancing.
That was pretty impressive.
That
there
was
from Leary.
amazing.
But it's really tough because he's got to do everything else, and I actually think the mangonels need to be forward right now. Nice saves from Leary, though.
He's trying everything, Tristan.
He loses a mangonel to a villager.
He wants this.
Let's see, can he get the knights? Can he clear up the crossbows? The crossbows for Hera still alive. And Bracer is the difference. Hera's actually almost kind of out of golds here. I think you can use the market for Bracer at the very least, though.
We always just assume that Hera wins the late game against Leary. It's happened so many times. Is there an opportunity for Leary to mount a comeback?
There is.
He takes out a Mangonel. He's taking out the crossbows in the center. Imperial H is very, very threatening to him.
This is such a tough matchup, and Leary's playing it so well to give himself a chance. Villagers are headed to the north there from Hera.
Second armor upgrade on the way for Leary. Ballistics coming in for Leary.
Can he kill those crossbows? Siege no longer becomes a counter if Hera has this control, and if Hera uses his range, Skirmishers struggle as a counter as well now.
Feels like there's an opportunity there for Leary to deny that TC. Hera knows the Cav Archers are up there. The Scout is nearby. He's got vision on it. More Cav Archers roaming around the front side of Hera's base. More Mangonels pushing on Hera's base. The villager count is
gonna hop out.
that different
He's
now.
hopping out of the TC. He's got Bracer. He runs up the hill.
Oh, big shots for Leary!
Hera taking some risks here. I think he can wait for chemistry maybe, but he wants to save his town center, and he does. But at what cost?
A lot of crossbows going down. Only 14 crossbows now on the field. More skirms coming out from Leary. He did miss the opportunity to deny that TC in the north from Hera, but he's got 99 villagers and the resources are looking decent. The only problem is he's stuck in the Castle Age right now.
Yeah, he does not have a unit that can trade efficiently here. I think you just hope that you can spam more than Hera can. Hera getting to that gold makes things complicated, but he doesn't have a lot on gold, and he might still be exposed against some raids.
He's kind of hard stuck crossbow at the moment, too.
Yeah.
Like, doesn't have a castle up yet. He's just making the crossbow. Bracer, chemistry going to be very threatening. More archer ranges coming in. Leary kind of baiting Hera in again, maybe trying to overwhelm with skirmishers.
Yeah, Hera overextends there. There's an expectation now for Hera to win every fight. That's why he's hard committing here. He overextended. He's landing some nice shots. The Mangonels are still doing enough, in my opinion.
Yeah, and the Knights are just not as threatening with Bracer in now. The dodges are happening, though, from Leary as he moves his way around the ballistics from Hera and does manage to snipe the Mangonels. Great attack ground as that Mangonel goes down, but still only 11 crossbows for Hera.
Yeah, I think Hera has an option to commit to Skirm here as well, in all honesty. But there are Knights, so maybe he continues with the crossbowmen. Population's even, Dave. Does Leary have a chance to get to Imperial Age here?
Leary is fighting.
That
is a situation that we would have seen Leary resign from many times before.
Yeah, it was an amazing comeback. Truly. He's behind in resources collected. He's had a horrible map. He's had an awkward situation. Hera, though, is about to get +1 extra attack with chemistry, and he still could get Arb at any time. If Hera hard sells his wood, Arbalest upgrades are in.
With all that pressure forward from Hera, Leary didn't lose a single villager this game.
Yeah, impressive.
He held him away from that gold pile that was in the front side of his base, and now he's getting more villager kills. This is distraction, right? This is the Huns. This is army coming in from all angles against Hera. Still only 12 crossbows. Still villagers going down underneath the TC. Leary is in Castle Age here, and he's pushing back an Imperial Age Hera.
He's got a Knight in the back. The Cav Archers are there. The key is actually that northern TC right now because that is Hera's escape. That is his gold deco. Hera, I don't know if he has Arbalest in queue, to be honest with you. And I think maybe he's now noticed the north, but my goodness, he's taken losses. And for the Civ that's supposed to be unstoppable with their imp timing, it's not looking like it's a foregone conclusion after all.
And Knight gets a couple kills there. Good clear up from Hera. Knight's still roaming around on this side. Leary's still forced to invest all of his food into military. He needs to keep this pressure. Hera, though, will have a castle. If he can get that castle up, this will really help his push.
Yeah, it's not spotted there. It honestly doesn't protect an area he would have wanted, but it does protect some area.
Look at the gold. Look at the gold for Hera, though. 6 on gold right now. He still only has 13 Arbalists.
It's rough. It's rough. I wonder if
And the wood line?
I wonder if Leary can kill these vills as well. What is happening here? This game seemed over to me. It didn't seem like there was a chance, but Leary's micro and his just commitment to fighting here gives him a solid shot.
57 on food right now for Leary. The macro behind has been excellent as well as he's held Hera into his own base. Castle now in the north to secure the gold for Hera. He's still trying to clear up the Cav Archers. At some point, Hera's going to have enough to deny all of these little pushes from Leary, and he's going to push out across the middle. Leary needs to make sure by that point, he's on the way to Imp.
He needs to be on the way to Imp now.
Yeah.
I don't actually know how you counter ARB
He didn't see the castle.
Well, Hera's not building it.
Hera didn't see that Leary didn't see.
I mean, Hera's going to have a lot of security in the north in a second. He's going to have a lot of security in the south, and then he can full patrol his ARBs through the middle. And I think 20 ARBs is still very dangerous.
0 on gold for Hera. Imperial Age on the way for Leary.
Can he make it? Can he make it? He's got 62 on food. This is going to be a tough ride still. I understand Leary's brought this back, but Hera with 20 ARBs is dangerous. I do wonder, why not just make your own skirms if you don't have a lot of golds if you're Hera? You have the food in the wood. Just mix in some skirms to tank. Your ARBs can still do a lot of damage behind.
I think he's just flustered. He was in such a good position. He pushed forward. He had a lot of momentum with the crossbows, and then he got absolutely nuked multiple times, right? And the crossbow number just wasn't there. He's still only got 20 Arbalists. As he now techs into Elite Skirm, Leary only 2 minutes away from Imperial Age, setting up the stables on the side.
This would be one of the best comebacks I've seen in a long time if Leary can make this happen. The starting situation with the maps, the type of game the civilizations need, the perfect start for Hera when Hera's already up 3-2.
The Knights are in.
Full expectation is that Hera would win.
I mean, that woodline's going to be a problem at the back there, too, from Hera. He has one Knight targeted for conversion. He does get it. He's got the TC firing away, but this is more distractions. There's Knights in the back. There's units still coming forward. There's Knights on the stone mine over here. Leary has enough stone now for a castle. 69 on food right now as he finally loses his first couple villagers of the game.
I think you got to play heavy skirm and light cap. I think there's a real risk you lose too many gold units here. He's lost a lot of Knights.
He's in on the back woodline again.
You need upgrades on skirms and light cap and save your gold for trebs, and that is your chance if you're Leary.
Leary is also going for a forward castle. This might be a little bit too aggressive. Hera goes for a counter castle. Leary needs to delete that.
He might not see it.
He can't even see it.
Yeah, you kind of got to see it there, because if you don't see it, you're going to lose your entire castle.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't see it.
He doesn't know.
Horrible for Leary. That could be his only castle. And Hera will have 3, but there's still Bills dying in the back at the same time.
Hera's still at a consistent 125 villagers, though. He's lost 62 this game. He loses his entire woodline back there. Leary will not be able to complete this castle. Incredibly demoralizing after everything was going his way. Leary, he needs to click faster.
Click!
It's up!
Oh my god, dude. And Hera will see it, and Hera runs into skirms that are about to have Bracer. Can Leary actually come back in this game? It was so over. I cannot believe this comeback.
What an unbelievable Game 6 we have. Maybe a Game 7 in the cards. It's still Hera. Remember, it is still Hera.
It's Melee as well, and Huns do not have the final armor upgrade on their skirmishers, which means they're just worse with ranged units. But still, the 70 on food from Leary, the mobility of the Huns, makes me think he has a chance. But there's going to be 3 castles from Hera he's got to take down.
There's still only 6 on gold for Hera.
True.
He managed to get 1 relic. Only 1 relic
that's
collected this game
hard right now.
as we see Leary bringing 1 back.
Dave,
I mean,
what's the thing that you have felt really impressed about with Leary's imp time? Sorry, imp play. It's always conserving the trebs.
Yes.
Right? He'll get to like 4, he'll pull his opponent out of position, and he'll pick his time.
But his castle is forward.
Exactly. He needs to buy a castle and actually be able to push with trebs. Otherwise, he's just going to be running into castles everywhere.
That pesky Arbalest that killed like 30 villagers over there is finally cleared up. Leary is still roaming around with light cap. He's got to retreat with his trebs, but that's just going to die to the castle. I think he forgot it was even there,
but,
right?
You know, I will say, Hera's castle is protecting everything but the homeland here. Like, all of his starting eco is exposed. He, like, got ahead of himself protecting all the other areas, but he really needs to protect the middle of his base.
Leary has a population lead. 178 gets 176.
Yeah.
It's not much, right? And it's going back and forth. Castle in the north is protecting the farmland now. There's severe lack of gold here for Hera. Now struggling a bit with the wood supply as Ram now comes in for Leary because he doesn't have a castle to make trebs.
Really hard to push the melee with Rams because they are going to be able to spam a couple karambits here. It's very difficult. It's doable. I think you need Siege Ram, though, and that's a lot of food to get to it.
I'm so impressed with Leary's macro. 71 on food right now.
He could lose this game, and this might be the best game that he's played this whole tournament.
Yes.
Like, this feels impossible. People do not pick the Huns and do well in these situations, the situation that Hera has put him in.
Leary kind of throwing away some Hussars there, but he's getting in the back, but classic quick wall from Hera. Hera doing well. Good damage control from him. He doesn't let those back there. Now he's got a little bit of comfort, right? He's finally got an army. Hera can start pushing out through the center. He doesn't have cavalry in the back woodline in his farms for the first time in a long time.
The thing is, like, Hera has so much access to stone. and his units don't even cost gold, and the hunts never get champion. And the armor upgrades for them late were just free the whole game. So Hera can have halves that are super tanky right now. This is still really hard for Leary.
This is really, really hard, but how many times have we seen Hera in a similar position to Leary, where he's trying to overcome a slower army that's better?
Yeah.
And he does it with Hussar. Yeah. And he does it with the farm count being at 78 or 80 or 90, right? And just spamming Hussar and picking away at the edges. It happens so often.
I worry that the skirms don't have the tankiness and that the skirms don't have the numbers. There's so many range units there from Hera, and the Trebs are walking forward. Hera's got 87 military. How? 87 military. He's going to start to take down those stables over there.
Are you seriously repairing the stable against the Treb at this moment in the game?
Watch the Bill die. Watch the Bill die. Aw.
No.
Yeah, you got to engage into this. And the best army to counter full trash is Champion, which Hunts don't get. And you don't have the gold for if you're Leary.
Thumbering coming in for the skirms now. Blast Furnace on the way. Great job from Hera to pull the halves back to protect the Trebs, and Leary doesn't even want to engage there. He doesn't want to give up the numbers. It's 180 pop for Leary. It's 195 for Hera. He's at max population now. He's got the 3 Trebs. Leary does have enough for a castle, but where does that castle go?
Somewhere safe, maybe the north. I think also Rams right now need to hit somewhere Hera is not, because this army feels unkillable. There we go.
Rams
We're going to have a Ram
in,
from there.
And that's a TC. He realizes that's a rock and not a stone pile, right?
I think he just needs a TC somewhere other than here. Like, his main eco is such a problem. He needs to force a reaction. My worry is if Hera just queues like 5 Karambits, the Rams go down. The Rams are fully unprotected. So one reaction, Hera actually goes Sappers. So the Vils will do more bonus damage, and then he queues up the Karambits right after it. And yeah, I don't think that castle has any problem staying up.
That's a big investment into Rams for Leary. He will get some value and some villager kills over there, maybe distracting Hera a little bit, enables him to snipe the Trebuchet there. But Leary's still at 165 population, Hera at 194. I mean, it feels like Leary's just kind of losing steam and Hera's gaining it. Hera's pushing through the center of the map. Excellent damage control from Hera. Another castle forward for Hera. We still don't have that castle for Leary.
Fifth castle for Hera. And the Civ can get better as well if he wants to research Force Levy, go for the elephants he went for in his semifinal earlier today. The list is endless here. Leary has put up an amazing fight, but against 90 military that he just doesn't match up that well against. It's looking pretty dreadful for him right now.
He's trying to go for more raids. Like, he's in the back here with the Hussar already. He's trying to distract Hera. He wants to pull those halbs out of position, and then he wants to snipe the army forward with Hussar and skirms, but he's been pushed off a lot of his farms now. Population's still healthy at 161, but Hera is maximum population almost at 191. He's got more units in the queue.
And there was a period where he didn't have gold, but he's actually collected more of it than Leary.
And there's gold in the center now.
Exactly, yeah. He's got like all of his golds, and he has castles and various stone areas. So it continues to look so difficult.
It is only 103 villagers for Hera, so he is getting low on villagers if you want full spam.
Yeah.
Resources are there in the bank though. Q is there. Leary not attacking the Treb. He is attacking something else with the Hussar and he can't take it out.
The Halp Skirm is so difficult to run into. I actually wouldn't hate Hera to go Elite Karambit here. I think Elite Karambit out of 5 castles would hit really, really hard.
Where's
you
the
get even
castle
more military.
for Leary?
Dude, you need it.
1,200 stone.
He can't place it anywhere because it's just going to go
down. In the back
down.
of your base.
The back corner?
Yeah.
I don't
Protect
know.
the farms.
I feel like for Leary, it's this unfortunate circumstance where he needs to win a fight,
well, he
then
took
secure
up
a
the
position. Yeah.
I mean, the push from Hera is going to stall out a little bit here. Hera now down to 180 population, 98 villagers, but Leary's sitting there at 135.
Can't win a fight. Oh, it's a familiar feeling.
Oh, man.
Hera wins 4-2. Wins Brazilian Dynasty, an amazing final. And it was a worthy final for both players as well. Hera just simply too good. He has that one extra win, it feels like, every single LAN final. And he and Leary have met in so many.
Hera just, I mean, reclaiming his crown, right? He lost the last S tier. He's king again here in Brazil. Beautiful trophy is his. Amazing victory, first against ACCM, the comeback, and then grinding out that set against Leary. Fantastic play, fantastic player. And we are truly honored to have Hera lift another S-tier trophy as we send it on over to Masmora on the stage with our champion, Hera.
Hera, what a grueling day of Age of Empires 2 for you, my friend. So many games played, yet you did it once more. You proved everybody back at the top of the Age of Empires 2 community. What's going through your head right now, my friend?
I'm very, very happy, of course, with the win, especially this one because I lost the last S-tier tournament, so the streak kind of broke. But we are 9 LAN wins in a row, so the new streak has already begun, which is great. But I just want to say, first of all, GG's to my competitors, and thank you to the crowd and everyone here at Onimaru for making an amazing event.
A class act, as always, my friend. And Hera, I think it's time for you to lift the trophy. And São Paulo, let's make some noise for your Brazilian Dynasty champion, and it's Hera! And there's more, Hera, there's more. Keep clapping, please, there's more. And that, my friends, concludes the Brazilian Dynasty. On behalf of Onimaru, I'd like to thank each and every one of you at home, here at the Espaço Center in São Paulo. You guys were amazing. Thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting the event. Thank you for the amazing energy. I do truly believe you were an essential part, and you really made this tournament as memorable as it was. It's all thanks to you. Thank you so much, everybody.
I just want to give a special shout out to everyone watching at home as well, and especially those who participated in the King's Gauntlet, Grubby, Atriarch, Jabo, etc., Yamato. They were sending me some nice messages throughout, and they were also streaming and watching to their audience for the event. So I think that was a really good way for them to boost the visibility of this event and to support the AoE2 community. So shout out to those guys, and shout out to everyone at home watching.
This is for you. This is for you, by the way, as well. If this was the first Age of Empires Tournament 2 that you've watched, please don't be a stranger now. Get involved. Join the Discord servers. Join the forums. Check everyone's Twitch channels. Check everyone's YouTube channels. And find out for yourselves why this community has survived for so long and why this community is still one of the friendliest communities around. But that was all, my friends. I'm Mojmoha, and I hope to see you again very, very soon again. Till next time.
Thank you.